A pungent odor invaded his nostrils. Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes, greeted by the familiar ceiling of a somewhat cramped room. On the nearby table lay instant noodles and milk, the source of the unpleasant smell. However, it was not merely due to their prolonged exposure, but rather because these items were on the brink of expiration. As a demon fox residing in Konoha, Naruto could, and was limited to, consuming only such fare. At times, he couldn't even procure these items, for no one was willing to sell to him. Despite his payments being no lesser than anyone else's, memories, long buried, began to resurface. Is this Konoha? Naruto sat up abruptly, scrutinizing his hands. They were the hands of a child, merely 11 or 12 years of age, precisely the age he had been when he first traversed into the realm of cultivation, the Xianlan realm. But I thought I had already crossed over. I had entered the Xianlan realm, joined the sword sect, and spent 90 years cultivating to reach the tribulation stage. That's right, I should be undergoing the tribulation now. Am I still trapped in the heart demon tribulation? No, I failed the tribulation. The memories within his mind grew increasingly vivid, and everything around him became more tangible. Naruto gradually comprehended what had transpired. So I have returned from the Xianlan realm back to Konoha, back to when I was 12, still ungraduated from the Ninja Academy. He fell into a brief reverie, overwhelmed by a profound sense of uncertainty. Could it be that the centuries spent in the Xianlan realm was but a dream? Previously, Naruto had soul transferred from Konoha to the Xianlan realm, endowed with an exceptional wind, a tribute spiritual root, and had joined the sword sect. There, he experienced a life unlike any he had known in Konoha. No one regarded him as a monster. No one despised or hated him. Everyone was eager to befriend him. He even became a prodigy in cultivation. Prodigy. These words were something the underperforming Naruto had never dared to dream of in Konoha. Yet in the sword sect, it was indeed the case. Naruto trained at the mountain gate, exchanged insights with his fellow disciples, ventured forth for experiences, vanquished demons, and explored secret realms in search of rare treasures. He sparred with disciples from other sects as he advanced in cultivation. The sect accepted new disciples. He began to have juniors, teaching them cultivation techniques, taking them on missions. With the might of his spiritual root, Naruto broke through to the separation stage in just 70 years. In his 90th year of cultivation, he prepared for the tribulation. Yet ultimately, during the heart demon tribulation, upon glimpsing Konoha, recalling the suffering of his childhood, and thinking of his parents who he didn't even know, his emotions surged, causing him to fail the tribulation and fall into a coma. Confusion clouded Naruto's face, but soon clarity returned. If it's a dream, I shall ascertain the truth. The memories of the Xianlan realm were crystal clear in his mind. Every spell, every cultivation technique, even the arts of formation, artifact crafting, and alchemy. If he could still cultivate these, it would confirm that he had merely returned. If he could not, then it would all be a fleeting illusion. Naruto held his breath, centering his spirit, and soon achieved tranquility. Then, with a thought, the cultivation formulas he had familiarized himself with over nearly a century surged forth in his mind. Wind Spirit Foundation Technique. A top-tier foundational technique for wind spiritual roots, capable of maximizing the sharpness of the wind element for formidable offensive capabilities. It could be cultivated until the foundation stage, after which a change of technique was required. In the Xianlan realm, this was the norm. During the cultivation journey, one might encounter various circumstances, acquire rare treasures altering their talents, or suffer grievous injuries that might compromise their physical integrity. With countless variables in play, it was rare for any technique to be practiced from beginning to end without modification. As long as I can still cultivate this technique, it indicates that the Xianlan realm was not a mere dream. I shall certainly find a way to return once more. Ever since his time in the Xianlan realm, Naruto had ceased to yearn for Konoha. Thus, even now that he had returned, a singular thought dominated his mind: to return to the Xianlan realm, to the sword sect, to his master and seniors, and to his sect siblings. However, this may be fortuitous. It was the memories of Konoha that caused my failure in the heart demon tribulation. Now that I have been reborn, I can sever the ties of fate and ensure my success in this next tribulation. He had learned a crucial lesson in the Xianlan realm. Enmity against the path must not be tolerated. The memories of Konoha had led to his failure. Logically, it would be justifiable to eliminate all those who appeared in his heart demon. With this thought, Naruto inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, slowly cultivating. Initially uncertain, he soon found clarity as the first wisp of spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, traversing his meridians, ultimately transforming into pure wind attribute true essence. Naruto's eyes flew open in delight that I can cultivate. This is not a dream. I can return to the Xianlan realm. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and resumed his meditation. Thanks to his past experiences, Naruto's cultivation progressed smoothly. He quickly established a foundation, forming a cyclone of true essence within his dantian, officially entering the first layer of chi refinement. The concentration of spiritual energy in Konoha pales in comparison to the Xianlan realm. It seems this time, my journey to the tribulation stage will require more than the previous 90 years. Fortunately, cultivation extends life. However, I must eventually seek out places with higher concentrations of spiritual energy. As he cultivated, thoughts meandered through his mind. Time passed slowly, and the sun descended beyond the horizon. After a while, an odd noise suddenly disrupted the tranquility of the room. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he pressed his hand to his stomach, furrowing his brow. In my fervor for cultivation, I had forgotten that I am no longer a tribulation stage cultivator, and I have yet to abstain from food. Rising from his bed, he glanced around the room. Although it was relatively spacious, there was indeed little to eat. The Sunto Expire items contained numerous impurities that would impede his cultivation, thus, he could not consume them. With no other options, Naruto took his money and prepared to head downstairs to procure some fresh food. This is exceedingly inconvenient in the Xianlan realm. One could simply take a pill of abstinence and not worry about meals at all. As he walked through the streets, feeling somewhat chilly in his thin clothing, he paid little heed and soon arrived at the nearest convenience store. Lost in thoughts of cultivation, Naruto instinctively stepped inside, intending to purchase fresh meals to prepare for himself. At that moment, a furious shout erupted. "Get out, get out, get out! Who let you in here? Get out now!" Naruto was jolted awake, only to see a fly swatter flying directly towards his forehead. The man wielding the swatter was a middle-aged man, owner of the convenience store. In the past, Naruto might have simply endured such a blow, begging for the man to sell him something. But now, things were different. Naruto furrowed his brow, instantly condensing his true essence into a small azure sword. It shot forward rapidly, severing the fly swatter, narrowly grazing the store owner's face and striking the wall behind him, leaving a several centimeter deep gash. Thud! The broken segment of the fly swatter fell feebly to the ground. With his right hand behind his back, the azure sword flew back, poised at the store owner's brow. Naruto furrowed his brows, his eyes gleaming with intensity, displaying a visage of impatience. How dare a mere mortal lay hands on a cultivator? Had this been in the immortal Tide realm, that sword strike would have cost you your life. Chapter 2. The little fox demon. The convenience store was enveloped in an eerie silence. The proprietor stood frozen in place, a ferocious expression etched on his face. This man had always treated Naruto with disdain, and Naruto found no reason to squander his time on such a foolish individual. He waved his hand dismissively, tossing several large bills onto the counter. "Prepare some fresh meals for me, and pour a jug of wine." Seeing the owner still sitting there, motionless, Naruto furrowed his brow. "Aren't you going to hurry?" The store owner finally snapped back to reality, nodding frantically before scurrying off to gather what Naruto needed. Before long, Naruto emerged from the convenience store, a plastic bag in hand. The owner bowed deeply, seeing him off, and only after Naruto's voice faded did he lift his head. A mixture of fear and anger etched on his features. How dare he act so brazenly towards ordinary people? Is this what the Ninja Academy produces? I said we shouldn't let this fox demon attend the academy, he muttered under his breath, but quickly glanced around to ensure Naruto was no longer near before he felt relieved. He then strode purposefully towards the Hokage's office. This matter could not be left unaddressed. If this fox demon continued unchecked, the village would face ruin once more. Oblivious to the store owner's actions, Naruto remained indifferent. As a cultivator, the trivial emotions of mortals held no significance for him. Upon returning home, he prepared a sumptuous meal. After dining, he engaged in light physical activity to aid digestion before sitting cross-legged on his bed, ready to resume his cultivation. The process of refining chi involved forming a vortex of true essence within the dantian, persistently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen this vortex. The refining stage consists of 9 levels. The first 3 levels represent the early stage, where the vortex is merely a pure mist. The middle 3 levels signify the mid-stage, where the vortex transforms into a whirlpool, and the final 3 levels denote the late stage, where the vortex consists of tangible grains of true essence. Following the refining phase, one would proceed to foundation establishment. In his previous life within the Xianlan realm, abundant spiritual energy allowed him to reach the foundation establishment stage in just a year. However, with the diminished spiritual energy in the ninja world, he anticipated a significantly extended cultivation period. As Naruto contemplated, he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was perusing documents in his office when a sudden knock interrupted him. "Come in," he called. Upon the door opening, a masked Umbu ninja appeared, his voice low and serious. "Hokage-sama, Naruto has clashed with the convenience store owner and injured him." Instantly, Hiruzen's brow furrowed. As the Jinchuriki, Naruto's actions were no trifling matter. What happened? Did the Nine Tails go out of control? The Umbu ninja shook his head. According to the store owner, Naruto remained fully conscious. "I have already dispatched someone to investigate the vicinity and found no trace of the Nine Tails chakra." Hiruzen sighed in relief, but the Umbu continued. "However, the store owner claims that Naruto has undergone a drastic change, as if he transformed overnight into a different person. This concerns the Jinchuriki. We must address it immediately." Hiruzen waved his hand. "I will personally seek out Naruto to ascertain the situation." The Umbu ninja then withdrew. Seated in his chair, Hiruzen pondered for a moment before vanishing from sight. As Naruto inhaled deeply, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body, steadily enhancing his cultivation. With the experience gained from Xianlan, the refining stage posed little challenge for him. Suddenly, Naruto frowned, sensing an unfamiliar aura and energy fluctuations within his dantian. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, he was certain it did not originate from his true essence. Without hesitation, he turned his focus inward, his formidable spirit plunging through his meridians until it reached his dantian. To his astonishment, he discovered a seal within his dantian, resembling a prison. The iron gate of the prison bore an intricate symbol. Although it differed from the sealing formations in Xianlan, having spent 2 years in the ninja world, Naruto could decipher the meaning behind the characters inscribed upon it. What is this? Naruto wondered. Previously, he had traversed into the body of another in Xianlan, and that body appeared entirely normal. Therefore, this seal evidently pertained to his current form in the ninja realm. What could possibly be sealed within? Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the iron gate and peered inside. Suddenly, 2 crimson eyes ignited within the darkness, their size dwarfing that of Naruto's entire body. As the light from those eyes illuminated the space, a colossal figure gradually emerged from within the prison. With a rush of wind, the enormous being swiftly moved, its massive claws lunging towards Naruto. The claw's speed was astonishing, reaching Naruto in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, the claw struck the iron gate, halting mere centimeters from Naruto's face. Standing motionless, Naruto exhibited not a flicker of fear, his expression unchanged. "Oh, you've got some nerve, little brat," a deep voice rumbled. Naruto chuckled lightly, as if the massive claw before him were nothing more than an illusion. "A mere prisoner dares to speak to me?" Behind the iron gate, the Nine Tails narrowed its eyes, and then its brow furrowed in frustration. An uncontainable fury surged through the prison, manifesting as blood-red chakra that surged toward Naruto. "Since you've come to me, don't blame me for what follows." The Nine Tails immediately launched an assault, intent on using its chakra to seize control of Naruto's body and venture forth. However, just as its chakra was about to envelop Naruto, an inexplicable force erupted around him. Along with this power, Naruto's once diminutive soul expanded dramatically, transforming in an instant into a colossal figure that filled the entire space. The once mighty Nine Tails appeared diminutive before him, barely reaching the height of Naruto's knee. Although he had failed his tribulation and returned to the human realm, causing his cultivation to dissipate, Naruto's memories and spirit remained intact. With the strength of his tribulation-level spirit, he was among the elite even in Xianlan. Upon first sighting the Nine Tails, he discerned that it lacked a true physical form, instead being a fusion of soul and energy, reminiscent of the specters from Xianlan. The power displayed by the Nine Tails was merely equivalent to that of a nascent soul, and most of its strength was sealed. How could it possibly compare to Naruto's tribulation-level spirit? Naruto's spiritual might transformed into a towering giant, radiating luminescence, swiftly tearing apart the Nine Tails chakra. From his elevated position, he gazed down at the now diminutive fox demon, sneering. "A firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon?" As soon as his words fell, Naruto's spiritual power erupted, surging into the prison, accompanied by a piercing scream. The entire soul of the Nine Tails was utterly shattered. Chapter 3. Knowing the truth, the reason Naruto was able to so effortlessly defeat the Nine Tails was twofold. Firstly, his formidable spiritual power during the tribulation phase, and secondly, the Nine-Tails was confined within a seal, unable to utilize its own energy or break free, forced to endure the assault passively. Had it not been for this sealing, even if the opponent were merely a ghostly figure at the nascent soul level, Naruto could not have dismissed the formidable chakra that rivaled such a tier. It would be impossible to overcome the foe solely through spiritual strength. Upon revealing his towering figure, the Nine-Tails' first reaction was sheer astonishment. Throughout the years of cohabitation within Naruto's body, it had often reflected on their first encounter but had never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. Was this little brat born with such audacity? Had not the villagers of Konoha advised him to maintain a sense of reverence when facing the king of tailed beasts? As these thoughts raced through the Nine-Tails' mind, Naruto's spiritual force surged into the seal, tearing its entire being apart. Naturally, the Nine-Tails yearned to resist, but was horrified to discover that its once proud soul power was utterly ineffective before this young boy. The opponent's soul resembled a tempestuous sea, while its own felt like a mere leaf adrift in an ocean, subjected to relentless torment, repeatedly torn asunder and then reformed. The Nine-Tails was oblivious to how many years had passed since it last felt such insignificance and helplessness. It could not fathom how this Jinchuriki dared to strike against it, nor could it comprehend how such immense spiritual power could reside within this child. Am I the tailed beast, or are you the tailed beast? The torment persisted for an extended duration, and just as the Nine-Tails teetered on the brink of losing consciousness, it finally ceased. The Nine-Tails form reassembled, and after regaining some strength, it erupted in fury, repeatedly crashing against the iron gate of its confinement. This little brat. I will kill you. I will kill you. The Nine-Tails could no longer endure such humiliation. Its sole desire was to break free from the seal and exact vengeance upon this child. Yet, the seal was not so easily breached. All of its efforts proved futile. Witnessing this, Naruto frowned once more, his expression tinged with impatience, and the cycle of torment began anew. After enduring countless instances of being torn apart and reformed, the Nine-Tails finally recognized that it could not alter its predicament, nor could it erase its humiliation, at least not for the time being. Little brat, what do you truly intend to do? The Nine-Tails calmed itself, retreating to the deepest recesses of the iron cage, fearful that its soul would be shredded anew. In that moment, the Nine-Tails felt an urge to weep, a sensation it had not experienced in countless years. As a tailed beast, it had once lived carefree and untroubled. But ever since being targeted by these ninjas, it had been confined within their bodies, shuttled from one to another, as if serving an endless sentence. In the past, encounters with previous Jinchuriki had been somewhat bearable. They were either righteous or gentle. Although nominally imprisoned, they had still provided ample emotional sustenance. But this current brat? Without so much as a greeting, he launched directly into torment. Naruto's previously knitted brow relaxed momentarily. If this fox spirit remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he would have no choice but to employ even harsher measures. As a tribulation phase cultivator, he possessed the capability to disintegrate the Nine-Tails soul entirely, erasing it so that it could never coalesce again. However, doing so would require him to expend considerable effort to manage the chaotic energy within him. Moreover, Naruto had a vague sense that the fox spirit sealed within him might be intricately linked to his own origins. Though he had spent nearly a century in the Xianlong realm, he still recalled how, back in Konoha, people often referred to him as the fox spirit or the monster. Looking at the Nine-Tails, which had shrunk back to its normal size, he spoke calmly. This question should be posed to me. Why are you within my body? The Nine-Tails paused momentarily, then quickly reacted. They did not inform you? Indeed, there is an issue. What did they not tell me? Naruto remained inscrutable. In his previous life in the Xianlong realm, he had lived without a care, blissfully unaware. He had thought he had forgotten the ninja world and everything that transpired in Konoha until the tribulation of the heart revealed that some memories were not so easily buried. To preserve his Tao heart and sever ties with his past, it was not merely about forgetting, but about resolving the karmic entanglements. Thus, upon his rebirth, the first priority for Naruto was to uncover the truth of his origins. The Nine-Tails' eyes darted, contemplating its next move. Noticing this, Naruto squinted. I advise you not to overestimate your cleverness, lest you bring about your own demise. I possess countless methods to annihilate both your form and spirit. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. The Nine-Tails shuddered at this. Such gravitas and menace emanating from this young boy felt profoundly incongruous. Yet, inexplicably, it sensed the sincerity behind Naruto's words. Could he truly possess the means to eliminate me? It seemed impossible. The Nine-Tails felt both vexed and perplexed. Why does this brat-ass speech carry a weight that surpasses my own? Who has truly lived for millennia? Unbeknownst to the Nine-Tails, Naruto was not the same as before. Even though he had spent a century in the Xianlong realm, he had been nurtured within a prestigious sect with a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Such profound heritage and depth were incomparable to the primitive ninja world. Naruto's presence, demeanor, and character had undoubtedly evolved. I, the Great Lord, harbor no nefarious intentions. The Ninetales quickly retorted, cursing internally for nearly revealing its vulnerability. With that, the Ninetales straightened its posture, returning to its former flamboyant and imposing self. I merely believe that your village has its reasons for withholding the truth from you. If you wish to know, perhaps you should inquire with them or seek their counsel before deciding whether I should divulge the truth. The Ninetales' words were quite astute. It certainly did not want to admit that its reluctance to speak stemmed from fear that this little brat might erupt in rage and tear it apart without hesitation. Which would be most unfortunate. Even if the boy could not kill it, the previous torment had been undeniably unpleasant. Chapter 4. Understanding one's heritage. Naruto furrowed his brows, pondering the village. A figure appeared in his mind, a slightly hunched back, adorned with the hat symbolizing Hokage, a pipe clenched in his mouth, and a perpetually amiable smile. Naruto felt little sense of belonging to Konoha. This place felt less like home than the Hyuin sect of the Immortal Realm. Although the Hyuin sect was deemed a cult, he had forged meaningful friendships there. In Konoha, however, there were only a few individuals who instilled a sense of belonging in him. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was one of them. It could be said that he was among the rare few in Konoha who did not harbor disdain for Naruto. In his memories, the third Hokage often came to check on him, engaging him in conversation. Whenever Naruto faced bullying and discrimination, the Hokage would timely appear, utilizing his authority to resolve the issues. Naruto affectionately referred to him as Grandpa Third, which explained his former aspiration to become Hokage. In his life, the Hokage represented the singular positive and powerful figure. However, when it came to his lineage, Naruto had once inquired of the third Hokage, yet the truth remained elusive. At that time, he had not sensed any underlying issues. Now, upon reflection, he could discern the evasiveness in the Hokage's words, as well as the fleeting impatience that flickered in his eyes when Naruto broached the subject of his heritage. I will take charge of my own affairs, Naruto declared, casting a glance at the Ninetales. The beast was momentarily taken aback, having experienced the plight of being a Jinchuriki. It understood the implications of such an existence within a ninja village. Even Kushina, a princess of the Uzumaki clan, had faced numerous restrictions. Yet, this boy appeared indifferent. Unlike any ninja it had previously known. In fact, there was not a trace of the typical ninja demeanor about him. My patience is finite, Naruto reiterated, a frown creasing his brow. The Ninetales was startled, nearly leaping from its prison. Wait, I never said I wouldn't tell you. Fine, since you wish to know. I shall share, but prepare yourself. Some truths may be beyond your capacity to bear. The final words emerged with a somber tone. After a brief silence, it began recounting its experiences as a tailed beast, detailing the events that unfolded from its perspective after being captured by the ninja. It spoke of meeting Kushina, their interactions, and its encounters with Minato Namikaze. However, to prevent a sudden outburst from Naruto, the Ninetales cleverly glossed over the chaos of the Ninetales attack, attributing it to a loss of consciousness, awakening only to find itself within Naruto. There was also the underlying pride of the Ninetales, reluctant to admit it had been easily controlled by a mere ninja. Initially, the Ninetales expected Naruto to erupt in anger upon hearing these revelations. To its surprise, Naruto remained astonishingly calm, seemingly unaffected. But no, it was not indifference. The Ninetales keenly observed a complex emotion flickering in the boy's eyes, a hint of melancholy softening his once sharp features. Naruto was not dismissive. Rather, he had chosen to suppress his internal turmoil, realizing that such matters could not be outwardly displayed. Although the Ninetales had lost track of time while sealed, it could surmise from Naruto's youthful appearance that he was merely 11 or 12 years old. This child, upon hearing such profound secrets, maintained an unsettling tranquility, as if he were a soul who had traversed countless tribulations. Am I truly the son of the fourth Hokage? Naruto slowly shook his head, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, bittersweet yet liberating. As the Ninetales had perceived, waves of emotion stirred within him. Such revelations could not be devoid of impact. He had contemplated the true identities of his parents. Despite the third Hokage often stating that his parents were great ninjas who sacrificed themselves for the village, their identities remained veiled. Never had Naruto imagined that his father would be the fourth Hokage. Even now, while he deemed the entire ninja world insignificant, considering the might of the so-called Kage to be merely at the level of golden core or nascent soul, the title of Hokage held a unique significance for him, especially now that it was intertwined with his own lineage. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. He whispered these names to himself. After a long pause, the tumult within him gradually subsided. Yet, this did not signify closure. Naruto had just become aware of this revelation and could not yet calmly assess or decide upon its implications. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the Ninetales once more. I have another question. Since you claim to have no memory of that day, how come you recall the details of my parents' demise so vividly? The Ninetales froze, instantly realizing the gravity of its oversight. It had unintentionally revealed too much about Kushina, which stemmed from a subconscious emotional response. This glaring inconsistency was now a glaring vulnerability. Well, the Ninetales faltered. its cunning mind struggling to fabricate a flawless excuse, resorting instead to diversion, its eyes darting about nervously. Naruto stood resolutely, speaking gently, yet his words sent a shiver down the Nine-Tail's spine. As I have stated, my patience is limited. If you have any concealments, it would be best to reveal them all at once. I can discern whether you are lying. The Nine-Tail's expression darkened. As the mightiest among the tailed beasts, its dignity and pride remained intact, even when sealed within a Jinchuriki. When had the esteemed Kurama ever been subjected to such treatment by a mere child? With a snarl, it reluctantly replied, I'll tell you, but must we not engage in a civil conversation? Chapter 5. The 3 Generations of Inheritance. After a brief moment of grievance, the Nine-Tails began to recount the truth it had previously concealed. Once it finished speaking, a silence enveloped the air before it continued. If you believe me to be the murderer of your parents, then act upon that belief. With those words, it lay down on the ground, shutting its eyes in a feigned slumber, yet its ears remained perked, attentively directed towards Naruto. Naruto listened intently, his expression one of solemnity. His fixation on this matter was not to torment the Nine-Tails, but because the omitted part carried immense significance for him. That was the identity of the true killer. Naruto was no longer a child. Though his physical form was still youthful, his spirit had matured. He understood that hatred must be traced to its roots. On the surface, it appeared that the Nine-Tails rampage had led to his parents' demise, but the genuine culprit was undoubtedly the one who had incited that chaos. Do you recall a single Sharingan? Are you entirely unaware of that person's true identity? Naruto inquired. The Nine-Tails' ears twitched, and after a moment, it uttered a soft hum. At that instant, Naruto sensed the honesty in the Nine-Tails' response. If you were to encounter that person again, or see that eye, would you recognize him? Naruto pressed on. The Nine-Tails finally lifted its head, no longer pretending to slumber. It fell into a contemplative silence before replying. I should be able to. That is reassuring, Naruto remarked. And with that, he turned to leave. The Nine-Tails paused, taken aback. Do you not intend to take vengeance upon me? Naruto fell silent for a moment before departing, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a single statement. In the future, while I cultivate, you must restrain your chakra so as not to disrupt my training. In a blink, Naruto found himself back in the familiar confines of his rented room. The thought of killing the Nine-Tails never crossed his mind. Firstly, he needed the creature's assistance to uncover the true murderer. Secondly, based on the Nine-Tails' earlier words, its relationship with his mother seemed to be quite intimate. The tone and demeanor it exhibited could not be feigned. A soul of merely nascent soul stage could not possibly present such an impeccable act before Naruto. Moreover, the Nine-Tails was, after all, a creature of the nascent soul stage. Its formidable power could not be fabricated. As Naruto gazed at the seal within his dantian, he discerned that it possessed the capability to draw upon the Nine-Tails' strength. Although his spiritual realm was high, this body was still merely at the chi refining stage. Should he encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe, the risk of peril would loom large. Retaining the Nine-Tails within him could serve as a safeguard in times of need. However, the true culprit behind the chaos that led to his parents' deaths, who had managed to control the Nine-Tails years ago, should not be underestimated. Furthermore, the Sharingan. Naruto furrowed his brow. If he sought revenge, the existence of the Sharingan would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle. As a ninja of Konoha, Naruto was well aware of the nature of the Sharingan. Yet, the Uchiha clan, which possessed the Sharingan, had long been extinguished. Nowadays, within Konoha, it seemed that there was only one individual he might find who still bore the Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke, as he recalled the name. Though nearly a century had passed, Naruto vaguely remembered him as a classmate from his ninja academy, and they had been in the same class. However, he pondered why he had never seen the Sharingan manifest in him. Perhaps he could inquire about it when he returned to the academy. Of course, there was another vital reason for keeping the Nine-Tails. Naruto had uncovered his true identity as the village's Jinchuriki. The essence of the Jinchuriki lay within the fox demon residing in him. Without the fox, he risked alerting enemies. Furthermore, with the fox within him, he could utilize the sealing technique to directly access its power. Given his current spiritual strength, this would undoubtedly be a relatively simple task. The Nine-Tails could serve as a crude trump card, allowing him to possess the means of self-preservation and escape in dire situations. Contemplating this, Naruto extended his right hand, conjuring a swirling mass of crimson chakra in his palm, akin to a blazing flame. He then raised his left hand, summoning a gentle blue chakra. The crimson emanated from the Nine-Tails. Under the influence of Naruto's formidable spirit power, the Nine-Tails offered no resistance, becoming a reservoir of chakra at his disposal. The blue chakra, however, was his own. In the past, Naruto had merely adhered to the teachings of the Ninja Academy, diligently practicing to condense chakra without fully grasping its nature, relying solely on textbook knowledge. Yet now, having returned from his immortal journey, his perspective and experience had evolved profoundly. He could now discern the essence of chakra with ease. The mingling of physical strength with the energy of heaven and earth, combined with spiritual power, rendered the energy muddied. Moreover, The amalgamation of spiritual influence with chakra caused each individual's emotions and character to impact their chakra, which in turn affected the cultivator, exacerbating their inherent traits. Naruto pondered deeply. From the moment he had encountered the Nine-Tails chakra, he sensed an innate brutality and fury within it. This was not a deliberate intent of the Nine-Tails. Rather, it was the very essence of its power. Even if the Nine-Tails wished to temper its chakra's ferocity, it would be an impossible task. If he were to consistently cultivate with such energy, it would inevitably lead to a skewed disposition in the practitioner, akin to the practices of a cult. Shaking his head, Naruto swiftly dispersed the chakra from his palms. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he unleashed his true essence, scattering the chakra he had previously condensed. The realm of immortal cultivation offered two distinct paths, leading to the emergence of righteous and demonic practices. The righteous path emphasized harmony with nature and the cosmos, severing ties with causality to attain enlightenment. It separated physical cultivation from spiritual cultivation. Although the progress was slow, the probability of transcending tribulations was greater. Conversely, the demonic path, much like the chakra itself, wallowed in desire and emotion, intertwining physical and spiritual cultivation. Consequently, practitioners risked becoming excessively extreme in their natures during later stages of cultivation. Simply put, an individual prone to entanglement would become even more ensnared, a lazy person would grow increasingly lethargic, a loyal person would deepen their fidelity. A lustful individual would sink further into desire, and those obsessed with love would find themselves even more entrapped. The higher the cultivation, the more one was ensnared by these traits. While the speed of cultivation was swifter, it was undeniable that the demonic methods would more readily lead to downfall during the trials of inner demons. Initially, Naruto intended to eradicate all the chakra within him. With his superior swordsmanship lineage, he had no need for such crude cultivation methods. However, after some hesitation, he ultimately decided to retain the chakra for the time being. Every realm possesses its own rules. Since this world had given rise to chakra, it must also be influenced by the intrinsic laws of this realm. If he completely abandoned this path, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. It was uncertain whether such an influence would prove beneficial or detrimental. Thus, it seemed wiser to continue cultivating for now. If it turned out to be advantageous, he would persist, and if it proved harmful, he could always disperse it later. He cast a glance at the seal of the fox demon upon himself. It appeared somewhat crude. If I were to make a slight improvement, it would facilitate the manipulation of power in the future while simultaneously diminishing the influence of this crimson chakra on my consciousness, though it wouldn't affect me intrinsically. Naruto resolutely opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the door. Long before, he had sensed a familiar figure standing outside, who had not knocked but was quietly listening. It was none other than the man he referred to as Grandfather Third, the esteemed Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Chapter 6, Inquiry. At that moment, a familiar sound of knocking resonated through the air. The third Hokage stood outside Naruto's door, rapping gently. Naruto rose from his bed and approached the door with calm composure, opening it to reveal a familiar visage. A slight smile graced his lips as he respectfully greeted Grandfather Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a warm expression, stepped inside. He was taken aback to find that Naruto's usually cluttered room had been meticulously tidied. Not only was it clean, but many items had been discarded, imparting an air of minimalism. Have you just finished cleaning? Sarutobi chuckled. Naruto nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sarutobi revealed the purpose of his visit. Taking a seat, he regarded Naruto with his ever-gentle smile and inquired, I heard you had a confrontation with the convenience store owner today. What transpired? Upon hearing this, a knowing smile spread across Naruto's face. He recalled that whenever he faced bullying, Sarutobi would invariably appear to comfort him, helping him to quell his rage and resentment. It seemed like a typical display of a senior's concern for a junior. However, Naruto, now more perceptive, realized that Sarutobi's visit might not merely stem from familial affection, but rather from the conflict involving himself and others. Nevertheless, Naruto maintained his smile, unwilling to provoke a quarrel with Sarutobi. Instead, he felt compelled to clarify a more pressing matter. Since uncovering the truth about his parents' demise and his heritage, a question had lingered in his mind. Why was he kept in the dark about it all? Moreover, why was the entire village unaware of the truth? It was his parents' sacrifice that saved them, and he, as the Jinchuriki, had sealed the Nine Tails. Yet, it seemed the villagers attributed all the blame to him. Clearly, there were influences from above. Naruto yearned to comprehend Sarutobi's perspective on the matter, how he, whom he respected and regarded as a quasi-relative, viewed the situation and what role he played behind the scenes. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, I wouldn't call it a conflict. He intended to strike me, and I merely defended myself. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, appearing as an oblivious elder. Then why would he want to hit you? Naruto mirrored his expression, retorting, exactly. Why would he want to hit me? Grandfather Third, do you know why? While Sarutobi was indeed aware, he sought a different answer. He wished for Naruto to introspect and thereby gain understanding of the villagers' minor grievances. However, He found it difficult to articulate this, and so he fell silent, pondering how to steer the conversation back on course. Naruto pressed on. Shall we invite the store owner and inquire further? After all, this isn't the first incident. And he often refers to me as a monster. What does that imply? Do you know, grandfather? Though Naruto posed the question innocently, it was a pointed inquiry, presenting Sarutobi with a final opportunity. The elder deflected, avoiding any mention of the truth. In that moment, Sarutobi's demeanor soured. Though Naruto had previously asked similar questions, none had ever been as incisive or direct, leaving Sarutobi at a loss for words. He felt as if he were conversing not with Naruto, but with the likes of Danzo, a far more formidable adversary. Naruto, the villagers might harbor some misunderstandings about you, considering your penchant for mischief. Those names they call you are likely just private jests, Sarutobi laughed, trying to lighten the mood. However, regarding your altercation with the owner, you must refrain from resorting to violence in the future. As ninjas, we must protect the ordinary villagers. He continued with platitudes about the will of fire and the ninja code, emphasizing compassion and understanding for the villagers. To Naruto, these sentiments seemed hollow, yet he refrained from arguing, simply listening with a serene smile. I understand. Is there anything else? I need to begin my training, Naruto declared. Sarutobi hesitated, observing Naruto's unwavering smile, which alleviated some of his concerns. Remember what your grandfather said. Strive for harmony with the villagers. After a few more admonitions, Sarutobi rose to leave. Naruto accompanied him to the door, his smile intact, yet a flicker of cold determination brewed in his gaze. Regardless of the reasons, Naruto struggled to comprehend why Sarutobi, the esteemed Hokage, would allow him, an heir to a heroic legacy, to bear such scorn and be ostracized by the village. Furthermore, Sarutobi was acutely aware of the situation, and even if he hadn't orchestrated it, he had tacitly accepted it. As Hokage, he possessed the power and authority to prevent such occurrences, yet he chose not to intervene. To Naruto, that was enough to shape his judgment of Sarutobi, the once revered grandfather figure. Perhaps his enemies and adversaries extended beyond the Sharingan and the unidentified mysterious figure. Contemplating this, Naruto slowly closed the door. He still needed to attend the ninja academy. Despite lacking a sense of belonging to this village, he had no intention of leaving just yet. He aimed to uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths and identify all his foes. Additionally, he sought to unravel the mystery of the Sharingan. At that moment, he was no longer the formidable cultivator he once was, but rather an ordinary student of chakra. Until his strength was sufficiently enhanced, Naruto would not underestimate any adversary. Lastly, there was another reason, one that stirred his heart, a teacher named Iruka, who held considerable significance in his memories. Chapter 7. Naruto appears changed in the present day. The realm of Xianlan has been reborn. Naturally, Naruto must redefine his relationships within the ninja world, discerning whom he can trust and care for, and whom he cannot. Having grown accustomed to life in the Xianlan realm, wearing his original attire now feels somewhat uncomfortable. He finds himself more inclined towards the elegance of a long robe, specifically one of white. In the sword sect, only the most gifted elder brother is permitted to don a white robe, which signifies both status and duty. Unfortunately, such garments do not exist in the ninja world, and the tailors are unlikely to craft one for Naruto. Thus, he settles for a simple grayish-white practice uniform, soft and comfortable, yet sufficiently spacious, albeit reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's attire. For instance, this morning, upon arriving at the entrance of the ninja school, he encountered a classmate from the Hyuga clan, her eyes an ethereal white and sporting a bob hairstyle. Naruto vaguely recalls her name, Hinata Hyuga. Typically, she possesses little presence in school or class, and more significantly, she seems to harbor no malice towards him. She has never uttered derogatory remarks, though at times, she would flee upon seeing him or simply act as if she hadn't noticed. Yet occasionally, she would deliberately greet him. In essence, she is a rather contradictory individual. As Naruto pondered these thoughts, Hinata suddenly froze in her tracks as she approached him, given his favorable recollections of her. He raised his hand and greeted her with a smile. Hello, Hinata. Since returning from the Xianlan realm, he has felt somewhat unaccustomed to such formalities. After all, in Xianlan, one addresses others as senior brothers or sisters, or collectively as fellow cultivators or seniors. Moreover, given Naruto's current mindset, it feels somewhat challenging to express the innocence of a child. Thus, his greeting may have come across as overly indifferent. However, upon hearing his greeting, Hinata stood utterly still, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Just as Naruto began to feel perplexed, Hinata suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She immediately bowed and stammered, Naruto, good morning. It's been a while since I've seen you, After a torrent of disjointed words, she gasped again and turned to dash back to the ninja school, as if he were a terrifying specter. The moment she turned, she could no longer suppress her emotions. Her face flushed crimson, even her ears turning a vivid red. Why has Naruto changed so dramatically? She thought. Why has he donned such attire, which resembles mine? Is it an indication of a romantic connection? And why has he let his hair down? Naruto looks quite appealing with bangs. Hinata's mind raced, her gaze momentarily dazed. Naruto's transformation was so profound that she found it impossible to maintain eye contact, let alone engage in normal conversation. Consequently, she hurried back to class, burying her face in her desk, too embarrassed to lift her head. Fortunately, as her presence in school is often minimal, no one approached to disturb her, allowing her to gradually cool the heat of her blush. Meanwhile, Naruto stood at the entrance of the ninja school, observing her retreat with a hint of resignation. This behavior from Hinata was not uncommon. Nevertheless, he could discern that she did not harbor any dislike for him, thus ruling out any potential misunderstandings. Yet, he found himself intrigued by her distinctive eyes, white pupils, a hallmark of the Hyuga clan, known as the Byakugan, which possesses formidable power. The Byakugan, as a bloodline limit, shares similarities with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Reflecting on this, Naruto felt a spark of interest in Hinata. At that moment, a distant memory resurfaced. He recalled an encounter from his childhood, when he had intervened to help her against bullies. By all accounts, I should be considered her benefactor. Is it customary for a benefactor to be met with such flight? He pondered, slowly stepping forward and entering the ninja school. Time was on his side. He could seek a more opportune moment to explore the intricacies of these two bloodline limits. Is that Naruto Uzumaki? Why does he seem different from before? In the classroom, the teacher was lecturing, while Yamanaka Ino turned to her friend Haruno Sakura, voicing her observation. Really? Sakura responded, glancing up and rolling her eyes. Casting a disdainful look at Ino. He has just changed his outfit. What kind of change is that? His hair has also transformed. It used to be styled all up, looking like a mess, but now it flows down nicely. Yamanaka Ino furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Naruto further, reminiscing, and today, hasn't he caused any mischief since arriving in class? It feels a bit strange. Previously, Naruto would either draw attention through his antics or tease other students, even occasionally clashing with the teachers. In essence, he wouldn't rest until he stirred up some commotion, which had garnered considerable annoyance from his classmates. A quiet Naruto sitting in his chair was indeed a rarity. As Sakura listened, her frown deepened. Ino, why are you suddenly so interested in that fool? You wouldn't happen to, she teased, glancing at Naruto with an expression akin to distaste, as if she had stumbled upon something unpleasant. Ino's face flushed a deep red, and she struck Sakura's leg playfully. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely curious about his transformation. Aren't you even a little intrigued? What is there to be curious about? Sakura replied, her gaze shifting to the other side of the classroom, where the proud figure of Sasuke Uchiha, clad in a dark blue top and white shorts, caught her attention. Her eyes sparkled with interest, if curiosity is warranted. It should be directed towards Sasuke-kun. Chapter 8. Is he not the bottom of the class? Yamanaka Ino cast a sidelong glance at her best friend. Yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Naruto. Today, she found herself somewhat intrigued by him. However, her interest was far from the romantic notions suggested by Haruno Sakura. Being a more mature individual, Yamanaka Ino understood that if someone underwent a significant transformation in a short span of time, it was likely that they had encountered something profoundly impactful. The current Naruto Uzumaki undoubtedly fit this description. Ino's concern was merely a matter of necessity. After all, they were classmates. Why is Naruto so unusually quiet today? Whispered Hinata Hyuga, as similar murmurs echoed around her. Each time these comments arose, Hinata instinctively turned her head towards that familiar direction, only to shyly lower her gaze again. Why is Naruto-kun wearing clothes in the same color as ours? The cultural class of the morning swiftly passed, leading into the ninjutsu lessons of the day. As students of the Ninja Academy, they were to learn the foundational techniques, transformation technique, clone technique, and substitution technique. Previously, Naruto had not excelled at these three skills, consistently ranking at the bottom of his class. However, he had come to realize that his struggles stemmed from the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra within him, and thus, such failures would no longer recur. Before long, you will be undergoing your graduation exams. Successfully passing will allow you to leave the academy and officially become a lower-ranking ninja of our Hidden Leaf Village. Therefore, in the coming days, I expect you all to muster your utmost effort and diligently practice your ninjutsu, especially those who are still unfamiliar with the foundational techniques. Irika-sensei proclaimed from the podium, his eyes inadvertently drawn to Naruto's seat. Upon seeing Naruto's familiar visage, Irika was momentarily taken aback. The exuberant and mischievous Naruto he knew had seemingly transformed into a figure of calmness and composure, wearing a serene smile. Noticing Irika's gaze, Naruto waved and greeted him. Irika furrowed his brow, puzzled. What has happened to Naruto? He pondered, before continuing to inspire his students with words of encouragement, thus officially commencing the lesson. Today, as focus remained on reinforcing the foundational techniques, instructing each student to demonstrate their skills at the podium, whereby Irika would identify their flaws and weaknesses, urging them to carefully remember and rectify them. Irika-sensei, may I go first? Naruto asked cheerfully. A ripple of low laughter spread through the classroom. As the renowned bottom of the class, Naruto's proficiency in ninjutsu could hardly be described as anything but dismal. In prior classes and examinations, He either showcased his abysmal techniques that drew ridicule from peers and reprimands from teachers, or resorted to his own quirky, impractical jutsu, such as the sexy jutsu. Thus, Naruto's turn at the test was often regarded as a form of entertainment for the class. Almost everyone turned their heads, eager to witness Naruto's anticipated failure. Hinata, however, felt a wave of apprehension. She wished to see Naruto succeed, but not at the cost of being mocked. Especially given his recent transformation and unusual silence, her concern deepened. The only exception was Uchiha Sasuke, seated in a distant corner. The last remaining scion of the Uchiha clan merely glanced up, slightly surprised by Naruto's change, but quickly dismissed the spectacle with a disinterested scoff, returning his focus to meditation and training. Haruno Sakura, initially hoping for amusement, found herself captivated by Sasuke's reaction, whispering "so cool" as she turned to him. Meanwhile, Ino's gaze remained fixed on Naruto, keen to discern the nature of his apparent change, whether it was a genuine transformation or merely a ploy for attention. If he is still the same as before, I will surely be embarrassed at lunch when Sakura laughs at me, Ino mused. Amidst the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Naruto approached the front of the classroom. The clone technique. Right, Irika-sensei? He inquired with a smile. Irika nodded, feeling a sense of strangeness and unfamiliarity in this interaction with Naruto. Without further ado, Naruto summoned his chakra, which flowed freely now, unhindered by the Nine-Tails' influence. In an instant, as the smoke cleared, Naruto stood at the podium, transformed into two identical figures. Experiencing the sensation of his clone beside him was remarkable. This clone, entirely conjured from his chakra, embodied the essence of his spirit. Though typically used merely as a diversion in combat, Naruto wondered, what if I enhance the spirit within the clone? With this thought, he focused, and his clone grew increasingly responsive, capable of independent thought while still obeying commands. Once the clone dissipated, the experiences and memories it gathered would return to the original. Of course, this would come at a significant cost to his spiritual energy, but for Naruto, it was a trivial concern. What's happening? How is he doing that? A chorus of astonished voices erupted throughout the classroom, as everyone stared wide-eyed, bewildered. How could Naruto, once deemed the bottom of the class, perform the clone technique with such finesse? Chapter 9. I want to fight you. Naruto paid no heed to the opinions of others. At that moment, he was immersed in the exploration of this ninjutsu. Once he felt he had sufficiently grasped it, his interest waned. He then extended a hand and struck the back of his own shadow clone's head with a heavy blow, accompanied by a dull thud. The clone instantly transformed into a puff of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a chair clattered to the ground. The substitution technique. The astonished classmates exclaimed once more. Even Irika's gaze sparkled with surprise. The other students were merely amazed at how proficiently Naruto could employ ninjutsu. However, Irika, as the teacher and a more experienced ninja, discerned details that ordinary students could not perceive. Most strikingly, he noticed that Naruto executed these two ninjutsu without forming any hand seals. Indeed, he clearly observed Naruto simply bringing his index and middle fingers together before him, performing such a gesture, and the ninjutsu was activated in an instant, flawlessly. Releasing ninjutsu without hand seals? This was a skill mastered by only a few elite shinobi. Irika was filled with astonishment. He even questioned whether some high-ranking ninja had transformed into Naruto's guise to amuse the classroom. At that moment, Naruto had thoroughly studied the substitution technique. He then turned to Irika, and with a flicker of thought, in the next instant, as the smoke cleared, another Irika appeared in the exact spot where Naruto had been standing, nearly identical to the seated Irika. The final technique of the three-body technique, the transformation technique. Once again, there were no hand seals. It activated in an instant, and still showed no flaws. This time, not only Irika witnessed this, but even Sasuke, who had been preparing to meditate, caught sight of it. Sasuke had closed his eyes, ready to continue his training. But he was abruptly awakened by the exclamations from the classroom. Turning his head, he beheld the scene that left Irika utterly astounded. How could he have done this without hand seals? As a renowned prodigy among ninjas at school, Uchiha Sasuke found himself paying attention to the student who had previously been at the bottom of the class for the first time. Irika-sensei, did I pass? Naruto asked, still standing on the platform, turning to smile at Irika. Snapping out of his astonishment, Irika stood up from his seat. You passed. But how did you do that? Naruto, how could you progress so swiftly? Irika inquired, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Naruto could discern that Irika's smile was genuine and filled with sincerity. He was truly pleased for him. Yet, when he turned to regard the majority of his classmates, aside from a few, there was scarcely any heartfelt joy to be seen. Of course, it's because of your excellent teaching, Irika-sensei. Naruto casually attributed his success to Irika. It must be said that Irika excelled in his role as a teacher. Before he traversed to the realm of Xianlan, Naruto had also been a diligent student. He yearned to master ninjutsu and achieve good grades in school to garner attention from others. A significant source of support during that time was Irika's attentive instruction and meticulous care. However, upon hearing Naruto's words, Irika could not help but display a bittersweet smile. Did others not notice? He could certainly see that Naruto's proficiency in ninjutsu had even surpassed his own. That's all right. Well done, Naruto. If you can maintain this performance, you will undoubtedly pass the upcoming graduation exam. Now, please return to your seat. Naruto, after school this afternoon, wait for me in the classroom for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. The final sentence was so familiar. The former Iruka often said the same. Each time Naruto remained behind, Iruka would continue to tutor him, teaching him with greater patience. They would eventually go together to enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. This was one of the few warm memories Naruto had from Konoha. Speaking of which, it had indeed been a long time since he last savored Ichiraku ramen. After just crossing over to the realm of Xianlan, he had often reminisced about it. A smile unconsciously spread across Naruto's face, this time entirely sincere, as he nodded. All right, Iruka-sensei. After saying this, Naruto turned and, under the gaze of everyone in the classroom, slowly made his way back to his seat. What is happening? Why has his ninjutsu suddenly become so formidable? It feels as though his ninjutsu is more adept and effortless than Sasuke's. This is astonishing. I didn't notice. It seems he didn't T-form any hand seals at all. What? Really? No hand seals? That's impossible. Naruto blocked out the discussions ringing in the classroom about him. He had heard similar words in the realm of Xianlan and did not wish to hear them again. He understood that such remarks held no value, no substance for him. As for the matter of hand seals, returning from Xianlan, Naruto found the hand seals of ninjutsu in this realm to be as simple as childish play. The various spells, incantations, and hand gestures from Xianlan were many times more challenging than these ninjutsu hand seals, particularly the sword techniques of their sword sect, which were even more difficult. Even with the most complex techniques from Xianlan, Naruto could release them without forming hand seals. Naturally, the hand seals of ninjutsu in this realm required no further elaboration. Naruto closed his eyes, blocking out everything around him, and gradually fell into a state of cultivation. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body, the rich, true essence fortified Naruto's physique along his meridians. Before long, the morning classes concluded. Next came the time for lunch and a midday break. In the ninja school, students were not permitted to return home at noon. Thus, the majority of students brought their own bento. The former Naruto had not known how to cook and could only consume instant noodles or bread. Now, while he could cook, he did not wish to squander time on such matters. In Naruto's view, training was undoubtedly the most critical endeavor. Satisfying one's hunger was something he had completely severed from during his time in Xianlan. He had long since reached a state where he could eat when he wanted and refrain from eating when he did not. Therefore, while other students scattered throughout the campus or remained in the classroom for lunch and a break, Naruto went to the grassy area in the school center, casually popped the pill into his mouth, and closed his eyes to continue his training. This pill was a low-grade fasting pill he had crafted from herbs he found in the wild a few days prior. Its efficacy was poor, sustaining him for only a day. However, it could save Naruto some effort and time for training. Moreover, it was far better than the expensive and ineffective military rations available in the village. Yet, just as his training was about to commence, a voice that seemed entirely at odds with the gentle atmosphere abruptly interrupted Naruto's meditative state. Hey, Uzumaki Naruto, I want to fight you. Come and battle. Chapter 10. Sasuke's challenge. Naruto opened his eyes, and a somewhat familiar figure immediately came into view. Clad in a dark blue jacket and white shorts, with black hair and ebony eyes, it was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village. He was also one of the individuals Naruto intended to engage with in the future. However, that future was not now. Thus, with Sasuke interrupting his training, Naruto felt a flicker of annoyance. I am in the midst of my training, and I see no reason to engage in combat with you. Please do not disturb me. Typically, Naruto's demeanor was quite gentle. In the realm of Xianlan, he had even forged friendships with members of the Hashan sect and other dubious groups, unless they had directly attacked him, much like the convenience store owner on his first day back. With that, Naruto closed his eyes once more, preparing to resume his training. However, Sasuke, clearly unwilling to relent, took a step closer. What is the matter? Are you a coward? You've honed your ninjutsu so well, yet you hesitate to fight. That contradicts the ninja code. Or perhaps your techniques from class today were all a fade. As Sasuke's words dripped with mockery, he believed he could provoke Naruto into a furious response, but that was merely the thinking of a child, anticipating a child's reaction. The current Naruto, despite inhabiting a youthful body, was, in essence, a being over a century old. Faced with Sasuke's relentless taunts, Naruto opened his eyes, feeling a touch of resignation. He understood that in his present form and identity, he possessed little intimidation. Even if he spoke eloquently, no one would think twice before confronting him. Unlike in the realm of Xianlan, where his status as a true disciple commanded respect, here, he was just another child. Ah, but wait, he mused. I am the son of the fourth Hokage. Yet, this fact was known to very few. With a wry smile, Naruto considered how to navigate this situation. Given his current lack of authority, he would simply need to establish it. He looked up at Sasuke, asking, if I agree to fight you, What do I stand to gain? Sasuke frowned. Ninja are meant to engage in combat. Don't spout nonsense to me. Naruto interrupted bluntly. Spare me the rhetoric about the will of fire or the ninja code. I'm only asking what I will gain from this battle. Confronted by Naruto's azure gaze, Sasuke instinctively took a step back, finding it somewhat amusing that he felt a strange sense of pressure from the perennial underachiever. However, he quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply and summoning his courage. What do you wish to gain? I could use a lackey. If you lose, you will follow my orders and do my bidding. Naruto replied without hesitation. Having just joined the sword sect in Sunlan, he was accustomed to having servants around him. As his cultivation progressed to the nascent soul stage, even his servants were required to be at the foundation establishment level. This was not merely a luxury, but a necessity, as higher-level practitioners needed to devote their time and energy to more significant matters. In the ninja world, Naruto clearly lacked such privileges, especially carrying the stigma of being the Nine-Tails vessel, which made him despised by nearly everyone in the village. From the outset, he had longed for a subordinate to help with menial tasks, and now Sasuke had conveniently presented himself. Sasuke's expression soured immediately upon hearing Naruto's proposal. He had approached Naruto for a fight due to the latter's performance in class. Believing he bore a deep grudge, Sasuke dedicated all his energy to training, needing to become stronger to surpass his enemies. Hence, he was curious about what had allowed Naruto, the perennial underdog, to master ninjutsu so adeptly. He required a battle to verify if Naruto truly had grown stronger. However, the stakes were not what he had anticipated. Yet, Naruto remained resolute. He would not fight unless Sasuke agreed to his terms. After a moment of silence, Sasuke suddenly felt enlightened. How could I ever think that a perennial underachiever could defeat me, even if he has mastered the transformation technique? It is not enough to grant him the chance to overcome me. Battles between ninjas involve far more than just ninjutsu. I possess confidence in my other combat abilities and intellect as well. And what if I win? Sasuke countered. You can dictate whatever terms you wish. I will agree to them all, so you need not rush to decide now. A smile graced Naruto's lips as he sat cross-legged, watching Sasuke intently. Make your move. His resolve was clear. Naruto had no intention of wasting time. He aimed to resolve this conflict swiftly and return to his training. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered around the grassy area, not drawn to Naruto, but to Sasuke, the most celebrated prodigy of the current ninja academy. Sasuke's reputation and performance had garnered immense popularity, attracting many spectators wherever he went, including Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Naruto's words are so harsh, Sakura exclaimed, hands clasped in front of her chest, her expression filled with discontent. How can he speak to Sasuke like that? As if he is guaranteed to win. Sasuke will surely teach him a lesson. Turning to her friend, she asked, why are you silent? Weren't you also someone who disliked Naruto? Ino snapped back to reality. When did that happen? Don't misrepresent me. I only dislike his antics that disrupt our classes. I didn't mind him when he wasn't bothering me. You're the one who loathes him the most. Chapter 11. The azure sword. Upon finishing her words, Ino Yamanaka finally realized her haste in explaining. She quickly added, I merely believe that Naruto Uzumaki seems to have changed in a significant way. Do you not recall? Previously, he would have been the one to provoke Sasuke Uchiha. Yet today, the roles have reversed. Furthermore, the things Naruto just said. Do you think the usual Naruto could have uttered such words? Sakura Haruno fell silent at these words. After a moment of contemplation, she acknowledged the truth in them. The Naruto of yore would likely have been reduced to a fit of anger or resorted to theatrical bravado, ultimately ending up soundly defeated, his protests falling on deaf ears. As the underdog, he was easily surpassed by the other diligent students in their class. Not to mention the prodigy Sasuke Uchiha. Perhaps there is some truth in it, but who cares? I simply wish to witness how magnificent Sasuke will appear in battle, Sakura declared, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ino rolled her eyes, silently branding her a lovesick fool. Most of the students gathered were merely spectators, some curious about whether Naruto had truly grown stronger, while others anticipated Sasuke's triumph over him. Yet only one person contemplated the situation from Naruto's perspective, Hinata Hyuga. She gazed at the antagonistic standoff between Naruto and Sasuke, her heart heavy with concern for Naruto, as she doubted his chances of prevailing in this confrontation. This mindset had become the prevailing belief within the Ninja Academy, one that was not easily altered. It was evident to all that Sasuke was incensed by Naruto's provocations. Should Naruto fail to overcome Sasuke, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Naruto, if you cannot win, please do not act recklessly, Hinata silently resolved. If Sasuke were to emerge victorious and continue his onslaught, she would rush to protect Naruto, just as he had once protected her. Even Hinata did not consider herself a match for Sasuke Uchiha. Are you planning to sit there while I fight? Sasuke glowered. His eyes darkened, and veins visibly throbbing on his forehead. To him, Naruto's demeanor was a blatant insult, a manifestation of utter disdain. How I fight is of no concern to you. If you do not strike soon, be gone. My patience has its limits. Naruto's tone turned somber. Although he had a generally good temperament, it did not imply that he relished indulging these children in their playful antics. Sasuke's fury reached a boiling point at Naruto's retort. Since entering the ninja academy, he had never endured such blatant disrespect. Naruto's words struck a chord, reminiscent of the one person he despised most from his memories, someone who had similarly dismissed him like a stray dog on the street. From that night onward, Sasuke vowed never to tolerate such contempt again. You will regret this. Sasuke scoffed, then charged at Naruto with a fierce determination. Naruto, with a mere thought, formed a sword seal with his right hand, and a small azure sword swiftly materialized before him. With remarkable speed, it pierced toward the advancing Sasuke Uchiha. Wow! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Though they did not fully comprehend Naruto's actions, they clearly saw Sasuke being struck. Yet, in the next instant, the Sasuke who had been hit by Naruto's sword suddenly erupted in a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a log that fell to the ground. Simultaneously, another Sasuke emerged behind Naruto, kunai in hand, lunging toward him. Wow! The crowd erupted again, this time in admiration of Sasuke's cunning maneuver. Among them, Hinata's eyes widened in alarm, instinctively preparing to intervene. Just then, the azure sword that had struck the log reappeared, curving in midair and redirecting itself toward the Sasuke behind Naruto. In an instant, it was upon him. If Sasuke did not evade, the sword would surely pierce his forehead. Although unsure of the nature of Naruto's technique or the sword's potency, Sasuke dared not gamble. He swiftly swept his right hand to the ground, maneuvering his body to the left front, showcasing his exceptional agility. A chorus of gasps filled the air, but their astonishment quickly morphed into terrified screams. Sensing something, Sasuke turned and saw the azure sword once more turning to follow his movements. Impossible. This defies all physical logic. Startled, Sasuke stumbled and fell, scrambling to escape. Yet as he looked up, he found the azure sword poised at his forehead. You have lost, Naruto declared suddenly. Sasuke's face flushed with rage. He glared at the sword before him, darting to the left in an attempt to evade. However, the sword's speed surpassed his own, appearing above him just as he prepared to rise. Still unwilling to concede, Sasuke retreated momentarily, readying himself to spring in another direction. Yet, upon raising his gaze, the azure sword was there once again. No matter how he attempted to evade or feign, the azure sword shadowed his every movement with ease, locking onto him without inflicting harm. Eventually, Sasuke realized that he could never outpace this mysterious azure sword. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this was merely an illusion, devoid of any lethal intent. At that moment, Sasuke had yet to activate his Sharingan, rendering his perception of Genjutsu less acute. Thus, he resolved to test this theory himself. Clenching his kunai tightly, he pivoted once more, moving in a different direction. Before even lifting his head, he surmised that the azure sword must be hovering above him. Without hesitation, he swung his kunai downward with force. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. Before Sasuke could raise his head, he caught sight of a familiar dark object falling helplessly to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the severed front half of his kunai. Looking up, he found the back half still gripped in his hand. The azure sword remained steady before his forehead, translucent and glowing faintly, appearing almost ethereal, as if it could disperse with a gentle breeze. A chill coursed from his spine, causing beads of sweat to form on his back. In that moment, Sasuke harbored no doubt that if the azure sword were to thrust forward even slightly, it would effortlessly pierce through his skull. Chapter 12. Defeat. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The only sound that could be heard was the gentle whisper of the wind. Every pair of eyes widened in astonishment, mouths agape. As they beheld the scene before them, Sasuke crouched awkwardly on the ground. Above him hovered a small green sword, seemingly transparent and shrouded in mist. Gulp! A sound of swallowed breath echoed, and someone finally broke the silence. What is that thing? With this utterance, everyone turned their gaze to the azure blade suspended above Sasuke. At that moment, it seemed that Sasuke had lost all his strength, collapsing onto the ground in resignation. He had finally conceded defeat. The reality was inescapable. He was not only defeated but utterly vanquished. Moreover, he had been bested multiple times by Naruto, who had countless opportunities to end his life. For Naruto, this encounter scarcely qualified as a battle. It was more akin to a game. Sasuke's eyes involuntarily drifted towards Naruto, who remained seated, his back turned. The wind lightly tousled Naruto's golden hair, which cascaded down, swaying gently as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps interrupted the stillness. Haruno Sakura, with her pink hair, dashed forward, positioning herself between Sasuke and the green sword. Naruto, what are you doing? She exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation, as though Naruto had committed a grave offense. Yet, Naruto showed no sign of acknowledgement. It was evident to anyone with eyes that he had shown considerable restraint. He had not merely gone easy on Sasuke, but had spared him entirely, never inflicting harm. Sakura's outburst could either be interpreted as a deliberate attempt to ingratiate herself with Sasuke or as sheer foolishness, the latter being a more fitting description. Regardless of her motivations, Naruto felt no inclination to engage her further. Haruno Sakura, I once had a fondness for you before we ventured into the immortal realm, Naruto reflected. shaking his head in exasperation as he recalled the past. It struck him as absurd. Here was Sakura, lacking in beauty, personality, and strength, compared to the renowned beauties and prodigies of the immortal realm, not to mention the enchanting and innocent sirens of the Hashan sect. She fell woefully short. Having endured numerous trials in the immortal realm, Naruto had transformed significantly. The Na'vi infatuation he once harbored for Sakura had long since dissipated, leaving only an awareness of her shortcomings. Now, he could hardly regard her with any esteem. You have lost, Uchiha, Naruto declared, disregarding Sakura entirely. From now on, you will heed my commands. However, I have no tasks for you presently, so step aside and do not interrupt my training. With that, Naruto closed his eyes once more. And as his words echoed, the green sword vanished into thin air, leaving only wisps of azure smoke that dissipated around him. The spectacle left the students of the Ninja Academy in a state of astonishment. Sakura stood rooted, eyes wide with disbelief. In the past, Naruto had always sought her attention, behaving playfully and obediently complying with her wishes. When had he ever treated her with such disregard? Anger surged within her. Clenching her fists, she strode towards Naruto. Naruto, I am speaking to you. Are you not listening? Suddenly, an overwhelming force from behind yanked her backward, causing her to tumble to the ground. As she lifted her head, she found Sasuke standing before her, having risen from his earlier position. All emotions had vanished from his face, and he turned to her with an expression of cold indifference. Do not disturb Naruto during his training. Leave. His tone was exceptionally brusque. Without sparing her another glance, he addressed the other students. You all should leave as well. There is nothing to see here. As the prodigy of the academy, Sasuke commanded respect due to his formidable strength and solitary demeanor. Though he was not a bully, few dared to challenge him. The other students, while curious, were intimidated by Sasuke's presence and by Naruto's display of power. One by one, they retreated, casting lingering glances at Naruto as they departed. Once the crowd had dispersed, Sasuke turned his attention back to Sakura, who remained seated on the ground. His voice remained icy. Did you not hear what I said? Sakura, in disbelief, could hardly comprehend that Sasuke had spoken to her in such a manner. Though he had often addressed her with a similar tone, it was now directed at her in favor of Naruto, amplifying her humiliation. How could you? Sasuke, before she could finish, Yamanaka Ino rushed back, seizing Sakura and pulling her away. I'm sorry. I'll take her away, Ino exclaimed, dragging Sakura from the scene. Sakura, still in a daze, looked at Ino with bewilderment. Sasuke actually spoke to me that way for Naruto, yet Ino was too preoccupied to comfort her friend. The image of Naruto and Sasuke's confrontation replayed in her mind. Though she often kept a low profile, Ino was aware of Sasuke's strength and was astonished to witness the powerful Uchiha rendered virtually helpless against Naruto's assault. Naruto had remained seated throughout, his hands never moving, his presence exuding an effortless charm that had left Ino utterly captivated. Indeed, Naruto had undergone an immense transformation. Ino's curiosity about him surged to unprecedented heights, and she yearned to uncover the secret behind his remarkable change. Chapter 13. I hear you possess the Sharingan. The duration of the midday break was brief, and thus Naruto's training was interrupted by the ringing of the class bell. However, he remained unconcerned. During lessons, he could still close his eyes and meditate. Given his current level of spiritual strength at the tribulation stage, the minor disturbances within the classroom and school could hardly affect him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto exited his meditative state and opened his eyes. He noticed Sasuke, seated cross-legged on the grass about 10 meters away, deep in contemplation. A flicker of admiration crossed Naruto's gaze. Although Sasuke was somewhat arrogant, he demonstrated the courage to confront his defeats and accept his shortcomings. Despite being a prodigious talent, he had been bested by the weakest disciple of their clan, yet did not allow anger to cloud his judgment. In terms of temperament, he was undoubtedly exceptional. Furthermore, Sasuke had honored his commitment to serve as Naruto's aide, safeguarding his training. At such a tender age, his composure was impressive. With a little refinement to temper his excessive pride and flamboyance, he could become a remarkable asset. Of course, while character is essential, the worth of nurturing such a talent ultimately hinges on innate ability. If Sasuke possesses a commendable spiritual root, it may warrant investing some effort into his development. Especially since Naruto sought to study his Sharingan. A promising talent could also bolster the strength of his sword sect. Lost in thought, Naruto suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing he was not in the Xianlan realm, but had returned to the ninja world. After a moment, he shook his head with a rueful smile. Having been the senior disciple in the sword sect for so long, such entrenched thinking was hard to shake off. Dismissing further contemplation, he rose to his feet, brushed off his pants, and walked forward. Sasuke, still in meditation, had evidently heard the commotion and opened his eyes. Upon seeing Naruto conclude his training, he swiftly stood up. Hastening towards him, he opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Noticing Sasuke's indecision, Naruto chose silence and continued walking. Left behind, Sasuke stood with a complex expression, contemplating for a moment before quickening his pace to catch up with Naruto. What was that? What technique did you use to defeat me? Why have I never seen it before? And how did you become so powerful so quickly? It has been less than 5 days since the last break. Sasuke finally inquired, his tone lacking its usual arrogance and infused with a hint of genuine inquiry. Bearing the heavy burden of his family's blood feud, Sasuke constantly reminded himself of the necessity to grow stronger. In Naruto, he perceived a possibility to accelerate his progress, and it was nothing short of miraculous. He was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Naruto halted, turned to face Sasuke, and smiled. If you wish to learn, I will teach you. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Naruto, you are incredible today. You have grown so strong, and I will strive to improve as well. Upon returning to the classroom, Hinata Hyuga suddenly rushed over to Naruto, exclaiming, "You're amazing." Before he could respond, she turned and hurried back to her seat, lowering her head in an act of shyness. With a sigh, Naruto returned to his desk, listening to the teacher while secretly continuing his training. Soon, the afternoon classes concluded smoothly. As school let out, Naruto prepared to head home when he noticed Sasuke trailing behind him. You mentioned at noon that you would teach me. Sasuke explained upon catching Naruto's gaze. That seems rather eager, Naruto mused silently. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I've heard that your Uchiha clan possesses something called the Sharingan. Sasuke paused, his expression darkening. He recalled that fateful night and the familiar yet strange blood-red eyes on the face of someone he knew well. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is the Sharingan. He affirmed with a nod. Could you show it to me? Naruto asked. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before reluctantly admitting, I don't think I've awakened it yet. That night, he had activated a single Tomo Sharingan, but even now, he was uncertain of its capabilities. Since that incident, Sasuke had grown wary of many, especially Naruto, who had undergone significant changes, particularly regarding his inquiry about the Sharingan. Not yet. Naruto pressed, oblivious to Sasuke's concerns. What must be done to awaken it? There is no definitive method. It's a matter of growth. If it can awaken, it will. If not, Sasuke trailed off. But Naruto had gleaned the information he sought. Essentially, it came down to luck and randomness. Some could awaken it, while others could not. And even those who could remain uncertain about when it would occur. Naruto regarded Sasuke thoughtfully before stating, I require your Sharingan, so you must find a way to awaken it quickly. In exchange, I can teach you what you desire. For the time being, Naruto viewed this as a transaction. He did not yet fully understand Sasuke, and, moreover, the sword sect was exceedingly stringent regarding discipleship and inheritance. They assessed not only talent but also temperament and comprehension. The sword sect was the smallest among the 9 major sects of the Xianlan realm, yet it was the most formidable. The low number of disciples was not due to strict control, but rather the scarcity of those who met the criteria. In Naruto's cohort, only 7 had managed to enter the sect, leading to a situation where only 7 peaks existed, with 2 remaining devoid of new disciples. Thus, while Naruto possessed the qualifications to accept disciples, he was undoubtedly cautious. The foundational prerequisite was to reach the foundation establishment stage to determine whether the individual possessed a spiritual root and its quality before proceeding further. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke fell silent. He longed to confess that he had awakened his eyes, yet he ultimately decided to observe for a while longer. After a moment, he nodded resolutely. No problem. I will attempt to awaken my Sharingan as soon as possible. I hope you will keep your promise. Naruto nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. After bidding Sasuke farewell, he walked home directly. Once inside his room and closing the door, he approached the window, subtly glancing to the left. There, a concealed figure was swiftly disappearing towards the Hokage building. Naruto had sensed someone following him for several days, and quickly discerned that it was a ninja from the village. Each time, they reported directly to the Hokage's office at night. His spiritual strength at the tribulation stage rendered such pursuits futile against his awareness. However, the individual only seemed to be gathering information without taking any extreme actions. To avoid complications, Naruto chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building. Chapter 14, delivering lunch. Having just returned from Naruto, the Umbu ninja knocked on the Hokage's office door. Upon receiving permission, he entered and recounted all of Naruto's activities at school that day. Hearing that Naruto had not engaged in his usual antics brought a subtle relief to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. However, upon learning of Naruto's sudden surge in strength and his remarkable proficiency in ninjutsu, Hiruzen could not help but furrow his brow. It was not that he did not wish to see Naruto grow stronger. Rather, the abruptness and peculiarity of this enhancement raised his suspicions. Even as Hokage, he could find no justifiable explanation for this change. When the Umbu ninja mentioned the confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Naruto's deployment of an elusive and remarkably agile Azure Blade, Hiruzen's expression turned grave. Are you certain that Naruto has had no contact with anyone during this time? Hiruzen asked, lifting his gaze to the Umbu ninja with an intensely serious look. The authority of the third Hokage was palpable. The Umbu ninja hesitated briefly before responding. We can confirm that Uzumaki Naruto has not interacted with any outsiders in recent days. He has not even left the village, with the furthest he has ventured being the nearby forest for foraging. During this time, There had been no records of Naruto making contact with anyone. As the Jinchuriki, it was unthinkable for Konoha to leave Naruto to his own devices. Though not overtly monitored, Umbu ninjas observed him almost daily, albeit not as intensively as they had recently, following him closely, only departing when he slept. The heightened scrutiny was prompted by Naruto's previous altercation with a shopkeeper and his conversations with Hiruzen, which had left the Hokage feeling unsettled. Hiruzen was acutely aware that the Umbu would not deceive him and had no need to. Yet, he could not fathom the source of Naruto's transformation. From their dialogue days prior, Hiruzen sensed a sudden shift in Naruto's demeanor, but without evidence, he could not be certain. Now, despite Naruto's unexpected increase in power and mastery of ninjutsu, such developments could not be considered proof. However, the mysterious Azure Blade could indeed be seen as evidence. It seemed necessary for Hiruzen to have another conversation with Naruto. As Hokage, he must remain vigilant regarding the stability of the Jinchuriki's condition while also preventing any potential contact with outsiders. Should the Jinchuriki be deceived or lured away by someone from outside the village, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the entire community. However, based on their last interaction, it was evident that Naruto was no longer as easily swayed as before. He appeared more mature. Hiruzen pondered how he might approach their next discussion. After a considerable pause, he returned to the present and noticed the Umbu ninja still standing before him. He waved his hand dismissively. You may go, for the next few days. There is no need to shadow Naruto continuously. Just ensure he has no contact with outsiders. I will handle the rest. The Umbu ninja nodded in acknowledgement and departed without further comment. However, after leaving the Hokage's office, he did not head home directly but instead took a winding path toward a more concealed location. Eventually, he arrived at a dimly lit room, seemingly abandoned. Yet, the Umbu ninja respectfully bowed toward the darkness ahead. Danzo-sama. Moments later, a shadowy figure emerged from the gloom. Speak, Danzo commanded. The Umbu ninja recounted his earlier conversation in the Hokage's office. Initially, the dark figure remained calm, but upon hearing about Naruto's sudden increase in strength and the Azure Blade, he became visibly agitated. The Azure Blade? What manner of weapon is it? A shuriken? A kunai? Draw it for me. Without hesitation, the Umbu ninja produced paper and ink from his person and began to sketch. As an Umbu, they were trained in various methods of communication, including drawing. In mere moments, a depiction of the Azure Blade appeared on the paper. While not a perfect replica, it was nonetheless quite evocative. Danzo's shadowy figure took the paper, scrutinizing the drawing in silence. Naruto's transformation had become common knowledge throughout the school in a matter of days. Yet, only a small fraction of the students expressed joy over it, while many remained indifferent. An even smaller group felt a sense of frustration and inconvenience, such as Mizuki. This boy had changed so drastically that he would undoubtedly pass the graduation exam and acquire his Genin status. What excuse could be concocted to compel him to steal the sealing book? It seemed that there was only one approach left to consider, leveraging his greatest concern aside from graduating as a Genin. Mizuki, who had been covertly observing Naruto, contemplated this as he waited. It was still lunchtime. While other students were eating in the classroom, Naruto rose and made his way to the grassy area outside. In contrast to the artificial confines of the classroom, the natural world, filled with flora and fauna, offered a richer concentration of spiritual energy, making it a more favorable environment for cultivation. This is why many sects chose to establish their temples deep within the mountains, hidden from prying eyes. Meanwhile, Sasuke also stood up from his seat, carrying his meal. In recent days, he had fully embraced his role as Naruto's subordinate, following him everywhere. Even during lunch, he carried his bento to eat beside Naruto, despite the fact that Naruto had yet to teach him anything. As Naruto prepared to leave the classroom, a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air, and a figure stepped in front of him. Naruto-kun, I noticed that you haven't eaten lunch for a few days. I have some extra here. Would you like a portion? Looking up, Naruto recognized a somewhat familiar face, a classmate with platinum blonde hair tied in a single ponytail, her bangs falling to one side and partially obscuring her green eyes. It was Yamanaka Ino. Chapter 15. A connoisseur of food ever since she discovered Naruto's remarkable transformation. Ino Yamanaka has been eager to uncover the source of his change. However, given their previous lack of interaction, she felt hesitant about approaching him directly. After a prolonged period of observation filled with uncertainty, she finally devised an excuse to initiate conversation. Meeting Naruto's gaze with a composed demeanor, Ino exhibited no concern for the attention of their classmates. She offered him a smile, even tilting her head slightly. Meanwhile, in another corner of the classroom, Hinata Hyuga watched Ino and Naruto from afar. As she reached into her desk to retrieve her lunchbox, her right hand momentarily froze, her heart racing with anxiety. Yet, her timid nature left her at a loss for how to respond. Naruto glanced down at the lunchbox being offered to him, smiled gently, and said, "Thank you, Ino." He accepted the lunchbox and took a small step forward, whispering, "However, someone else has been bringing me lunch, so you need not trouble yourself in the future. As for today's lunch, I wouldn't mind having a little extra." After speaking, Naruto turned and exited the classroom with the lunchbox in hand. Ino watched him leave, her eyes flashing with surprise. His demeanor and the way he spoke, deliberately lowering his voice, seemed far more mature than that of an ordinary boy. Ino's heart raced. Despite her youth, she found herself drawn to those who exhibited a hint of maturity. The fact that Naruto did not outright refuse her, but rather accepted her offering while gently reminding her of his situation, left her feeling impressed by his maturity. Is someone really bringing him lunch? Why hadn't I noticed? She pondered, but soon dismissed the thought. Ino's primary aim was simply to strike up a conversation with Naruto and forge a friendship, thereby gaining the opportunity to learn more about him in the future. With this initial interaction achieved, whether or not she continued to bring him lunch became inconsequential. Naruto settled into the grass with Sasuke, sitting cross-legged and placing Ino's lunchbox on the ground beside him. He closed his eyes, practicing his training while patiently waiting. Sasuke, meanwhile, opened the lunchbox and began eating in silence. After a short while, a hesitant figure approached from a distance, cautiously making her way over, holding a pink lunchbox adorned with a red heart, none other than Hinata. As if sensing her presence, Naruto opened his eyes and remarked, I thought you weren't coming. He had indeed been truthful when speaking to Ino. Someone had been bringing him lunch these past few days, and that someone was Hinata. It was on his first day back at school that she noticed he had no food during lunch. The following day, she brought an extra lunch to school for him. However, the shy girl was too timid to offer it in front of many people. Due to Naruto's earlier behavior, even when he was training in the grass, many would gather to watch. It was only when Naruto urgently needed to use the restroom that Hinata suddenly appeared, thrusting the now cooling lunchbox into his hands without uttering a word before swiftly retreating. Naruto found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to take the lunchbox into the restroom or to emerge from it holding it. Both scenarios felt awkward, and despite his ability to avoid being seen, he struggled with his own reservations. Thankfully, Sasuke, ever the loyal companion, quickly stepped in. With a casual wave of his hand, Naruto signaled for Sasuke to come closer. Once Sasuke took the lunchbox from him, Naruto felt relieved as he made his way to the restroom. This incident led Naruto to impose a rule upon himself: no more training while being watched. He instructed Sasuke to disperse the onlookers, thus creating space for Hinata. At that moment, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she tightly clutched the pink lunchbox. After a long pause, she softly murmured, I thought you might have lunch today, so you wouldn't need mine. Her voice was slow and gentle, likely too soft for someone with a more impatient disposition to comprehend, like the Naruto of the past. However, following his training in the Sage Realm, Naruto had cultivated remarkable patience, so he found her words not only bearable but also delightful. Turning to reveal the lunchbox from Ino, he said, It's right here, I haven't eaten yet. In Hinata's eyes, a flicker of easily discernible joy sparked, though she believed she concealed it well. Nonetheless, her flushed face and ears betrayed her. Naruto-kun, can you finish 2 lunchboxes? She asked. With a smile, Naruto replied, But I have Sasuke to help me. Sasuke, who had been eating silently, rolled his eyes at this remark. It was the first time he felt that Naruto's transformation made him even more annoying than before. With a huff, he turned away, opting to ignore the two. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Over the past few days, every lunchtime had unfolded similarly. Naruto eating his lunch while Hinata sat beside him, watching with a beaming smile, as if they were oblivious to the world around them. Thus, Sasuke decided it was best to act as if he were invisible as well. While eating, he contemplated the significance of the Sharingan. Since the events of that fateful night, Sasuke had become acutely aware of the importance of the Sharingan, knowing that only by awakening it could he stand a chance against Naruto. The emergence of Naruto and his request only intensified Sasuke's determination to master the very techniques that had allowed Naruto to defeat him. He understood that remaining in the Ninja Academy and the village of Konoha would never grant him the power to match that of the man he aspired to become. In the years spent at the Ninja Academy, the sum of their teachings had amounted to little more than transformation techniques, substitution techniques, and shadow clones. Konoha maintained stringent control over the learning of ninjutsu. Only those who had achieved significant feats or earned substantial rewards could hope to acquire more advanced techniques. However, such accomplishments and rewards were not simply given. They depended on the tasks assigned, most of which were trivial, such as catching cats or searching for lost dogs. Far from being commendable, these tasks often felt like a waste of time. The thought of graduating and then spending his days on such menial tasks was disheartening. Sasuke yearned to grow stronger swiftly and seek vengeance for his family. Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of indignation within his heart. Yet, in the past, he had no choice. As a ninja of Konoha, he was bound to remain in the village, adhering to the preordained path laid out for him. To venture beyond Konoha would only hinder his progress in becoming stronger. However, with Naruto's emergence, Sasuke found himself presented with a new option. Regardless of what Naruto had utilized to defeat him, whether it be a novel ninjutsu or something entirely different, Sasuke yearned to acquire and master it. Yet, all of this hinged upon one crucial condition. He must awaken his Sharingan. As Sasuke pondered this dilemma, he was suddenly roused by Naruto's voice. I can't finish this bento. Let's split it. You're at that age where you need nourishment. Sasuke lifted his gaze and turned to find Naruto standing beside him, offering the bento that Yamenka Ino had given him, intending to share half. I can't eat it either. I've had enough, Sasuke was about to decline. But as he saw Naruto retract his hand, inspiration struck him. Perhaps he hadn't truly eaten his fill. All right, I'll have half then. Sasuke couldn't recall where he had heard it, but another ancient saying resonated within him. Those who appreciate food are indeed the wise. Chapter 16. Mid-stage chi refinement. As the holiday approached, the days passed swiftly. After this break, upon returning to school, the official countdown to graduation examinations would commence. In the classroom, the teacher passionately lectured from the podium, expounding on the will of fire. He spoke of selfless dedication and how every individual must burn brightly like a leaf to allow the flame of Konoha to flourish. Yet, not a single word penetrated Naruto's ears. Although he appeared attentive, his mind was wholly immersed in his dantian. After nearly half a month of cultivation, he was finally on the brink of his first breakthrough, transitioning from the early stage to the mid-stage of chi refinement. While the advancements from the first to the second and then to the third layers of chi refinement were effortless for Naruto, requiring little more than natural progression. The transformation from the third to the fourth layer, which involved a shift in the form of true essence, necessitated a modicum of attention. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was continuously drawn from the surroundings into Naruto's body. Within his dantian, the vortex of true essence spun at an increasingly rapid pace, generating a powerful suction. In an instant, the vortex shrank to its smallest point, coalescing into a singularity before erupting explosively. The true essence that burst forth was no longer gaseous but had transformed into droplets of liquid. Due to the ongoing rotational force within the dantian, these liquid true essence droplets began to form a new vortex, composed entirely of liquid true essence. From that moment forth, Naruto officially stepped into the realm of a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner. He exhaled deeply, casting a glance around the classroom. Yet none perceived the momentous event that had just transpired. The only witness to Naruto's breakthrough was perhaps the nine-tails fox sealed within his dantian, who reacted with startled cries at the sudden explosion of energy. Naruto decisively muted the fox's voice, taking a long breath. In this mid-stage of chi refinement, he mused, his strength should render him unparalleled within the confines of this school. During these days, he had not merely idled away his time at school and in the village. In addition to his cultivation, Naruto diligently observed every ninja he encountered, assessing their abilities. Although he was still somewhat unclear about the intricacies of the ninja cultivation system, as he was technically still a mere child who had yet to attain even the rank of a genin, he relied on the discerning eye of a seasoned practitioner to form some judgments. Previously, during his early chi refinement phase, Naruto had to maintain a low profile in the village, as his strength allowed him to bully only ordinary townsfolk and lesser ninjas. Thus, when the Umbu ninjas tracked him, he refrained from any overt displays. Yet now, in the mid-stage of chi refinement, even elite ninjas and Umbu operatives were beyond his capability to confront. However, he had gained sufficient strength to contend with ordinary ninjas. After school, as Naruto stood outside the gates of the Ninja Academy, preparing to head home, a previously unacquainted female classmate approached him shyly, holding a letter, and awkwardly handed it to him before quickly turning away. This was likely a love letter. Much like the realm of Xianlan, the world of ninjas also revered the strong. Once one demonstrated prowess, they inevitably attracted attention. Naruto had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He had no intention of reading the letter, nor would he entertain any romantic advances. All his time was to be devoted to cultivation. The spiritual energy in the ninja world was not particularly abundant, and he remained uncertain if materials for longevity elixirs were available. After returning from Xianlan, his most pressing concern was the limitation of his lifespan. If he could not continuously break through his boundaries before his life reached its conclusion, he risked failure and the possibility of never attaining the Tao. Nevertheless, he had no desire to hurt the feelings of the girl, so he tucked the letter into his pocket, intending to deal with it later at home. Just then, a loud reprimand echoed from the direction in which the girl had fled. Who told you to get close to that monster? Have you forgotten what I told you? Stay away from that monster. Turning to investigate, Naruto saw the girl's parent emerge from nowhere, gripping her arm and questioning her sternly. The parent even struck the girl twice, causing her to burst into tears. They then directed a look of disdain toward Naruto. He was no stranger to such scorn. Although he had gained a slightly improved reputation at school due to his displayed talent, the village outside the academy remained rife with rejection and animosity toward him. There were reasons for this treatment, and Naruto was determined to uncover them in due time. However, there was no urgency with his current strength. What would knowing the reasons accomplish? Once he reached the foundational stage, breaking through to the golden core and even the nascent soul, no one would be able to hinder his quest for understanding, nor stop him from acting upon that knowledge. Ultimately, strength would reign supreme. Naruto thought to himself, withdrawing his gaze and turning away, heading home. Before long, another voice chimed in beside him. What a pity, this village is rife with such foolish individuals. projecting baseless malice onto the innocent. The voice spoke as a figure with long hair, and a ninja headband emerged beside him. Naruto recognized this individual as Mizuki, a teacher from the Ninja Academy. He had noticed Mizuki lurking in the shadows, observing him for some time, and suspected ulterior motives. However, given his limited knowledge of the village and its people, he decided to remain cautious, focusing on his cultivation. After all, no matter the schemes or plots others might devise, as long as his strength was sufficient, he could shatter any obstacle with a single strike. It seemed fortuitous that he had just reached the mid-stage of chi refinement. Perhaps an opportunity to test his skills had presented itself. Naruto looked at Mizuki, smiled, and greeted, "Hello, teacher." Chapter 17 Induction. Shuemu gazed at Naruto, his smile remaining gentle and considerate. "Naruto, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." He beckoned from his place. A quick scan of his surroundings revealed that there were no Umbu ninjas nearby, prompting Naruto to regard Shuemu with elevated respect. It was evident that Shuemu understood the unique position he held within the village, which was why he had sought this unmonitored moment in such a secluded location to approach him. Without a hint of hesitation, Naruto followed Shuemu into another hidden spot. It was only then that Shuemu turned, inhaling deeply before his smile faded into a look of despondency. "Naruto, do you know why everyone seems to dislike you?" The question elicited a sardonic smile from Naruto. "Why is that?" he inquired, playing along. Shuemu shook his head. "In truth, I never intended to reveal this to you. I believed that, in your previous state, you would be unable to bear this knowledge. However, in recent days, I have witnessed your efforts and growth." He attempted to amend his previous neglect, convinced of his own seamless cover. Unbeknownst to him, under Naruto's discerning perception during his tribulation, even the most convincing act would be transparent to Naruto. "But have you not noticed that, regardless of your progress or achievements, the villagers still harbor disdain for you? Most of your classmates continue to shy away from you," he said, stepping closer and placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "There is a reason for all of this, and it is tied to your parents." "Oh." Naruto's interest was piqued. "Teacher, do you know about my parents?" A smirk played at the corners of Shuemu's mouth, believing he had ensnared Naruto. Indeed, invoking the subject of his parents was a tactic he knew would be irresistible. Taking a deep breath, he turned his head and said, "All I know are fragments. The entire truth eludes me. What I can tell you is that everything that transpired back then is sealed within the Book of Seals, and..." Shuemu proceeded to elaborate on what the Book of Seals entailed and where it was hidden, divulging nearly every detail of the route and method he had meticulously devised. "So, if I retrieve the Book of Seals, I can uncover the truth about my parents?" Naruto asked. "Absolutely," Shuemu replied, brimming with enthusiasm. "Once you possess the Book of Seals, you will learn everything you wish to know, why the villagers disdain you, who your parents truly are, all of it." He restrained his excitement, envisioning the knowledge and power he could gain from the book. "It must contain various ninjutsu, right?" Naruto suddenly interjected. "Teacher, why do you need to learn so many ninjutsu? Is it not possible to acquire even more advanced techniques after becoming a ninja?" From the moment he sensed Shuemu's presence, Naruto had been discreetly probing his intentions. Unfortunately for Shuemu, he had inadvertently revealed his plans aloud on a prior occasion, explaining his desire for the Book of Seals and what it contained. This had sparked Naruto's curiosity, primarily due to the waning patience he felt towards Shuemu. Initially, he had hoped this teacher could provide insight he lacked, but instead, Shuemu seemed intent on using Naruto to procure the book without offering any information in return. If Naruto were to fall for such a ruse, it would indeed signify a lack of judgment. Thus, as he scrutinized Shuemu, the swirling vortex of energy within his core began to accelerate. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him, and in the realm of the Xianlan. Other cultivators might have sensed this shift, foreseeing an impending confrontation. However, in the ninja realm, Shuemu remained oblivious to the gathering energy, staring blankly at Naruto, unable to comprehend how he had deduced his intentions so swiftly. "Naruto, what are you saying? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? How could you think such things about your teacher? I only want what is best for you." Shuemu hastily defended himself. Yet, as he continued, the mockery and derision in Naruto's eyes caused him to falter. "Indeed, the Book of Seals does contain ninjutsu. I want you to steal it from me to learn. Do you not wish to learn? Do you prefer to be a foolish ninja, controlled by the village, serving it tirelessly while gaining nothing in return?" Perhaps it was the biting sarcasm in Naruto's gaze that ignited Shuemu's fury, prompting him to lash out. Why should ninjutsu be exclusive to those born into the village's elite? Why do wealthy families, with their names and reputations, have access to advanced techniques, while we common ninjas are left with nothing? Why must we, as commoners, settle for the most basic skills, executing perilous missions like mere pawns? Do you know the dangers we face while on duty? Why should we be burdened with so much for the village without being taught more formidable skills? Is it because I lack talent? And for what reason should I bear the consequences of having to eliminate a comrade during a mission? If I hadn't acted, the price would have been my own life. Why is that fair? Shuemu's eyes widened in rage as he spoke, abandoning any pretense. He fixed his gaze on Naruto and declared, "Naruto, you must understand this. You are merely a common ninja. Without parents, no matter how well you perform in school, you will remain a common ninja. You possess no bloodline limit, and no one will willingly teach you more powerful ninjutsu. They would prefer to keep all the techniques locked away in the Book of Seals than to share them with us. Do you not seek to uncover your own truth? Do you not wish to know who your parents truly are? The Book of Seals may not hold the answer, but it possesses the power that could lead you to that truth." Chapter 18, Mizuki, Death. Realizing that he could not deceive Naruto into doing his bidding through lies, and that Naruto was aware of his true intentions, Mizuki decided to abandon the pretense. He believed he could persuade Naruto with a different rationale. Perhaps in the past, you were naive, but I trust that you have shed much of that naivety now, Naruto. Mizuki's tone grew serious. Given your experiences at the academy, you must understand the weight that power carries for an individual. Only by possessing strength can your words hold significance. Only then do you possess value. Otherwise, you remain oblivious and powerless, manipulated throughout your life. Mizuki's voice softened, laced with seduction. Naruto, let us steal the Book of Seals. Together, we can delve into the ninjutsu contained within. You need not worry about the village's wrath. I have meticulously prepared an escape route. We can become rogue ninjas and seek out a truly formidable ninja. The legendary Orochimaru, one of the Sannin of Konoha, is tirelessly researching techniques that would allow us commoners to rapidly grow stronger. If we procure the Book of Seals and present it to Orochimaru, he will undoubtedly reward us. As Mizuki spoke, he glanced towards the massive heads of the mountains in the distance. You may still be young, unaware of many things, but I must tell you that this village has lost all hope and future. It is shrouded in darkness. I once killed an injured comrade for failing a mission, and you might wonder why I did such a thing. Let me share a tale, a story of a man once known as Konoha's White Fang. This man sacrificed his mission to protect his comrades, yet upon his return, he was still punished and scolded by the village. So, what of my actions in killing a comrade? Wasn't I taught to do so by the village? What, then, is right or wrong? This village is irreparably broken, fundamentally flawed. The powerful within it are utterly oblivious to their actions, clinging to outdated ideals like the will of fire and the ninja code, all while they poison us. The common folk. Mizuki turned, his face alight with fervor, and approached Naruto, intent on grasping his shoulders. Suddenly, a small blue sword materialized in the air, aimed directly at Mizuki's throat. Mizuki's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto, what are you doing? Do you not understand my words? Do you still think I am wrong? Reflect on your experiences in the village. Enough. Naruto interjected, his voice resonating with power. The immense, targeted sound wave compelled Mizuki to silence, unable to utter another word. Naruto regarded him with a slight smile. You are correct. Your understanding of the village is astute, and your ideas are intriguing, including your mention of Orochimaru. However, he paused, his tone shifting abruptly. When you spoke of taking me away as a rogue ninja to Orochimaru, I sensed your deceit. You do not intend to take me with you. I would merely be a pawn. Should all go as you plan, you would likely dispose of me and pin the theft of the Book of Seals upon me. If your escape route is as well prepared as you claim, you could easily proceed on your own. Therefore, whether your assertions are true or false is irrelevant. What matters is your ill intent towards me. Mizuki hesitated before bursting into laughter. Excellent, excellent. It seems our Naruto has changed during this time. You can detect my lies now. How is that possible? As he spoke, Mizuki retrieved a large shuriken from behind him, gripping it tightly. But that is of little consequence. Since I've shared so much and you have discerned my plan and my deceit, you must realize that if you refuse to listen to me, I will not let you go, correct? So tell me, Naruto, do you believe this new prodigy of the Ninja Academy can defeat me, your Chunin-level teacher? With that, Mizuki charged at Naruto with remarkable speed. The blue sword surged forward to intercept him. Leave those childish tactics aside. Face your demise, Naruto. Mizuki shrieked maniacally as he hurled the massive shuriken, aiming to cleave the approaching blue sword in two. In that instant, the blue sword, once moving steadily, surged forward unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed Mizuki's shuriken, piercing his throat with astonishing swiftness, catching him completely off guard. With a soft sound, the blue sword emerged from the back of Mizuki's neck, not even a droplet of blood escaping. His body, propelled forward, froze in place, maintaining its original posture yet devoid of any forward momentum. After a brief moment, Mizuki wore an expression of horror and confusion, and with a faint thud, he collapsed to the ground. The shuriken fell from his grasp as if rendered worthless. Lying on the ground, Mizuki twitched weakly, disbelief etched across his face. After a long pause, he managed to croak out a few incoherent words. How could this be? Naruto remained unfazed, merely directing the blue sword to return to him. Compared to when it first coalesced, the sword now appeared considerably dimmer. Given that chakra intertwines with physical strength, the body of a ninja in this realm possesses considerable resilience. Such an attack, purely composed of raw energy, although sharp and swift, ultimately demands significant energy. It seems it is time to gather materials. Once I reach the foundation stage, I shall begin crafting the sword pellet, Naruto mused, his expression slightly serious. Despite his swift and decisive victory over Mizuki, that fleeting confrontation had rendered the reality of a ninja's strength clearer to him. Confronting a Chunin like Mizuki would still pose a challenge for him. His victory had come only because he had concealed his true strength, unleashing it in a moment of surprise. Had Mizuki been aware from the start, although Naruto would eventually triumph, it would have required more effort. Facing 2 or 3 opponents like Mizuki would likely prove perilous, even for him. However, all of this was hypothetical. The current situation was abundantly clear. Naruto was the victor. As he dismissed the blue sword beside him and gazed at Mizuki's lifeless body, he turned his attention toward the Hokage's office. If his intuition served him correctly, the third Hokage should soon come looking for him. With that thought in mind, Naruto set forth toward the Hokage's office, knowing that all the information he possessed had originated from the Nine Tails. Concerned about the potential reinforcement of the Nine-Tail Seal and his own inability to prevent such an occurrence, Naruto refrained from articulating his thoughts clearly during his audience with the third Hokage. However, with the emergence of Mizuki as a convenient shield, Naruto finally has the opportunity to boldly inquire and clarify matters at once. Otherwise, each subsequent meeting would necessitate engaging in a game of charades, an act that, while not overly burdensome, nonetheless vexes Naruto considerably. Chapter 19. The death I caused in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just finished his recent tasks. He tidied up his belongings, rose from his chair, and after casting a glance at the sky, murmured to himself, "It's still early. I might as well check on Naruto." Hiruzen had decided days ago to have another conversation with Naruto, to inquire about his sudden surge in power and the mysterious blue sword. However, being the Hokage, his schedule was exceedingly tight, leaving little room for leisure. Furthermore, the Ninja Academy was preparing for examinations during this period. Thus, he temporarily set aside this matter, intending to revisit it during the upcoming holiday. Just as Hiruzen stood to summon a member of the Umbu to issue some commands before leaving the office, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Enter," he called out, assuming it was an Umbu ninja. However, when the door opened, Naruto stepped inside. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Although Naruto often referred to him as Grandpa Third, and he frequently visited Naruto's home, the young ninja rarely came to the Hokage office. Could there be something urgent? Hiruzen pondered, a warm, official smile spreading across his face as he squinted his eyes. "Naruto, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" As Naruto entered the office, he surveyed his surroundings, particularly fixating on the Hokage's crystal ball. Yet, he merely glanced at it before getting straight to the point, succinctly stating, "Grandpa Third. Mizuki manipulated me into stealing the Forbidden Scroll. When I refused, he attempted to kill me to conceal the truth. I've already dealt with him. His body is located at this spot." The Hokage's office contained a map of the entire village, and Naruto immediately pointed out the location of his confrontation with Mizuki. The calmness with which Naruto delivered this information was striking, as if he were merely discussing a mundane meal. Initially, Hiruzen could not comprehend the gravity of Naruto's words. Once realization hit, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you say?" Naruto patiently replied, "Mizuki coerced me into stealing the Forbidden Scroll. I mean the latter part." "What happened to Mizuki?" Hiruzen pressed. "I killed him," Naruto stated plainly. Hiruzen was momentarily dumbfounded. Not long after, hurried and chaotic footsteps sounded from outside the door. An Umbu ninja burst in, breathless. "Hokage-sama, we have discovered a body in the village," he began, but upon noticing Naruto's presence in the office, he hesitated, glancing at Naruto with apprehension before quickly silencing himself. Hiruzen turned his attention to the Umbu ninja, inquiring, "You mustn't tell me you found a corpse?" The Umbu ninja froze, staring at Hiruzen in disbelief. After a moment, he nodded, "Yes, Hokage-sama. We found a body in the village, and the deceased is Mizuki, a nin from our village." Though the world outside was fraught with conflict, the Hidden Leaf village had remained relatively peaceful in recent years. The sudden appearance of a corpse, especially that of a ninja from within their ranks, was undeniably significant. "We have secured the area, preventing anyone from approaching. We are currently investigating the cause of death. So far, it appears he was killed by a piercing blow to the throat, with no signs of a struggle nearby. The individual who killed Mizuki must possess strength far surpassing his," the Umbu ninja reported, showcasing remarkable professionalism by deducing vital information from the scant details available. However, Hiruzen could hardly focus on the Umbu's report. The information Naruto had provided about the incident, the motive, the actions, and the outcome, had already been laid before him. A cold sweat broke out across Hiruzen's brow. This situation was far too critical. Naruto was the Jinchuriki, and his prior altercation with the convenience store owner had already caused him considerable concern. Now, he had directly taken a life. Hiruzen fixed a stern gaze upon Naruto and demanded, "Naruto, did you truly do this? Do not lie to me." The Umbu ninja, standing nearby, was taken aback. "What does this mean? What is Naruto being accused of? Are we not discussing Mizuki's situation?" The Umbu pondered. bewildered by the implication that this troublesome young man might be at the heart of a matter more significant than the death of a ninja from their village. The Umbu ninja contemplated speaking out, but upon witnessing the serious expression on Hiruzen's face, opted to remain silent. At this moment, Hiruzen pressed further, "Naruto, I am asking you, did you truly kill Mizuki?" The question hung heavily in the air, leaving the Umbu ninja momentarily stunned, questioning his own hearing. What did I just hear? Did the Hokage just ask if Mizuki was killed by Naruto? How could that be? This child, who has only just graduated from the Ninja Academy, could not possibly have slain a Nin. The Umbu ninja's disbelief was palpable, and he stared wide-eyed at the unremarkable figure before him, now rendered astonishing in the light of the Hokage's statement. Naruto, furrowing his brow in exasperation, replied, "Yes, I killed him." Upon hearing Naruto's admission, the Umbu ninja's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 20. Danzo. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was seething with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, nearly slamming them onto the table. Yet, he managed to suppress his anger, taking a deep breath to temporarily quell the tumult of emotions within him. He patiently inquired, "Naruto, why have you done this? Did I not previously admonish you against laying a hand on anyone from the village? As ninjas, we must protect the villagers and our comrades." Naruto, unable to contain himself any longer, retorted, "What if they intended to kill me first? Am I not allowed to retaliate? What sense does that make? Moreover, I explicitly informed you that it was they who compelled me to steal the sealing book in the first place." Despite this, Sarutobi instinctively sought to counter his claims. After all, as Hokage, he believed the paramount duty was to safeguard the village's Jinchuriki, and the gravest transgression would be to harm a villager. Otherwise, had Naruto merely had a minor altercation with the convenience store owner, Sarutobi would not have personally intervened. Furthermore, Mizuki had incited him, claiming that the letter contained the truth of his lineage and the villagers' disdain for him. Naruto resolved not to waste any more time, directly stating his purpose. "In addition to reporting on Mizuki's actions, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Mizuki claimed that my father is the fourth Hokage and that I am a so-called Jinchuriki, harboring the Nine-Tails fox within me. Is this true?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Sarutobi's expression froze in shock. His first thought was how Mizuki had come to know such information. Should Mizuki have been privy to this? But now, Mizuki was deceased. Sarutobi had no means to confront anyone about Naruto's claims or discern their veracity. This was precisely why Naruto had felt compelled to eliminate Mizuki. First, because Mizuki genuinely sought to kill him, and second, to create an opportunity where no witness could contradict him. He was uncertain if Mizuki truly knew the truth, and it was highly probable he did not. Most villagers likely remained oblivious to their true identities, perhaps believing they were mere foundlings. Otherwise, any rational person, upon discovering their true lineage and circumstances, would never display such disdain. If not, then those villagers truly deserved their fate. They were unworthy of existence in this world, better suited to reside among the malevolent spirits of the elders in the netherworld. Naruto gazed intently at the third Hokage and continued, "If what Mizuki said is indeed true, then I find this situation utterly incomprehensible. By all accounts, if my father is the fourth Hokage, then I am the son of the Hokage, and I should not be living such a wretched life. Moreover, the events surrounding the Nine-Tails rampage occurred long before my birth. I was merely an infant, a victim who aided in sealing the beast away. Surely the villagers must recognize this? Why then, do they not only fail to express gratitude, but instead harbor animosity towards me?" Naruto looked earnestly at the third Hokage, hoping to discern what responses might emerge once the conversation reached this critical juncture. Would he choose to reveal the unvarnished truth, to lay everything bare and offer his apologies, subsequently helping Naruto uncover the reasons for the villager scorn? Or would he continue to obscure the truth, treating Naruto as a fool to deceive? Naruto awaited patiently, his mind echoing a singular thought. What choice would he make? At that moment, Sarutobi was indeed thoroughly astonished. The Umbu ninja beside him gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide and unblinking. The revelations he had just overheard were far more exhilarating than anything he had encountered in his years of missions. The office fell silent, all eyes fixated on Sarutobi, eager to hear his response. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi was no stranger to the weight of such matters. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, he quickly regained his composure. He lifted his gaze to Naruto, and his expression shifted from sternness and fury to a gentler demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he even indulged in a few puffs from his pipe before shaking his head with sincerity. "Naruto, regarding what Mizuki mentioned, I cannot reveal anything to you at this moment. Your identity is indeed unique, and my silence has been for your protection." As he spoke, Sarutobi rose from his seat and gently ruffled Naruto's hair, saying, "You need only understand one thing. Neither I nor anyone in the village harbors any true malice towards you. This village is your home, and when the time comes for you to learn the truth, I will share everything with you, and then you will understand." Naruto maintained a stoic expression, yet within, a flicker of hope for the village and the third Hokage, whom he viewed as a grandfather figure, dimmed entirely in that instant. He struggled to comprehend the rationale behind such behavior. Even if he were to learn of his lineage, how could that pose any issue? The notion of waiting until he matured to learn the truth, to understand everything, seemed mere nonsense. It was likely that even Sarutobi could not conceive a better justification, resorting instead to vague platitudes to placate him. If knowing the truth would lead to understanding and relinquishing his grievances, then why, upon learning the truth, did he find himself burdened with even greater discontent? Previously, Naruto's ire had been directed solely at the one who concealed and fabricated his identity. But now it extended to Sarutobi as well. Sarutobi continued, observing Naruto's demeanor, "Do not take Mizuki's words to heart. As for the villagers, while they may have erred, they are not inherently ungrateful. Mizuki is a treacherous man. He urged you to steal the sealing book, which is crucial to our village's jutsu. Yet it bears no connection to your identity. He likely recognized how much you would value this matter and exploited it to manipulate you. Naruto, do not fall for his tricks. In this village, only I am truly deserving of your trust, understand?" Sarutobi regarded him with utmost seriousness. Naruto managed a faint smile, understood. "May I leave now, or must I remain to assist with matters concerning Mizuki?" Had this been earlier, Sarutobi would never have permitted Naruto to leave so freely. After all, the murder of a Jinchuriki is not something that could be easily concealed, even for the Hokage. Should word get out, other elders, including Danzo, would likely intervene, seeking to fully control Naruto. Yet now, Sarutobi was reluctant to delve further into the matter of Mizuki. In comparison to the death of Mizuki at the hands of Naruto, it is undoubtedly the words exchanged between Mizuki and Naruto, along with Naruto's perspective on those words and his subsequent reaction, that hold far greater significance. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently patted Naruto on the head, reassuring him, "It's all right. Now that we understand the issue lies with Mizuki, you certainly need not bear the burden of this matter. Leave it to me." After Naruto departed, Sarutobi let out a deep sigh, feeling an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Naruto had become more astute, which should be a positive development. However, it seemed to bring its own complications. Sarutobi chuckled wryly within himself and shook his head. His aim was straightforward, to allow Naruto to lead a normal life in the village, not one dictated by the burdens of being a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, he was not the sole authority in the village. Others, including the elders from prominent clans and the likes of Danzo, wielded considerable influence over the village's decisions. Without Sarutobi's efforts over the years, Naruto might have been imprisoned like a criminal, or worse, taken by Danzo for experimentation. Yet, such truths were not something he could divulge to Naruto. Otherwise, it might incite discontent towards the village's high-ranking elders and Danzo, potentially branding Naruto as a rogue ninja. When Naruto was still naive, Sarutobi felt he had everything under control. However, with Naruto's startling transformation, he now found himself at a loss. The office fell silent once more, and after a considerable pause, an Umbu ninja finally spoke. "Lord Hokage, did Naruto truly kill Mizuki?" Sarutobi wearily nodded. The Umbu ninja quickly continued. "But how could Naruto possess such formidable strength? What was that azure object he unleashed?" "Lord Hokage, I fear we cannot ease our surveillance on Naruto for the time being." Sarutobi was suddenly reminded of his original intent in seeking out Naruto that day, but Mizuki's incident had completely derailed his plans. "I will personally handle matters concerning Naruto from here on. The Umbu will refrain from interference, merely observe him around the clock." Sarutobi shook his head and added, "You must investigate everyone Mizuki has encountered recently and every action he has taken. I require an explanation for his behavior today and the words he spoke." Mizuki's astonishing actions were undeniably of higher importance. On the surface, it appeared that Mizuki merely sought to steal the Book of Seals. However, from another perspective, the words exchanged between Mizuki and Naruto were clearly aimed at inciting discord between the village and the Jinchuriki. If Mizuki's actions were merely accidental, it could be tolerated. But if he was acting under the influence of others, or if there were a broader conspiracy at play, the implications could be catastrophic. Just as Sarutobi pondered how to address this unfolding situation, the door to the Hokage's office swung open once again, and a tall, white-haired elder strode in. Sarutobi looked up, squinting his eyes. "Danzo." Chapter 21. The Debate. Shimura Danzo, a prominent figure within the entirety of Konohagakure, undeniably wields significant influence over the village's myriad decisions and plans. Many pivotal events that transpired within the village were orchestrated by Danzo from behind the scenes. Despite lacking the title of Hokage, his authority and power within Konohagakure are formidable. More critically, he shares a history as a classmate with Sarutobi Hiruzen, implying that many of Hiruzen's decisions are known to Danzo, even if he does not directly partake in them. As Danzo stands before him, Hiruzen furrows his brow, enveloped in a contemplative silence. Typically, Danzo operates from the shadows of the village, rarely making his presence known. Yet today, he has audaciously entered Hiruzen's office, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Hiruzen's apprehension is that Danzo may already be aware of Naruto's situation and the incident involving Mizuki, potentially using this as leverage against him. Danzo remains silent, walking towards Hiruzen and taking a seat nearby. With a casual gesture, he dismisses the Umbu ninja who had been present in the office. When a Jinchuriki encounters trouble, you should have informed me immediately, considering how critical this is for the entire village. Wouldn't you agree, Hiruzen? Once the Umbu has departed, Danzo speaks directly. Hiruzen's frown deepens. It seems that the very troubles he feared have manifested. Having just calmed Naruto and seen him off, Danzo now approaches him with yet another crisis. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen patiently explains, the Jinchuriki is not in trouble. Danzo, unyielding, counters sharply, not in trouble? He has already taken a life. Does that not qualify as a problem? Are we to wait until he claims more victims or causes further upheaval in the village before we consider it an issue? Hiruzen meets Danzo's gaze. The matter of Naruto killing Mizuki lies with Mizuki himself, not Naruto. Mizuki revealed to Naruto his true identity as a Jinchuriki, along with his backstory. If you or I were in Naruto's position, would we not also choose to eliminate Mizuki? Are you suggesting that we should blindly trust whatever the Jinchuriki claims? Could it not be that he fabricated this justification after the fact? Danzo presses further. And how do you explain his knowledge of his heritage and the identity of the Jinchuriki? Is it possible he conceived this knowledge on his own? Or did someone inform him? Was it you? Hiruzen's voice rises, his frustration palpable. In the past, you have dispatched individuals to tarnish Naruto's reputation, fabricating tales of his demonic lineage. Now, you deliberately disclose his true identity to him. What is your intent, Danzo? Hiruzen's temper flares as the weight of numerous pressing matters overwhelms him. Danzo, momentarily taken aback, falls silent. I have not initiated any communication with Naruto. Neither have my subordinates. He finally clarifies. Hiruzen understands that Danzo is unlikely to engage in such actions. His objective is not merely to assign blame. Upon hearing Danzo's admission, Hiruzen seizes the opportunity. So, it was Mizuki who informed Naruto. Is there any doubt remaining? Clearly, there is none. Yet Danzo remains obstinate. After a moment of contemplation, he resumes. However, the Jinchuriki is now aware of the truth. How can you ensure he will not harbor ill intentions towards the village? I have raised Naruto myself. I trust him. Hiruzen asserts resolutely. But I have heard reports that during your exchanges with Naruto, there were instances when he left you at a loss for words. Danzo states, rising from his seat and leaning over Hiruzen's desk, his gaze piercing. My Hokage, it is imperative that the Jinchuriki remains stable. You must comprehend the gravity of this situation. Before he spirals out of control, entrust him to me. The Jinchuriki must be managed. Other villages operate in this manner. Which ninja village does not strictly oversee their Jinchuriki? What makes Naruto different? His father is different. Hiruzen retorts, his eyes locked on Danzo's. His parents sacrificed their lives for the village. I refuse to allow their son to become a mere puppet under the village's control. Why is being controlled by the village akin to being a puppet? Allow him to uncover the truth and accept his destiny. This may be more beneficial for him. Hand him over to me, and I will ensure he is guided properly. Hand him over to you, only to subject him to your nefarious and disreputable experiments? Hiruzen's conviction stands firm. My course of action is the correct one. I am considering what is best for the village. In an instant, both men's eyes flash with a dangerous intensity. Initially, Hiruzen had envisioned Naruto growing up like any other child, seamlessly integrating into the village and ultimately becoming a remarkable ninja. Yet it is Danzo who has jeopardized this vision. Should Naruto ever develop grievances against the village, it will be due to Danzo's machinations. Therefore, while I have yet to truly lose my temper, it would be prudent for you to leave my office now. From this day forth, I will assume full responsibility for Naruto's affairs. Do you understand, Danzo? I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's words are fierce, though he does not exude an intimidating aura. Nevertheless, the gravity of his proclamation weighs heavily upon the air. Danzo, inhaling deeply, eventually nods, a sardonic smile crossing his lips. Then I shall await the outcome. Eager to see how well you manage this situation. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. With that, Danzo turns and departs, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who remains oblivious to the events transpiring in the Hokage's office, his own physical frailty limits his ability to unleash his full spiritual power continuously, lest he strain his body excessively. Upon returning home, Naruto diligently continues his training, aware that a brief holiday precedes the upcoming Ninja Academy examinations. He resolves to use this time to enhance his skills, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of the mid-stage of chi refinement, specifically the 6th layer. As for other matters, Naruto chooses to set them aside for the time being. He firmly believes that once he attains strength, everything else will fall into place. Without power, contemplating such matters is futile. In the past century in the Deep Blue Realm, Naruto has come to recognize a truth. He does not possess exceptional intelligence. Compared to those who can orchestrate grand schemes with mere intellect, he considers himself merely not foolish. A person of limited cleverness should refrain from attempting to solve issues through intellect alone. Chapter 22. Sasuke's visit time passed swiftly during the training. Night fell in the blink of an eye. The following day, Naruto was roused from his slumber by the rumblings of his stomach. First, it let out a low growl, and then he suddenly heard the voice of the Nine Tails echoing in his mind. Hey, kid, Could you please eat something to fill that belly of yours? The constant grumbling is driving me insane. Is this seal soundproof, or what? Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a formidable warrior in the tribulation phase, it was rather humbling to be chastised for hunger. He quickly got up and rummaged through his pockets, only to discover that the simple fasting pills he had prepared were entirely consumed. Naruto frowned in dismay. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. A short while later, there was a knock on the door. Uchiha Sasuke stood at Naruto's doorstep, feeling somewhat conflicted. After contemplating all night, he had ultimately resolved to inform Naruto of the fact that he had awakened a Sharingan. With this determination, Sasuke had set out early in the morning to visit Naruto's home. Moments later, the door swung open, and Naruto stepped outside. "What's up?" he inquired. "I'm your subordinate, here to follow you and assist you," Sasuke immediately explained. He paused briefly before continuing. "Also, I've awakened my Sharingan. Although it's only one tomo for now, I thought it necessary to report this to you." Naruto's face lit up with delight. This was indeed good news. "I actually have something to discuss with you as well. Come with me." Without further thought, he decided that he genuinely needed a subordinate. He turned and closed the door behind him, stepping outside. "Perfect timing. I can teach you some new things today. Follow me." Upon hearing about the opportunity to learn something new, Sasuke's eyes widened with excitement, and he eagerly trailed behind Naruto as they left the village. Meanwhile, a shadowy ANBU ninja, who had been lurking around Naruto's residence, wore a perplexed expression. His detection indicated that the Naruto who had just departed the village alongside Sasuke was indeed Naruto, while the one still seated inside, eyes closed in meditation, was also Naruto. Suddenly, two Narutos appeared before him, leaving him utterly confused about which was the real one. What is going on? Is this a shadow clone technique? But which clan-S technique can sustain itself over such a distance and duration? The ANBU ninja pondered, momentarily dazed. However, his training kicked in, and he quickly devised a plan. He used the ANBU communication system to relay the situation to another ANBU operative. Shortly thereafter, another ANBU ninja arrived beside him. After exchanging information, the second ninja wore a similarly bewildered expression. Nevertheless, they quickly split up. One remained to monitor the Naruto meditating in the room, while the other hastened outside in pursuit of the Naruto who had left with Sasuke. "You must be familiar with military rations," Naruto stated as they walked. He understood that to teach someone effectively, one must first clarify what is to be learned. Thus, he felt it essential to express these thoughts up front. Sasuke nodded, fully aware of military rations, as he often consumed them to sustain himself. Although the Uchiha clan had faced tremendous upheaval, leaving Sasuke as the sole survivor, the remnants of his family's legacy ensured he was not lacking in resources. He could easily afford to hire someone to care for him or prepare meals, and the village had sent similar aids. However, Sasuke dedicated most of his time to rigorous training, leaving little opportunity to indulge in such comforts. When he trained too diligently or fervently, he would resort to eating military rations to maintain his energy. What I am about to teach you is an improved version of the military ration. Previously, we had to consume them 3 times a day, but with my enhancements, you will only need to eat one each day to sustain yourself for 2 days, Naruto explained. Over time, he had optimized the formula and refinement methods for this simplified fasting pill, enhancing its efficacy slightly. Sasuke was taken aback by this revelation, though he felt a hint of disappointment. His astonishment stemmed from the unexpected nature of Naruto's claim. Initially, he found it hard to believe, but considering Naruto's strength and that mysterious small sword, accepting other miracles seemed less far-fetched. His disappointment arose from the expectation of learning something more significant that could enhance his own power. Naruto, sensing Sasuke's thoughts, interjected, "Do not underestimate this pill. It can save you a tremendous amount of time, and in any form of training, time is of the essence." Sasuke, understanding this principle, felt a flicker of anticipation. However, Naruto's curiosity piqued as he wondered why Sasuke harbored such a profound obsession with becoming stronger. "Could you tell me why you are so determined to grow stronger?" Naruto asked directly. There was no need for circumlocution. If Sasuke could share, he would, and if not, there was no point in forcing the issue. Before posing the question, Naruto had delved into his memories, seeking an answer, but found none. In his past, he had been rather naive, with little depth of understanding. He had not only failed to grasp the complexities of Sasuke, but even lacked a profound understanding of Sakura, who he had cherished in his childhood. Reflecting on his earlier years in the Xianlong realm, he recalled how his masters and seniors had often remarked that he was too carefree and oblivious, leading them to teach him for a long time before he began to mature and develop greater discernment. Without the education he had received in the Xianlong realm, he could hardly imagine what kind of person he would have become, even with formidable strength. Though capable of tackling issues without much thought, he would undoubtedly remain susceptible to manipulation and deceit, all while remaining blissfully unaware. Chapter 23. Grouping. In response to Naruto's inquiry, Sasuke fell into a contemplative silence. This matter was widely known among the villagers, particularly the adults. However, he was also aware of Naruto's previous unreliability, so his ignorance regarding this issue was understandable. After a brief pause, Sasuke ultimately resolved himself. I seek vengeance. My family perished at the hands of a single individual, and I must possess sufficient strength to eliminate him. Sasuke provided a brief overview, but refrained from delving into further detail. Regarding that man, his heart harbored not just anger and hatred, but also a myriad of more complex emotions. Thus, Sasuke could not ascertain the true nature of these feelings. The one certainty he held was his desire to refrain from disparaging him in front of outsiders. This was a matter to be resolved internally. Upon hearing this, Naruto displayed a hint of surprise on his face. If that is the case, our fates are rather similar, he remarked. Sasuke immediately looked up. Naruto smiled slightly. I too have an enemy. My parents were slain by that foe. Moreover, I am aware that my enemy possesses a Sharingan, which is why I require your assistance in awakening my own Sharingan sooner. I must understand this to avenge my family more swiftly. Naruto was candid about this matter. He could discern that Sasuke was not akin to the Umbu ninja who were assigned as spies in his vicinity. He held a favorable view of Sasuke's character. Even if he would not take him on as a disciple, a mutual exchange was inevitable. Some matters were best clarified. Of course, Naruto did not vocalize this. Instead, he conveyed his thoughts directly into Sasuke's mind through a form of telepathy, ensuring that no one, including the Umbu ninja trailing them, could overhear. Sharingan. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. He had already been somewhat taken aback when Naruto mentioned their fates converging. After hearing this revelation, his astonishment deepened, for his own adversary also possessed a Sharingan. Indeed, the Sharingan is exclusive to your Uchiha clan. Thus, my enemy may very well be one of your kin. What do you think about this? Naruto inquired while foraging for herbs on the ground. Sasuke remained silent for a moment before his expression hardened. Your enemy is not necessarily a member of my clan. And even if he were, that individual has no connection to me. Those I cherished within my family were all slaughtered by that man on that fateful night. If Naruto's adversary truly belonged to his family, that person may very well be dead. Thus, I have no thoughts on the matter. And if he is not, it is even less relevant to me. As the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, though still young, possessed a maturity beyond his years. He understood the allure of the Uchiha's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. While members of the Uchiha clan were likely to possess a Sharingan, not all who wielded one were necessarily Uchiha. This lesson had been imparted to him even before his birth. Every child of the Uchiha clan was taught by their elders to protect themselves, or rather, to safeguard their eyes. Very well, it seems our collaboration shall be quite pleasant. Naruto continued through telepathy. At this point, Sasuke finally realized that Naruto's voice bore an unusual quality. How are you doing this? Sasuke asked, astonished. Naruto smiled slightly. It is a straightforward technique. I can teach you later, but for now, let us examine this herb. It is the primary ingredient necessary for crafting my improved version of the dance pill. This is essential. Once they completed the preparations for the dance pill, Naruto engaged Sasuke in examining his single Tomo Sharingan. However, the power of this single Tomo was rather feeble, and its characteristics were insufficient to provide Naruto with significant insights. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He understood that the Sharingan was capable of further development. He merely needed to wait. Even if the single Tomo lacked strength, it was still a continuation of a lineage, thus retaining some value for reference. It conveniently offset the knowledge Naruto imparted to Sasuke. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the ninja school graduation examination arrived. Given Naruto's current abilities, he effortlessly passed the test and received his ninja headband, despite not having extensively trained in chakra. Next came the class allocation. To Sasuke's surprise, he was placed in the same class as Naruto. He had been pondering how to follow Naruto's lead if they were separated, but now that concern was alleviated. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Irika announced the final name for their small class, Haruno Sakura. Yes, Sakura, seated beside Ino Yamanaka, immediately clenched her fist in quiet jubilation. I can be in the same class as Sasuke-kun. This must be fate. Sakura exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke's attention remained fixed on the golden-haired figure. Following Sakura's gaze, she noticed Naruto's face, and her expression immediately soured. And there's that annoying guy Naruto, Sakura complained. Ever since that fight between Sasuke and Naruto, they've been inseparable, leaving me no chance to enjoy a world of two with Sasuke-kun. Even without Naruto, you wouldn't have a world of two with Sasuke, Ino replied lazily, rolling her eyes. It's clearly Sasuke who has been following Naruto around. Sakura ignored her friend's retort and continued to voice her grievances about Naruto. She then turned to Ino, puzzled. Why did you seem so deflated the moment they announced I was in the same class as Sasuke? You wouldn't happen to like Sasuke-kun too, would you? Are you out of your mind? Ino scoffed, turning away and refusing to meet Sakura's gaze. The reason for her discontent had nothing to do with Sasuke. As Ino pondered her thoughts, she glanced at the golden-haired figure. Over time, Naruto's hair had grown noticeably longer. It seemed he had acquired a new outfit. Entirely white and still quite loose, resembling a fawn, complementing his golden locks. In the sunlight, Naruto appeared surprisingly handsome. Ino sighed helplessly. Her curiosity about Naruto was insatiable. Regrettably, Ever since their relationship had slightly progressed, they had remained at a standstill, with no further breakthroughs. Consequently, she had no means of uncovering more of Naruto's secrets. This left Ino perplexed, wishing that it had been her, rather than Sasuke, who fought alongside Naruto and became his companion. Chapter 24, Kakashi. Meanwhile, another figure with black hair styled in a bob and possessing a pair of white eyes was also gazing at Naruto's silhouette, a hint of helplessness etched upon his face. With a soft thud, Iruka closed the documents in his hands, a smile gracing his features. The class divisions had been finalized, and from this moment forth, you shall officially graduate from the Ninja Academy, becoming a full-fledged Konoha Genin. Following this announcement, he proceeded to rally the students with words of encouragement. Subsequently, the instructors from various classes arrived to collect their students. One by one, the teachers introduced themselves and escorted their respective students away, gradually emptying the classroom. In the end, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained. Naruto kept his eyes closed, patiently honing his skills. No matter how long the wait, it was inconsequential to him. Observing Naruto's calm demeanor, Sasuke also closed his eyes, engaging in silent meditation. Only Sakura, initially able to endure the presence of her classmates, began to feel restless as the classroom became increasingly deserted, leaving just the three of them without any sign of their teacher. Where could this teacher possibly be? Other classes had already left. Surely, it could not be so late. In an instant, Sakura turned her gaze towards Sasuke, admiring his profile while reassuring herself. Thankfully, Sasuke is here as well. If I disregard that annoying Naruto, I can somewhat consider this a world shared between just the two of us. Sakura blinked, her eyes filled with infatuation as she gazed at Sasuke. Time continued to flow slowly. Meanwhile, not far from the Ninja Academy, atop a rooftop, their team instructor, Kakashi Hitaki, was standing with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Observing the three students within the classroom, Kakashi couldn't help but reflect on how different Naruto appeared from the rumors he had heard. He was no longer the playful, mischievous child described in the reports. Instead, he exuded a composed demeanor that even echoed that of his teacher. Kakashi was not exaggerating. At that moment, he truly saw a reflection of his former self in Naruto, always gentle, calm, and collected. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, though his expression bore no trace of a smile. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. If it were the old Naruto, he would have been the first to lose patience. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. It seems that Naruto has indeed undergone significant changes. What could have caused such a transformation? Hiruzen nodded again. Turning to Kakashi, this is another reason I have entrusted you with the team. As the Jinchuriki, Naruto is of utmost importance to the village. You must ensure his safety at all costs and allow no one to threaten him. Simultaneously, you should discreetly observe and uncover the truth behind the changes in Naruto and the peculiar techniques he has been employing. Kakashi acknowledged with a nod. I will, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen nodded once more. Kakashi then turned his gaze back to Naruto before glancing at the meditating Sasuke and finally resting his eyes on Sakura, who was gazing at Sasuke with starry-eyed admiration. He took a deep breath, feeling a mix of exasperation but ultimately decided to approach them. It appears that even if I delay, these three will remain unperturbed and patient, though somewhat peculiar. It does demonstrate that my team is indeed composed of individuals with commendable patience. Ha ha ha. With the third Hokage's approval, Kakashi did not linger any longer and promptly vanished from the rooftop. In a sudden flash, a figure materialized in the silent classroom. Naruto had anticipated this arrival. When Kakashi did not appear immediately, he had used his sensory abilities to survey the surroundings and had accurately overheard the conversation between Kakashi and the third Hokage. Thus, he opened his eyes the moment the figure appeared. Before him stood Kakashi Hitaki, his face partially obscured by a mask, revealing only one eye, giving him a somewhat dubious appearance reminiscent of a rogue or a clandestine assassin. However, having gleaned from the earlier dialogue that this individual was his father's disciple, and seemingly held a favorable view towards Naruto, he felt a sense of intrigue towards this teacher. Yet, his gaze instinctively fell upon Kakashi's concealed eye. Under the scrutiny of Naruto's heightened senses, Kakashi's hidden eye could not remain concealed. In an instant, Naruto discerned that the eye obscured by Kakashi was none other than a Sharingan. The Sharingan, wasn't that a trait exclusive to the Uchiha clan? Naruto pondered. He was well aware that there must be a story behind it, yet he was not particularly interested in the backstory. His curiosity lay primarily with the eye itself. How fortuitous it was to stumble upon such a rare opportunity. For a long time, he had sought an object of research, eager to discover the powers and strengths of this so-called Sharingan. In preparation for future battles against formidable foes, he aimed to equip himself with additional strategies and means of defense, potentially leveraging any informational advantage to gain the upper hand. Now, within his team, he had unexpectedly encountered two individuals possessing the Sharingan. All that remained was to observe the distinctions between a Sharingan not belonging to the Uchiha clan and those that did, as well as to ascertain whether he could triumph in the presence of multiple Sharingan users. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Kakashi began his self-introduction. Apologies for the late arrival. I am your new instructor, Kakashi Hitaki. I have no particular hobbies or dreams, and in my free time, I enjoy reading novels. Now, let us proceed with introductions. Kakashi delivered his introduction with a nonchalant demeanor, his gaze shifting between Naruto and Sasuke, revealing a flicker of intensity in his otherwise lethargic expression. Chapter 25, Wilderness Survival Training. One was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the other, the last heir of the Uchiha clan. Both individuals were undeniably troublesome. Regardless of which group they joined in the village, they would likely cause significant headaches for others. The situation was compounded by the fact that they were placed in the same team. Kakashi felt similarly burdened, yet he had his reasons for accepting this task. On one hand, he had to resolve the issues plaguing the village. On the other, he needed to safeguard the last remaining bloodline of his clan. In the past, he had not had the opportunity to do so, but now he must seize this chance. Moreover, upon his return, he had noticed a remarkable transformation in Naruto. One so profound that even he could perceive it with the naked eye. Kakashi was determined to uncover the source of this change. As for the last member, Kakashi regarded Sakura, whose eyes betrayed her barely concealed anger, and felt a pang of headache. Although Sakura had excelled in the ninja academy, demonstrating commendable cultural knowledge and various logistical skills, her ultimate potential paled in comparison to Naruto and Sasuke. Being placed in this small team could prove to be either a blessing or a curse for her. Once Naruto and the others had introduced themselves, Kakashi wasted no time and stated, "If there are no further matters, you may return for now. However, tomorrow, for your first mission as a team, you will undergo a wilderness survival drill." Wilderness survival drill. Sakura pouted in disbelief. How can that be considered a mission? It seems rather simple, doesn't it? Kakashi chuckled, one eye narrowing into a slit. It is far from simple, for you will face a formidable opponent during this exercise. Sakura's attention was instantly piqued. Who is it, sensei? Even the usually aloof Sasuke's eyes brightened. To grow stronger, continuous challenges against powerful adversaries were essential. Since his last defeat to Naruto, Sasuke had longed for another chance to fight him. Yet, Naruto was often too busy to indulge him. Each time Sasuke voiced such requests, Naruto would simply respond, "As my subordinate, I have no expectations for you to battle me at this moment," effectively shutting Sasuke down. Among the three students, only Naruto exhibited no interest in this so-called powerful opponent. His sole focus was on training. He had no desire for battles devoid of meaning. The world of Sunlan was rife with conflict. Indeed, it was perpetually engulfed in strife. Even within the sword sect, duels and competitions were commonplace. Cultivating one's skills demanded contention with heaven, earth, and humanity. Yet, one must have something worth contending for, wouldn't you agree? The vast majority of battles in Sunlan revolved around resources. Winning a fight meant acquiring the resources one needed. If the cost of victory outweighed the benefits, one would choose not to engage. With so much free time, it was far better to devote oneself to cultivation. After all, the path to immortality was not easily attained. Countless cultivators had perished along the long journey of cultivation due to the depletion of their lifespans. However, this was not Sunlan, it was the ninja world. Naruto did not wish to draw too much attention or provoke intervention from the Hokage or more powerful individuals. Thus, he felt obliged to accompany the others, putting on a fade to secure more stable training time for himself. Observing Naruto's calm demeanor, Kakashi could not help but feel an additional weight in his heart. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and addressed Sakura, stating, "That opponent, of course, is me." Sakura was taken aback. Kakashi was a jonin. How could they, mere children fresh from the ninja academy, possibly hope to defeat him? Yet, Kakashi seemed unwilling to elaborate further. He raised a finger, declaring, "Though you have passed the assessments of the ninja academy, you have yet to undergo my evaluation. Tomorrow's exercise will serve as my assessment of you. As for the criteria and what constitutes passing, I will inform you all tomorrow. For now, you have time to prepare. See you then." With that, Kakashi formed a hand seal and vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the office. Watching their elusive teacher, Sakura felt a surge of dissatisfaction and exclaimed, "What is this? This is so irresponsible." Yet, in an instant, she regained her composure and shyly approached Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun." Uchiha Sasuke glanced at her. "What is it?" Sakura promptly replied, "Tomorrow. Our opponent is the teacher. As a jonin, he must be incredibly strong. We should discuss strategies for how to defeat him. Without passing the assessment and earning the teacher's recognition, they would be at a disadvantage, wouldn't they?" While Sakura spoke earnestly, her heart raced at the thought of finally being able to engage closely with Sasuke, especially if that annoying Naruto were absent. In the past, Naruto had often disrupted her interactions with Sasuke, and even though Naruto had changed, her feelings toward him remained quite negative. At that moment, Naruto's voice broke through. "You two can discuss your strategies. I won't be participating. I'm going to train." With that, he stood and exited the classroom. Typically, Naruto preferred to walk wherever he went. Walking was stable, and he could maintain his training state while doing so. Upon hearing this, Sakura's eyes lit up, feeling that fortune was smiling upon her today. Just as she wished for Naruto to be absent, he had indeed left. Suppressing her excitement, Sakura turned her attention back to Sasuke, ready to invite him to continue their conversation. This was to be her moment alone with Sasuke, but before she could utter a word, Sasuke stood as well. I don't see much to discuss. I'm going to train, too. We'll address tomorrow's matters when the time comes. With that, Sasuke followed closely behind Naruto, exiting the classroom. In an instant, Sakura found herself alone in the classroom. Sitting in silence, she gazed at the classroom door, and after a moment, she let out a frustrated scream. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto. Why do you have to compete with me for Sasuke? Of course, she would never dare to voice that last sentiment aloud. Chapter 26. The Formation. A day swiftly passed. Early the next morning, Naruto opened his eyes from his meditative state. A glimmer of brilliance flashing within them as he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Compared to a few days prior when he had just broken through, the concentration of true essence within him had thickened even more. His cultivation had officially transitioned from the 4th layer of chi refinement to the 5th layer. With the current amount of true essence at his disposal, he could employ a greater variety of spellcasting techniques, Naruto mused. Previously, the Azure Dagger he wielded during battles was an exceptionally formidable spell known as the Wind Spirit Sword, specifically crafted for practitioners with wind elemental roots. The most remarkable aspect of this spell is its lack of prerequisites. Regardless of the practitioner's cultivation level or realm, anyone can learn and utilize it. However, the strength and potency of the spell are strictly correlated to the practitioner's own cultivation level. The reason Naruto had consistently relied on this spell was not merely due to its power, but rather its accessibility. As a practitioner in the early stages of chi refinement, despite having a vast repository of spells and formations in his mind, the actual techniques he could employ were minimal, consisting mostly of basic spells lacking significant lethality. Now, having reached the 5th layer of chi refinement, Naruto was finally able to unleash some more potent spells, each with varied effects, as well as the teleportation techniques utilized by cultivators. For instance, wind practitioners before the foundation establishment stage often employed the wind walking technique, allowing them to traverse the air with speed and distance reliant on the wind. By combining this with the wind summoning technique, which could stir up strong winds, Naruto's speed and efficiency would be greatly enhanced. Other spells, such as wind blades and wind swords, also contributed to augmenting his offensive and defensive capabilities. Moreover, with Naruto's current quantity of true essence, he could easily inscribe talismans and set up simple formations. Speaking of formations, it was just the right time to experiment tomorrow. With a thought, Naruto was about to summon Sasuke using his spiritual energy when he noticed Sasuke had already arrived downstairs. Moments later, a knock echoed at his door. Why are you here so early? Naruto inquired. Sasuke, appearing unperturbed, casually took a seat and explained, aren't we supposed to participate in the teacher's assessment? I thought it best to prepare in advance. Naruto smiled and sat up from his bed. Perfect timing. I can teach you some additional techniques today. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes lit up, but he soon hesitated, concerned that Naruto would once again impart knowledge akin to pill refinement, methods that wouldn't directly enhance his strength. However, Naruto quickly dispelled his doubts. If you possess talent, with sufficient preparation and intellect, this technique can enable you to triumph over the strong with the weak and prevail against the many with the few. It ranks among the top 3 methods I know for combat. Naruto was not exaggerating in the slightest. Formations held immense significance in the Xianlan realm. If properly set up beforehand, they could dramatically increase one's odds in battle. Even though the sword sect did not specialize in formations and advocated that disciples focus solely on swordsmanship, understanding formations remained essential. After all, sword formations are also a form of arrangement, and the sword sect's expertise lay primarily in these sword formations, though lacking in other extraordinary effects. Their efficiency in combat was undeniably superior, requiring disciples like Naruto to expend almost 90% of their energy on cultivating their innate sword techniques. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke was instantly invigorated, jumping from his chair, ready to rush out. Naruto quickly called him back. Wait a moment, let me freshen up first. The essence of formations lies primarily in locating objects imbued with spiritual energy to serve as the focal point. Additionally, one must secure a sufficient source of spiritual energy to ensure the formation remains powered. In the Xianlan realm, these resources are abundant, but in the ninja world, the conditions are not as favorable. Fortunately, the ninja world is not devoid of spiritual energy, making it relatively easy to find various objects infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Although using unrefined materials as focal points may render the formation less potent, Naruto and Sasuke had no immediate alternatives. As for sources of energy, the ninja world lacks spirit stones. Naruto often ventured out to search for them, but had yet to succeed. Thus, they would have to make do with the resources at hand. They could create a subformation within the original combat formation, even establishing one or more gathering spirit arrays. This would allow them to absorb the spiritual energy from their surroundings to sustain the formation's energy consumption. Naruto worked swiftly, soon locating the necessary materials with Sasuke. Initially, he intended to set up the formation himself, but upon reflection, he realized they were unaware of where the assessment would take place. Among the three of them, only Sasuke could effectively engage their teacher, Kakashi, so Naruto would need to take the lead in battle. He turned to Sasuke and said, "I will teach you now, and this task will be yours. Our success in the assessment hinges on your ability to complete this task." Although Sasuke lacked spiritual energy, he could assist Naruto in setting up the formation, awaiting Naruto's activation. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, who had come merely to learn, was momentarily dumbfounded. Naruto, however, showed no inclination to negotiate and began explaining. "I will teach you about a formation that harnesses the power of timing and the forces of nature to counteract our enemies. The formation we will establish is called the Phantom Confusion Array. Since this is an assessment, we cannot employ a lethal formation. Although the Phantom Confusion Array is not a sword formation, it effectively drains the enemy's resources and possesses characteristics akin to illusion techniques in the ninja world. More importantly, this formation requires little true essence but demands a higher level of spiritual acuity, making it perfectly suited for Naruto's current state. It also serves as a test to see if the Sharingan can disregard the existence of formations. Moreover, the choice of this formation was influenced by the fact that it is among the few formations Naruto has mastered, aside from sword formations. Chapter 27. Commencing. The Phantom Maze? Sasuke silently repeated the term, feeling utterly astonished. Merely hearing the name, he could sense that this phenomenon was undoubtedly formidable. At the very least, it surpassed any transformation or substitution jutsu he had encountered. Ever since that fateful night, the Uchiha clan had experienced a profound decline within Konoha. Although they still possessed some wealth, the more crucial resources for a ninja had vanished. For instance, their ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan had once been rich in familial techniques, which could be learned and inherited without the need for the Hokage or the village's consent, such as the great fireball technique that Sasuke had mastered. However, since the incident at home, Sasuke found himself devoid of many learning opportunities. This was why he was constantly yearning to grow stronger, seeking ways to enhance his abilities. Yet he remained at a standstill. "Absolutely, I must learn this," Sasuke resolved, nodding firmly after a moment's contemplation. No matter what, he would first learn it and then see. Thus, Naruto commenced his teachings, and Sasuke diligently absorbed the knowledge. "This kid has a decent grasp," Naruto mused, surprised. Despite the fact that these concepts belonged to an entirely different realm, and the new realm's principles had little foundation in the ninja world, requiring a fundamental understanding from scratch. Naruto had translated all the knowledge into the ninja world's universal terminology for clarity. Yet, it was still expected to be quite challenging to comprehend. However, to Naruto's astonishment, Sasuke managed to learn it after only a few repetitions. His understanding of various formations, focal points, and energy concepts was remarkably swift. Is the natural energy of this world truly so wondrous that a mere formation can wield such immense power? Sasuke furrowed his brow, earnestly inquiring. Naruto chuckled, "Of course. Even for ninjas like us, the presence of natural energy is involved in our training." "Natural energy? Chakra?" "Indeed, chakra is infused with natural energy as well. Can chakra be utilized to establish these formations? That is certainly not feasible. Chakra is too chaotic." Naruto immediately countered, but soon realized that his assertion might be overly absolute. He added, "Of course, every system can pave the way for innovation, if you possess sufficient wisdom and insight. Attempting to forge a unique path with chakra might lead to the creation of something novel." Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. He held no interest in diverging from the conventional path of chakra. However, Naruto's words solidified a notion in him. The transformations occurring within Naruto, as well as the knowledge he was imparting, bore a profound possibility of being entirely unrelated to the ninja world. Certainly, it was not any form of ninjutsu or bloodline limit. Time passed swiftly, and soon they reached the appointed hour. Upon arriving at their designated meeting point, they found Sakura already waiting there. Upon seeing Sasuke, she joyfully rushed over. Yet, as she approached, she noticed that today's Sasuke seemed less composed, drenched in sweat, burdened by a heavy pack. Moreover, his eyes appeared vacant, as he muttered incomprehensible incantations, such as spiritual weapons combatants and the mysteries of heaven and earth, among various other phrases. He seemed entranced, leaving Sakura momentarily speechless. "Sasuke-kun, you show?" Sasuke quickly raised a hand, placing his index finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Startled, Sakura fell silent, closely following Sasuke as they moved aside together. Once the trio had settled in, it was merely a matter of seconds before a somewhat familiar figure appeared before them. A tall figure with silver hair, his forehead protector concealing one eye, revealing a deadpan gaze, their mentor, Kakashi Hitaki. "You're quite early," Kakashi remarked with a smile. Naruto and Sasuke remained silent, the latter still immersed in memorizing the incantations related to the formation techniques. While seemingly straightforward, the actual execution proved to be quite challenging, necessitating genuine mental effort and adaptation to the terrain. In the upcoming battle, although Naruto was tasked with holding off Kakashi, Sasuke's responsibility was equally significant. Successfully arranging the formation within a limited time frame would depend on the efficacy of his intellect. Naruto had never excelled in this aspect. His strengths lay in relying on his prowess and his formidable swordsmanship, overcoming challenges through sheer force. Kakashi-sensei, why are you late again? Sakura exclaimed, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at him. She seemed oblivious to the fact that Naruto and Sasuke had not arrived much earlier either, as they had merely staggered in time. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and Sasuke with a hint of exasperation at Sakura's double standards. He had initially planned to arrive late to test the temperaments of his 3 students. However, it appeared that only Sakura's impatience had been engaged, while Naruto and Sasuke seemed unfazed, perhaps already aware of his intention to be tardy, and thus had no intention of arriving promptly. Kakashi scratched his head, feeling somewhat vexed, and disregarded Sakura's continued accusations. He reached for 2 bells from his waist. All right, enough of the small talk. We shall now officially commence the mission. His gaze swept over the trio, his tone turning serious. I possess 2 bells, and as long as you manage to steal both before noon, you will pass the examination. However, as you can see, there are only 2 bells, meaning that ultimately, only 2 of you will succeed. He added, let me remind you, without the determination to defeat me, passing the test will be utterly impossible. As he spoke, Kakashi secured the bells back to his waist and retrieved a clock, setting it to 12 and placing it on a nearby stump. Now begin. With that command, Kakashi stood motionless. Sakura and Sasuke dashed to either side, concealing their forms, while Naruto remained, gazing at his teacher before turning away. Chapter 28. The Battle with Kakashi, Part 1, Cursed Naruto. In the heat of battle, one should instinctively conceal themselves, especially when facing an opponent far superior in strength. This fool clearly did not pay attention in class. Haruno Sakura felt a surge of irritation, her gaze darting around in search of Sasuke, wondering where he was hiding. However, she could not spot him at that moment. Thus, her attention remained fixated on Naruto and Kakashi. It was all Naruto's fault. He was bound to be the first to be eliminated, even though he had grown significantly stronger, and even if Sasuke could not defeat him. Kakashi-sensei was an exceptionally formidable genin. If Naruto were to fail, it would fall solely on me and Sasuke. Furrowing her brow, Sakura suddenly paused. Struck by a realization, Kakashi-sensei had mentioned that only 2 students could seize the bells. If Naruto were to be eliminated, that would leave just Sasuke and me as a team. The thought thrilled her. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Sasuke had plunged into the jungle the moment the assessment began, familiarizing himself with the terrain. Before this, Naruto had stated that he would be responsible for holding Kakashi-sensei at bay. Sasuke's sole task was to acclimatize himself to the surroundings and swiftly set up a formation. Once established, he would signal Naruto to activate it. With this in mind, he placed his trust in Naruto, not even sparing a glance at the still figures of Naruto and Kakashi. After all, if Naruto could not overcome Kakashi, he certainly would not stand a chance against their teacher. More importantly, Sasuke was eager to see the effects of the illusionary technique he had painstakingly learned. In the center of the square, Kakashi wore an expression of surprise, particularly when he saw Naruto abruptly turn and walk away. Naruto, where are you going? He began. But before he could finish, a blue wind blade materialized behind Naruto, slicing through the air toward Kakashi. With a resounding thud, Kakashi's form dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Shadow Clone Technique. From the very moment the assessment commenced, Kakashi had employed the Shadow Clone Technique. Naturally, Naruto could easily discern whether he faced a real opponent or a mere clone. He detected me? Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, felt a flicker of alarm. Given his prowess and mastery of ninjutsu, Naruto should not have been able to perceive his use of the technique with the naked eye. Yet Naruto had reacted almost instantaneously. Astounding Kakashi. Kakashi's intention in using the clone was straightforward, to engage Naruto and discern what other abilities he possessed, particularly that mysterious blue blade. These were matters of utmost importance to Kakashi and the third Hokage, who had insisted on clarifying them. Thus, Kakashi's mission today encompassed more than merely assessing whether the trio could pass the evaluation. It also involved gathering intelligence on Naruto's enigmatic powers. Regrettably, he had significantly overestimated his clone's combat abilities, or perhaps underestimated Naruto's current strength. The speed of that wind blade was astounding. Was it a new ninjutsu? Kakashi pondered, his expression growing serious. It seemed he could no longer rely on his clone to gather information. He needed to engage personally. Remaining hidden, Kakashi continued to observe Naruto, who, after a few steps, abruptly halted and sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless. It appeared he had no intention of searching for him to seize the bells. As a teacher and evaluator, the 2 bells hung from Kakashi's waist, making it logical for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to be the anxious ones. Yet, witnessing Naruto's stillness, along with Sakura's hidden presence and Sasuke's absence, Kakashi felt a sudden sense of urgency. What is going on? Kakashi contemplated, ultimately redirecting his focus back to Naruto. Regardless of the outcome of this assessment, he could not truly send these 3 back to the Ninja Academy. Therefore, his primary objective remained, to to fulfill the Hokage's orders by gathering intelligence on Naruto and his mysterious abilities. Truly remarkable, this year's outstanding graduate from the Ninja Academy, Naruto. How did you discern my use of the shadow clone technique? Kakashi chuckled, clapping his hands together and even swaying his hips to jingle the bells at his waist. Although there was still ample time left, it was gradually slipping away. If they did not act swiftly, passing the assessment would be impossible. He attempted to coax them with words of persuasion. Yet, with a gentle breeze blowing through, nothing changed. What a headache. Kakashi felt increasingly vexed. Sometimes, an overly patient student can be a drawback. Initially, he had no pressure, merely needing to wait quietly. However, that was no longer the case. Beyond the evaluation, he had his mission. Sighing, he stepped forward, charging toward Naruto. I heard you've created some new jutsu. I would be very interested to see them in action. As Kakashi's voice fell, his right hand reached for the back of Naruto's neck. But with a sudden pop, Naruto transformed into a cloud of white mist. Another clone? Kakashi realized, scanning his surroundings for any sign of Naruto. Yet, no trace was evident to his keen eyes. After another quarter of an hour, Kakashi grew increasingly anxious. Missing this opportunity for assessment would mean losing the chance to openly battle Naruto and probe his capabilities. According to the Hokage, given Naruto's current level of mental maturity, even the slightest misstep could lead to a significant misunderstanding regarding the village. As he contemplated this, Kakashi instinctively placed his hand over the forehead protector covering his right eye, preparing to unveil his Sharingan to seek out the concealed Naruto. However, the next moment, he abruptly halted, turning his gaze towards Sakura's hiding place. He had changed his mind. Chapter 29. The Battle Against Kakashi, Part 2. Regardless of the circumstances, this could be considered an assessment, providing a perfect opportunity to gauge Naruto's current team spirit, Kakashi mused. Hastening towards Sakura Haruno, Sakura stood frozen in place, her expression one of bewilderment. From the moment Naruto detected Kakashi's clone to Kakashi's proactive assault, and with Naruto also utilizing clones, it culminated in Naruto's complete disappearance, leaving only Kakashi-sensei in the testing ground. Sakura felt utterly dazed, sensing that the events unfolding before her defied all logic. Before she could process this, something even more shocking transpired. Kakashi, as the teacher, charged directly toward her hiding spot. Please, I've merely taken refuge here, having done nothing at all. Why are you coming to capture me instead of pursuing Naruto? Sakura clenched her teeth and began forming hand signs. By the time Kakashi reached her, she had already executed the body replacement technique and shifted to another location. However, she soon found herself confronted by another shadow. In the next instant, Kakashi seized her by the neck, restraining her arms, lifting her as one would a mere chick. Ah, sensei, let me go. I can't let Sasuke see me like this. Sakura cried out desperately. Yet, Kakashi paid her no heed, maintaining his grip as he exited the woods, standing in an open area while calling out, you too. Watching your teammate being controlled by the enemy. Are you still going to hide in the shadows and refrain from intervening? Naruto had no intention of intervening. He remained concealed within the thicket, enveloped in a layer of wind chakra that masked all his presence. Even ordinary practitioners would be unable to detect his whereabouts. Today, Naruto's objectives were clear. First, to test his own abilities, and ultimately, to assess the strength of the shinobi world, or more specifically, that of the elite shinobi of Konoha. The assessment itself was merely a secondary concern. He did not believe that Konoha would forcibly return the three of them to school. Even if they were returned, it would pose no issue for Naruto. After all, he would still be training, and being in school without missions would be preferable. Currently, Naruto's task was to buy time for Sasuke as he prepared his formation. Hence, he had no intention of launching an attack unless Kakashi activated his Sharingan, compelling him to act. Such a scenario was one Naruto would not mind, as witnessing the effects of the Sharingan during this battle would be beneficial for him. The surroundings remained eerily silent, with no one revealing any vulnerabilities due to Sakura's capture. Kakashi felt a sense of numbness. Sakura, too, was overwhelmed. In that moment, she acutely felt the sting of abandonment. Initially, she was embarrassed, fearful of being seen by Sasuke in such a state. Yet, she quickly realized that Sasuke had entirely disregarded her. Left with no choice, Sakura could only place her hope in Naruto. While she did not expect Naruto and Sasuke to rescue her, the distinction between being saved and not being saved was significant. Sasuke could be understood, after all. He had always prioritized the greater good and maintained a composed demeanor. But what was up with Naruto? Hadn't he always been fond of her? Although Naruto had indeed undergone changes during this period, could those changes be so drastic? For a moment, Sakura was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, as an exemplary graduate of the Ninja Academy, she ultimately suppressed all these feelings. Kakashi, meanwhile, took decisive action, momentarily restraining Sakura in place. Shaking his head in resignation, he lifted the forehead protector shielding his right eye, revealing the blood-red Sharingan. The concealed Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. So this is the Sharingan. He gazed intently at those eyes, invigorated. Found you. Just then, Kakashi turned his head, his gaze precisely locking onto Naruto's hiding spot. In the next moment, Kakashi dashed forward. Naruto reacted instantly, employing the body replacement technique once more, relocating to another position. He concealed his form again, and this time, he expended all his chakra. He projected multiple shadow clones, dispersing them in various locations, even forcing out the remnants of his chakra with sheer will. Naruto was determined to see whether the famed Sharingan could still detect him, even when he had completely drained his energy. At that moment, Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, effortlessly pinpointed Naruto among the numerous clones. He charged toward Naruto once more. Thus, the Sharingan was not solely attuned to chakra. It could also perceive the true structure of the human body. Naruto deduced this and shifted his position again. However, merely evading was insufficient for passing the assessment. As Kakashi remarked, suddenly accelerating. In the blink of an eye, he reached Naruto's side, nearly colliding with him. At that instant, a violent gust of wind surged forth. Although it did not affect Kakashi's speed or movement, Naruto seized the moment, propelling himself into the air, soaring swiftly along the wind, covering nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths, he had widened the gap between himself and Kakashi. This spectacle left both Kakashi and the immobilized Sakura in the clearing with their eyes wide open, astonished. He can fly? Sakura wore a face of disbelief. Kakashi, equally stunned, noted the existence of a technique that allowed ninjas to move through the air. He committed this information to memory and pursued Naruto in the direction he had fled. At this moment, Naruto concealed himself in yet another location. The ensuing events saw Naruto continuously hiding and employing various techniques to alter his circumstances, seeking to determine if there existed any method to elude the gaze of the Sharingan. After numerous trials, Naruto furrowed his brow in frustration. This ability was indeed formidable. Despite trying countless strategies, he found himself unable to escape the relentless pursuit of the Sharingan. Could such power really reside in a mere pair of eyes? Naruto paused momentarily, then suddenly realized a crucial point. It couldn't be that the seal in his dantian. Chapter 30. The Battle with Kakashi, Part 2. Within his dantian, there lay sealed a formidable nine-tailed fox, whose chakra was immensely abundant. Although Naruto possessed the ability to obscure his own chakra, he found himself incapable of masking that of the fox. This presented a singular possibility. Otherwise, the power of that eye would be overwhelmingly terrifying. Naruto realized that he must first eliminate the nine-tailed fox from his dantian before he could proceed with his experiment. At that moment, however, he was unable to accomplish this task, and thus had no choice but to set it aside for the time being. Had all that time just been squandered? Naruto pondered as he observed Kakashi once again deducing his location and charging toward him. This time, Naruto refrained from evading like before. Instead, with a mere thought, a small azure sword coalesced before him, advancing towards Kakashi. Kakashi instantly heightened his vigilance. The azure sword was of great significance, as it was something he was tasked to comprehend by the Hokage. Without hesitation, Kakashi drew a kunai and slashed at the approaching azure sword. The kunai shattered upon impact, while the azure sword surged towards him at an astounding speed. However, Kakashi, being an elite genin, possessed exceptional physical prowess. Despite the sword's rapidity, he adeptly performed various acrobatic maneuvers to evade the assault. Naruto, observing this, was unsurprised. He continued gathering information to assess Kakashi's current strength, while simultaneously conjuring several wind blades before him, directing them toward Kakashi once more. Concurrently, accompanied by a series of hand seals, a small tornado began to take shape around Naruto. In terms of sheer speed, wind-based techniques were undoubtedly the swiftest. Thus, even elite genin would struggle to keep pace with him. However, it was not to say that some ninjas might not surpass him in speed. Nevertheless, it could be inferred that most ninjas were likely inferior to him in this regard. Next, he would gauge their defensive capabilities. Once fully formed, his spell would possess the power equivalent to that of a foundational stage technique. Naruto continually assessed the situation in his mind. Meanwhile, Kakashi appeared to be entirely preoccupied with the azure sword, occasionally fending off the wind blades that flew his way, giving the impression of being overwhelmed. However, as an elite genin, Kakashi's true strength extended far beyond this. His ongoing engagement with the azure sword was merely an opportunity to scrutinize its nature. While its overall speed was not particularly impressive, it held an absolute advantage among lower-ranking ninjas. Even average nin could contend with it. The previous Sumu likely fell victim to overconfidence. As for its striking power, it was surprisingly high, though it did not seem to be a physical entity. Its hardness and sharpness were on par with genuine weaponry. Yet, it appeared that it could not withstand too many collisions before succumbing. Kakashi fought while formulating his thoughts, noticing that the azure sword had become increasingly ethereal compared to its initial appearance. After a few more clashes, cracks began to emerge on its surface, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Feeling that the moment was ripe, Kakashi contemplated his next move. Just then, he sensed an unusual disturbance in the surrounding airflow. What was happening? He turned to glance at Naruto, and his eyes widened in astonishment. What was that? A colossal tornado was forming at an incredible speed beside Naruto. Initially, the tornado's color was transparent, but as the surrounding soil, leaves, and branches were drawn into it, its hue became increasingly murky. More captivating than its color, however, was the sheer size of the tornado. It was astonishing how rapidly it expanded. It grew from merely taller than a person to the height of a tree, and then it became as thick and towering as several trees combined. Even from nearly 50 meters away, Kakashi could feel the tremendous force of its pull. How could such a massive tornado exist? Kakashi stared in disbelief. At that moment, he could no longer focus on battling the Azure Sword. Seemingly aware of Kakashi's distraction, the Azure Sword dissipated into a wisp of mist after one last clash. This was not due to its destruction in battle, but rather because Naruto was fully prepared. In the realm of the sage, when he unleashed such a spell, opponents would either attempt to thwart it, counterattack, or deploy defensive measures. Yet here in the ninja world, his teacher merely stood by, witnessing him complete the entire incantation. Naruto shook his head, feeling a sense of ease in the duel, realizing there was no need for subterfuge. He glanced at the tornado beside him and exhaled slowly. The tornado's form had yet to reach its maximum potential. Should Naruto desire, he could easily amplify its size and strength beyond its current state. However, he recognized that it had already approached the limits of what he could control. Should he allow the tornado to expand endlessly, it would soon become a challenge even for him to rein in. Let me witness the true strength of the elite shinobi of Konohagakure, Naruto thought. Gently pushing his right hand forward, the colossal tornado immediately broke free from its constraints, hurtling swiftly toward Kakashi. Under Naruto's control, the tornado not only maintained its speed but surged forward with remarkable swiftness, leaving Kakashi with no means of escape. He could only brace himself. As the howling tornado approached, Kakashi swiftly positioned his right hand between his legs. With chakra surging forth, a blue-white luminescence began to gather in his palm. Who would have imagined that this mere test for a low-ranking ninja could push me to such extremes? Is this truly the level of ninjutsu a genin can wield? Kakashi shook his head in bewilderment. Today, he had come to assess a few young aspirants, only to find himself revealing all his trump cards. First, he had utilized the Sharingan, and now he was compelled to unleash Chidori, a technique he had not anticipated having to use. In an instant, Kakashi completed the Chidori. The massive tornado surged toward him, and with a decisive step forward, he propelled himself into the whirlwind, his hand crackling with lightning as he charged headlong into the tempest. Chapter 31. The Formation Unleashed. Since the commencement of the exam, Uchiha Sasuke had plunged into the depths of the forest, burdened by his heavy pack. Familiarizing himself with the surrounding terrain, the art of formation demanded a profound synergy with the land. Upon hearing Naruto's account of the formidable power of formations, a singular thought consumed Sasuke's mind. His inaugural attempt at crafting a formation must be executed with utmost precision. In truth, he succeeded. After dedicating considerable time and unwavering focus to the task, he finally completed the intricate layout, having meticulously inspected it to ensure no anomalies had arisen. The next step was to locate Naruto and assist him in holding off Kakashi-sensei, enabling him to activate the formation. With determination, Sasuke turned and sprinted towards the previous location to survey the remnants of the battle while searching for Naruto. Suddenly, he glanced upward and beheld a colossal tornado in the nearby clearing. The sky was exceptionally clear, unmarred by clouds, with the sun radiating brightly, casting a comfortable warmth. In such idyllic weather, the emergence of a gigantic tornado seemed utterly bizarre. Instantly, Sasuke's thoughts turned to Naruto. Could this truly be Naruto's ninjutsu? No, it could not be ninjutsu. Sasuke quickly dismissed the notion, being born into the Uchiha clan. He possessed an astute understanding of the correlation between a ninja's prowess and their chakra reserves. Typically, the might of a ninja's jutsu escalates in tandem with chakra consumption. The immense tornado before him was likely beyond even a Nin's capability to conjure. Utilizing the power of nature to achieve great effects with minimal cost, Sasuke murmured. Recalling Naruto's earlier explanation of formations, Naruto had mentioned that his various techniques adhered to this principle, manipulating the surrounding spiritual energy with negligible expenditure to yield substantial results. Though Sasuke had once regarded this as mere marvel, he had yet to witness it firsthand, harboring a hint of skepticism. Yet now, this tornado unequivocally validated Naruto's assertions. If this tornado was indeed Naruto's technique, Sasuke's heart ignited with fervor. In comparison to such a phenomenon, the chakra-based jutsu they employed paled significantly in power. I must see this for myself, Sasuke declared, hastening towards the location where Naruto and Kakashi were situated. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Kakashi preparing a Chidori, charging towards the immense tornado. One was a standard Genin's technique, while the other was the formidable jutsu of an elite J-nin. The clash of these two forces raised the question, who would prevail? Boom, crackle, crackle. A cacophony of sounds assaulted his ears as a blinding light erupted, causing the astonishing tornado to dissipate in an instant. Sasuke stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for action, when a voice pierced through his reverie. Is the formation ready? Snapping back to reality, Sasuke promptly replied, "It is ready. The focal point is right here. I know where it is," Naruto declared, and as Sasuke turned, he saw Naruto sprinting through the air with an incomprehensible velocity towards a specific direction. He was flying. Sasuke was once again taken aback. After Naruto's figure vanished from sight, he refocused on the site of the recent clash, where he found Kakashi, once composed, now disheveled and resembling a beggar, his attire tattered and his hair in disarray. When Kakashi turned to face him, Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. From the other eye, he recognized an unmistakable sight, the Sharingan, a treasure of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, not every wielder of the Sharingan hailed from the Uchiha lineage. Sasuke's emotions became a tumultuous blend. Although he had been educated on such matters from a young age, the sight of that eye stirred an inexplicable feeling within him. There was no doubt that this eye once belonged to a member of their clan. Yet now it resided within the gaze of one who was not Uchiha. Nonetheless, Sasuke bore no ill will towards Kakashi. Not every outsider Sharingan was seized through nefarious means, especially within Konoha. What a vexing situation, Kakashi mused, ruffling his disheveled hair and brushing off the dust from his clothing. The earlier tornado had not caused him significant harm, but it had certainly left him in a dismal state. I have never been so thoroughly challenged by a mere genin. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, instinctively lowering his forehead protector to conceal the Sharingan. Where did you go during the exam? Were you preparing something? Kakashi inquired, his keen intellect and experience allowing him to deduce the situation. Naruto and Sasuke had not concealed their actions, and the massive backpack Sasuke had carried upon his return spoke volumes about its contents. Sasuke nodded, responding, "Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Can you divulge what it is?" "Without fail. You should soon discover its nature, Kakashi-sensei." As soon as Sasuke's words fell, an abrupt sound wave reverberated in the ears of the three present. This wave bore no significant power, merely causing a slight discomfort, yet Sasuke surmised that Naruto had activated the formation. "What is this?" Kakashi mused, rubbing his forehead as his headache intensified. "I swear, I never anticipated that today's exam would lead to such a convoluted predicament." At that moment, Kakashi, Sasuke, and the already subdued Haruno Sakura, seated nearby, suddenly beheld a drastic transformation before their eyes. Chapter 32. Is this a battle of shadows? Before me, the forest, stones. An entire mountain range appeared, as if an unseen blade had sliced through them like tofu, cleaving them into fragments. Immediately, these separated mountains, stones, and trees began to rotate autonomously, as if an invisible behemoth were manipulating the entire range, twisting it like a Rubik's Cube. Such a visual spectacle was beyond the imagination of even Kakashi and Sakura. Even Sasuke, who had set the formation himself, was utterly taken aback. "Phantom enchantment array," Sasuke murmured, momentarily lost in thought. He had envisioned this array countless times in his mind, pondering what it might truly be. He had imagined illusions, smoke, and even the legendary apparitions of various specters. Yet, he had never anticipated witnessing such an astonishing visual effect, akin to moving mountains and filling seas. "Oh no, I must get out," Sasuke suddenly realized. Naruto had previously advised him to escape the array with Sakura before it activated. However, he had forgotten, resulting in both of them being trapped within the formation now that it was already active. They were ensnared alongside Kakashi. Just as Sasuke began to worry, a familiar voice resonated nearby. "Let us go, I'll lead you out." It was Naruto's voice. Sasuke instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him, even though he could not comprehend why Naruto's voice brought him such comfort. "Do you remember the incantation I taught you?" Turn to Sakura's side. Take 3 steps to the left, then recite the incantation backward while guiding her. Follow the order of the incantation, and you will exit the array. I will open the way for you. Although Naruto's presence was only auditory, he had not yet manifested physically. "Are you not coming with us?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto replied, "I must remain here to observe the array. Our formation's core is too weak. If he strikes indiscriminately, he might destroy it. This is the problem arising from a lack of structure. While the array's effects and power can still be replicated, without various critical tools, the entire formation becomes even more fragile than in the Sunlan realm." Sasuke refrained from asking further questions, nodding in agreement. Following Naruto's instructions, he dashed to Sakura's side, helping her to her feet, ready to escape. "Do you intend to leave without my permission?" At that moment, Kakashi's voice echoed from nearby. Sasuke turned to see Kakashi had discovered them and was striding toward them. Clearly, while Kakashi did not understand the array, he still made the most accurate judgment to keep Sasuke and Sakura together, ensuring he had hostages. Sakura, just rescued from the ground by Sasuke, was startled by Kakashi's rapid approach. But soon after, they witnessed the entire space and ground suddenly shift. Kakashi, who had been charging toward them, was instantly redirected, completely diverging from their path, as if they existed in 2 entirely different realms. "What is happening? What is going on?" Sakura remained in shock, unable to grasp the situation. Ever since Naruto unleashed that tornado, she had been so stunned that she felt as if she were witnessing a battle of shadowy titans. Though she had never seen such powerful beings in combat, she imagined it must resemble the scene before her. The bizarre phenomena occurring in the forest only deepened Sakura's confusion, transcending her understanding and imagination. We will discuss it after we exit. For now, stay close to me. I will lead you out. Sasuke's voice, though calm, suppressed his own excitement. Sakura dared not speak further and snapped back to reality, quietly following Sasuke. The two moved slowly yet resolutely, navigating through the labyrinthine paths. Sakura's mind was filled with questions, puzzled by Sasuke's seemingly erratic turns. However, being among the most capable students of the Ninja Academy, she managed to suppress her curiosity, keeping close behind Sasuke. Yet, every couple of steps, Sakura could not contain her bewilderment and would glance back at Kakashi. Despite Kakashi's numerous attempts to rush toward them, he found himself continuously thwarted, unable to close the distance. Ultimately, he could only watch as they moved with deliberate steps until they finally vanished from sight. After following Sasuke out of the array, Sakura turned to him, excitement radiating from her. What was that? Is it a new kind of illusion? It is not an illusion, Sasuke replied, shaking his head. He knew intimately that this formation bore no relation to illusions or even their ninja training system. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly pronounced the name of the array. It is the Phantom Enchantment Array. Only then did Sasuke realize the astounding power of the Phantom Enchantment Array. He observed Kakashi still trapped within, who could see them and everything around him, appearing entirely real to the naked eye. Yet, he remained helplessly ensnared within the array. Phantom Enchantment Array, Sakura echoed, her face a mixture of awe and shock. She then looked at Sasuke, her excitement palpable. Did you create this array? Is this what you were preparing when you came for the examination, carrying that large bundle? You are truly remarkable. Sasuke glanced at Sakura, puzzled by her strong opinions about Naruto. If it were the Naruto of the past, he would have understood. He, too, had held little regard for the previous Naruto, merely viewing him as a passerby. Yet now, seeing Naruto's substantial transformation, he found it perplexing that she still harbored such biases. Looking at Sakura, he spoke earnestly. This is Naruto's work. He taught me this. Without Naruto's guidance, without his preparations, and without him holding back the teacher, we would never have trapped him in the array. Chapter 33. Are you serious? Sasuke's tone bore an unusual gravity, as he harbored a desire to vindicate Naruto. Sakura could undoubtedly sense this sentiment. Under Sasuke's solemn gaze, she instinctively recoiled slightly. Oh, she murmured, only to see Sasuke turn his attention back to Kakashi, who was ensnared within the formation. Despite Sasuke's earlier serious demeanor, Sakura quickly regained her spirit, recalling that she had endured similar discouragements before. Now that you have trapped Kakashi-sensei in this formation, will we be able to pass the assessment? Sakura inquired. Sasuke shook his head. Had this been at an earlier time, he might have suggested that there was a possibility, or that one could not know without trying, or similar phrases. However, after spending time alongside Naruto, Sasuke had to admit that he had acquired insights beyond just formations and alchemy, namely, the recognition of reality. Reality does not bend to human will. This was a phrase Naruto often repeated. In reality, if the enemy is formidable, then they are indeed formidable, and no matter how much one wishes to surpass them, it would be impossible without additional factors at play. Thus, after witnessing Kakashi-sensei's displayed prowess, Sasuke harbored no hope of defeating him to obtain the bells. He even believed that even if the three of them joined forces, they would still be unable to secure the bells unless Kakashi-sensei deliberately let his guard down. Therefore, everything now hinged on whether this formation could function effectively. They would just have to wait and see. Sakura, however, had not yet grasped Sasuke's realization. She clasped her hands before her chest, gazing at Sasuke with admiration. I believe we can do it. Sasuke-kun is so incredible. He will surely lead us all to success. Sasuke shook his head, letting out a quiet sigh, choosing not to respond. In truth, Sasuke harbored another concern. Even if this formation could indeed restrain Kakashi-sensei and compel him to exercise caution, and even if Naruto within the formation could acquire the two bells, Kakashi-sensei had already stated that there were only two bells, thus, only two among them could pass the assessment. If that were the case, it would inevitably mean that one person would be eliminated. Who would that unfortunate individual be? It was evident. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Sakura. In any case, he could not accept the elimination of either himself or Naruto. Hence, it seemed that the one destined to be eliminated would be this little girl before him. Kakashi, trapped within the formation, had attempted to escape numerous times, but to no avail. He had even lifted his eye mask to replicate the positions and distances where Sasuke and the others had stepped out, using his Sharingan in an effort to mimic their escape. Yet, he remained ensnared within the formation, utterly at a loss. Kakashi was now overwhelmed with frustration. At this juncture, he had almost given up hope of uncovering all of Naruto's secrets and gathering all the intelligence. Just from what he had witnessed today, he could write a substantial report. Enough, Kakashi thought, pulling down his eye mask once more to conceal his Sharingan. This should suffice. After all, he had enough material to report to the Hokage. The remaining secrets could wait for another time to be uncovered. Kakashi lay back on the ground, motionless. It seems you still do not understand the crux of the matter. It is you who must pass the assessment, not I. The bells are in my possession. To obtain them, you must defeat me. Even if you confine me here for 100 years, you will not succeed. Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor left Sasuke and Sakura outside the formation wide-eyed. Was he not just shirking responsibility? Meanwhile, Naruto, situated in the center of the formation, smiled slightly. He had sensed Kakashi-sensei's peculiar behavior from the start and recognized that the frequent aggressive moves against him were driven by ulterior motives. Thus, Kakashi's current nonchalance did not disrupt Naruto's plans. In Naruto's original deductions, this was precisely how things should unfold. It was Kakashi who needed to be distracted, allowing Sasuke the time he required. Now that the formation was set, everything reverted to Naruto's initial expectations, perfectly aligning with his intentions. After all, he had instructed Sasuke to create the 8 trigrams illusion formation. The various extraordinary phenomena exhibited earlier were merely a glimpse into the trigram aspect. The other component, illusion, had yet to be revealed. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto focused his thoughts. Within the core of the formation, he activated the spirit-gathering arrays that Sasuke had arranged, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the entire forest began to transform. What had been clear skies without a cloud now darkened, as storm clouds gathered and lightning crackled, heralding an impending deluge. Yet, this tempestuous weather was confined solely to the mountaintop, or more precisely, directly above Kakashi. Witnessing the sudden change in the sky, even Kakashi, a seasoned elite shinobi accustomed to grand spectacles, could no longer maintain his composure and sprang to his feet. What on earth is this? This spectacle is utterly extraordinary. Even Sasuke outside the formation was taken aback, not to mention Sakura, who had momentarily forgotten her admiration for Sasuke and was entirely focused on the unfolding scene within the formation. At that moment, from the thickening storm clouds, a flash of white lightning suddenly struck down, targeting precisely where Kakashi stood. With a resounding crack, although Kakashi managed to evade in time, the ground beneath him was scorched and shattered by the strike. This sight sent shivers down Kakashi's spine. Wait, Naruto, are you serious? As his words fell, 2 more bolts of lightning descended immediately. Chapter 34, Surrender. Kakashi found himself hastily evading the onslaught, but that was merely the beginning of his troubles. Following the emergence of lightning, a furious wind began to howl, growing in intensity until it manifested as razor-sharp wind blades. These countless tiny blades, swirling within the wind, hindered Kakashi's movements and posed a significant threat. They sliced through his already tattered clothing, creating numerous gashes. Damn it, these things are real, Kakashi thought, feeling a sense of numbness wash over him. Initially, he had believed this to be mere illusion, but the pain radiating through his body shattered that illusion. Lifting his eye mask to activate his Sharingan, he glanced around and confirmed that everything was indeed real. In the formation, Naruto chuckled at the scene. The phenomenon of nature was undeniably authentic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to set up several spirit-gathering arrays within this formation. The spiritual energy drawn from the heavens and earth was certainly of significance. However, not all of these celestial manifestations were genuine. One could say it was a blend of truth and deception, 3 truths and 7 falsehoods. For instance, every bolt of lightning was indeed a genuine bolt. Yet only 1 or 2 out of every 5 or 6 posed a real danger to Kakashi. The wind blades were similarly deceptive, differing only in intensity. Thus, it became evident that the Sharingan could not fully perceive spiritual energy. It could only discern chakra. Naruto concluded that if Kakashi's Sharingan could gauge the density of spiritual energy within these celestial phenomena, he wouldn't be so anxious to evade every lightning strike, but would instead focus on avoiding the more potent ones. Nevertheless, even the most formidable lightning attack wouldn't threaten Kakashi's life. It would merely inflict injury. After all, Naruto and his companions aimed to pass the assessment, not to kill. At present, their objective was to exhaust Kakashi's energy completely, rendering him fatigued. Subsequently, Naruto would utilize the shadow clone technique to launch a continued assault, making it effortless to seize the 2 bells. Kakashi moved swiftly within the formation, evading from side to side, unleashing ninjutsu one after the other, showcasing the prowess of an elite jonin. Even Sasuke and Sakura, who were watching from outside, were left in awe, acutely aware of the vast chasm between them and Kakashi. Sasuke, you were right. We truly are no match for Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's face turned pale, realizing how naive she had been moments earlier. Sasuke swallowed hard, equally moved. Rendered speechless. Is this the power of an elite jonin? He pondered, a familiar figure flashing through his mind. As the biological brother of that individual, he understood the excellence of that person, yet he had never possessed a clear comprehension of their strength. Before today, Sasuke had envisioned that if he ever encountered that person, he would charge into battle with all his might, convinced he could defeat them. Yet now, faced with the undeniable reality, he recognized that even if he exerted every ounce of his effort, he could never hope to rival that individual, let alone inflict harm upon them. Moreover, Kakashi, standing before him, possessed only one Sharingan, while that person had two. The disparity, the gap between him and that individual, was astounding. Sasuke felt a surge of despondency. But as he observed Kakashi attempting to navigate the formation, seeking to locate Naruto, destroy the array, or escape, a flicker of hope ignited within him. It had been less than half a year since Naruto had undergone transformation, mere months since he had been just a student at the Ninja Academy, still a lowly Jonin. Yet now, he had compelled Kakashi, an elite Jonin, into such a predicament through this Bagua illusion formation. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with realization. He recalled a casual remark Naruto had made while preparing the formation. Kakashi-sensei will surely let us pass the assessment, but that kind of passing would be mere charity. We can earn our success through our own efforts. At the time, Sasuke had viewed it as encouragement, a means to inspire him to take the formation more seriously. Yet now, witnessing Kakashi's isolated struggle within the formation, Sasuke felt a glimmer of optimism rise within him. Perhaps Naruto was not merely jesting or offering hollow consolation. He genuinely intended to achieve this, and he might truly be capable of doing so. At this moment, Kakashi felt an overwhelming headache. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had faced such peril. Despite battling 3 Jonin, even those who had just recently graduated, the pressure he endured was akin to facing a formidable enemy Jonin. Of course, Kakashi's abilities were far from limited. With his Sharingan, he possessed numerous hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. However, those abilities, deemed trump cards for their formidable power, were not meant to be unleashed against Naruto. Yet, if this continued, he feared his chakra would soon be depleted. Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. He was not known for his stamina and had a reputation for a rather short endurance. His formidable techniques required substantial chakra and the strain from the Sharingan, which was not his innate ability, but rather an implanted gift, only added to the burden on his body and chakra reserves. If he continued to hold back, restricting himself from utilizing abilities that could change the tide of battle, he might indeed find himself trapped within this formation, unable to escape. Enough. Kakashi, with his typical laid-back demeanor, decided to stand his ground. He ceased evading and reached for the 2 bells at his waist, raising them high in triumph. Chapter 35. Are you qualified? The melodious chime of 2 bells resonated in the air. Upon witnessing Kakashi's actions, both Sasuke and Sakura outside were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Within the dense forest, the howling winds, accumulating dark clouds, and the raging lightning suddenly dissipated in that very instant, as if they had never existed. This scene once again astounded Kakashi. He took a deep breath, shook his head in resignation, and with a lazy smile, remarked, "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Truly, you are exemplary graduates of the Ninja Academy. You have successfully passed this assessment, and this bell shall be awarded to you." Despite Kakashi's words, Naruto remained vigilant, summoning a shadow clone to retrieve the bell. Witnessing this, Sakura leaped up in excitement, eager to embrace Sasuke, only for him to deftly evade her. Yet, Sakura felt no embarrassment, continuing to bounce with joy. "We did it. We passed." Sasuke, however, wore a serious expression, as the earlier dilemma loomed over them. With only 2 bells, how would they divide them among themselves? Logically, Sakura would be the one to be eliminated. Although she occasionally displayed infatuation, her academic performance was commendable, despite having been teammates for just a day. Sasuke felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of casually discarding one of them. Could Naruto perhaps have a solution to this predicament? Sasuke glanced towards the core of the formation. Meanwhile, Kakashi lazily rose from the ground, gazing skyward, and sighed. "Can we dismantle this contraption now? I've been thoroughly disoriented inside." As he spoke, the entire forest transformed once more, akin to a Rubik's Cube being reassembled, before returning to normality. Kakashi, still incredulous, took a few cautious steps to ensure he hadn't changed direction or ended up elsewhere, and only then did he feel at ease. With a swift motion, he dashed to Sasuke and Sakura's side. On the other hand, Naruto had completely dismantled the formation set by Sasuke, leaving no trace behind. He gathered the remaining tools used for the arrangement and soon approached the two. Kakashi moved closer to Naruto and Sasuke, subtly probing to discern what had ensnared him moments ago. However, with Naruto signaling silence, Sasuke remained tight-lipped, and after much inquiry, Kakashi was left with no answers. With a resigned sigh, he shifted his focus to another matter. He pointed at the 2 bells in Naruto's possession. "Although you have all passed the assessment, as I mentioned earlier, there are only 2 bells, one for each of you. Therefore, only 2 of you may become my disciples. The decision of who to eliminate rests in your hands." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression turned grave, while Sakura, who had been exuberantly cheering, froze in disbelief. It dawned on her the gravity of the situation. She glanced at Naruto, realizing that without his intervention, Kakashi would have been trapped in the formation. Moreover, without Naruto controlling it, Kakashi could not have produced the bells. Thus, Naruto was undeniably the chief contributor to their success and could not be eliminated. Sakura then turned her gaze to Sasuke. Although his contribution was not as pronounced as Naruto's, it was still significant. Without Sasuke's setup of the formation, they would not have obtained the bells. Among the three, only she had done nothing, having been singled out by Kakashi from the start. Aside from being a burden, she had served no purpose. By all accounts, it seemed she was the only one destined for elimination. Sakura stood frozen, her earlier joy evaporating in an instant. The rapid progression of events left her reeling. Previously, she had imagined a world where she and Sasuke would be the only two left without Naruto. But now, she faced the prospect of being cast aside. Would this team become a realm solely for Naruto and Sasuke? This thought ignited a profound despair within her. Yet, she also recognized her lack of merit to remain with them. Regardless of her reluctance, she had to accept her fate of being eliminated. Taking a deep breath, Sakura summoned her courage and stepped forward. We understand, Kakashi-sensei. She observed the shift in Kakashi's demeanor, from confusion to determination. If one person must be eliminated, I am willing to wait. Naruto interjected suddenly. All eyes turned to him, and Sakura, astonished, turned her gaze towards him, her mind racing with disbelief. Was Naruto truly willing to assist her? Was he prepared to sacrifice himself for her sake? Though it seemed improbable, a flicker of hope ignited in her heart, and she began to contemplate how she might express her gratitude if Naruto were to take her place. On the other side, Sasuke felt a surge of tension. He could not bear the thought of Naruto being eliminated for such a reason. If anyone in this team could be trusted to remain, it was undoubtedly Naruto. At that moment, even Kakashi's influence paled in comparison to Naruto's significance for Sasuke. Please don't, he silently implored, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Amidst all present, only Kakashi maintained a seemingly indifferent expression, yet within, he felt a burgeoning elation. If Naruto truly intended to relinquish his position, reporting this to the Hokage would undoubtedly bring immense joy, as it would signify Naruto's sense of belonging to the village and unity within the team. Are you truly willing to give up your spot for me? Sakura could no longer contain her emotions, gazing at Naruto with heartfelt gratitude, ready to express her thanks. Naruto shot her a sideways glance, rolling his eyes. What are you thinking? Do you believe you're qualified? At those words, everyone stood in stunned silence. Chapter 36. Harvest. Without a doubt, Haruno Sakura was engulfed in embarrassment, an unusual, overwhelming embarrassment. Initially, she had hoped that Naruto would assist her in staying behind. Instead, Naruto bluntly declared that she was unqualified. In an instant, her face flushed crimson. She longed to unleash a tirade against him, reminiscent of her former self. But as she recalled Naruto's earlier display and the strength he currently possessed, she ultimately suppressed that urge. Yet, why was he not helping her? What was he waiting for Kakashi-sensei to do? It would have been better for her to be directly eliminated than to be given false hope, Sakura pondered. At that moment, Naruto spoke again. He looked at Kakashi, scratching his head in confusion. Kakashi-sensei, did you perhaps make a mistake? Didn't you give us 3 bells? Kakashi paused, momentarily taken aback. Everyone else was equally stunned. What was happening? The onlookers gazed at Naruto, while Kakashi responded directly. You must be mistaken, Naruto. I only provided you with 2 bells, and those 2 are currently in your possession. Feel free to check for yourself. Naruto reached into his pocket, rummaging for a moment before extracting his hand, revealing 3 bells in his palm. However, one of the bells appeared somewhat peculiar. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that one bell was not crafted but rather hewn from stone, similar in shape but distinctly different in color. Isn't this simply 3 bells? Naruto remarked, casting a glance at Kakashi and then at Sasuke, still wearing that odd expression. We are a team of 3, and every team typically consists of a teacher and 3 students. I have never heard of a team where a teacher leads only 2 students, Naruto continued, his eyes fixed on Kakashi. At that moment, Sakura was still in a daze, ready to correct Naruto, but Sasuke had already grasped the situation. He swiftly covered Sakura's mouth with his hand, shooting her a disapproving glare that compelled her to keep silent. Yes, I also recall there being 3 bells, Sasuke confirmed, nodding earnestly, his serious demeanor only adding to the credibility of their claim. 3 students, 3 bells, an ideal distribution. Sasuke confidently addressed Kakashi. It seems you indeed made an error. Sensei. Before Kakashi could respond, Sasuke pressed on. Are you suggesting, Kakashi-sensei, that you only brought out 2 bells for us 3 to fight over, thereby necessitating the elimination of one of our companions? Such irresponsible behavior is not something I believe you would engage in. Sasuke gave Sakura a knowing glance as he spoke. Listening to Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura finally understood. These 2 were audaciously attempting to reinterpret Kakashi-sensei's original intent right before his eyes. This was quite bold indeed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sakura inhaled deeply and nodded resolutely, fully comprehending Naruto and Sasuke's intentions. After all, they were doing this to assist her. Following a silent exchange of glances with Sasuke, he discreetly removed his hand, and Sakura immediately donned a look of surprise. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Didn't you initially say there would be 3 bells? You even mentioned you didn't bring enough, so you specifically brought one that was a different color. All 3 students wore expressions of utmost certainty, gazing intently at Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi finally grasped the situation. He stared at the trio, momentarily frozen. Was this truly a conversation rooted in reality? Surely, Kakashi-sensei would not commit such an error? Now fully aware, Kakashi understood that these three students did not regard him as their teacher and were evidently unafraid of him. They were clearly rejecting his rules, and he found himself at a loss for how to respond. In truth, Kakashi had only intended to use this rule to instill the importance of teamwork in the three. He certainly had no intention of sending them back to the ninja academy. With a resigned shrug and a helpless smile, Kakashi relented. All right, let us settle this. You three have all passed the assessment. Oh, Sakura exclaimed joyfully. Sasuke exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Naruto casually tossed the three bells back to Kakashi. For Naruto, the matter of who was eliminated or not, and the assessment itself, held little significance. Even if he had failed, he would not have cared. His earlier interjection to help Sakura was merely to avoid complications. Otherwise, following Kakashi's original intent might have prolonged the assessment. It was far more efficient to cut to the chase. This also spared Kakashi the burden of teaching them, for Naruto found little value in it. He could easily discern Kakashi's underlying motives, merely an attempt to impart the ideals of the will of fire, the ninja code, and the importance of teamwork. After years at the ninja academy, Naruto perceived these notions as childish. Take teamwork, for instance. How could such a concept be grasped instantaneously? It required gradual cultivation, evolving from initial exchanges of interests to the development of genuine feelings. Everything should occur organically, rather than through a singular event or lesson that leads to sudden enlightenment. Such logic simply did not exist. Thus, Kakashi's efforts to dramatize this assessment held no weight for Naruto. He had collected the information he sought and assessed his combat abilities, understanding how far he still had to go to reach the level of the elite ninja. He had also gained insight into the Sharingan. Of course, he recognized that Kakashi had not exerted his full strength. This victory stemmed from Kakashi's oversight and his lack of intent to harm them, resulting in Kakashi conceding. In a true battle, the outcome would undoubtedly be different. The power and combat prowess of AJ Nin were formidable. Nevertheless, for Naruto, today's revelations were sufficient. He had at least confirmed one thing. Given time to set up his formations, he could indeed contend against AJ Nin. Moreover, as Naruto's skills progressed, his combat capabilities would continue to elevate. Yet, he pondered how powerful the Kage-level ninjas above J Nin might be. Naruto glanced toward the direction of the Hokage's office, but quickly redirected his gaze. He knew it was premature to dwell on such matters with his current abilities. At that moment, Naruto decided not to waste any more time and resolved to return home to commence his training. There was, of course, one more thing to consider. Thus, one must organize the various knowledge regarding formations that resides in one's mind. Select a few aspects that can be imparted at this moment and share them with the other party. It must be acknowledged that Uchiha Sasuke indeed possesses a certain talent in the realm of formations. Chapter 37. Would you like to learn formation techniques with me? Now that the assessment had been passed, Kakashi had no intention of lingering any longer. Moreover, he needed to promptly compile the intelligence he had just gathered and submit it to the Hokage. With a languid wave of his hand, he bid farewell to the three before vanishing from sight. Once Kakashi departed, Naruto glanced at Sasuke and asked, "Would you like to learn some formation techniques with me?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. The recent battle between Naruto and Kakashi had made him fully aware of the formidable power of such techniques. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and declared, "I want to learn." With that, Sasuke strode ahead, following Naruto, completely disregarding the presence of Sakura beside them. Sakura found herself abruptly left behind, as both boys sprinted away at astonishing speed. Naruto, capable of traversing the winds, had no desire to waste time on the journey. Though Sasuke could not match Naruto's pace, nor could he soar through the air, he understood that as long as he followed Naruto home, all would be well. As for Sakura, despite her commendable performance at the academy, she fell short in speed compared to the prodigies that were Naruto and Sasuke. She watched as the two figures rapidly disappeared from her sight. Initially, she contemplated chasing after them, but soon she regained her composure. Never mind, even if I pursued, it would be futile. Sasuke's mind is entirely occupied with Naruto. Sakura shook her head, her heart sinking, as she silently seethed with frustration, transforming into a metaphorical giantess, roaring at Naruto for stealing away her Sasuke. Time passed swiftly, and night fell. After meticulously organizing all the intelligence he had acquired that day in his quarters, Kakashi took a shower, donned a fresh set of clothes, and reluctantly discarded his old attire. Then he made his way to the Hokage tower with the gathered intelligence in hand. Shortly thereafter, in the Hokage's office, as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi examined the report presented by Kakashi, his expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions: shock, uncertainty, and ultimately a hint of fear. Struggling to maintain his composure, he forced himself to read through the entirety of the report. When he finally laid it down on the table, he turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Is everything you've written here true?" In truth, such a question was beneath Sarutobi, for Kakashi was one of the most esteemed ninjas in the Hidden Leaf. His efficiency and accuracy in completing missions were unparalleled among his peers. However, the astonishing nature of the information in Kakashi's report left Sarutobi with no choice but to seek confirmation. He desperately wished for Kakashi to declare the contents false, as that would at least bring him some relief. Yet, Kakashi solemnly nodded, "Hokage-sama, it is all true. Although I initially struggled to believe it myself while compiling this report, the contents are indeed factual." His words deepened the furrow in Sarutobi's brow. He picked up the report once more and scrutinized it line by line. The simple assessment of the Azure Blade, its ability to soar through the air as if riding the wind, and the astonishing number of wind blades that could be unleashed instantaneously without the need for hand seals. All of it was remarkable. Most notably, the report detailed a mysterious technique capable of altering the very fabric of the surrounding space, a technique that even Kakashi had to concede defeat to. This technique, which could manipulate space and alter landscapes, immediately summoned to Sarutobi's mind the legacy of the first Hokage. The unique bloodline limit and the wondrous wood release techniques had the power to reshape terrain on a grand scale, supplemented by an enormous chakra reserve capable of creating various wonders. However, Naruto's mysterious technique seemed even more extraordinary, appearing to leave the spatial structure unchanged while simultaneously instigating myriad transformations. It ensnared individuals within its grasp, rendering them unable to escape, almost as if it bore the effects of Jinjutsu. Even more astonishing was the fact that this Jinjutsu eluded detection from the Sharingan. Even Kakashi, with his Sharingan, could not extricate himself from the clutches of that enigmatic technique. The revelations contained within this report were truly eye-opening for Sarutobi. He turned to Kakashi and asked, "Do you believe that Naruto has learned these techniques from someone else?" Kakashi remained silent for a considerable time before finally shaking his head. Logically, one would assume that such a vast array of complex techniques must be acquired through study. However, based on my understanding of other ninja villages, none possess such mystical techniques. Though Kakashi did not articulate his complete thoughts, the implication was abundantly clear. It was highly likely that Naruto had devised these techniques himself. Sarutobi harbored the same notion. Although he had neither witnessed Naruto's techniques firsthand nor engaged in discussions about them, he had dispatched Umbu agents to observe Naruto closely. Throughout this period, Naruto had exhibited no troubling behaviors. He often kept to himself, and when he did associate with others, it was merely with Sasuke Uchiha. The dynamics of their interactions suggested that it was Sasuke who was learning from Naruto, not the other way around. Given this context, it was evident that regardless of the origins of Naruto's techniques, one thing was certain: he had not learned them from anyone else. A profound and incomprehensible transformation had undoubtedly taken place within Naruto. After a lengthy pause, Sarutobi took a deep breath and turned to Kakashi with grave seriousness. "From today onward, you must take care to protect Naruto. Simultaneously, do your utmost to help him dispel any misunderstandings with the village." After a moment of silence, Sarutobi waved his hand. "In the interim, have Naruto and his companions undertake more missions that assist the villagers. This way, the villagers should begin to see Naruto in a more favorable light." Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Understood." Chapter 38. Is that Kitsune a member of your team? Kakashi, naturally, adhered completely to the directives of the third Hokage. Ever since returning from that fateful day, he had taken the newly formed Kakashi squad, along with Naruto and the others, to undertake missions. Most of these assignments were aimed at assisting the villagers, while other teams also engaged in similar tasks. They often viewed them merely as opportunities to hone their skills and gain experience, eventually progressing to more serious missions. However, Naruto and his companions found themselves perpetually accompanied by Kakashi on these lighthearted errands. Remarkably, Naruto harbored no objections, as he was not required to exert himself in these tasks. Sakura, too, was able to remain in the group thanks to him, which allowed Naruto to delegate these seemingly frivolous assignments entirely to her. Of course, Sasuke also frequently lent a hand, and the two of them could easily complete these tasks together. Consequently, Naruto managed to conserve nearly all his time for personal training. Kakashi, while visibly dissatisfied and often urging Naruto to contribute to the village, found himself unable to voice his frustration too openly, as Sakura and Sasuke would readily volunteer to take on all the responsibilities, executing them remarkably well. On this particular day, the quartet accepted yet another trivial mission. After the task was assigned, Naruto promptly became a hands-off participant, seeking a spot to commence his training, while Sasuke and Sakura, without needing any encouragement, eagerly set off to fulfill the assignment. Kakashi watched on, wearing a resigned expression. The day's mission entailed assisting a villager in locating a lost cat. The owner was a kindly old woman, whose gentle demeanor and pleasant voice endeared her to Sakura. After all, what girl does not relish compliments about her beauty? Once Sakura and Sasuke successfully retrieved the missing feline, they delivered it to the elderly lady. Upon being reunited with her beloved pet, the old woman was overwhelmed with joy, cradling the cat in her arms, showering it with affection. She then returned home to prepare 2 cups of water, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Sasuke and Sakura. "You two are such wonderful children. With ninjas like you in our village, I feel utterly at ease, she remarked. Hearing these words, Sakura's spirits soared. During this period, she had been able to share tasks with Sasuke, uninterrupted by others, which elevated her mood to unprecedented heights. She found herself increasingly appreciative of Naruto, recognizing that his reluctance to engage in missions had inadvertently facilitated her cherished moments with Sasuke. Don't mention it, Grandma. It's simply what we ought to do, Sakura replied sweetly. The elderly lady nodded in agreement, then suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice as she inquired, I heard that your teammate is that kitsune named Naruto? Upon hearing this, both Sasuke and Sakura, who had been relaxed and sipping their water, froze in astonishment. The joyful expression on Sakura's face vanished in an instant, while Sasuke's demeanor darkened, his brow furrowing in displeasure. The elderly woman, oblivious to their reaction, continued her unsolicited commentary. You two should definitely keep your distance from that teammate of yours. If possible, it would be best not to team up with him, for he is not a good sword. He is a monster, strange in appearance, and always alone. Even though he is already a ninja, he never helps us complete our tasks. The old woman rambled on, misguidedly believing she was offering sage advice to Sakura and Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke's expression grew increasingly frigid. Finally, after yet another comment from the elderly lady, he could no longer restrain himself and interjected, Why do you call him a kitsune? Why label him a monster? Startled by his response, the old woman turned to face Sasuke, her surprise evident. Sasuke remained composed, his gaze steady and serious. The elderly lady seemed taken aback by his intensity, instinctively retreating a few steps while muttering irritably to herself. She then turned to leave, but Sasuke called out to her. Wait a moment, I believe we need to clarify this matter. Why do you say he is a monster? Has he ever harmed you? He pressed further, blocking her path. The old woman, visibly flustered by being questioned by a mere child, retorted, If I say he is a monster, then he is a monster. Everyone says so. How can they all be wrong? I'm not the only one. The entire village believes it. Ask your parents if they don't agree he is a monster. Her last remark struck a painful chord with Sasuke, who had no parents to turn to. Nevertheless, he chose to focus on the matter at hand. Reflecting on the time before the tragedy that befell his family, he looked back at her and stated earnestly, My family never told me that Naruto is a kitsune. He then turned to Sakura, seeking her input. Among their trio, she was the only one with both parents still present. Sasuke's gaze inquired whether her family had shared similar sentiments. Sakura's expression stiffened. While her home life was relatively harmonious and her parents did not harbor overt animosity toward Naruto, they had nonetheless cautioned her to steer clear of him, labeling him a kitsune capable of causing harm. Although Sakura did not provide a definitive answer, Sasuke could discern the truth from her reaction. Frowning deeply, he inhaled sharply and addressed the old woman with utmost seriousness. Naruto is neither a kitsune nor a monster. He is our teammate and an exceptional ninja. I do not wish to hear you speak of him in such terms again. The elderly woman appeared unaccustomed to being countered, particularly by a ninja. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Sasuke. I say he is, and so what? It's not just me. The entire village agrees. If you don't want to hear it, then you should leave this village. As a ninja, your purpose is to serve us. And if you cannot distinguish between a person and a monster, you, as a child, are unworthy of being a ninja. Sasuke's expression darkened further, his brow furrowing as his fists clenched. At that moment, Sakura could no longer remain silent. Chapter 39. I will not help you convince Naruto. That grandmother. Naruto is our comrade. We are well aware of the kind of person he is. If he were a villain, we would not defend him. But he is genuinely a good person, an ordinary human being. Do you not realize that your words could inflict emotional harm on others? The grandmother rolled her eyes. What harm is there to be done to the heart of a fox demon? When that fox demon destroyed our village years ago, many lives were lost. Now he merely faces some scorn. What of it? But I have already stated, Naruto is not a fox demon. Although I cannot fathom why the villagers harbor such misunderstandings about him, as his teammates, we spend every day by his side and can firmly assert that he is a real person, a true human being. You are his teammates. Naturally, you would speak in his favor. The grandmother shot an indignant glare at Sakura. I see that the two of you are not virtuous either. Return my cup. With that, she strode over and snatched the cup of water from Sakura and Sasuke's hands. As ninjas, they could not retaliate against the villagers. Doing so would undoubtedly draw the village's punishment. Moreover, considering the elderly woman's advanced age, any confrontation could inadvertently threaten her life. Thus, despite their simmering anger, Sasuke could only watch her depart, reluctantly releasing his clenched fists. No wonder Naruto is reluctant to assist these villagers, Sasuke mused with a faint smile. If he were in Naruto's position, having been treated in such a manner by the villagers since childhood, he would also be disinclined to aid them. Sakura, hearing this, wore a similarly conflicted expression. Previously, she had only perceived Naruto as an annoyance. She had never considered his perspective, nor empathized with his plight. Even when her family referred to Naruto as a fox demon, her heart remained unmoved. Yet now, through their inadvertent interactions, her biases against Naruto began to dissipate. giving rise to a new sentiment within her. She pondered, if she were Naruto, subjected to such treatment throughout her life, she would likely feel no sense of belonging to the village. It would be nearly impossible to retain her identity as a normal person. Naruto is truly strong, Sakura whispered to herself, resolving to begin with her own family. She would endeavor to alter their unreasonable views regarding Naruto. After completing their mission, Sasuke and Sakura made their way to their team's assembly point. Along the way, their mentor Kakashi unexpectedly appeared. He glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, noticing Naruto's absence. Did Naruto not partake in the mission today? He inquired. Sakura, being the most respectful of the trio, nodded at once. Yes, but Sasuke and I have completed the task. So there's no need for concern, Sensei. The missions were quite simple, and Naruto didn't need to get involved. You must find a way to encourage Naruto to participate more in the missions and contribute to the village, Kakashi sighed, a hint of frustration lacing his voice. As ninjas, we must serve the village. No matter how powerful Naruto may be, he must still pay attention to the village's affairs, no different from the Hokage, the strongest ninja in the village, who diligently attends to every small matter. Kakashi began another round of guidance. After realizing that Naruto disregarded his words, no matter the reasoning, Kakashi decided to shift his approach, hoping that Sasuke and Sakura, being closer to Naruto, could influence him indirectly, thus facilitating a reconciliation between Naruto and the village. Previously, when Kakashi spoke, Sasuke and Sakura would listen attentively, even if they knew they could not sway Naruto. However, following the encounter with the elderly woman, both Sasuke and Sakura found Kakashi's words particularly grating. They could not help but envision a scenario where Naruto, after exhausting himself to find a lost cat for the grandmother, was met not with gratitude but disdain, as she scornfully demanded that he stay away from her. Given today's experiences, Sasuke and Sakura were convinced that such an outcome was highly probable. Thus, as they listened to Kakashi's words, Sasuke furrowed his brow, finding it increasingly difficult to endure. He raised his gaze to Kakashi and boldly interrupted, I believe it would be better for Naruto not to participate in these tasks. Kakashi, taken aback by Sasuke's statement, turned to him in surprise. What did you say? Sakura cast a worried glance at Sasuke. Regardless of the situation, Kakashi was their teacher, and it was significant that Sasuke openly opposed him. However, Sasuke showed no fear, maintaining direct eye contact with Kakashi. I said, it's best if Naruto does not partake in such missions, so you needn't continue trying to persuade me. I will not help you convince him. With that, Sasuke turned and strode toward the place where Naruto typically trained. Having completed their mission, they were free to allocate their time as they wished. Kakashi remained speechless, momentarily stunned by Sasuke's response. Had it been any ordinary ninja, he would not have allowed such insolence to go unchallenged. Yet, despite Sasuke not being as crucial or unique as Naruto, he was still the last heir of the Uchiha clan, and his brother was none other than Itachi Uchiha. What troublesome individuals they are. I must have been bewitched to take on this task, Kakashi thought, watching Sasuke's retreating figure with a sigh and a shake of his head. Once Sasuke had distanced himself, he turned to Sakura. Please, tell me what transpired today. Chapter 40. Late Stage of Chi Refinement. With Kakashi's sagacity, he was undoubtedly aware that unexpected events were bound to occur today, and it was highly probable that they pertained to Naruto. Otherwise, Sasuke would not exhibit such an attitude. Among the trio, Haruno Sakura possessed the most tranquil nature, although her inner thoughts were quite intricate. When she heard her teacher's inquiry, she dutifully recounted all the events of the day, detailing how they found the lost kitten, completed the task, and returned it to its owner. She recounted the old lady's remarks about Naruto and the argument she had with Sasuke. Sakura nearly replicated their dialogue verbatim, despite not having consciously memorized those exchanges. Undoubtedly, the old lady's expressions and words left a profound impression on Sakura's mind. In truth, I too felt a surge of anger at that moment. I was incensed and even thought that Naruto should never do anything for that old lady again. After all, if Naruto were to help her, he would only be met with unreasonable reproach and baseless insults. I believe, had I been in Naruto's position, I would have found it equally intolerable. After speaking, Sakura mustered her courage and addressed Kakashi with a heartfelt plea, then bowed deeply, saying, Kakashi-sensei, if possible, let us maintain the status quo and refrain from involving Naruto in these tasks. Otherwise, I fear that Naruto will be deeply saddened. Listening to Sakura's earnest words, Kakashi's expression gradually grew solemn. After a long pause, he let out a sigh and shook his head in resignation. How could he not empathize with Naruto's plight? Kakashi understood Naruto's feelings all too well, for he too had faced scorn in the village due to his father's disgrace, which had impacted his own childhood. That incident had driven Kakashi's father to the brink of despair, ultimately leading to his tragic demise. Kakashi had once contemplated why he should continue serving a village that had forced his father to such an end, questioning the very essence of being a ninja of Konoha. However, as he matured and absorbed the lessons imparted by the village, those thoughts gradually dissipated. In the moment, even as Kakashi's heart was tumultuous, he managed to conjure a smile for Sakura, who looked at him with hopeful eyes. Very well, Sakura. Your words will be taken into serious consideration. You may return now. Today's matters conclude here. Thank you, Sensei. However, the reality was far from Sakura's assumptions. At this juncture, Naruto harbored no emotional ties to Konoha. Perhaps he had once felt such emotions, but upon his return from the Sage Realm, all remnants of those feelings had vanished completely. Regardless of how the villagers treated him, he remained indifferent, incapable of feeling sorrow. To him, they were merely foolish mortals unworthy of the sage's grace. As long as they did not offend the divine, they would naturally face the cycle of life and death. Should they be foolish enough to provoke the sage, their demise would be a fitting consequence. Naruto's reluctance to undertake tasks stemmed from a singular purpose: to dedicate his time to cultivation. Fortunately, an incident had transpired that allowed him to focus entirely on his training. Consequently, Kakashi refrained from pressuring Naruto or devising means to compel him into completing missions. More often than not, Naruto was absent during mission assignments and executions, devoting virtually all his time to refining his skills. Nevertheless, to aid Sasuke and Sakura in completing their tasks more efficiently, Naruto imparted a modified jutsu based on chakra characteristics, enhancing their ability to locate objects. Although the technique lacked overwhelming power, it significantly eased their search efforts, resulting in a marked improvement in their task completion efficiency. Time flowed gently, and nearly 2 months slipped by. On one fateful day, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance shining forth. His entire being radiated a subtle energy wave, even startling Sasuke, who was engrossed in studying a foundational text on formations not far away. Naruto exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. At last, I have reached the late stage of chi refinement. Over the past 2 months, he had devoted himself entirely to his training, successfully advancing to the 7th layer of chi refinement, achieving a significant breakthrough. The vortex of true essence within his dantian had transitioned from a liquid to a solid state, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his overall strength. Now at the 7th layer of chi refinement, he would soon aspire to reach the 8th and 9th layers. Once he achieved those milestones, he would attain the foundational stage, allowing him to discern the presence and attributes of spiritual roots in others. As Naruto reveled in the flow of true essence within him, he nodded in satisfaction. You've grown stronger, Sasuke's voice echoed from a distance. Naruto returned the nod with a smile. Yet, I still fall short of Kakashi-sensei's prowess. Having observed the strength of the ninjas in Konoha over time, Naruto had formed a rough estimate. Most of Konoha's lower-ranked ninjas possessed only the strength of chi refinement, primarily at the early to mid stages, with scarcely any reaching the late stage. Only a handful of Chunin exhibited capabilities nearing the late stage of chi refinement, while the elite among them might be on the cusp of the foundational stage. In contrast, the strength of Jonin was markedly superior. From Naruto's observations, most Jonin he had encountered were at least at the late foundational stage, with Kakashi's battle prowess possibly exceeding that level. However, Naruto remained uncertain of how far Kakashi could truly ascend, as he had never witnessed his full strength unleashed. Beyond Kakashi, the next tier of formidable adversaries consisted of the Kaga-level ninjas, the leaders of each ninja village. Although Naruto had yet to witness their abilities firsthand, he could surmise from his interactions with the Nine Tails that these Kaga-level powers possessed strength comparable to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 41. The Sword Spirit of Destiny. The Nine Tails shares a similar essence. However, it is inherently stronger. The reason why, in Naruto's eyes, the Nine Tails appears to barely reach the Yuan-ing level of power is due to the fact that Naruto's father, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had once sealed the Nine Tails by splitting its essence into 2. The Nine Tails residing within Naruto is merely half of its original power. Therefore, should the Nine Tails regain its peak strength, its prowess would undoubtedly rival that of the pinnacle Yuan-ing experts. According to the Nine Tails, in this ninja world, very few possess the capacity to inflict damage upon it. Hence, it is reasonable to conclude that the most formidable ninjas in this realm likely only reach the transformation stage. While in the Xianlan realm, there exist several levels beyond this, far surpassing the transformation stage. This is the judgment Naruto has formed at present. In the Xianlan realm, those at the transformation stage are also regarded as powerful, yet they are certainly not the singularly supreme beings. Indeed, there are 4 additional realms above the transformation stage: the unity stage, the void refinement stage, and subsequently, the great ascension stage, culminating in the final tribulation stage. In his past life, Naruto was an unparalleled figure in the Xianlan realm, a practitioner of the tribulation stage. Comparatively, practitioners at the transformation stage fall significantly short when juxtaposed with those at the tribulation stage. Upon successfully overcoming the tribulation, one ascends to immortality, which remains Naruto's ultimate aspiration in both his previous and current life. In his previous life within the Xianlan realm, due to Naruto's exceptional talent, he even acquired certain cultivation techniques from the immortal realm ahead of time. However, he ultimately failed during the tribulation. It remains uncertain whether he can ascend from the ninja world to the immortal realm of Xianlan. Nevertheless, there is no need for haste. As long as he can return to the tribulation stage, or even cultivate to the greatest sentient stage, he should find himself without rivals in this ninja world. At that point, no one shall be able to obstruct his quest for vengeance. Once his inner demons are vanquished, he will undoubtedly ascend successfully. While contemplating these matters, Naruto furrowed his brow. Although he has progressed to the late stage of chi refinement, achieving the foundation establishment stage still necessitates a foundation establishment pill, which, after all, is of great importance. The cultivation system of ninjas evidently pales in comparison to that of the Xianlan realm in terms of ultimate power. Moreover, the enhancement of lifespan is not as pronounced. However, there exists another advantage, the absence of bottlenecks. In contrast, for cultivators, each major breakthrough typically presents a formidable bottleneck, with considerable challenges. Should one fail in their attempt, the repercussions upon oneself can be profound. This is exemplified by Naruto's impending challenge of the foundation establishment stage. Although this marks his second attempt, and he should possess ample experience, the probability of failure still lingers. The foundation establishment pill can ensure that, in the event of failure, Naruto's body, dantian, and meridians remain largely unscathed. He would not need to recuperate for an extended period nor continue his cultivation. He could prepare for the next breakthrough at an accelerated pace. Naturally, should Naruto accomplish the breakthrough in one attempt and attain the foundation establishment stage, it would be exceedingly fortuitous. However, this world is not the Xianlan realm, and it remains uncertain whether suitable materials for concocting the foundation establishment pill are available. For Naruto, the inherent differences between the ninja world and the Xianlan realm pose the greatest challenge. In the Xianlan realm, he need not worry about such dilemmas, for it is certain to have a plethora of medicinal substances available for crafting the foundation establishment pill. Yet this is not guaranteed in the ninja world. Based on Naruto's understanding of this realm, the concentration of spiritual energy is relatively low, compounded by its numerous distinctions from the Xianlan realm. The likelihood of gathering all the necessary materials for the foundation establishment pill is undoubtedly minimal. Thus, it seems I am unable to concoct the foundation establishment pill. Naruto frowned, pondering deeply, his expression growing somber. The only viable course of action is to refine my sword spirit. As the foremost sect within the Xianlan realm, the sword sect possesses some remarkable techniques, specifically concerning the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. The sword sect has a uniquely effective method that not only enhances the probability of success, but also serves a function akin to the foundation establishment pill. In the event of failure, the body would not bear excessive costs, as the burden would be borne by the sword spirit and the sword itself. If the breakthrough is successful, the sword spirit would also provide benefits, becoming a hidden trump card during battles. However, this sword spirit has a notable drawback. It can only be utilized once per realm. In contrast, auxiliary pills like the foundation establishment pill can be employed multiple times. For instance, there was once a cultivator in the Xianlan realm who failed to establish their foundation over 50 times before finally succeeding. Fortunately, they were wealthy and had a solid foundation, coupled with an unlimited supply of foundation establishment pills, which prevented their body from being irreparably damaged through those numerous failures. Yet, having already attempted a breakthrough once, I should find one opportunity sufficient. Naruto swiftly made his decision. He would employ the method of refining the sword spirit. However, this necessitates a prerequisite, the need for a treasured sword. Ideally, it should be a sword imbued with spiritual consciousness. The better the sword, the more formidable the refined sword spirit will be, allowing it to evolve alongside its wielder. Conversely, if the sword's quality is subpar from the outset, as Naruto's realm advances, the efficacy and role of the sword spirit will diminish correspondingly, rendering the initial investment futile. Of course, as a disciple of the sword sect, Naruto could forge a sword himself. However, this would lead to a significant wastage of time. More importantly, the sword must possess spiritual consciousness, which typically requires a considerable age and a myriad of experiences to develop sentience through fortuitous circumstances. Although Naruto could craft a formidable weapon with his abilities, the lack of age and the absence of the myriad treasures found in the Xianlan realm make it difficult to ensure that the sword he forges would achieve the level of spiritual consciousness. A sword devoid of spiritual awareness holds no significance for Naruto. The essence of the sword's spirit lies not in the blade itself, but in the soul contained within. Even a broken sword, on the verge of decay, could prove to be the most suitable choice for Naruto, provided that its spirit possesses sufficient uniqueness and potential. Therefore, while he can forge his own sword, it is certainly not the optimal choice. He wonders where in the ninja world or the hidden leaf village he might find a sword imbued with spiritual consciousness. Chapter 42. The Glimmering Blade and the Severed Head. Naruto furrowed his brow in contemplation, glancing over at Sasuke and inquiring, "Do you know if there are any renowned swords or blades in the hidden leaf village? The sharper, the more precious, and the more extraordinary, the better." Naruto was well aware that the world of ninjas was not steeped in a rich sword culture, and many blades appeared rather eclectic. Fortunately, the swordsmanship practiced by the sword sect was not strictly limited to the use of swords. For his own training, Naruto occasionally had to settle for alternatives. Upon hearing this question, Sasuke knitted his brows, deep in thought. The first place that came to his mind was his own home, as it could be considered one of the foremost clans in Konoha. However, after pondering for a moment, he realized there was nothing of the sort. Since that fateful incident, his thoughts had been consumed solely by the pursuit of strength and vengeance, leaving no room for other matters, especially regarding rare and extraordinary swords. Indeed, this topic touched upon Sasuke's blind spot of knowledge. Seeing Sasuke shake his head, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he would have to consult Kakashi-sensei next time. After all, Kakashi was no longer a young man, and as a seasoned elite Genin, he ought to possess a wealth of information. Just as the two were lost in their musings, a voice suddenly called out from nearby. "What are you two thinking about? Didn't you hear me calling?" Sakura approached, carrying a basket. As time passed, the roles within their small team had become more defined. Although Kakashi was the leader, he often had too many responsibilities and seemed somewhat unreliable. Thus, most tasks fell upon the three of them. Naruto served as the team's trump card, stepping up in moments of true danger and occasionally sharing practical knowledge with Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, in turn, was the backbone and busiest fighter of the group, executing missions with diligence. Despite this, he sought more combat experience and opportunities, finding satisfaction in his role. As for Sakura, while her combat prowess was still developing, she consistently excelled academically at the Ninja Academy. Her talents now shone in logistics and information processing, managing all task communications and arrangements, which she would relay to Sasuke for execution, while Naruto supported from the back. Kakashi, meanwhile, seemed to appear only sporadically, occasionally treating them to meals or dispensing cryptic wisdom about the will of fire. Through their time together, Sakura had come to understand Naruto better, realizing that he no longer held feelings for her and perhaps regarded her with indifference. Consequently, their relationship had relaxed considerably, though it was more accurate to say that Sakura had adapted to Naruto's demeanor, while Naruto remained focused solely on his training, unchanged. "Sakura, do you happen to know if there are any famous swords or blades in the village?" Sasuke asked upon recognizing her arrival. Naruto's eyes brightened at the query. Knowing that Sakura had excelled in her studies and might possess valuable information, Sakura furrowed her brow in thought before responding. "In our village, there aren't any particularly famous swords or blades, but I recall there are some renowned ones in other villages." Upon hearing this, Naruto perked up, eager to learn more. "What kinds of swords are there?" Sakura set her basket down beside them, revealing 2 bento boxes, which she handed to her companions. As she paced thoughtfully, she began to elaborate. "Well, technically, they are more accurately described as ninja blades. It is said that there are 7 renowned individuals in the ninja world known as the 7 ninja swordsmen, each wielding a legendary blade that boasts immense power and unique characteristics." Naruto silently repeated the name 7 ninja swordsmen in his mind, searching for any recollection but finding none. He was entirely unaware of these figures or the significance of their weapons. He focused intently on Sakura, awaiting her elaboration. "I don't remember the names of the 7 ninja swordsmen very clearly, but I have a strong impression of their 7 blades." Sakura began to describe them one by one. First was the sword called Samahata, known for its ability to absorb the chakra of enemies and merge with its wielder, enhancing their strength and granting them the ability to survive and fight in water. Next was the Kubikirib Ch, a sword capable of self-regeneration by absorbing iron from the blood of its foes, rejuvenating the holder's stamina. Following that was the Kusanagi, a blade famed for its prowess in stitching and binding. The Tikin, known for its ability to shatter all defenses, was another remarkable weapon. The Baku, covered in explosive tags, could create widespread devastation upon detonation. The Rate, a sword imbued with lightning, boasted incredible speed and increased the potency of lightning-based ninjutsu when wielded. Finally, there were the Daiken, a pair of symmetrical swords that could unleash energy spheres, suitable for those with ample chakra reserves. Sakura, true to her scholarly reputation, recounted the 7 blades with exceptional clarity, astonishing Naruto. After all, Sakura was merely an ordinary individual, without extraordinary abilities to aid her memory. While Naruto was impressed by her recall, his primary concern lay with the 2 blades, Samahata and Kubikirib Ch, one capable of absorbing chakra and merging with its user, and the other able to absorb blood and regenerate, possessing a faint ability to rejuvenate its wielder. Chapter 43. Who is truly the leader? From this characteristic, it is evident that these 2 blades likely possess a faint semblance of sentience. For Naruto, this presents the optimal choice. He turned to Sakura and inquired, "Do you know where the 7 ninja swordsmen are located?" With 7 such extraordinary blades, acquiring all of them would undoubtedly be the best course of action. Once obtained, he could meticulously select which one would be most suitable. However, Sakura shook her head with a resigned smile. "I genuinely wish I could assist you, but I am not very familiar with those 7 individuals, nor do I know their whereabouts. Even if I did know, finding them would be another matter entirely. I vaguely recall hearing or reading somewhere that most of them are renegade ninjas, already pursued by various villages." Naruto pressed on, What about the owners of the great blade Samahata and the decapitating carving knife? Do you know where they are? But Sakura's expression turned even more forlorn. I can't say for certain about the others, but I can almost guarantee that those two have become rogue ninjas. Indeed, Sakura spoke the truth. At that moment, a voice both familiar and foreign rang out. The trio turned to find their teacher, Kakashi, perched on a stone. The owners of the great blade Samahata and the decapitating carving knife had indeed turned rogue, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery for several years. Kakashi, adopting a frog-like squat atop the stone, asked, "What is your interest in the ninja blades, Naruto? If you merely seek a reliable weapon, the village can forge one for you according to your specifications. While it may not possess the enchantments of those 7 blades, it should still serve you well." Though he no longer intended for Naruto to undertake missions, Kakashi was keen to seize any opportunity to mend the relationship between Naruto and the village. However, Naruto shook his head. "No, Kakashi-sensei. I truly desire a weapon, but given the current circumstances, only those 7 blades will suffice." Kakashi, though puzzled, felt powerless. The Naruto of today was not the same as before. He possessed too many secrets and a strong sense of self. Kakashi had come to accept this, as had Sarutobi Hiruzen, for there was no alternative. It would not do to confront Naruto with force. "Very well. Let us set aside the matter of the ninja blades for now. I am here today to discuss a more pressing task that requires your involvement." Kakashi's tone grew serious. "This mission will take place outside the village and is classified as a C-rank task. We need to protect an individual and escort him back to his homeland. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to participate, as it may be challenging for just Sasuke and Sakura to navigate the dangers along the way. Moreover, if you wish to locate those 7 ninja blades, you certainly want to find them within the village. As the largest ninja village in the ninja world, rogue ninjas would not dare venture into Konoha. However, outside the village, if fortune smiles upon you, you may indeed encounter one." Initially, Naruto had little interest in this task. However, after hearing Kakashi's words, he found himself intrigued. Of course, he was not naive enough to believe that simply leaving the village would guarantee an encounter with the blades he sought. Yet, outside the village, he might have access to more information, making it easier to investigate the whereabouts of those 7 blades. If the opportunity arose and their location was confirmed, he could even take the initiative to procure them. Moreover, having been reborn into the ninja world for quite some time, Naruto had grown weary of Konoha. A chance to explore other places was indeed appealing. Thus, he rose, nodded, and said with a smile, "Let us accept this mission." "Excellent." With Naruto's declaration, Sakura's spirits soared as she clenched her fists, retrieving a notebook and pen from behind her to start jotting down notes. As she wrote, she glanced at Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, could you please elaborate on this mission?" Kakashi, slightly exasperated, noted the irony. He had already received the mission details, yet it seemed that without Naruto's prompting, the trio had no intention of accepting or undertaking it. Who, one might wonder, was truly the leader of this little group? Shortly after receiving the mission, under Kakashi's guidance, Naruto and his companions arrived at the village gates, where they encountered the individual they were to protect, an elderly man with a bulbous nose. As Kakashi introduced him, Naruto learned that the man's name was Tazuna. Upon seeing 3 children sent to receive him, Tazuna expressed his displeasure. "Isn't it a bit too casual to send 3 kids for this task? I've paid a significant sum." Neither Naruto nor Sasuke responded, while Sakura stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor. "Rest assured, our combined abilities will ensure the successful completion of this C-rank task. Additionally, AJ Nin will accompany us, so there is no need for concern regarding the mission." Upon hearing that AJ Nin would be present, Tazuna finally relaxed. After murmuring a few more complaints, he stood quietly awaiting their departure. Having grown accustomed to Kakashi's tardiness, Naruto and the others did not expect him to arrive on time. Naruto took a seat and began practicing. Eventually, Kakashi arrived at the designated location, prompting Tazuna to voice his dissatisfaction once more. However, Sakura quickly offered some comforting words, after which Tazuna fell silent. "Though you 3 may not look particularly formidable, I must admit, young lady, your words are quite reassuring," Tazuna remarked, then turned to Kakashi, asking, "Is there anything else we need to prepare? If not, let us proceed without delay." Kakashi shrugged, offering no response, but instead turned his attention to Naruto. Chapter 44, Encountering the Enemy. Evidently, Kakashi had long since become accustomed to allowing Naruto to take the lead in all matters. Whether he was accustomed to it or not, he had to adapt. After all, in this little team, his words had lost their efficacy. Whenever he spoke, Sasuke and Sakura would glance at Naruto, awaiting his commands. And only with Naruto's approval could things proceed smoothly. Kakashi himself was perplexed as to why his team had transformed into this peculiar dynamic. Upon noticing Kakashi's questioning gaze, Naruto nodded in agreement. As practitioners, we are meant to traverse lightly through existence, and having grown accustomed to the spatial ring from his past life, Naruto carried little with him. Thus, he had never been in the habit of toting excessive baggage. In contrast, Sasuke and Sakura each bore a few belongings. Once Naruto was assured that there were no pressing matters at hand, He promptly followed Dasna out of the village. As he walked, Naruto closed his eyes, using his spiritual perception to scan the surroundings. He was certainly not on guard against any potential threats, as the presence of the elite Jonin Kakashi gave him a sense of security. Rather, Naruto intended to seize this rare opportunity to thoroughly explore the area outside the village, seeking out noteworthy locations, perhaps places rich in spiritual energy or areas where rare materials flourished. Finding a vein of spiritual stones in this ninja world would be nothing short of splendid. Here, Sasuke, this is for you, Sakura exclaimed, presenting a rice ball to Sasuke, who was engrossed in a book on formations written by Naruto. He accepted it effortlessly and stuffed it into his mouth. Sakura beamed with joy and then produced another rice ball, offering it to Naruto. I'll pass. You both can enjoy it, Naruto replied, waving his hand dismissively. Unless absolutely necessary. He preferred consuming pills that nourished his energy. Besides, Sakura's culinary skills could only be described as passable. They hardly ignited his appetite. Unlike Hinata, Sakura's advances were met with his polite refusal. After being turned down by Naruto, Sakura pouted slightly, although Naruto had undergone significant changes during this period, improving her perception of him and drawing their relationship closer. She couldn't help but feel that the extent of his transformation was somewhat overwhelming. Did it mean that Naruto never truly liked her? If that were the case, why had he acted in such a manner before? Was it all merely a fade? As Sakura nibbled on the rice ball, these thoughts churned in her mind. For her feelings for Sasuke had endured through countless trials, and she firmly believed that such affection should be unwavering. Yet, from Naruto's demeanor, it seemed that his feelings for her were far less profound. This left Sakura questioning whether Naruto's previous displays of affection had also been disingenuous. However, confronting him about it was out of the question, given Naruto's current disposition. Asking would surely embarrass her. There had been a time when she wished Naruto would keep his distance, but now that he had actually done so, it felt excessively far. How could a person change so drastically? She should have heeded Ino's warnings about Naruto's transformation and observed more closely to understand the nature of his changes. Furrowing her brows in frustration, Sakura puffed her cheeks and took another bite of her rice ball, her mood lifting. My cooking skills aren't too shabby after all. I wonder if Sasuke enjoys it, she mused, glancing over only to find that the rice ball in Sasuke's hand had vanished. He was now chewing fervently on a large morsel, swallowing it in a matter of moments, leaving little time to savor the flavor or even identify what he had eaten. Throughout this, Sasuke remained wholly focused on the formation book in his hands. Clearly, the intricacies of the formation were of far greater importance and interest to Sasuke than the meal he had just consumed. Their mission was to escort the elderly Dasna to the Land of Waves, situated at the border with the Land of Fire, where Konoha village resided. The group had initially believed that they would face no disturbances within the confines of the Land of Fire. To their surprise, before they could even leave its territory, they encountered two rogue ninjas blocking their path. Sasuke had detected the presence of these two ninjas. The new ninjutsu that Naruto had taught him, and Sakura not only aided in locating objects, but also heightened their sensory perception and concentration. All without the need for hand seals. Sasuke, determined to master this technique, kept it activated, maintaining his focus. While this consumed a considerable amount of chakra, it was not beyond his capacity to endure. Thanks to his vigilance, Sasuke had detected the two ninjas even before they revealed themselves. He turned to Naruto, who remained engrossed in his training with eyes closed, showing no signs of acknowledgement. Sasuke understood that these two were adversaries they could handle without Naruto's intervention. Sakura, ensure the safety of our target. We have company, Sasuke instructed. Sakura, possessing less chakra than Sasuke, had not kept the technique active and had failed to notice the lurking ninjas. However, upon Sasuke's warning, she activated the technique and soon spotted the hidden foes. Two of them. Leave it to me. I can handle this, Sasuke asserted confidently, stepping forward to confront the assailants. He valued opportunities for combat and practice highly, especially considering the growing disparity between himself and Naruto. Finding someone to spar with was a chance he could not afford to miss. Moreover, the knowledge he had gleaned about formations from Naruto's book could be applied in battle. The mere thought of wielding formations with the same formidable prowess as Naruto ignited a fervent anticipation within Sasuke. If he could achieve such terrifying combat strength, it would bring him one step closer to avenging his past. Chapter 45, Task Interrupted. The peculiar entities even reminded Sasuke of the Hyuga clan's unique techniques. The Hyuga clan, apart from their Byakugan, relied on their extraordinary taijutsu to establish considerable influence and prestige within the Hidden Leaf village. Sasuke, moving with remarkable speed, swiftly approached the two individuals. The two hidden ninjas appeared completely unprepared, caught off guard by their sudden discovery. By the time they reacted, Sasuke had already reached one of them and launched an attack. The skirmish unfolded in the blink of an eye. Initially, the obstructing ninja dismissed Sasuke as merely a child. However, upon witnessing Sasuke's prowess, it dawned on him that the boy was not only adept in ninjutsu, but also possessed impressive speed and ample combat experience. More importantly, there was something extraordinary about his taijutsu. Most ninjas relied on pure strength and speed in taijutsu, yet the Hyuga clan's techniques were distinctively powerful and unique. Remarkably, Sasuke's taijutsu exhibited a similar essence. Even Kakashi, observing from a distance, was taken aback, having witnessed countless battles. Kakashi recognized that Sasuke's choice of footwork and attack points bore a resemblance to the Hyuga clan style, albeit not identical. Kakashi pondered what Sasuke had been studying in recent days and where he had acquired such skills. The enduring strength of the Hyuga clan stemmed from the synergy between their taijutsu and Byakugan. The Byakugan allowed them to perceive the chakra pathways and the flow of chakra within the human body, enabling them to execute effective attacks, which constituted the essence of the gentle fist. Kakashi, with his extensive knowledge, discerned that Sasuke was not employing the gentle fist. Sasuke's attacks did not yield immediate, decisive effects, nor did they possess the miraculous capabilities of the Byakugan. Nevertheless, Kakashi felt that Sasuke's movements evoked a sensation akin to that of the Hyuga clan, and after observing for a while, he even thought that Sasuke's footwork was more refined than that of the Hyuga. The two Mist Village ninjas, both seasoned warriors, found themselves at a disadvantage against Sasuke's extraordinary footwork. Despite being outnumbered, Sasuke held his ground, pushing them back with relentless force. His strikes were merciless, wielding a kunai aimed at the most lethal points on his foes. In a rapid exchange, Sasuke hurled his kunai, which suddenly extended several inches, piercing one of the ninja's throats. He then yanked the kunai back, revealing that he had tied a fine thread to it using chakra, allowing him to retrieve it and enhance its speed during the throw. Kakashi was reminded of the blue sword that Naruto wielded during their previous encounter, which was far more agile, almost like an extension of a human arm. In contrast, Sasuke's method appeared somewhat crude, yet it was evident that his technique drew inspiration from Naruto's blue sword. With his companion slain, the remaining ninja, now desperate, attempted to flee but was swiftly pursued and dispatched by Sasuke. Realizing the gravity of the situation after defeating the last foe, Sasuke's initial exhilaration faded as he approached Naruto and the others, frowning as he spoke. In my eagerness during the fight, I neglected to leave a survivor for information. What should we do next? We three have never left the village, so it stands to reason that no one would target us. As for Kakashi-sensei, if the enemy's objective were him, they would not have sent such weak opponents. Therefore, it is likely that these two ninjas aim to protect someone. Turning to Dazna, Sasuke continued, Mr. Dazna. The previously inebriated old man trembled at the sound of his name, abandoning his feigned drunkenness and the arrogance he had displayed upon their first meeting. After a brief silence, Dazna ultimately nodded and recounted the details of their mission. He understood that more ninjas would undoubtedly arrive, and since the Leaf Village ninjas had left no survivors this time, they might next time. If he chose to withhold information now, he would have no opportunity to defend himself later. Upon hearing Dazna's account, Sasuke realized that their mission was far beyond the scope of a C-rank task. He initially intended to express that their current strength might be insufficient to accomplish it, but hesitated as he glanced at Naruto. Although Naruto remained silent, eyes closed in meditation, Sasuke swallowed his words. Had Naruto been replaced by another subordinate, they might indeed have struggled with this C-rank mission. Yet the issue lay in the fact that Naruto was not just anyone. He was Naruto. With Naruto present, Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, even unconsciously disregarding their teacher, Kakashi. Nevertheless, this task certainly could not be classified as a C-rank mission, and thus they had the right to refuse. Sasuke turned to Dazna, stating, because you concealed the true nature of the mission, we can terminate it now. Dazna's face fell into despair as he pleaded, but Sasuke's heart remained resolute. Dismissing Dazna's words and gazing instead at his two teammates and Kakashi. Ultimately, it was Naruto whose opinion mattered most in determining whether they should proceed with the mission. Sakura, witnessing Dazna's pleading expression, felt a pang of sympathy but understood that the decision rested solely with Naruto. She, too, cast her gaze toward him, regardless of the circumstances. The decision-maker in their team could only be Naruto, a principle that Sasuke adhered to most diligently. Chapter 46, The Reappearance of Momochi Zabuza. Standing to the side and completely overlooked by the students, Kakashi felt a touch of awkwardness. He could only touch his nose, unable to utter a single word. After all, Kakashi had to admit that he was not the most competent teacher, especially after that one assessment where he had indeed lost to Naruto. In the entire Hidden Leaf Village, it seemed there was no other instructor as inept as he was. Kakashi sighed in resignation. Although Naruto had been diligently training, his formidable spirit allowed him to perceive everything happening nearby. Consequently, he opened his eyes, glanced at Tazuna, then at Sasuke, and without a moment's hesitation, smiled and said, It's fine, let us proceed with the mission as usual. I truly wish to explore the outside world and gather information about the 7 ninja swordsmen. Upon hearing this, Sasuke nodded in agreement, aware of Naruto's keen interest in the legendary swordsman. He had refrained from making a decision earlier and looked to Naruto for this very reason. Sakura, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Although Kakashi had nearly lost his aura of authority in their team, she still felt trepidation towards him as a Nin and instructor. concerned about potential conflicts between her teammates and their mentor. Thankfully, Naruto did not refuse the mission, which Kakashi was more than pleased to see continue. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. Tazuna, after a brief moment of shock, quickly grasped the situation. So, you mean you are willing to continue assisting me with the task? Sasuke promptly contradicted him, stating, we are not here to continue aiding you. We merely intend to spend some time outside. If your mission becomes too troublesome or undesirable, we will leave at any moment. Despite Sasuke's words, he felt a sense of relief seeing that these ninjas had not abandoned him but chose to remain by his side. Tazuna exhaled deeply, grateful for their presence. Simultaneously, he turned his gaze to the golden-haired boy. Naruto's hair had grown longer since his resurrection. While it was not yet long enough to tie back, his bangs were nearly reaching his chin. He had transformed from short to long hair, resembling his father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto acknowledged that he still had ties to the ninja world, discovering his true lineage and that his father was the hero who saved Konoha. The fourth Hokage instilled in him a subconscious desire to connect with that legacy. It was this child who had altered everyone's decisions, even compelling the J-Nin to relent. Tazuna regarded Naruto with a mix of astonishment and profound gratitude. Though he often appeared inebriated, he was keenly aware that it was this golden-haired youth who had rendered him significant assistance. Unperturbed by Tazuna's thoughts, Naruto enriched the moment with a few words before closing his eyes once more, re-entering his meditative state. The group resumed their journey towards the Land of Waves. As they traveled, Sasuke remained more vigilant than before, frequently scanning their surroundings. To his surprise, no ninjas emerged thereafter. This left Sasuke puzzled, while Tazuna felt a sense of relief. However, the calm days did not last long. Upon fully entering the borders of the Land of Waves, they gradually walked into a thin mist. As soon as they stepped into it, Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing the presence of others nearby. Everyone, be cautious. There may be enemies. He swiftly drew his kunai, one in each hand, while chakra threads coiled around the kunai's handles, ready for combat. At that moment, a light laugh echoed from the mist. How astute. Is this the new generation of Konoha ninjas? Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged towards them. Sasuke instinctively blocked the attack with his kunai, realizing it was a shuriken aimed at him. Can you sense where the enemy is, Sasuke? Sakura asked, adopting a defensive stance beside him. Sasuke shook his head. This fog is unusual. It conceals their presence and movements. Moreover, it is infused with chakra. To locate them, only the Sharingan will suffice. As he spoke, he turned to Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged, and then pulled down his eye mask. It appears that it is time for me, as your teacher, to take action. You three protect the target. I'll handle this person. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, pinpointing the enemy's location and launching an assault. Due to Kakashi's swift movements and the surrounding mist, neither Sasuke nor Sakura could see how he engaged in battle. They could only hear the cacophony of sounds erupting around them. After a while, a startled cry escaped Kakashi. Soon after, Sasuke noticed the fog beginning to dissipate, revealing Kakashi trapped within a water prison. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke's pupils dilated. No matter the circumstances, Kakashi was the strongest among them, an elite J-Nin. If even Kakashi was overpowered by the enemy, it posed a severe threat even if Naruto intervened. Sasuke, be careful. The enemy is a rogue ninja from the mist. Momochi Zabuza, and that sword on his back is one of the legendary 7 ninja swords, the decapitating carving knife. Kakashi announced from within the water prison. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto, who had been in a meditative state, abruptly opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned to the side, unleashing a wind blade that cleaved a massive tree in two, revealing a tall, muscular adult concealed behind it, wielding a large sword. Momochi Zabuza. Naruto narrowed his eyes, his gaze locking onto the imposing figure and, more specifically, the enormous sword behind him. The decapitating carving knife. Chapter 47. This treasure is fated for me. Is it true that the blade behind him is the decapitating scythe? Naruto furrowed his brows, pondering deeply. He couldn't help but suspect whether all of this was orchestrated by Konohagakure. After all, he had merely expressed his interest in those ninja blades, and here he was, encountering one right after stepping outside. What truly fueled Naruto's skepticism was Kakashi's earlier demeanor. While the ninja named Zabuza Momochi indeed possessed formidable strength, it was ultimately implausible for him to defeat Kakashi. Despite the thick fog enveloping the area, Naruto was unaffected. He clearly discerned that Kakashi had intentionally feigned weakness, allowing himself to be ensnared by Zabuza's water prison. Naruto was almost certain that Kakashi's theatrics were a ruse, intended to assess Zabuza's abilities and gather intelligence. However, he could not ascertain whether this decapitating scythe was part of Konohagakure's scheme. After all, his own need for a summoning sword was something he had only mentioned just before their departure. Logically, it should not be common knowledge. Leave this person to me. This blade is of use to me. You can handle the other one, Naruto declared, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zabuza, or more precisely, on the immense blade he bore. Naruto's words startled Sasuke, Sakura, and the architect Tazuna, who were positioned protectively behind them. Another one? Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Another one? Sasuke frowned, glancing around. Where is it? Without responding verbally, Naruto unleashed another wind blade, which soared forward at an astonishing speed, cleaving through several trees before being abruptly halted by an emerging ice wall. A deep mark was left on the ice before the wind blade vanished into thin air. These two adversaries were undeniably more formidable than the previous ones. So it was prudent to exercise caution, allowing our sensei Kakashi some time to extricate himself from the water prison before we meet our demise. Naruto remarked with a serene smile, as if he were discussing mundane matters rather than life and death. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna felt a chill of fear. Since joining forces with Naruto, they had never encountered such a grim statement from him. Nearby, Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, sensing that Naruto seemed to have seen through his plan. Was my earlier performance truly that lacking? Kakashi wondered, perplexed. How could Naruto have noticed when he had kept his eyes shut? However, with a mission at hand, Kakashi had no choice but to remain within the water prison. His primary objective being to gather information regarding Naruto Uzumaki, particularly concerning his unique and innovative jutsu. Konohagakure could not afford to overlook such phenomena, regardless of whether Naruto had learned these techniques from others or created them himself. Thus, collecting this intelligence was imperative, and the current situation presented an exceptional opportunity. He had intentionally shown a flaw, pretending to be outmatched, yet in a moment of crisis, he could still act decisively. Naruto, however, had no intention of allowing Kakashi to intervene. He wished to confront the ninja known as Zabuza Momochi on his own. By defeating him, Naruto would rightfully claim all of Zabuza's possessions, as was customary in the realm of the immortals. If the ninja world operated differently, Naruto would need to persuade its inhabitants to accept this principle. He was curious to see just how effective this so-called decapitating scythe truly was. With a smile, Naruto stood up and strode purposefully towards Zabuza. It seems you are the leader of your group, Zabuza remarked, drawing the decapitating scythe from his back. Are you particularly interested in my blade? Naruto nodded. How about you relinquish it to me? Let us forego bloodshed and strife. Treasures belong to those who are capable. This treasure is fated for me, and should you bestow it upon me, we could forge a bond of goodwill. If you ever find yourself in peril, I may lend you my aid. In the realm of the immortals, a group of ascetics often proclaimed that treasures were fated for them, using this phrase as justification to seize others' belongings. Initially, Naruto found this perplexing, yet he eventually recognized the brilliance and significance of such words. Occasionally, he would employ them himself. Nevertheless, he spoke truthfully. If Zabuza genuinely wished to surrender the entire blade to him, it would be a mere trifle for him to extend a helping hand should Zabuza find himself in danger. Zabuza, upon hearing Naruto's proposition, grinned broadly. Huh, then it depends on whether you possess the capability. Those words brought a wave of nostalgia to Naruto. Whenever he uttered that phrase in the realm of the immortals, the responses were invariably akin to Zabuza's current reply, word for word. Without further ado, Naruto waved his hand, and a small azure sword materialized beside him. In his previous life within the realm of the immortals, Naruto had amassed numerous treasures during the later stages of his cultivation, including various talismans and spirit artifacts. Due to his prodigious talent, his masters and seniors would often present him with an array of gifts. However, upon entering the ninja world, he found no such privileges. Thus, he had never experienced such a humbling and impoverished battle, relying solely on his myriad of techniques without the aid of external objects. Moreover, Naruto lacked the time to forge weapons or inscribe talismans. At this juncture, his foremost priority was to establish a solid foundation and subsequently break through to the Golden Core stage. Once a practitioner of the sword sect reached the Golden Core stage, they could refine their innate sword embryo. With that, other spirit artifacts and talismans would become redundant. Oh, what is this? A new jutsu from Konohagakure? Zabuza observed the azure sword hurtling towards him, dismissing it with a lack of concern, and struck it down with his own blade. He anticipated that this azure sword would be cleaved in two by his strike. Yet, to his astonishment, as he swung his blade, the azure sword suddenly veered, gracefully bypassing his blade and lunging towards his throat. What? Zabuza gasped in shock. Chapter 48. The array observes all things. Zabuza had encountered ninjutsu that was straightforward and direct before, but he had never seen anything as intricate and agile as this technique. As a seasoned jonin and a rogue ninja constantly pursued, Zabuza's reflexes were undoubtedly sharp. He instinctively raised his blade to block, yet as he positioned his executioner's sword before his chest, the azure small sword unexpectedly altered its trajectory once more, aiming directly at his vital points. In that moment, Zabuza felt an immense pressure, utterly perplexed by the remarkable agility of the azure sword and its formidable power. As a master of weaponry, he could discern from the speed and the sound it generated in the air just how potent this azure sword truly was. It was quite vexing. Zabuza attempted to retreat, but the azure sword pursued him relentlessly, often closing the distance behind him. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been trapped in the water prison, furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. To Kakashi, this situation was somewhat unexpected. It seemed that Naruto had grown stronger. The speed of the Azure Sword had increased significantly compared to before, and more importantly, its intensity appeared to have intensified as well. With his Sharingan, Kakashi could clearly see that the Azure Sword had become more solid, its patterns sharper and more defined. Why had Naruto's strength surged so rapidly? And from where did these techniques originate? Despite the Hokage's exhaustive search through the village's tomes, no resemblance could be found. Kakashi continued to observe intently. Simultaneously, Naruto maneuvered the Azure Sword to avoid collision with Zaibujan's great blade while blocking his movements. With a swift thought, Naruto unleashed several wind blades, both restricting his opponent's actions and depleting his energy. Not far from Naruto, a tornado was beginning to take form. Naruto was becoming increasingly adept. Kakashi marveled at Naruto's composed strategy, yet soon his expression shifted to concern. Why did this tornado feel different from the last? Kakashi distinctly observed that Naruto's tornado had evolved beyond mere shape, developing a richer form with intricate details. It gradually coalesced into a gigantic sword at the core of the tornado. Had Naruto concocted another new technique? Kakashi was taken aback, realizing that the visual alone indicated that the power of this technique had grown stronger. Was it possible that Naruto hadn't unleashed his full potential last time? A sudden thought struck Kakashi. Of course, Naruto had given his all previously. It was merely that he had advanced to the latter stages of chi refinement, significantly increasing his energy, thus enabling him to wield more powerful spells. The technique he was now employing was known as Hokage, a wind-based technique that gathered a substantial amount of wind spirit energy, transforming it into a tornado. At the very center, with pure essence, a colossal sword was formed. The tornado's force enhanced the sword's impact, and the sword spun at the center, further amplifying the tornado's potency. This synergy resulted in a force capable of both tearing and delivering a crushing blow. The previous tornado had posed little trouble for Kakashi, merely serving to buy time. However, this Hokage was bound to cause him some concern. At the very least, it wouldn't crumble him in a single strike like the lightning-based ninjutsu had. As Kakashi absorbed the astonishing developments, Zaibujan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. As a rogue ninja perpetually on the run, he was acutely aware of danger. He could feel the escalating power of Naruto's technique. Nevertheless, he remained ensnared by the Azure Sword, struggling to escape. Zaibujan's forte lay in hand-to-hand combat, wielding his executioner's blade as a means to create a combat environment. Yet the Azure Sword was exceptionally nimble, denying him any chance to engage. This was no ordinary genin. The intelligence he had gathered was erroneous. He could not afford to waste any more time here. He understood that prolonging the confrontation would only exacerbate their predicament. While he had successfully restrained Kakashi, the strength of these two youngsters far exceeded his expectations. Though a rogue ninja, Zaibujan was well aware of the rules governing ninja combat. Once the enemy's intelligence surpassed his own, it became imperative to withdraw promptly. He needed to gather more accurate information and devise a better battle strategy before proceeding. He aimed to assess the power of his technique before swiftly retreating. With that thought, Zaibujan turned to survey the other battlefield. Relying solely on his own strength to escape would prove challenging, as the Azure Sword was far too agile, barring any chance of an unscathed exit. The only recourse for complete escape might lie in accepting Bai's assistance. At that moment, not far away, Sasuke was engaged in battle with a masked ninja named Bai. Sasuke found himself under significant pressure, completely ensnared within a peculiar ninjutsu composed of numerous ice walls. His adversary could move freely among the walls with remarkable agility, thoroughly suppressing Sasuke, who could only defend against incoming blows without the means to retaliate. This technique was akin to a small formation. Although Sasuke appeared to lack the ability to resist, constantly guarding his vital points with a sense of helplessness, he was keenly observing his opponent's movements and the intricacies of this ninjutsu. Having learned about formations from Naruto, Sasuke had developed a unique perspective on the world, viewing everything through the lens of formations. This was the essence of studying formations, and in Sasuke's understanding, this perspective naturally encompassed ninjutsu as well. Chapter 49, The Dual Tomo. Sasuke's fortunate realization. The essence of the celestial array lies in its ability to evolve the myriad entities of the world, drawing from the forces of heaven and earth. The formidable power of the array is derived from its capacity to harness these celestial energies. Thus, countless phenomena in the world can be understood through the lens of celestial arrays. More precisely, they can be comprehended and viewed through the knowledge of these mystical formations. At this very moment, Sasuke is engaged in such an endeavor. Perhaps the masked ninja himself is unaware, but his unique ninjutsu indeed contains profound principles related to the arrays. Every array has a focal point. If one can shatter this focal point, the array itself will inevitably collapse. Finding the focal point is crucial. Sasuke forces himself to remain composed, fully immersing himself in his deductions and reasoning. As he observes the ice walls and the figure moving with abandon within them, he no longer perceives mere appearances, but rather the underlying truths, principles that may even elude the opponent's own awareness. The way of the array. Eureka! Suddenly, A spark ignites in Sasuke's eyes as he identifies the core of the formation, the very location of the focal point. This is the weakness of this extraordinary ninjutsu. Allow me to ascertain whether I am correct. In a moment of fervor, Sasuke surges forward with utmost haste, kunai in hand, barreling towards the direction of the focal point. The figure of Haku, moving swiftly amidst the ice walls, momentarily halts, bewildered by the opponent's actions. Such a reckless charge, forsaking his own defense, is tantamount to courting death. A fleeting thought crosses Haku's mind, yet he continues undeterred, conjuring a multitude of ice needles. However, at the critical moment of release, Haku hesitates, redirecting his aim from Sasuke's vital points to his limbs, places that are not fatal but still significant. With a series of piercing sounds, the sharp ice needles penetrate Sasuke's body, causing blood to spurt forth. The excruciating pain radiating from his limbs, coupled with the chilling cold of the needles, sends shivers down Sasuke's spine. Nevertheless, he grits his teeth and summons his last ounce of strength, crashing forward, driving the kunai forcefully into the focal point of the array. Crack! A faint sound resonates. Sasuke witnesses a fissure appear in the ice wall before him. In that moment, despite the pain coursing through his body, a triumphant smile spreads across Sasuke's face. He has succeeded. He has utilized his knowledge of arrays to unravel the opponent's ninjutsu. This validates the efficacy of his studies, proving that he too can achieve victory against the strong, much like Naruto. In that instant, the ice walls that had ensnared Sasuke disintegrate into countless shards. Haku, now retreating rapidly, stands a distance away, utterly astonished. He remains oblivious to the events that transpired. Logically, it should have been impossible for Sasuke, wielding only a kunai, to breach the ice walls he had meticulously crafted. How did you accomplish that? Haku asks instinctively, not truly expecting an answer, for the revelation has left him in utter disbelief. At that moment, Sakura rushes over to assist Sasuke, helping him to his feet. As she applies her newly learned healing ninjutsu to mend his wounds, her gaze is filled with concern. Suddenly, her eyes widen in astonishment. Sasuke, your eyes. Sasuke blinks, quickly realizing. He turns to face Sakura, finding his own reflection within her pupils. His eyes have transformed into a deep crimson, each adorned with two swirling black tomo, his Sharingan. The dual tomo. I have awakened the dual tomo. Sasuke's excitement intensifies as he comes to understand the significance of the recent events. Given his prior capabilities, discerning the flaws in the opponent's ninjutsu had been somewhat challenging, even with his knowledge of arrays. Although he had been studying the arrays for some time, he remained a novice compared to the array masters Naruto encountered in the Celestial Realm. Sasuke could not have unveiled the weaknesses of the ninjutsu merely through his understanding of arrays and observation. Yet, in that critical moment of desperation, he successfully activated the dual tomo Sharingan. Harnessing the enhanced perception granted by his eyes, Sasuke could now perceive the flow of chakra within the ninjutsu, enabling him to identify the focal point of the array and strike decisively. He never anticipated that the Sharingan could possess such an effect, seamlessly merging with the principles of the arrays. As his thoughts settle, Sasuke reflects. Even if everyone could learn the arrays, the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, would undoubtedly grasp them at an accelerated pace. The elation within Sasuke is palpable. He is certain that without the knowledge of the arrays, he would have been unable to tactically dismantle the opponent's ninjutsu, resorting instead to sheer brute force, an approach he has yet to master. Even with his eyes opened, clarity does not equate to understanding. They are two distinctly different concepts. Moreover, he has discovered that the principles of the arrays harmonize remarkably with his Sharingan, a revelation that fills him with unprecedented joy. After all, the adversary he seeks vengeance against wields the same formidable powers he possesses, be it the Sharingan or various ninjutsu. Whatever skills he can acquire, so too can the enemy, perhaps even surpassing his own capabilities. Thus, while Sasuke has long harbored a resolute desire for revenge, he has remained uncertain of how to enact it. Yet now, he perceives a glimmer of hope. He envisions a day when he can lay a trap with arrays, luring his opponent into a snare, much like Naruto ensnared Kakashi-sensei within a formation. Surely, that individual cannot also master the arrays, can they? Suddenly, a realization strikes Sasuke. It is not impossible. The opponent could seek instruction from Naruto regarding the arrays. Moreover, Naruto merely indicated the necessity of the Sharingan without specifying whose it must be. Sasuke feels fortunate that he has just awakened the dual tomo, rendering him even more formidable. Yet, he acknowledges that further effort is required. Turning instinctively towards Naruto, he finds that Naruto has finally completed his incantation. A colossal sword, enveloped by a massive whirlwind, breaks free from its constraints and hurtles towards Zabuza Momochi. Chapter 50. A change in circumstances. The moment Zabuza Momochi's pupils contracted, they nearly shrank to a mere pinprick. Even from a distance, he could sense the overwhelming power of this jutsu. Has Konoha developed to such an extent? A mere genin has mastered a technique of such formidable strength. Zabuza felt his heart race uncontrollably, not from fear, but from sheer astonishment. As a seasoned genin, he could hardly be easily defeated. Though this technique was potent, it could at most cause him some trouble. Killing him was ultimately out of the question. He was merely grateful that his original plan was to incapacitate Kakashi, ensuring that Kakashi could not intervene in the ensuing battle. Otherwise, had Kakashi been free, both he and Haku might have truly faced the threat of death in this 3-on-1 confrontation. Just a child, do not underestimate me. Zabuza smirked, adjusting his mask, and then immediately brandished his large blade, one hand gripping the sword while the other formed hand seals. Moments later, a water dragon emerged from behind him, its maw wide open. Zabuza's face was alight with madness as he stood within the swirling water and charged toward the wind dragon that was hurtling toward him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Haku, still reeling from shock after Sasuke had shattered the jutsu, finally regained his composure. Turning to the side, he spotted 2 massive dragons, one blue and one green, rapidly approaching one another. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, and an ice wall promptly materialized before Naruto's wind dragon. However, the moment the two made contact, the ice wall was sliced through effortlessly, offering no resistance whatsoever. Haku's heart raced at this sight. Are these kids truly just genin? His gaze shifted left, where he beheld a figure clad in white robes, standing with hands behind his back. Despite his youthful physique, he exuded an air of elegance and grace. One arm pointed forward, fingers extended like a sword, the index and middle fingers aligned straight, directing their tip precisely at Zabuza's position. The white robe billowed in the wind, and the boy's golden hair, long and straight, framed his sharp features. Even in the face of adversaries, Haku found himself momentarily entranced. He was well aware of his own good looks, yet the youth before him possessed a charisma that he could hardly rival. In fact, he had never encountered such an extraordinary presence throughout the entire shinobi world. It was as if he were a being from another realm. No. Haku furrowed his brow, unwilling to concede, while Zabuza found himself in peril. He formed hand seals once more, ready to unleash another jutsu. At that moment, Naruto, standing far off with his hands behind his back, abruptly turned his head and cast a glance. That gaze pierced through Haku's mind like a sharpened blade. Haku froze in place, his hands mid-seal, unable to continue. When he regained his senses, he realized the blue and green dragons were perilously close. Haku's heart leapt into his throat. Simultaneously, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and everyone else fixated on the impending clash, awaiting the outcome of this confrontation. Kakashi, who had idly observed from the beginning, removed his forehead protector and activated his Sharingan, now watching the scene with utmost seriousness. As all eyes were glued to the 2 spiraling dragons that collided, the wind blades sliced through the waterwaves with ease, rendering the latter nearly defenseless as they disintegrated into mist and foam. Zabuza was taken aback. He had anticipated that his opponent wielded nothing more than a common wind technique, only to discover upon contact that his water dragon was utterly feeble. How could this be? Zabuza pondered, baffled. In contrast, Naruto was unfazed. He had long conducted research and comparisons. The energy of chakra, when juxtaposed with true essence, revealed a staggering disparity in the harnessing and application of natural forces. Some jutsu utilizing chakra could indeed invoke dramatic changes in the environment, appearing remarkably powerful. However, such applications were superficial, merely borrowing from the forces of nature. Unlike true essence, which delved deeper into its potential. Though the water dragon appeared formidable, it was as insubstantial as paper, merely water animated by chakra. In stark contrast, Naruto's wind dragon was suffused with countless strands of true essence. This essence allowed practitioners to wield their techniques with greater precision and enhance their potency. While the tableau before them seemed evenly matched, Naruto had already secured a decisive advantage in their jutsu contest. The wind dragon functioned like a cutting machine, obliterating everything in its path. As the collision with Zabuza drew near, Kakashi observed the scene with equal astonishment. Although Naruto was still a genin, the power of his techniques often rivaled, if not exceeded, that of a nin. If he were to face an adversary of equal rank, the only recourse would be to interrupt Naruto before he could unleash these formidable new jutsu. Yet that mystical azure sword. Kakashi turned his attention toward Zabuza's rear. While everyone else was fixated on the clash of the 2 dragons, Kakashi remained acutely aware of that azure sword, which he believed to be the linchpin of Naruto's tactical framework. It was this very sword that afforded Naruto the opportunity to execute those powerful techniques unobserved. To thwart Naruto's abilities, one must first neutralize that azure sword. Yet, this was no simple endeavor. Kakashi had experienced its elusiveness firsthand. Zabuza, too, had likely sensed its presence but had been unable to extricate himself from its influence. At that moment, the azure sword lingered close behind Zabuza, silent and stealthy, akin to a coiled serpent. Divided in focus, Kakashi felt a weight settle in his chest. While he was not intimidated by Naruto at present, he recognized that this was merely a temporary state. Naruto's rate of growth was astonishing. Should this trajectory continue, there might come a day when he would no longer be a match for Naruto, and that day could arrive sooner than anticipated. More critically, Naruto's display bore little relation to his status as a Jinchuriki. Should he further tap into the power of the Jinchuriki, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Analyzing their encounters and strategies for victory was part of the mission. However, he did not undertake this analysis with the goal of defeating Naruto. It was merely a form of intelligence gathering. At least, that was how he rationalized it. Historically, even the most powerful Jinchuriki had never been invincible. The village always had means to counter them. But Naruto seemed different. Chapter 51. The Blade. Kakashi pondered that it might indeed be time to reconsider the approach towards Naruto. Simultaneously, he recognized that if Momochi Zabuza remained passive, merely observing the clash of techniques, he would undoubtedly face defeat. However, circumstances were unlikely to culminate in such a manner. Zabuza, being a seasoned jonin, would not easily succumb to Naruto's assault, even if he found himself temporarily disadvantaged due to carelessness. Zabuza had many options at his disposal. As for Naruto, regardless of the outcome of this particular technique, he would be left with little fighting capacity thereafter. Kakashi could sense the energy fluctuations within Naruto, which had significantly diminished after executing this technique. Indeed, while the Wind Blade was more potent, it also exacted a greater toll on Naruto's vitality. In just one strike, it consumed nearly 90% of his energy reserves, leaving him with barely enough to continue. Zabuza, with his wealth of combat experience, immediately perceived the disparity between their jutsu upon their collision. He quickly assessed that he did not need to match Naruto blow for blow. He merely required a fleeting opportunity. Raising his formidable sword, Zabuza aimed its tip at the Azure Giant's sword within the vortex. His intention from the outset was abundantly clear: to withstand Naruto's technique with his executioner's blade. The sword's resilience would surely counter the impending strike. As for potential damage, among the 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the executioner's blade was the least susceptible to destruction. Even if it were to suffer severe damage, it could absorb the blood of its enemies and regenerate autonomously. With a firm grip on the hilt, Zabuza thrust the blade forward, preparing for the imminent collision between the massive sword and his own. At that moment, a fleeting green shadow appeared beside the executioner's blade. Like a specter, it swiftly reached Zabuza's hand and delivered a gentle strike to the hilt of the executioner's sword. The blade, which was on the brink of clashing with the Azure Giant sword, veered aside by a couple of inches, narrowly avoiding the confrontation. The enormous sword within the vortex also shifted to the side, though it remained aimed at Zabuza, now targeting his shoulder rather than his head. Such wastefulness. Naruto scoffed coldly, his mind shifting as the azure small sword morphed into a shadow, lunging towards Zabuza's wrist. Much like Zabuza, Naruto's objective was singular: to acquire the weapon known as the executioner's blade. The identity of Zabuza, his motivations, and the mission in the village held no significance for Naruto. His sole pursuit was the path to enlightenment, the quest for ascension. Before him, the giant sword and the azure vortex drew ever closer. Meanwhile, the azure small sword threatened to sever his tendons. Zabuza was caught off guard by Naruto's sudden onslaught. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he realized that this golden-haired youth did not seem intent on taking his life. Instead, it appeared that, as Naruto had claimed, he was solely after the executioner's blade. Perhaps I have another, more prudent option, Zabuza mused, contemplating a less perilous method that might allow for his escape. He could relinquish the executioner's blade in exchange for a chance to retreat. Although it was the weapon that had earned him renown, Zabuza was not merely a swordsman. He was a ninja. As a ninja, his true reliance lay in his jutsu. Even if he temporarily abandoned the blade, he was confident that upon returning, he could devise a more detailed battle plan to reclaim it. Years of defection had instilled in Zabuza a swift decisiveness. Ignoring the pain in his injured right hand, he abruptly retracted the executioner's blade, which had been thrust forward. The azure small sword immediately sliced through his wrist, but he managed to pull the executioner's blade back, positioning it between himself and the azure giant sword. Concurrently, Zabuza formed a hand seal with his left hand and retreated, swiftly reaching by his side. Ahead, the executioner's blade was on the verge of colliding with the azure giant sword. At that moment, the azure giant sword vanished from the vortex, and the once raging azure vortex dissipated like an illusion, leaving behind only the azure small sword. Yet, the small sword exhibited extraordinary agility, as if it possessed its own sentience. It maneuvered through the hilt, and, with a twist, sent the unclaimed executioner's blade flying towards Naruto. In mere moments, the unclaimed executioner's blade found its way into Naruto's hands. He grasped the hilt and gently brushed his fingers along the blade's edge, eliciting a resonant hum from the steel. A smile graced Naruto's face as he exhaled in relief. The blade seemed to convey joy, recognizing him as a rare talent of the sword sect, a formidable being in the tribulation phase. Such weapons could undoubtedly sense the aura emanating from Naruto, and upon contact, they responded with innate elation. This indicated one undeniable truth: the blade had indeed developed a spirit of its own. As Naruto caressed the executioner's blade, it became the sole focus of his attention. All else faded into insignificance. The earlier confrontation, the giant sword, and the vortex were but distant memories. He truly seeks only my blade. What fascination does he have with it? This brat hardly appears to specialize in physical techniques, Zabuza thought, astonished, though his surprise was fleeting. Let us go, he commanded, turning to Bai in the distance. In an instant, both unleashed their escape jutsu, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Regardless of their prior preparations and successful ambush on Kakashi, they had failed to achieve their desired outcome, as Naruto had swiftly uncovered Bai's hiding place, rendering their plans futile. Their only recourse now was to flee swiftly. Otherwise, once Kakashi extricated himself, their chances of escape would dwindle significantly. For now, with merely an injured right hand, Zabuza could still make his exit, which could be deemed a successful retreat. Naruto stood still, making no move. He did not issue a command to pursue, and neither did Sasuke or Sakura act impulsively. Moreover, Sasuke's injuries, while not fatal, did impact his combat effectiveness. The group observed as, moments later, Zabuza and the masked ninja vanished completely. That blade is simply too large and rather unappealing, Naruto thought, somewhat dissatisfied. The craftsmanship of weapons in the ninja realm was undeniably rudimentary, and aesthetically, it left much to be desired. Even though the executioner's blade had attained a level of sentience, its appearance still failed to captivate Naruto's interest. Chapter 52. Returning to the village nevertheless, it poses no obstacle, with my capabilities. Preserving the essence within the blade is but a trivial task, and reforging it will be effortless, albeit requiring a greater assortment of materials. Naruto mused, feeling an increasing curiosity towards the other blades wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen. The soul of a sword is primarily defined by its essence. As a formidable cultivator of the sword sect, Naruto possesses a secret technique that allows him to attempt the amalgamation of the essences within various weapons. This not only enhances the essence itself, but also enables the inheritance and stacking of its effects. Should he manage to acquire several more weapons imbued with essence, he could endeavor to forge a fusion. The resulting sword spirit would undoubtedly grow stronger and more versatile. Although ultimately, it would be supplanted by his own sword pellet. It would suffice until he reaches the golden core stage and forms the sword pellet. To his surprise, the ninja world still harbored treasures. A smile crept across Naruto's face. As a cultivator, the greatest dread is to find oneself in desolate and barren lands. The dense spiritual energy of this world had initially unsettled him, filling him with trepidation. Yet now, the emergence of this executioner's blade brought him a flicker of solace. With a mental shift, he prepared to stow the sword in his storage space, only to abruptly recall that he was no longer in the immortal realm, and he was no longer the formidable figure he once was. Furthermore, he lacked the spatial ring for storage. Carrying such a hefty blade on his back was decidedly uncharacteristic for Naruto. Glancing around, he tossed the executioner's sword towards Sakura. Take it, hold it well, he instructed succinctly. Sakura, initially taken aback, quickly regained her composure and rose to catch the blade, her expression a mix of confusion and surprise. Is this for me? She inquired. Naruto shook his head in exasperation. It's for you to carry for me. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at herself. Me? You want me to carry it? Naruto countered. Should I ask Sasuke to take it? Sakura glanced down at Sasuke, whose injuries rendered him unable to lift such a heavy object as he sat on the ground recuperating. Isn't this your own sword? Shouldn't you carry it yourself? She grumbled internally but dared not voice her thoughts. Naruto stood with his hands casually behind his back, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Indeed, throughout their journey, Naruto had seldom shouldered any burden himself. It was always Sasuke who assisted him. With Sasuke injured and Naruto unwilling to impose on Kakashi, Sakura realized the responsibility had fallen squarely upon her shoulders. I once thought Naruto had changed for the better and considered introducing Ino to him, she reflected bitterly. But it seems there has been no real transformation. He still delights in bullying others. How infuriating. With a clenched jaw, she grasped the executioner's sword, seeking something to wrap the blade and hilt before strapping it to her back. Despite her discomfort, she remained by Sasuke's side, tending to his wounds. Meanwhile, Naruto turned his attention to Kakashi, who remained ensnared in the water prison. With Zabuza and Haku having long departed, the prison was on the verge of collapse. Naruto smiled and inquired, Kakashi-sensei, are you still unable to escape this water prison? Do you require my assistance? Kakashi paused, realizing he was still playing a part. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he braced himself and feigned effort to shatter the water prison before finally freeing himself. I never anticipated that this mission would involve elite rogue ninjas setting traps for me in advance, catching me completely off guard, he exclaimed, scratching the back of his head while laughing and giving Naruto and the others a thumbs up. But you all performed admirably. You did not disappoint me. Truly, you are my students. Watching Kakashi's performance, Naruto remained impassive, internally scoffing. The more he observed, the more he felt discontent towards the people of Konoha. It seemed they had no understanding of sincere communication. Each individual was ensnared in their own web of intrigue, striving to appear enigmatic and guarded, as if afraid of revealing their true thoughts. Yet their methods were so rudimentary and superficial that their hidden motives were easily discernible. Even when exposed, they stubbornly persisted in their charade, leaving Naruto baffled. The cultivators of the immortal realm never behaved in such a manner. While the immortal realm was certainly not devoid of wisdom, its inhabitants were generally forthright and candid. This was not to say they lacked cunning or were entirely honest. Rather, they recognized that there are no fools in this world. A performance riddled with flaws is far less effective than a genuine exchange of interests. Even those true sages who strategize on a grand scale often communicate their intentions openly, because the real game involves power, not mere tricks. Even when realizing they are but pieces on the chessboard, they find themselves compelled by the greater strategy at play. Naruto understood his own position clearly. He could never be the one to dictate the game. He was merely a piece on the board, albeit a stronger one, endowed with the power of choice. He could even become a piece capable of countering the player. This was the survival strategy of the sword sect in the immortal realm. Regardless of the opponent's myriad tactics and schemes, he could shatter them with a single sword strike. The individuals of Konoha, lacking the requisite ability and wisdom, still sought to outsmart others, treating them as fools. In the immortal realm, such arrogance would lead to swift annihilation. I have been too lenient. Perhaps I should have heeded the elders' counsel and spent fewer years in seclusion, opting instead for more practical training. With my talent, even if I squander a century, it would not adversely affect my ultimate cultivation. It might even fortify my resolve, and I might succeed in transcending. In less than a century, Naruto had reached the stage of transcending tribulations. Except for unavoidable obligations, he dedicated nearly all his time to cultivation. Yet it was not too late. In this lifetime, he would venture out more often, seeking to understand the true nature of this ninja world. With that thought in mind, he turned and made his way toward Konoha. Naruto, where are you heading? Kakashi's voice called from behind. Furrowing his brow, Naruto replied, Of course, I am returning to the village. With the executioner's blade now in hand, the mission has been accomplished. It is time for me to return, continue my seclusion, and carve out my sword's spirit in preparation for the impending foundation establishment. Chapter 53. Ascension, yet our mission remains unfinished. Kakashi felt a vain throb on his forehead. Come on, we are ninjas. Our purpose here is to execute a task. And seeking a sword is merely incidental. To return to the village directly, does that still qualify us as ninjas? Moreover, Kakashi's expression darkened further as he observed Sasuke and Sakura rising and walking towards Naruto without a word. When Naruto had gotten up to leave, Sasuke and Sakura had simply supported each other and proceeded to head back, completely disregarding him as their teacher, as if he were of no consequence. Though accustomed to such dismissals, each instance still weighed heavily upon Kakashi's heart. Naruto halted at these words, a slight frown creasing his brow. He had never considered the significance of the mission. It held no relevance for him, and he paid no heed to the rewards. As for the person who had proposed the task, Naruto felt no obligation to assist, judging by that individual's conduct and demeanor. At this moment, Dasna finally regained his composure and rushed over, standing beside Naruto and pleading for his help, hoping he would not depart so readily. Yet Naruto remained unmoved. Sasuke, now fully aligned with Naruto, kept silent, closing his eyes in meditation, seeking to hasten his recovery. Sakura, supporting Sasuke, bore a conflicted expression. On one hand, she wished to encourage Naruto to assist the old man, but on the other, she recognized her words would hold no weight. The Naruto of now was not the same as before. He would dismiss her entreaties as mere folly. Sakura intended to remain with the group, wanting to stay close to Sasuke, but feared that upsetting Naruto might lead to her expulsion from the team. Although, logically, only Kakashi, as their teacher, had the authority to dismiss someone, she instinctively felt that Naruto could do so too. The atmosphere grew tense and stagnant. I suppose, henceforth, this task falls to you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said, smiling at him. What do you think? After all, Kakashi-sensei, you are indeed truly intent on completing this task, are you? You've already obtained what you desired. And we have successfully repelled an elite ninja, along with another formidable opponent. It is indeed time for you to take on some responsibilities. Though Naruto's tone was gentle, Kakashi perceived an unwavering resolve in his words. He could tell that Naruto was not merely consulting him. Kakashi sighed and shook his head. All right, I shall speak plainly. Once we return, we will encounter a CH-nin exam. To participate, one must complete a task of C rank or above, which is precisely what we are undertaking. If you wish to partake in the exam and become CH-nin, you must finish this task before we can return. This was indeed no trivial matter. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura. If you both aspire to be CH-nin, you may follow your teacher and complete the mission. I will retreat into seclusion upon my return, and I require no one to oversee me. For the other ninjas in the village, the prospect of becoming CH-nin was undoubtedly significant. Advancing in rank allowed access to more missions, greater earnings, and the opportunity to learn more powerful jutsu, thereby becoming stronger. However, for Naruto, these concerns held no value. Unless compelled by the village's mandate, he would likely refuse any such obligations. Sasuke remained silent as well. In the past, he would have seized such an opportunity without hesitation, for he needed to become CH-nin to grow stronger. Yet now, he had alternative paths before him. His recent battle with the masked ninja had illuminated the potential of the path of the array, and now, having awakened his Sharingan, he recognized this as a chance to learn more from Naruto. Thus, the rewards of becoming Nin seemed less significant. Sasuke inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he withdrew his arm from Sakura's back, reaching for her belongings, including the decapitating sword. I shall not participate either, Sakura. You should accompany the teacher. Sakura was taken aback. She promptly snatched the sword and packed back from Sasuke, then turned to Kakashi, resolute. Kakashi-sensei, I shall not go either. I believe that with my current strength, becoming Nin would be somewhat forced. Let us three await the next opportunity for the exam. Seeing the trio's abrupt decisions, Kakashi found himself momentarily stunned. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he had not expected it to materialize so swiftly. Shouldn't ninjas be tasked with missions? Or had it all gone awry? Had the lessons on the will of fire been inadequately conveyed in their training? If before he had merely been feigning concern, now Kakashi truly felt a headache coming on. Moreover, he could not conceive of any solution. The village's plan hinged on Naruto and the others completing their mission to participate in the Nin exam, which would see ninjas from other villages involved. This was a matter of the village's reputation, of considerable importance. What should he do now? Should he truly allow Naruto and the others to return while he undertook the task alone? Kakashi gazed at Naruto, and after a moment of silence, he sighed and said with a wry smile, What has happened, Naruto? Did you not always proclaim your desire to become Hokage? This current state of affairs does not align with that ambition. Hokage, Naruto recalled. Before traversing to the celestial realm, he had indeed been vocal about his aspiration to become Hokage. He had genuinely believed in that dream, striving towards it, driven by the feeling that everyone in the village loathed and rejected him. To Naruto, becoming Hokage seemed the sole path to earn their acceptance, a notion that was once his only motivation. However, that was then. For the Naruto of now, the villager's acknowledgement held no more significance than the trifling jutsu one might learn after becoming Nin. It bore no relevance or value to him. In truth, the approval of others could indeed be rendered meaningless. One may live for others, but one must not exist solely for their sake. One must understand what they truly desire. I once contemplated becoming Hokage, but not anymore, Naruto replied with a smile, his gaze serene yet revealing a glimmer of yearning. Now, I aspire only to attain immortality. Chapter 54. Little Llama. The title of Hokage is merely a designation, devoid of any substantial significance, akin to the title of the Sword Sect Master. In the Sword Sect, strength alone dictates authority. It is typically the weakest among peers who assumes the role of the sect leader, tasked with managing mundane affairs. Upon reaching the Yuaning stage, Naruto proactively ascended to the position of elder and subsequently became the esteemed elder of the sect, allowing him to concentrate solely on his personal cultivation without concern for trivial matters. Rather than seeking the approval of others to become Hokage, Naruto's genuine aspiration lies in transcending to immortality, achieving the status of a celestial being, a dream that requires no validation or acceptance from anyone, only for himself. Naruto's tone was far from solemn, imbued with a hint of levity. Yet, Sasuke, listening attentively beside him, found himself lost in thought. Immortal? The idea piqued Kakashi's interest as well, his brow furrowing in confusion. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto declared. Kakashi snapped back to attention, his expression grave. If you desire to attain immortality, the village can assist you in finding a true sage. Really? Naruto, initially inclined to depart, paused, eyeing Kakashi with furrowed brows. Are you implying that there are sages in the ninja world? This notion was entirely new to Naruto, yet he did not dismiss it outright, acknowledging the presence of natural energy within the ninja realm, thus allowing for the possibility of practitioners. I am well aware of this. There is indeed someone in the village acquainted with a sage. Once there were 3, but now only 1 remains. After we complete this mission, I will request Lord Hokage to summon that individual, Kakashi stated earnestly. Naruto perceived that Kakashi spoke with sincerity. He pondered briefly before directing his thoughts inward towards the seal. Kyubi, are you aware of the existence of sages in the ninja world? The Kyubi, lounging in its seal as if feigning slumber, merely lifted an eyelid, remaining motionless. Have you finally remembered me after all this time? You certainly do not seem inclined to seek my counsel. Do not expect this great lord to divulge anything. As the mightiest of the tailed beasts, the Kyubi possessed its own dignity, having always held dominance in its interactions with previous Jinchuriki. Now, however, it found itself in a subordinate position, particularly as Naruto exhibited no interest in its powers he had yet to utilize. Though the Kyubi held disdain for its identity as a Jinchuriki and detested being confined, it found itself unaccustomed to being ignored completely. Well? Naruto's tone was laced with curiosity as he prepared to impose a minor reprimand. To his surprise, the Kyubi, as if anticipating his actions, tilted its head back, adopting a pose of surrender. Go ahead, strike me. Even if you were to shatter me 1,000 times today, I would remain silent. If that were truly the case, then I would indeed be at a loss, Naruto replied. After a moment of silence, he spoke again, somewhat exasperated, "You little fox spirit, what exactly do you intend?" The QB bristled, its eyes aflame with indignation. "What little fox spirit? I am the great fox spirit. I am the legendary Ninetales. Who gave you the right to address me in such a manner?" Naruto furrowed his brow, channeling the power of his transcendental phase, pressing the QB down as if it were paper. Amidst a cacophony of cries, it took a considerable time for the QB to recover. "You must not call me little fox spirit. I have a name. You shall refer to me as Little Llama. No, you must call me Nine Llama." "Very well. Nine Llama, what do you wish to convey?" Naruto reiterated, cutting straight to the crux of the matter without unnecessary elaboration. Perhaps due to the prolonged stay in the realm of sages or the extended period of seclusion, Naruto's discourse on important matters was often remarkably succinct. The QB, somewhat appeased, mumbled for a while before expressing its intent. "You wish to release me?" Naruto inquired. The QB hastily clarified, "Not to release me entirely, merely to allow me a glimpse outside, not a complete liberation." Naruto interjected, "Agreed, I accept. Is there anything else?" The QB, taken aback, had prepared a plethora of explanations, yet now found itself unable to articulate even a fraction. Its emotions became disjointed. "There is nothing else, just this." The QB had contemplated proposing further demands, but, wary of this exceptional Jinchuriki reneging on their initial agreement, decided to take the opportunity presented. "Then do not delay further. Respond promptly," Naruto urged, his brow knit in mild impatience. Observing Naruto's demeanor, the QB was filled with ire. Unlike previous Jinchuriki who treated it as a lord, this one acted as though he were the master. After a moment of internal reflection, the QB finally spoke. "Sages do indeed exist. I have encountered the most powerful sage. However, the sages most ninja believe in are likely not the same as the one I refer to." At this point, the QB hesitated. "I can only confirm that sages exist, but I cannot divulge more, as this pertains to a significant secret. Even if you were to break me 100,000 times, I cannot speak." Naruto finally comprehended. Given the QB's considerable age and its acknowledgement of the existence of sages, there was likely truth to its claims. "Thank you. Once my current affairs are resolved, I will seek you out for a lookout." With that, Naruto exited. The QB remained within its seal, filled with dissatisfaction. Just a mere brat, acting so grand, threatening others without cause. Who taught him such audacity? Should I encounter them, I would not hesitate to devour them. Though the exchange with the QB seemed to stretch on for ages, in reality, it transpired in but a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, Naruto turned to Kakashi. "In that case, let us proceed with this mission. However, do not allow yourself to be easily ensnared by the water prison." Upon finishing, Naruto exchanged a glance with Sasuke, and the three turned their attention towards the land of waves. Kakashi exhaled deeply, yet his brow furrowed even tighter, his expression increasingly grave. It appeared imperative to contact Jiraiya-sensei ahead of time. Nevertheless, the existence of sages was far beyond Naruto's current reach. He should not have known this information. Who had divulged it to him? The QB? Days passed as the group journeyed onward, ultimately arriving in the land of waves. After inquiring, Sakura finally learned the truth about their current mission and the existence of a certain mogul named Kato. Just as they settled in, the previously escaped Zabuza Momochi reappeared with unexpected suddenness. Chapter 55. Blood and Forging. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained vigilant, ready to protect their mission target. "Leave this to me," Kakashi stated, immediately preparing for battle. He sensed Naruto's dissatisfaction with his apparent lack of effort, and, recognizing the gravity of the situation, decided to showcase his abilities rather than continue to slack off. Sasuke and Sakura were equally focused, positioning themselves defensively around Tazuna. Only Naruto seemed intrigued, observing their opponent. He could sense that Zabuza Momochi's arrival was devoid of murderous intent, and he appeared somewhat dispirited, as though he had suffered a significant setback. Furthermore, he noticed the absence of the masked ninja who had previously accompanied Zabuza. Zabuza stood there, his complexion pale, and after a moment of tension between the two parties, he finally spoke. "I would like to request your assistance. In exchange, I can offer you what you desire." Kakashi scoffed. "Naruto, don't trust him. He must be attempting to lower our guard." He stepped forward, but Naruto halted him, turning to Zabuza with a question. "What is it that you think I want? Besides your sword, what else can you offer?" Zabuza looked directly at Naruto and replied, "My blood." Before Naruto could inquire further, Zabuza elaborated. "As the wielder of the executioner's blade, my blood has undergone numerous exchanges with it. The last time, I left the sword with you but drained most of its power. Now, I can return all of that energy. I can infuse all my blood into the blade, restoring it to its peak condition." Zabuza spoke the truth. This was indeed his contingency plan. The executioner's blade could reciprocate vitality to its wielder, and conversely, the wielder could rejuvenate the sword. Initially, Zabuza intended for Naruto and his companions to obtain the sword without the means to wield it effectively, but now it became a bargaining chip. Naruto pondered aloud, "Your blood? What effects does it have?" Zabuza answered, "As long as my blood is not entirely consumed, the sword will continuously regenerate from any damage it incurs. Furthermore, Other blood will not yield the same results unless you invest considerable time for it to bond with the sword. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. That does sound like a substantial advantage. Zabuza continued, if you agree to help me, I will provide you with all my blood. Naruto shook his head. Not enough. Not enough? Zabuza echoed, surprised. Indeed. I may require more. Naruto contemplated the necessity of reforging the executioner's blade. Although it wouldn't damage the sword's spirit, it would inevitably harm its physical form. The materials and craftsmanship that birthed its spirit were of great significance, and he had no desire to seek them out. Yet now, Zabuza's blood could serve as a perfect substitute, reminiscent of the forging techniques of his past. Naruto fixed his gaze on Zabuza. I can assist you, but for now, I do not require your blood. However, when the time comes, you must provide it continuously. The forging process could be lengthy, and Naruto needed a consistent supply of fresh blood from Zabuza. Zabuza stood momentarily stunned, having not anticipated such a request. Nevertheless, he eventually nodded in agreement. As long as you are willing to help me. Without seeking anyone's approval, Naruto simply affirmed, lead the way. Beside them, Kakashi felt exasperated. Naruto, are you not concerned this might be a ruse? Naruto smiled. I only desire his blood. I care not for anything else. If he refuses to give it willingly, I shall take it by my own means. Zabuza felt a chill run down his neck, realizing that revealing the secret of his blood might not have been the wisest choice. Kakashi, though resigned, was confident in his abilities. Furthermore, the ultimate goal of their mission pointed toward a figure named Gato. Thus, Kakashi reluctantly acquiesced. Zabuza stood there, astonished by how smoothly things were unfolding. Do you not wish to know why I requested your assistance, or what truly transpired? He inquired, expecting it to be a primary concern for Naruto and his team. Yet Naruto dismissed him, insisting he simply lead them forward. Sakura, however, inquired, what exactly happened? After a pause, Zabuza sighed and began, after I escaped last time. I planned to strike again when you arrived. I devised a new strategy and presented it to my employer, revealing your true strength. I hoped he would hire at least one more jonin to assist me. Zabuza hesitated, clearly struggling, but continued. The employer agreed and brought in a formidable ally, even stronger than I. However, upon their arrival, they suddenly turned against me, employing a special jutsu that rendered me powerless to resist. My employer declared that with the arrival of that powerful ally, my services were no longer required, and for certain reasons, they intended to eliminate us. Haku was injured while protecting me and left behind. Upon hearing this, Sakura's brows furrowed tightly. This Gato is truly a villain. Everything seems to revolve around him. Naruto. We must deal with this Gato character. Naruto remained non-committal, continuing to advance. Zabuza's account was undoubtedly incomplete. After all, a man like Gato, with such wealth and influence, was unlikely to be foolish. It was improbable he would undermine his own strength before achieving his goals. Regardless of Zabuza's truth, there must have been underlying reasons for Gato's actions, suggesting he preferred to eliminate Zabuza before pursuing his true objectives. However, Naruto was uninterested in unraveling these intricacies. He was not motivated by a sense of justice, for true justice was a rare commodity in this world, where most individuals acted based on their own perspectives and choices. For Naruto, his choice in this matter aligned with the benefits Zabuza had promised, namely, the limitless supply of his blood. Chapter 56, Sword Formation and Sword Intent. With Zabuza leading the way, Naruto and his companions effortlessly located the whereabouts of Kato and his associates. They arrived at an abandoned house, surrounded inside and out by wandering samurai. A probe of Naruto's consciousness allowed him to immediately comprehend the surrounding environment. Inside the house, a middle-aged man clad in a suit sat, leaning on a cane. It was reasonable to conclude that this man was indeed Kato. Beside him stood two ninjas, their faces obscured by masks and dressed entirely in black. The headbands on their wrists bore the insignia of a ninja village, now rendered unrecognizable. Naruto had never encountered the presence of these two individuals before, inferring that they were likely formidable experts summoned by Kato from other locations. On the opposite side of the room, there was an iron cage containing the masked ninja who had previously battled Sasuke. The mask on his face had fallen away halfway, revealing numerous wounds and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, indicating severe injuries that had nearly stripped him of his combat capabilities. In total, there were 32 individuals present, including two ninjas whose strength was presumed to be that of Nin. Despite the distance, Naruto had already discerned the specifics of their positions. Kakashi and Zabuza expressed surprise but refrained from further inquiries. Kakashi stepped forward, declaring, I will handle those two Nin. I will hold them off while you deal with the others, and then we will confront these two together. After all, those Nin had been brought in by Kato, and their objectives aligned with their mission's goals. As ninjas, prioritizing mission objectives was paramount. Kakashi took the initiative, intending to demonstrate his capabilities to prevent Naruto's growing dissatisfaction with him. However, after committing to this course of action, Kakashi felt compelled to add a remark intended to guide Naruto and his companions on proper ninja conduct. Naruto turned to Kakashi and replied, that won't be necessary, sensei. You need only fulfill your own mission and ensure the protection of our objective. The subsequent matters will be my responsibility. I will handle them. This sentiment reflected Naruto's self-interest in accepting the task from Zaibu Zhan. Thus, decisions regarding how to deal with the current situation and the distribution of rewards afterward were entirely his to make. He had always preferred to manage such affairs independently. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words. He contemplated arguing further, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Naruto's current demeanor seemed excessively arrogant. He might not realize that Zaibu Zhan's request for assistance stemmed from Kakashi's presence. Kakashi resolved to wait until Naruto discovered that the two Nin were not as easily dealt with as he believed before offering his help. Kakashi, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from voicing any objections. He was acutely aware that the three individuals under his command were capable of abandoning the mission at any moment. Very well, I shall leave it to you. I can provide support from the sidelines, Kakashi stated, stretching his neck and arms. Shall we engage now? Not just yet. I need to set up a few things. Naruto responded. Kakashi nodded in agreement. No problem. Everything unfolded quite naturally, with no one sensing any irregularities. Even Kakashi himself failed to recognize the shift in dynamics until he found himself standing in a daze, contemplating the true leader of this team. He closed his eyes, engulfed in profound self-doubt. As an elite Nin of Konoha, Kakashi had not allowed others to dictate his decisions and missions since he ceased to be a student, since his own sensei became Hokage and no longer led teams. The current circumstances evoked memories of his younger days as a student under his teacher, who had similar golden hair and a calm demeanor, reminiscent of Naruto now. Kakashi's gaze shifted to Naruto, who now wore a white robe, his hair considerably longer than before. This appearance starkly contrasted with the mischievous boy who once caused havoc in the village. Instead, he gradually began to merge with the image of Kakashi's former teacher. In Kakashi's eyes, the resemblance between the two figures grew increasingly apparent, yet notable differences remained. His teacher had always exuded a gentle aura, even in the most urgent moments, consistently engaging them with a smile. In contrast, Naruto now appeared far more aloof, seemingly indifferent to matters at hand. Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Naruto turned to Sasuke, asking, "How much of the sword formation I previously provided have you comprehended?" Sasuke, now shouldering a large sword and carrying luggage, assumed his role as an attendant. Upon hearing the question, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and, after a moment of reflection, replied, 23%. 23%, quite precise. Naruto nodded. That means you have grasped the content regarding sword formations. Sasuke's eyes lit up at the mention of sword formations. Indeed, this time, I want you to assist me in setting up a sword formation, Naruto declared. Upon receiving Naruto's affirmation, Sasuke became even more enthusiastic. The sword formation, he believed, was the most formidable and lethal of all formations he had encountered in his studies. Unlike other types, the sword formation was designed exclusively for combat. Each sword formation possessed immense power, capable of targeting both individuals and vast numbers of enemies. Those colossal sword formations could effortlessly slay thousands upon activation. Just contemplating the descriptions of these formations filled Sasuke with awe. However, he was also acutely aware that arranging a sword formation was exceedingly challenging, primarily due to the necessity of sword intent. Without sword intent, even if the formation were successfully arranged, its power would be drastically diminished. Yet, observing Naruto's countenance that suggested such understanding was natural, a thought spontaneously arose in Sasuke's mind. Had Naruto already cultivated sword intent? In the introduction to formations, sword intent was described as an elusive concept, typically understood and refined only by exceptionally gifted and powerful sword practitioners. Ordinary cultivators could scarcely achieve such an understanding. Although Sasuke had yet to fully comprehend the various terms associated with sword practitioners, he recognized the rarity of sword practitioners and the preciousness of sword intent. At that moment, in Sasuke's heart, sword intent appeared infinitely more wondrous and valuable than his family's Sharingan. Chapter 57. The Blood Sea Killing Sword Formation. The mere thought that Naruto might have achieved sword intent was astonishing. How old is he? How on earth did he manage that? Sasuke was filled with emotion. He previously believed he was beginning to understand Naruto better, yet at this moment, he realized that the mysteries surrounding Naruto remained profound and inscrutable. However, this fleeting thought was soon cast aside as Sasuke's anticipation for the sword intent and formation swiftly consumed his entire being. This formation was known as the Blood Sea Killing Sword Formation, Naruto declared. The name alone sent a shiver through Sasuke. He could sense a surge of murderous intent emanating from it. Having delved deeply into various formations, Sasuke understood that the names of formations were never arbitrary. Each formation's name is intricately connected to its effects. Since this sword formation was called the Blood Sea Killing Sword Formation, it was evident that it would involve death and a sea of blood. Naruto began to call out positions with unwavering confidence. As his voice echoed, the executioner's blade bound to Sasuke's back immediately soared into Naruto's grasp. This scene left Zabuza, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. His blade had only recently fallen into the hands of this young boy, yet it appeared as though it had already become his. Your master is still here. How did you summon it to yourself? Zabuza wondered, but Naruto remained oblivious to the resentful gaze directed at him. A formation must have a focal point. During his previous battle with Kakashi, the focal points he found were merely ordinary substitutes. Yet now, this executioner's blade, though not perfect, was undoubtedly a worthy substitute for a focal point. Moreover, the attributes of the Blood Sea killing formation complemented the blade perfectly. If all went well, after undergoing the tempering of this formation, the inherent quality and spirit of the blade would be significantly enhanced. As Naruto continued to call out positions, Sasuke promptly set down his belongings and hastened to assist in the formation setup. Kakashi, Sakura, and Zabuza stood frozen in place, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. They could not fathom what Naruto and Sasuke were endeavoring to achieve. Kakashi and Sakura, having a slight understanding of formations, recognized their potency, while Zabuza was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the intentions of the two young shinobi. What are they doing? Zabuza asked Kakashi, hoping the seasoned Nin would have insights to share. However, Kakashi merely regarded him with his deadpan expression and shook his head before lifting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out as well. Zabuza, feeling exasperated, pressed on. Are you really not planning to intervene? Just as Kakashi presumed. Zabuza's request for assistance primarily stemmed from the need for Kakashi's strength. The two Nins summoned by Kato were not particularly formidable, yet they posed a significant challenge, having caught Zabuza off guard previously, resulting in Haku's current incapacitation. Alone, Zabuza found it difficult to ensure victory against two Nin and rescue Haku. Hence the need for Kakashi's support. Kakashi shook his head reassuringly. Don't worry, when the time is right, I will act. He had previously been ensnared by a formation without realizing it, making it impossible to convey any intelligence. Now, however, presented with an exceptional opportunity, he was eager to witness the wonders of this so-called formation. As Zabuza listened to Kakashi's words, he felt a sense of reassurance and shifted his gaze back to the two figures laboring ahead. Or rather, one figure, as Sasuke was the only one bustling about while Naruto remained stationary, seemingly lost in thought. Fortunately, as time passed, the Uchiha youth finally paused. Subsequently, Naruto raised the executioner's blade high and plunged it into the earth. He then pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the hilt of the blade. With a surge of true energy, he interconnected the various points of the formation. In an instant, the formation was complete. However, as the true energy remained unseen, Zabuza and the others could perceive no abnormalities, only a gentle breeze brushing past them. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke stepped back. It's done, Sasuke stated coldly. Zabuza was bewildered. What do you mean it's done? What is finished? Just then, Naruto raised his right hand, and his golden hair and white robe billowed as if caught in an unseen wind. In an instant, the surroundings darkened, a faint crimson hue painting the sky and clouds, suffusing the atmosphere with a palpable aura of blood, as if dusk had fallen across the land. Everyone looked up in awe at the unfolding spectacle, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Zabuza even found himself momentarily breathless, opening his mouth to speak, but unable to utter a single word. With a gust of wind beneath him, Naruto's entire form gradually ascended, floating towards a dilapidated structure. Without so much as a word, he charged ahead. Kakashi, Zabuza, and Sasuke were taken aback and immediately followed suit. Simultaneously, Kato's band of wandering warriors and the two Nin within the house sensed a shift in the atmosphere and emerged to witness Naruto hovering above. With his right hand forming a blade-like gesture, a flash of azure light sliced through the roof of Kato's abode, revealing Haku imprisoned within a cage. I will give you half a stick of incense to surrender this individual and take your own life here. In return, I shall ensure your souls remain unblemished. Allowing you to be reborn, Naruto proclaimed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap across the expanse. It was not a threat, nor did it require any such intimidation. At the moment the sword formation was established, these individuals had already become souls destined for Naruto's blade. This was both a command and an undeniable truth. Chapter 58, Noisy. At this moment, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Zabuza had all followed suit. They gazed upward at Naruto, who stood high in the sky, their minds consumed by a singular thought. This is not the behavior of a ninja. It is utterly beyond the realm of what a ninja should do. Yet, even Kakashi could not deny that Naruto's actions starkly contrasted with the teachings he had received throughout his childhood, appearing remarkably impressive. Sasuke, filled with ambition, could not help but envision a day when he, too, would stand atop the heavens, looking down upon that man. However, he found himself at a loss for words as to what he might say in that moment. Among the gathered crowd, only Sakura stared in astonishment. She comprehended Naruto's words, yet the more she understood, the more incredulous she felt. Was it not somewhat excessive to ascend so brazenly and demand others to take their own lives? Clearly, Kato and his men shared a similar sentiment. Where did this little brat come from? Do you think that just because you're up in the sky, we can't do anything about you? Who are you trying to intimidate? Little brat, do you see the bow and arrows in my hands? Do you believe I want to shoot you down with a single arrow? They laughed heartily, dismissing him despite his apparent status as a ninja from Konoha. Kato, standing among the crowd, quickly fixed his gaze on Zabuza. He laughed derisively. Zabuza, do you think calling upon a few helpers is enough to defeat me? If you want to save your comrades, calling such ostentatious allies is futile. However, if you kneel and crawl to me, I might consider letting you go with your companions. Ha ha ha. It must be said that Kato's remarks were indeed quite rude, dripping with arrogance and provoking resentment. Initially, Sakura felt that Naruto was being somewhat excessive, but now she was completely swayed. Kato was clearly not a good person. He not only bullied Uncle Tazuna, but also spoke in such an obnoxious manner. She fervently wished for Naruto to teach them a lesson. Zabuza glanced curiously at Sakura. Throughout their journey, he had been intrigued. This team felt markedly different from the ninja squads he had encountered before. It seemed that all decisions were made by the boy named Naruto, while Kakashi, the teacher, was hardly acknowledged. This was baffling to him. Are you not concerned that your comrades might be defeated? Zabuza couldn't help but inquire. He had faced Naruto in battle and was astonished by his strength at such a young age. Yet he was certain that Naruto's power still fell short of that of a Jonin. Without hesitation, Sakura replied, but we still have Kakashi-sensei. Zabuza then understood. It appeared that these young ninjas were quite clear-headed after all. Their squad was normal, albeit their behavior was somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was observing Naruto's formation and gathering intelligence from the front, felt a swell of emotion at Sakura's words. Finally, someone understood him. Finally, someone recognized him as a teacher. For reasons unknown, Kakashi was profoundly touched by Sakura's statement. At that moment, Kato's band of wandering warriors continued their raucous shouts. Naruto stood silently in the sky, his expression growing increasingly stern. After a while, Naruto spoke. The time is almost upon us. Kato raised his cane, pointing directly at Naruto. You up there, little brat. Stop pretending. If you have the guts, come down immediately. If you wish to save someone, let us see if you have the ability to do so. Or else. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of movement. In an instant, several translucent swords, imbued with a bloodthirsty aura, materialized behind him. These swords were forged from a fusion of true essence and the spiritual energy of the world. However, the most crucial element was the intent of the sword itself, a core tenet for practitioners of the sword path. Naruto's philosophy was strikingly simple. It revolved around a single word, kill. By nurturing the sword through killing, and vice versa, once Naruto activated his sword intent, it became imperative to claim lives. The more lives he took, the purer and sharper his sword intent became. This was why, in his previous life, Naruto preferred solitude. Any encounter with other practitioners would inevitably lead to either his demise or theirs. Despite the realm of Xianlong emphasizing a ruthless path, where practitioners contended fiercely, Naruto's sword intent ultimately bore a transgressive quality. The realization that he had forged such sword intent revealed the profound depths of darkness and violence he had suppressed within himself. Now, this realm was saturated with Naruto's murderous intent. Although each individual sword lacked exceptional strength, their sheer number was staggering. In mere moments, nearly 100 swords had manifested behind him. Moreover, around him, in every direction, bloodthirsty translucent blades appeared, transforming the entire space into a macabre display. The combined count of blades likely reached into the thousands. Kato's mocking words faltered mid-sentence, his voice constricted as if gripped by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. The raucous warriors who had been so boisterous were now struck silent by the terrifying spectacle before them. Even Kakashi and others, including Zabuza, were taken aback. The once vibrant atmosphere was now enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of air colliding with the blades. Zabuza swallowed hard, his voice dry as he remarked, regardless of the technique's actual power, it certainly appears quite astonishing. He glanced at Kakashi, who, after a moment's hesitation, said nothing. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the sky, instinctively lifting his eye patch to reveal his Sharingan, channeling chakra as he frantically recorded the unfolding events. Sasuke shot a cold glance at the two adults, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. What did they mean by merely appearing strong? With his understanding of formations, he was now certain that this array was indeed a deadly formation. The moment Naruto made his move, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. The entire sky was filled with long swords, resembling a multitude of needles piercing through the heavens. As time continued to pass, the atmosphere in this space grew ever more oppressive. Most of the wandering warriors were merely mercenaries lacking true prowess, relying instead on their numbers to bolster their bravado. Confronted with the frightening scene above, they were the first to crumble, hastily discarding their weapons to the ground. As the first individual took the lead, all the wandering warriors promptly followed suit, either bowing or kneeling, incessantly pleading for mercy and forgiveness. Witnessing this scene, Kato found himself somewhat embarrassed. He initially reprimanded several of the nearby wandering warriors before lifting his gaze to Naruto and said, "Stop pretending. If you possess any true skill," at that precise moment, Naruto finally spoke, uttering a single word, "Noisy." Immediately thereafter, he raised his right hand, pointing at Kato. In response, all the swords in the sky emitted a soft hum. Thousands of blades, simultaneously, descended with remarkable swiftness. It was as if a galaxy had transformed into a cascading waterfall, plummeting from above. Thousands of swords pierced the air, their whistling resonating for dozens of miles. Chapter 59. Slay, slay, slay. Sasuke raised his gaze to the unfolding scene, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotions. It was the first time he truly understood the essence of a sword formation, akin to a galaxy descending from the heavens. Yet, this galaxy was stained with crimson. Thousands of sword energies cascaded like raindrops from above, merciless and unyielding. The two Jonin beside Kato reacted instantaneously, employing every means at their disposal, whether to evade or resist. Kato, trapped between them, squawked in panic, appearing utterly flustered. However, once the initial wave of sword rain subsided, they ultimately preserved their lives, along with Kato's. Although the sheer number of swords was daunting, each individual blade lacked the potency to significantly harm the Jonin. Upon realizing he was unscathed, Kato's face broke into a grin. "Ha! I expected something far more formidable. Yet, it merely appears terrifying. How is it that I remain untouched?" He chuckled, turning to the two Jonin. "What are you waiting for? Bring that brat down from the sky. I want him on his knees, licking my boots." Kato fumed, his earlier embarrassment still fresh. However, in that moment, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as even the two Jonin fell into a peculiar silence, steadfastly shielding him. Kato's instincts kicked in, and he scanned his surroundings, only to discover that the area where the wandering warriors had been was now a gruesome tableau of carnage. Dozens of warriors lay in disarray, torn apart by the recent barrage of swords. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and blood had transformed the earth into a morass of red. Aside from Sakura, everyone present was seasoned in the ways of the world. Even Kato, having attained his current status and wealth, had blood on his hands. Not to mention Kakashi and Zabuza, who were no strangers to death. Just a handful of corpses seemed trivial at first glance, but the brutality of the scene was undeniable. Sasuke and Sakura felt their stomachs churn, having witnessed the onslaught of blades severing limbs and cleaving faces, disemboweling the living into mere chunks of flesh. Even though the teachings of ninjas often included examples of death, they typically avoided such merciless methods of killing. Yet, this was far from over. Naruto extended his right hand, aligning his fingers, as his essence and sword intent surged forth. Soon, the blood-soaked ground began to rise, separating from the earth in bodies, floating upwards. The sheer volume of blood, combined with the confined space, tinted the sunlight, enveloping the area in a sanguine hue, akin to a crimson cloud overhead. In the sky, the blood continuously surged and reshaped itself. Before long, swords began to pierce through the sanguine cloud, revealing their menacing forms once more. In no time, the heavens were again filled with a foreboding rain of blades. However, unlike before, this new deluge was even more vivid, more pronounced, and more sinister. Gleaming with a bloodthirsty allure, it seemed as if each sword had just been wrenched from a living body. The atmosphere, already heavy with the weight of the fallen warriors, grew even more oppressive under the presence of the bloodied swords. This was Naruto's sword intent, to kill with the blade, nurturing its power through death. The more lives claimed beneath the sword, the mightier the intent became. If this cycle continued, Naruto could reach a level of power capable of threatening an entire clan. Slay. At that moment, Naruto wasted no time. As the formation activated, he commanded, "Slay, slay, slay." The echoes resonated within the sword formation. The storm of bloodied swords descended once more, but this rain could effortlessly claim lives. Unlike the previous onslaught, this time the myriad blades in the sky targeted Kato and his two accompanying Jonin directly. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they instinctively pulled Kato to safety, even attempting to use him as a human shield. Yet, under Naruto's command, the rain of bloodied swords seemed to possess a will of its own, deftly navigating around obstacles, unerringly heading towards the trio. Unable to evade, the two Jonin could only brace themselves for impact. However, as their jutsu met the blades, their expressions morphed in horror. The force of this second wave of sword rain was magnitudes greater than before. They had easily blocked the first barrage, but by the time the second wave concluded, they bore numerous wounds, blood seeping relentlessly from their injuries. This blood, too, was drawn into the air, feeding the formation with newfound energy. Simultaneously, another sea of blood began to coalesce above them. A new round of sword rain was instantaneously summoned. Unless Naruto, as the formation's master, chose to halt or terminate it, or unless the Jonin discovered the formation's core and disrupted it, they would be condemned to endure wave after wave of this deadly deluge. The two Jonin finally succumbed to fear. Although their injuries were not severe, their chakra reserves were nearly depleted. More critically, The peril they now faced far outweighed the risk Kato had initially posed. This friend of ours, and Kakashi of the Leaf, we wish to withdraw, to terminate this mission. Please allow us to leave. One Jonin raised his hand and implored, exchanging anxious glances with his companion. Kato, already terrified by Naruto's sword formation and relying heavily on the protection of the two Jonin, turned pale at the thought of being abandoned. You can't. You mustn't. I'll pay more. I'll pay whatever you want. Kill him. Even if you can't, he'll still take me with him. I'll give you all my money. Kato quickly assessed the situation. If he could not preserve his life, no amount of wealth mattered. But the two Jonin remained silent, stepping aside to adopt a passive stance. Naruto, since they wished to abandon the mission, allow them to depart, Kakashi urged. Just then, a blood-red sword pierced through Kato's forehead, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, drenched in blood that now floated in the air, intensifying the formation's sanguine hue. Naruto pointed his sword, shifting his focus to one of the Jonin. I have already granted you opportunities. As his words fell, the multitude of bloodied swords behind him thrummed ominously, descending once more. The two Jonin, now gripped by terror, could only stare wide-eyed in horror. Chapter 60. A few more blades. Happy New Year. After a long while, the rain of swords ceased. Within the formation, the two Jonin were covered in wounds, their chakra completely exhausted, leaving not a single drop. Their strength had long been depleted. And at that moment, even the slightest attempt to resist was beyond their capability. The two Jonin gazed upward, their eyes filled with a blend of desperation and yearning. Yet, they could hardly beg for mercy. It was a struggle even to move a finger. In the increasingly dense atmosphere of bloodlust, two enormous crimson swords emerged, mercilessly descending upon the two men. With a final, decisive stroke, the swords severed the heads of the Jonin, as their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Sakura instinctively closed her eyes. Even Kakashi furrowed his brow, feeling that Naruto's actions were excessively brutal. Zabuza, too, shared similar sentiments. The countless lives he had claimed were unfathomable. Yet he had never executed anyone in such a torturous manner. The fact that his victims were both Jonin only deepened his sense of sorrow for the fallen. The notion that Kakashi had not intervened raised questions about the current state of Konoha's lower ranks in Zabuza's mind. In a sudden moment of reflection, Zabuza felt a flicker of gratitude for his betrayal by Kato, which had led him to seek assistance from Naruto's team. He pondered the recent scene within the formation. Even he and Haku would have been unable to withstand the relentless and intensifying sword rain. With a sigh, Zabuza observed that only Sasuke appeared astonished and elated, even opening his Sharingan, perhaps to see more clearly or out of sheer excitement. Naruto turned his head, his expression unperturbed. He understood that his image in the eyes of these individuals had likely shifted, but he remained indifferent to such perceptions. After all, Naruto himself had not desired this outcome. At present, he was merely at the late stage of chi refinement, not yet at his peak, while contending against two Jonin. Based on his prior encounter with Kakashi, Naruto knew he was not capable of defeating Jonin in direct combat. His only recourse was to outlast them, employing this method to secure victory. Had it not been for some expendable wandering warriors, and if those Jonin had simply sought to attack Naruto without understanding the formation's core, he would have been unable to achieve this feat naturally. Had those Jonin inadvertently disrupted the formation's core, Naruto would have fled without hesitation, having prepared his escape route. Running away upon facing defeat was not a concern for him. After all, the pursuit of immortality was paramount in the realm of cultivation. In the world of shinobi, aside from the option of vanquishing an opponent, one could also choose to let them live. For Naruto, as long as he survived, all other issues were trivial. I have resolved your matters. Now it is time to fulfill your promise. Naruto spoke directly to Zabuza. Nodding, Zabuza found his throat dry and swallowed hard before asking, "What must I do?" Were it someone else, Zabuza might have contemplated reneging on their agreement. However, faced with the golden-haired figure clad in white before him, such thoughts did not arise. "I will place a seal upon you. This seal will not affect you, but once activated, you must come to Konoha to seek me. Should you fail to arrive on time, the seal will claim your life." "Why must it always be death?" Zabuza asked, somewhat resigned. "What if I arrive on time? I shall lift the seal, and thereafter, you will assist me in forging blades. Then, we shall owe each other nothing. Do I have any other options?" Zabuza inquired. Naruto remained silent, merely observing him. "I understand," Zabuza nodded. "Proceed." Naruto swiftly enacted the seal. Once Zabuza confirmed that he had no further obligations, he sighed in relief. He then turned to leave, but paused after taking a few steps. "Do you seek only my sword, or do you desire the other 5 as well?" "What prompts such a question?" Naruto replied. "I can assist you in locating the other 5 swords," Zabuza explained. Naruto's brow furrowed. "Why? Consider it my way of thanking you. Besides, these swords will ultimately end up in the hands of the Mist Village. I think it best for them to be in your possession. Weren't you a ninja from the Mist Village?" "That was in the past. I am no longer associated with them." Zabuza indicated his forehead protector. "The Mist Village has decayed. They do not deserve these swords." In fact, he hesitated, glancing at Naruto and then Kakashi, Continuing, all ninja villages have changed, corrupted. The shinobi world is in need of transformation. Am I to interpret that as a critique of Konoha? Zabuza's words were interrupted by Kakashi, who interjected before he could elaborate further. Zabuza ceased his discourse, focusing on Naruto. If I discover the whereabouts of the other 5 swords, how shall I contact you? Use the seal, Naruto clarified. The seal had a reverse communication function, and once Zabuza understood this, Naruto posed one final question. Isn't there supposed to be a total of 6 remaining from the 7 ninja swordsmen? Zabuza shook his head. While it is indeed 7, one individual, to my knowledge, has joined an immensely powerful organization. I do not believe you would stand a chance against them, nor do I wish to provoke them. So I can only guarantee 5. As Zabuza spoke, he suddenly hesitated, glancing at the golden-haired figure in white before him. For a moment, uncertainty flickered within him. He could discern that it was not the lower ninjas of Konoha who were formidable, but rather this particular individual named Naruto. Although Naruto was merely in his teens, who could predict his potential in a year or 2? Of course, if it were you, perhaps one day you could indeed collect all 7 swords. However, it would be best to first secure these 5 and leave the last for later. With that, Zabuza's figure flickered and he dashed away. Chapter 61. The Ninetales, student of Minato Namikaze? A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the road was nearly devoid of pedestrians. Kakashi's team had long bid farewell to the land of waves and was now journeying towards Konoha. Kakashi led the way, engrossed in a volume of Ica Paradise. Inside the cart sat Sasuke and Sakura, while Naruto sat cross-legged outside the cart, his eyes closed and wholly immersed in meditation. The weather throughout their journey had been splendid. Having completed their mission ahead of schedule, and with ample time remaining before the Nin exams, the group opted for a leisurely return. Even renting a cart, an idea primarily suggested by Naruto. He expressed a desire to practice during their journey back. The funds for the cart were acquired from Kato and the Wandering Warriors, and by the time their venture concluded, they discovered that Naruto had amassed quite a sum. All without shedding any blood. It remained a mystery how he had obtained the money while eliminating those individuals, unnoticed by the others. Typically, ninja earnings were to be surrendered to the village, but when Kakashi broached this topic, Naruto promptly dismissed it, claiming Kakashi had contributed nothing to the endeavor and thus retained all the earnings for himself, only offering a portion to Sasuke, who, of course, declined. Sasuke was left astounded by Naruto's audacity, never having considered such a lucrative possibility. Meanwhile, Naruto, seemingly unfazed by the situation, hired a cart and spent his days meditating outside. Much to the curiosity of Sasuke, Sakura, and even Kakashi, they wondered why Naruto preferred the exterior of the cart over its interior. However, upon witnessing Naruto's practice, particularly at dawn and during the night when the moon was at its zenith, they noticed a radiant energy enveloping him from the heavens. It became clear that being outside allowed him better communion with this celestial light. Throughout this time, Kakashi kept his Sharingan activated, hoping to glean insights from Naruto, yet he gained no revelations. Sasuke, on the other hand, was preoccupied with thoughts of Naruto's earlier use of formations to vanquish 2 Jonin. With his Sharingan now possessing 2 Tomo, he eagerly anticipated returning to Naruto for further experimentation, determined to learn even more this time. He cast a glance at Naruto, or rather at the enormous decapitating blade resting on Naruto's lap. What purpose did it serve for Naruto to keep the blade close? Did it facilitate some form of communication with the weapon? Sasuke pondered, even contemplating finding a weapon of his own to experiment with, as he had little else to occupy his time while nursing his injuries. Traditionally, injuries were trivial to ninjas. Yet Naruto had previously warned him that neglecting his wounds could jeopardize his physical foundation, rendering him incapable of learning even if Naruto were willing to teach. This revelation prompted Sasuke to take his injuries seriously, spending days seated in the cart, awaiting recovery. After searching for a weapon and finding none, he resorted to grasping a kunai, closing his eyes, and quietly beginning to meditate. Had Naruto witnessed this scene, he would have undoubtedly shook his head in exasperation. The reason Naruto kept the decapitating blade nearby was to nurture the spirit within it. Although the blade had begun to develop a spirit, its essence remained weak due to insufficient time and lack of rare materials. Thus, Naruto sought to cultivate this spirit, strengthening it until it could evolve into a true companion blade. This process would not take long, certainly concluding before Naruto broke through to the foundational stage of cultivation. Moreover, this endeavor would not hinder his training. His skills continued to advance steadily during this period. As Naruto settled into his meditation, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. "Hey, have you forgotten our agreement? It's been ages since you last let me out." It was the Ninetales, expressing its dissatisfaction. Naruto had previously promised to release the entity periodically for a breath of fresh air. He understood the necessity, as many practitioners in the realm of the immortal waves, who tended to dog and fox spirits, would take their pets out for strolls during their meditations. However, for Naruto, who was an inveterate practitioner, canines and foxes were not his choice of companions. Yet, this fox spirit resided within him, intended to serve as a trump card, and at times, It was essential to accommodate its needs. Hey, hey, hey. The Ninetales flipped within its seal, its crimson chakra coalescing into a paw that poked at the chains of the sealing technique. Don't pretend you can't hear me. It's time to let me out for some air. Naruto remained silent, allowing a narrow gap to form in his modified seal. The Ninetales swiftly transformed into a plume of red smoke and slipped through the opening. Moments later, a small red fox, roughly the size of a puppy, appeared on Naruto's shoulder. The tiny fox yawned widely, stretching adorably, exuding an air of charm. Naruto scrutinized the creature for a moment, a smile tugging at his lips as he remarked, "You look much more pleasant than before." "Shut it." The miniature Ninetales bristled, leaping to the ground. "I'm just conserving chakra. You only opened a tiny crack. What do you expect me to do?" It then leaped onto a nearby tree. Just then, a swift gust of wind swept through, and a dark kunai hurtled past, embedding itself in the ground and severing a branch behind the Ninetales. Kakashi, having concealed his Ika paradise, approached, his Sharingan activated and kunai in hand, a serious expression on his face. "Are you the Ninetales? How did you escape from the seal?" Kakashi's tone was grave and filled with urgency. The Ninetales, exhibiting a fearless demeanor, rolled its eyes. "What is it to you?" Then, it paused, tilting its head as it scrutinized Kakashi closely, suddenly realizing, you are Minato Namake's student." In that instant, the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze momentarily. Chapter 62. Teacher, if you had a child. Upon hearing the words of the Ninetales, Kakashi's first instinct was to glance at Naruto. After all, as a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's, and with Naruto being Minato's son, their relationship should not have been what it was in that moment. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Kakashi believed that it was not the appropriate time to unveil Naruto's true identity. However, Naruto's expression remained unchanged. He simply smiled at Kakashi, not even acknowledging the Ninetales statement. "Kakashi-sensei, I have made a pact with Kurama. I release him periodically to stretch his legs and relax. Rest assured, he will not cause any trouble." To substantiate his words, Naruto acted decisively, summoning the Ninetales back into a swirl of crimson smoke, the beast protesting loudly as it was sealed again. Witnessing Naruto's effortless control over the Ninetales, who displayed no signs of resistance, Kakashi felt a slight relief wash over him. Nevertheless, he continued to scrutinize Naruto's countenance, hoping to glean some insight. Yet, Naruto's demeanor remained steadfast, as if he had not heard the earlier conversation regarding Minato. Sasuke and Sakura, of course, were oblivious to the deeper implications. In the entire Hidden Leaf Village, apart from a select few high-ranking officials and those who had been close to Minato, like Kakashi, the truth of Naruto's lineage remained concealed from everyone else. "Sakura, you won't believe it. Kakashi-sensei is actually the fourth Hokage's student." Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Kakashi, still preoccupied with observing Naruto, scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled lightly. Satisfied that Naruto showed no signs of recognition, as if he were genuinely unaware of the implications, Kakashi finally relaxed a bit. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he approached Naruto, advising him to be cautious about the seal and not to place undue trust in the Ninetales. He then returned to the front of the group, pretending to read a book, although the book was held upside down, revealing his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Naruto remained seated at the front of the carriage, eyes closed as though in meditation. Yet, his spirit had already ventured to the sealing chamber. The Ninetales was ranting, complaining that Naruto was not honoring their agreement, as the brief moment had hardly sufficed for a lookout. With a slight furrow of his brow, Naruto silenced the Ninetales with a mere glance. "Kakashi is the student of my father, the fourth Hokage?" Naruto inquired, genuinely surprised, as this was the first time he had learned such information. The Ninetales had never mentioned it before, and Naruto had never thought to ask. "Did I not mention it before?" The Ninetales retorted. Naruto shook his head. "Share what you know about Kakashi and my father. After that, you will let me out to keep watch. I have my own plans." "Your plans? You mean to keep me locked up in this prison? Surely, you can't be so cruel to a fox, can you? Does your conscience not ache?" The Ninetales was on the verge of an outburst, but restrained himself, opting to relay what little he knew about Kakashi and Minato. Although the Ninetales had a good rapport with Kushina, it was still a tailed beast, imprisoned within her, and thus its understanding of the outside world was limited. Nevertheless, the information was sufficient for Naruto to ascertain that Kakashi was indeed Minato's student and had been cared for by Minato during their time together, indicating a close bond. Reflecting on his life from birth to the present, Naruto realized that Kakashi, as his father's student, had never truly been a part of his existence. The first time he encountered Kakashi was after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Such occurrences were rare in the realm of the sage, which emphasized the importance of teachers and the bond between them and their students. In fact, Naruto's most furious moment had been when his master perished during a tribulation. At that time, he was merely at the peak of his transformation. Consumed by rage and grief, he descended the mountain wielding his sword, seeking vengeance against those who had wronged his master. Had his master left behind a child, Naruto would have undoubtedly treated the child as his own, unless there were significant grievances between them. After all, Naruto's own master had treated him as a son. However, it seemed that the ninja world operated differently. After assimilating all this information, Naruto glanced at the Nine Tails. I will fulfill my promise to you, but to avoid complications, I will seek a more opportune moment. Now is not the time to confront Konoha head-on. There were still many matters he needed to clarify, and more importantly, he lacked sufficient strength. One day, when he regained his power to the level of the nascent soul, he would undoubtedly sever the ties of the ninja world with one decisive stroke, ensuring that no innocent lives would be lost, while also guaranteeing that those who deserve punishment would face their reckoning. With that resolved, Naruto stepped back from the sealing chamber. Opening his eyes to find that night had fallen, the group sought refuge in a hollow of a tree. As they lit a fire and prepared their meal, Naruto suddenly spoke. Kakashi-sensei, as your student, if you were to have a child in the future, how would you wish for me to treat them? The air fell silent once more. Kakashi's body tensed instantly, his expression frozen in shock. He seemed utterly taken aback, remaining unresponsive for a considerable time. Naruto maintained his composure, wearing a smile as if this were merely a mundane question. After a moment, Kakashi still had not reacted, prompting Sakura to wave her hand in front of him to rouse him from his stupor. Sasuke, too, appeared puzzled, glancing at Kakashi in confusion, unable to comprehend why this question would elicit such a reaction. Once Kakashi regained his senses, he turned to glance at Naruto before quickly averting his gaze. After a moment of silence, Kakashi asked, "Why do you ask such a question, Naruto?" With a smile, Naruto replied, his demeanor unaltered, "I was just curious. If you prefer not to answer, then so be it." Kakashi fell silent, choosing not to respond. Naruto had already gleaned the answer he sought. Moreover, the answer itself held little significance. Regardless of what it was, it would not have a substantial impact. Just as Naruto had stated, he was merely asking out of casual curiosity. As night enveloped the world, the fire in the hollow flickered out. Sakura and Sasuke had already succumbed to sleep, while Naruto remained seated, eyes closed, in a meditative state. Only Kakashi's eyes glimmered in the darkness, fixated on Naruto in the distance, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What did Naruto know? Kakashi was left in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether Naruto was aware or oblivious to the deeper truths. After all, he was unable to perceive Naruto's memories through the Sharingan. In the midst of this turmoil and silence, Kakashi couldn't help but ponder the question that Naruto had just posed. If I were to have a child, how would I wish for Naruto and the others to treat him? Chapter 63, Superior Weapons in an Instant. A familiar visage flashed before Kakashi's eyes, a face adorned with golden locks, perpetually graced by a gentle smile. To speak candidly, Minato Namikaze had always been an exceptional individual. Reflecting on his time in Minato's class, Kakashi acknowledged that despite facing a monumental upheaval in his life, he still regarded his teacher with great admiration and gratitude. Minato-sensei likely hoped that I could forge a friendship with Naruto, acting as a caring elder to him. Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Have I erred in my actions? Yet, this was the village's directive. His thoughts drifted to Jiraiya. After Minato's demise, Jiraiya returned to the village, expressing a desire to look after Naruto. Ultimately, he refrained from doing so, adhering to the village's wishes. Kakashi found himself wrestling internally with the profound conflict between his true feelings and the obligations imposed by the village. As an elite jonin of Konohagakure, Kakashi had accomplished countless missions with remarkable efficiency and success. Logically, there should be no challenges that could confound him. Yet, at this moment, he was so troubled that sleep eluded him. He gazed at Naruto, who was seated in meditation, and after a prolonged silence, a new thought struck him. Why is the village preventing us from engaging with Naruto? Why must he remain ignorant of his true identity? Is it solely because he is a Jinchuriki? Yet, Kushina, the previous Jinchuriki, was aware of her identity, and the villagers did not shun her. Was there truly an underlying issue? Until now, Kakashi had never contemplated such matters. His upbringing had instilled in him the belief that ninjas are mere tools, entities destined to execute missions and obey orders without independent thought. As a ninja, particularly an exceptional one, Kakashi had always adhered to this principle. However, today, in this very moment, he began to entertain his own thoughts and reflections. A few days later, Kakashi's team of 4 returned to the village. After submitting their mission report, they had scarcely begun to rest when the third Hokage summoned Naruto and the others in his office, insisting they participate in the Chunin exam. Naturally, Naruto declined, as he had other priorities. The Chunin exam and the subsequent accolades held no significance for him. Sasuke mirrored Naruto's sentiments. Having shifted his focus away from the hopes of Konohagakure, he now sought to learn from Naruto's unique abilities. Only Sakura, out of the entire team, felt compelled to participate due to the Hokage's authority. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet not entirely surprised. Maintaining his smile, he began to lecture, espousing the will of fire. He elaborated on the participation of ninjas from other villages in the upcoming Chunin exam and emphasized the necessity of involving all eligible ninjas for the village's sake and its standing. Naruto, however, was unmoved by the Hokage's rhetoric, having grown weary of such clichés. Once Hiruzen concluded his speech, Naruto posed a singular question: what punishment would I face if I chose not to participate? This inquiry made his stance abundantly clear. If the consequences were tolerable, he would firmly refuse. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, left speechless in his seat. After a brief pause, he forced a smile and replied, Naruto, why refuse? This is a splendid opportunity. If you pass the exam, you will become a Chunin and eventually a Jonin. You are aware that only as a Jonin do you hold the potential to become Hokage. I no longer aspire to be Hokage, Naruto replied with a smile. Locking eyes with Hiruzen, the atmosphere grew awkward for Kakashi, who realized Naruto's words were implicitly directed at him. Indeed, prior to their arrival in the village, Kakashi had created a shadow clone to report all occurrences during their mission to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen was fully aware of everything Naruto had said and done. The third Hokage recognized Kakashi's discomfort. When Kakashi had initially reported, Hiruzen had been somewhat skeptical, having watched Naruto grow from a child. He believed that despite any newfound abilities or techniques, a person's character could not undergo such drastic alteration in a short span. Yet, seeing Naruto now, unreservedly confronting Kakashi, he was astonished by the boy's transformation. Naruto, Hiruzen said with a hint of nostalgia, do not hold Kakashi accountable. He is merely fulfilling his obligations. You have your missions, and Kakashi has his own, such as the destiny of a ninja. Naruto remained non-committal, struggling to comprehend how a ninja, devoid of independent thought and merely following orders, could be intertwined with the concept of destiny. Destiny is an attribute inherent to humanity. In Naruto's current understanding, these ninjas of the shinobi world were merely tools. How about this, Naruto? You require exceptional weapons, do you not? The third Hokage dropped the pretense, revealing his awareness of Naruto's recent needs. While I may not know the purpose behind your request for these weapons, and I will not pry, as it is your secret, if you agree to participate in the Chunin exam, I shall assist you in gathering these weapons. For instance, the additional blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Naruto inquired. Precisely, Hiruzen affirmed with a nod. Moreover, there exist other remarkable weapons within the shinobi realm. The village can aid you in retrieving them. Should you have any further requests, feel free to voice them. Akin to assigning a mission to our entire village. What do you say? The sincerity of Hiruzen's smile was unmistakable. Chapter 64. The Sword of the Thunder God and the Chunin exam. Naruto furrowed his brow in silence, deep in contemplation regarding the suggestion put forth by the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The reason Naruto declined to participate in the Chunin exam was that he had more pressing matters at hand. The benefits and rewards of the Chunin exam did not stir his interest. However, if the third Hokage could indeed provide him with what he desired, then perhaps negotiations could be entertained. Coincidentally, although Naruto had acquired the Executioner's Blade, which possessed a certain degree of sentience, the sword itself was somewhat lacking in both material quality and the strength of its spirit. Naruto needed to nurture its sentience in his own way, while the material of the blade required him to seek out better resources for enhancement. The only question was whether Konoha could procure the materials he sought. What kind of weapon can you find for me, Grandpa Third? Naruto inquired with a smile. Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Naruto's words indicated that there was room for negotiation. What kind of weapon do you desire? Naturally, a precious weapon, and the more, the better. After hearing Naruto's response, the third Hokage withdrew a document from the side and handed it to Naruto. Kakashi promptly stepped forward, took the document, and presented it to Naruto. What do you think of this weapon? Hiruzen asked. Naruto glanced at the contents of the document. The Sword of the Thunder God? The document contained a clear illustration of a sword, shimmering with an extraordinary light. The accompanying description stated that it was a companion sword of the second Hokage from Konoha, known as the Sword of the Thunder God. Its defining characteristic was its unparalleled sharpness, ranking among the sharpest of ninja tools. More importantly, this sword possessed formidable lightning powers. While the description and illustration did not indicate whether the sword had developed sentience, its attributes alone were sufficient to confirm its status as a divine weapon. The materials used to forge the sword were undoubtedly exceptional. Based on Naruto's understanding of the forging capabilities in the ninja world, he could ascertain that the Sword of the Thunder God would be a monumental waste if not utilized properly. If he were given the materials used to forge it, he would be able to create something even more remarkable. Even if the sword did not possess sentience, it mattered little, as the Executioner's Blade already had a spirit of its own. Naruto gazed at the sword, feeling a flicker of desire. Maintaining his impassive expression, he looked up at Hiruzen and asked, "Is there more?" Hiruzen paused, taken aback by Naruto's unexpected greet. He was astonished that he did not see a hint of surprise on Naruto's face. Typically, any ninja who encountered a weapon of this caliber would be utterly astonished and eager to claim it for themselves. Little did Hiruzen know that Naruto had encountered and possessed countless treasures far surpassing the Sword of the Thunder God during his time in the Sage Realm. Thus, this sword held no shock for him. However, having spent considerable time in the ninja world and witnessed its scarcity, Naruto could not deny a sense of joy upon seeing the Sword of the Thunder God. If this is not enough, there can certainly be more. Hiruzen inhaled deeply. As long as you desire it, Naruto, we will do our utmost to assist you in finding these powerful weapons. I plan to issue a mission within the village, rallying the strength of all the ninjas to aid you in your search. What do you think? Deal. Naruto nodded. Although he was inclined to explore the ninja world further, having others undertake the task of searching for items was indeed preferable. The price he had to pay was merely to participate in the Chunin exam. Given Naruto's understanding of Konoha, participating in the Chunin exam would not require his utmost effort. He could easily train while participating without hindering the nurturing of the spirit within the executioner's blade. However, the preparation for reforging the executioner's blade would have to be postponed. This was only reasonable, as after the Chunin exam, he would acquire the Sword of the Thunder God, allowing him to incorporate its materials into his new weapon. Once Naruto confirmed his participation in the Chunin exam and passed successfully, the Sword of the Thunder God would be bestowed upon him. The village would also initiate a mission for the ninjas to assist Naruto in finding other weapons. Ultimately, Naruto consented to participate in the upcoming Chunin exam, and Sasuke naturally agreed as well. After finalizing matters, Naruto departed the office with Sasuke and Sakura. Hiruzen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling an inexplicable tension akin to negotiating with shadow-level powerhouses from other nations or with elder statesmen from Konoha. This interaction made Hiruzen acutely aware that Naruto was no longer a child. While he could not fathom the reasons behind Naruto's rapid transformation, it was evident that change had occurred, and they could only accept it. It seems, Kakashi, you were correct. The village indeed needs to readjust its strategies and attitudes toward Naruto. Hiruzen sighed deeply. Kakashi remained silent, harboring many thoughts he wished to convey to the Hokage. Yet he too had not found answers to those questions. Thus, he chose to remain patient, fearing that voicing his uncertainties might lead to irreversible conclusions. After confirming the mission and the details regarding the Chunin exam, Naruto's life returned to its previous tranquility, reminiscent of the time before his journey to the Land of Waves. He continued to train at home, while Sasuke and Sakura undertook missions. However, there was a slight shift in dynamics. Previously, Sasuke had accepted any task without complaint. But upon his return, he actively rejected most trivial missions, opting instead to dedicate more time to his training and, more importantly, to learning from Naruto. With Sasuke's Sharingan awakened to Tomo, granting him greater power and additional abilities, Naruto could delve deeper into studying the eye. Thus, they spent considerable time together. Meanwhile, Sakura found herself less pleased, as her previous persistence in accepting missions stemmed from her desire to share time with Sasuke. However, with Sasuke frequently visiting Naruto, spending hours together, Sakura lost her motivation to undertake missions alone. Fortunately, Sasuke exhibited a sense of responsibility and did not wish to burden Sakura with the entirety of their mission obligations. Consequently, the efficiency and frequency of missions undertaken by Team Kakashi significantly decreased after their return, especially regarding the smaller tasks intended to assist the village, which were almost entirely declined. Most of the time, Sasuke was by Naruto's side, learning and training under his guidance, with Sakura often present as well. Initially, she merely observed, but eventually, influenced by the atmosphere between Naruto and Sasuke, her previously love-struck mind began to settle into a rare tranquility. With equal dedication, the trio diligently honed their skills. The strength of each individual progressed at an astonishing pace. As time flowed steadily, several days swiftly passed. The messenger birds of Konoha soared into the sky, returning with ninjas who had been on missions and training abroad. Only 7 days remained until the Chunin exams on July 1st. Concurrently, ninjas from other hidden villages began to arrive in Konoha one after another. Chapter 65. The harsh reality of true essence and spiritual roots. What an exhilarating prospect. Early one morning, Sasuke awoke, his mind brimming with excitement as he recalled the experiences and insights gained from his time with Naruto the previous day. During this period, he had diligently collaborated with Naruto, thoroughly researching his own Mangekyou Sharingan. Yesterday, Naruto posed a pivotal question. What did he wish to learn? At that moment, Sasuke realized that the reward he had long desired was finally within reach. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely declared his wish to acquire the same abilities as Naruto. Naruto informed him that what belonged to him was entirely distinct from the conventional ninja system, bearing little relation to their prior training. This served as a reminder to Sasuke of the potential challenges he would face upon making his choice. Naruto had stated, "If you choose to walk my path, you will no longer be a ninja." Yet, Sasuke remained unwavering and promptly agreed. To him, the title of ninja was inconsequential. He was alive for one purpose alone: vengeance. He sought strength, and as long as the means to achieve it were effective, he would embrace them without hesitation. This time, as he articulated his thoughts, Sasuke's conviction deepened and his demeanor grew increasingly serious. His recent experiences had not only illuminated Naruto's formidable power, but had also made him acutely aware of his own previous lack of resolve regarding revenge. He recognized that he had not exerted himself in training to the extent that Naruto had. Since truly understanding Naruto, Sasuke observed that he was either training or preparing to do so, seemingly disinterested in all else. This was yet another lesson Sasuke had gleaned from Naruto. To accomplish significant goals, one must devote themselves entirely, outside of his true objectives. Many other matters could be set aside, such as ninja missions and the Nin exams. Perhaps Sasuke's response had pleased Naruto, for he discerned a smile gracing Naruto's face. Subsequently, Naruto placed a restriction upon him, one that imposed no other limitations except forbidding Sasuke from casually divulging what he would learn from Naruto. Sasuke had no objections and readily consented. Following the establishment of this restriction, Naruto finally began to explain a vast and astonishing power and system that Sasuke had never encountered before. This was a realm known as cultivation, where all individuals were cultivators. The singular aim of cultivators was to ascend to immortality. The most fundamental aspect of being a cultivator was possessing spiritual roots. Every individual possesses spiritual roots, yet their attributes and quality vary significantly. Spiritual roots are the essence of a cultivator's life. Without them, one cannot cultivate. Cultivation techniques form the foundation for cultivators. Lacking these techniques, even with spiritual roots, one cannot achieve greatness. Furthermore, a steadfast heart toward the path and unwavering belief are essential, as Naruto elaborated extensively, with each concept and phrase igniting Sasuke's profound yearning. In stark contrast, the ninja system appeared almost laughable, neither complete nor scientific, lacking any rigorous classification or hierarchy of cultivation levels. The critical aspect of chakra cultivation had yet to develop into a coherent technique. Upon comprehending the cultivation system, Sasuke felt an overwhelming desire to commence his training without delay. However, he recognized that such endeavors were not yet feasible. Naruto explained that for the time being, Sasuke could only familiarize himself with the concepts and lay the groundwork. Genuine training would commence once Naruto reached the foundation establishment stage, enabling him to examine Sasuke's spiritual roots. Unfortunately, he could not visit Naruto that day. He had to register for the Nin exams. After dressing and freshening up, Sasuke stepped outside, only to find Sakura waiting for him. Registration for the Nin exams was indeed necessary. Although their participation was approved at the behest of the third Hokage, it did not imply that they were free from responsibilities. After exchanging greetings with Sakura, they set off together to the registration site. Such trivial matters were typically handled by the two of them, sparing Naruto the burden. In recent days, Sakura had also been by Naruto's side. While she had not studied formation techniques, the increased demands on Sasuke meant that the responsibility for refining the food pills, an improved version of the military rations, had fallen upon her. To ensure Sakura's efforts were not in vain, Naruto had taken the time to enhance several healing ninjutsu she had learned, improving their efficacy. Sakura, not oblivious to Naruto's prowess, understood the significance of his contributions. Though her heart remained tethered to Sasuke, her previous prejudices against Naruto had all but vanished, replaced by a growing sense of respect. Indeed, respect. Sakura puzzled over why she had once so despised Naruto, feeling no fear of him, yet now sensed an inexplicable authority emanating from him. Even when Naruto spoke slowly and calmly, often with a smile, there lingered a subtle awe within her. Did the strength of a ninja truly transform one in such a manner? She wondered, glancing at Sasuke. Would he, too, evolve to embody such qualities as Naruto? At that moment, they arrived at the registration location. After submitting their information for the three of them, Sasuke called to Sakura, preparing to depart. Just then, an obnoxious laugh echoed nearby. I visited your Konoha mission board today and noticed a new task, to find weapons for someone named Uzumaki Naruto, and they must be of special materials with unique abilities. Who is this Uzumaki Naruto, and what an impressive display. The voice was grating, dripping with disdain. Upon hearing it, Sasuke furrowed his brow, a flash of anger flickering in his gaze. Sakura, too, wore an expression of displeasure. At that moment, another voice chimed in. Don't even mention that brat. He's been a monster since childhood. I don't know what the village was thinking to assign him such a task. I certainly won't be taking it. Sasuke and Sakura turned in unison, discovering two groups standing together along a nearby path. One group bore the forehead protectors of Sunagakure, consisting of a man and a woman. The woman leaned on a massive fan, while the man carried a tightly bound object on his back. Clearly, they were genin from another village, here to participate in the Nin exams. Chapter 66. The puppet. This group of individuals was unfamiliar to Sasuke. Yet another pair bore a certain resemblance. They were adorned with the headbands of the Leaf Village, comprising 3 individuals in total. Judging by their stature, they appeared to be a head taller than Sasuke and his companions. He recalled having seen them at the Ninja Academy, though there had been little interaction among them, as no one in their village had any fondness for that so-called monster. One of the Leaf Ninjas spoke up again, but the expression on the face of the Sand Village man suddenly grew complex. Perhaps it would be best not to refer to anyone as a monster. However, I'm genuinely curious about this Naruto Uzumaki and wish to witness his true abilities. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A cry of pain followed immediately. The ninja from the Leaf Village, who had just called Naruto a monster and claimed that no one in their village liked him, was struck on the back of the head by a stone. He touched the spot and found his hand stained with blood. You're from the same village, yet you openly label your own as monsters in front of outsiders. Is this the education you have received? Sasuke spoke slowly, still clutching a few stones in his hand. The stone that had just been thrown was indeed hurled by him in response to the disrespect he couldn't tolerate. In the past, Sasuke might have refrained from causing serious injury to avoid escalating the situation, opting for mere reprimand. However, the Sasuke before them was evidently transformed. After addressing the three ninjas from the Leaf Village, he turned his gaze toward a man and woman from the Sand Village. And you? Discussing others in their own village with such arrogance, do you truly believe no one could put you in your place? Following his words, Sasuke swiftly raised his hand. Another stone flying toward them. The Sand Village man, adorned with purple markings on his face, had already worn a displeased expression. When Sasuke made his move, his countenance darkened further. Rather than evade, he drew a kunai to defend himself. But just then, the stone, which had been traveling at a steady pace, suddenly accelerated. It reached the man's face before he could react, and despite his quick reflexes, he sustained a gash from the stone. Simultaneously, Sasuke had released a kunai hidden within his sleeve, connected by a chakra thread, amplifying its speed to strike the stone and catch his opponent off guard. Truly remarkable. Sakura observed with brightened eyes. In her previous state, she would have been anxious, but after accompanying Naruto on a mission and witnessing the world beyond, both she and Sasuke had undergone a profound transformation. Kenjiro, are you alright? The woman from the Sand Village, wielding a large fan, exclaimed in alarm. Her gaze fixed on Sasuke with astonishment. They had often heard from their elders about the amiable nature of the Leaf Village ninjas. Yet the black-haired youth before them was anything but friendly. Kenjiro, the Sand Village ninja, scowled deeply, wiping the blood from his face as he glared menacingly at Sasuke. Is this how the Leaf Village treats its guests? The previously intimidated Leaf ninjas finally regained their composure. The one struck on the head shouted, "You little brat. Your name is Sasuke, right? The Uchiha clan member. What is your intention? Looking for a fight?" He glanced at Kenjiro beside him. "Wait a moment. Let me deal with him first." With that, he charged toward Sasuke. Admittedly, while these individuals were merely genin, they possessed considerable strength. In the past, Sasuke would have taken them seriously, but now, every movement they made appeared to him as a glaring weakness. This perception was not merely due to combat experience. It stemmed from his current ability to apply knowledge of formations to analyze the situation. To Sasuke, they were caught within a simple configuration, allowing him to predict their next steps with precision. He swiftly assessed their movements, calculating where the final step would land. As the opponent approached, Sasuke seized the opportunity, extending his foot to obstruct their path. In an instant, he lunged forward, gripping the opponent's throat with one hand while pressing the kunai against his forehead. In just half a second, the opponent stumbled over Sasuke's foot, losing balance and coming under Sasuke's control, feeling the cold steel against his skin. The Leaf Ninja, a year older than Sasuke, was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Sasuke would resort to violence. As he instinctively resisted, he felt the kunai pierce his skin, warm blood trickling down to the corner of his eye. He froze, paralyzed by fear, daring not to move. Best not let me hear you speak of Naruto in such a manner again. Otherwise, you will not escape so easily next time, Sasuke whispered coldly into his ear. The Leaf Ninja, thoroughly intimidated by Sasuke's display, could only nod in agreement, vowing to remain silent. Sasuke then released him, and without a word, the ninja fled, not daring to glance back. The other two from the Leaf Village had refrained from disparaging Naruto, and thus Sasuke spared them his wrath. As he watched the trio depart, he turned his attention back to Kenjiro. Kenjiro, enough. The woman from the Sand Village attempted to prevent the impending conflict. However, Kenjiro was evidently unwilling to relent, forcefully shaking her off. Tamari, he initiated this. With that, Kenjiro removed the object strapped to his back, placing it on the ground. As the bandages were unwound, a peculiar wooden puppet, vaguely humanoid in shape, was revealed. You will pay for your actions today, Kenjiro declared. At this juncture, Sakura began to feel a twinge of concern. Yet, this worry was tempered by a steady resolve. If Sasuke were to falter against these Sand Village ninjas, she would seek Naruto's assistance. Meanwhile, Sasuke, silent and resolute, gripped his kunai and charged forward. Chapter 67, Gaara. Kankuro and Sasuke clashed in an instant. Kankuro, a skilled puppeteer, showed no intention of engaging in direct combat. Instead, he maintained distance, skillfully maneuvering his puppets to launch attacks against Sasuke. The peculiar wooden puppets moved with remarkable agility under Kankuro's command. After several collisions, Sasuke found himself ensnared in a stalemate. He could neither breach the puppets' defenses, nor could the puppets mount an effective assault on him. Kankuro, controlling the puppets from afar, furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of pressure. This young ninja from Konoha was indeed a formidable opponent, he mused. Despite exhausting all his strategies, he was unable to secure a victory in a short time, leaving the battle in a deadlock. However, surrendering was out of the question. The ninjas participating in the Chunin exam had been entrusted with a mission by their village. They must not bring shame upon it. Kankuro resolved to prove his prowess. As he maneuvered the puppets with all his might, he felt as though he was on the verge of victory, only to find himself thwarted at the last moment. Finally, after several confrontations, Sasuke swiftly deflected the puppet's movements with a shuriken. In a flash, he dashed forward, closing the distance to Kankuro. In an instant, he thrust a kunai directly at Kankuro's forehead. It was not that Sasuke hesitated to strike. Rather, a sudden shower of yellow sand appeared at Kankuro's brow, creating a barrier that firmly blocked the kunai, preventing any further advance. Sasuke attempted to push through, but was soon met with a gust of wind. Reacting quickly, he withdrew, drawing another kunai with his left hand, crossing it defensively before him. At that moment, a pool of yellow sand emerged beside Kankuro, surging upward and swiftly forming a humanoid figure. The sand transformed into a person, clad in somewhat cumbersome attire, with a large gourd on their back, red hair, and a prominent red heart symbol on their forehead. The figure's face was expressionless, with hollow, lifeless eyes fixated on Sasuke. Beneath this figure, yellow sand continued to rise, enveloping their legs, thighs, and shoulders before gradually flowing into the gourd on their back. Sasuke frowned, his expression turning serious. He had not detected this individual until they materialized before him. Was it due to their incredible speed, or did their jutsu conceal their presence? Sasuke contemplated. Despite their brief encounter, he could already ascertain that this red-haired youth was significantly stronger than Kankuro, perhaps even surpassing him. After spending time with Naruto, Sasuke had honed his ability to judge the prowess of others with clarity. Kankuro had definitively not been his match. This realization came to him the moment they clashed. The reason for his prolonged engagement with Kankuro was that Sasuke had been learning. Observing Kankuro's use of chakra threads to manipulate the puppets ignited memories of his own technique, controlling kunai with chakra threads. However, Kankuro's mastery of this method far exceeded Sasuke's own, showcasing a level of refinement and detail that left Sasuke in awe. Thus, even though Sasuke recognized Kankuro was no threat, he did not swiftly defeat him. Instead, he deliberately slowed his pace, seizing the opportunity to learn Kankuro's chakra manipulation techniques. Only when he felt he had grasped enough did he strike decisively, winning the battle with a single move. This outcome validated Sasuke's assessment of Kankuro's abilities. Gaara. Upon the emergence of the red-haired youth, Kankuro and the girl known as Temari exchanged glances filled with trepidation. Kankuro opened his mouth as if to explain, but no words escaped. Gaara, however, cast a cold glance at Kankuro. Causing trouble in another's village and losing. Individuals like you only bring shame to your village. There is nothing to explain. After this, Gaara turned his gaze to Sasuke, his tone deliberate and measured. Your strength is commendable, having defeated Kankuro. However, having won, you shall not leave. Sasuke, kunai in hand, maintained an impassive expression. Oh, and what do you intend to do? Gaara remained silent, extending his hand forward before suddenly clenching his fist. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Sasuke's mind. He leapt aside, performing a roll to escape 5 meters away. In the spot he had vacated, 2 mounds of yellow sand abruptly constricted. Had Sasuke not moved, he would have found his legs ensnared by the sand. For the honor of my village, I must reclaim my victory, Gaara declared. Sasuke, however, had no time to respond. He was fully focused, observing the flowing sand beneath him. Sand manipulation jutsu? Sasuke furrowed his brow, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had transformed to a vivid crimson, 2 black tomos swirling within. The Sharingan. During his time studying this eye with Naruto, Sasuke had rapidly come to understand the effects of the 2 tomo Sharingan. He intended to use these eyes to perceive the flow of Gaara's jutsu and chakra. Though Konoha was not a land of sand, it still possessed its share. Engaging Gaara without caution could easily place Sasuke at a disadvantage due to the terrain, timing, location, and the alignment of allies. Achieving even one of these could yield a 30% chance of victory. Attaining 2 would raise it to 60%, while securing all 3 would elevate it to a staggering 99%. The remaining fraction hinged on fate or external interference. Having studied formations, Sasuke understood the critical importance of terrain in battle. Yet, before he could devise a strategy for the predicament at hand, a wave of yellow sand surged toward him. Sasuke dared not underestimate the threat, pivoting to escape while hurling his kunai in an attempt to halt the advancing sand. But in an instant, the sound of the kunai slicing through the air was abruptly interrupted. The shadow clone he had left behind shattered before the oncoming sand tide. Sasuke's expression turned grave. Chapter 68, Naruto arrives. However, Sasuke did not yield. Instantly, 5 shurikens flew towards Gaara. Sasuke's figure swiftly closed the distance, kicking with a gust of wind aimed at Gaara's temple. Yet, Gaara's gourd spewed forth sand, forming a sand barrier that easily blocked Sasuke's heel. Simultaneously, multiple sand spikes surged from the ground, thrusting towards Sasuke. He spun around, barely evading them. After finally landing, he was immediately propelled upwards once more. In that fleeting moment, the spot where he had stood was swallowed by quicksand, creating a vortex. Sasuke gasped for breath, his stamina plummeting despite the skirmish having only just begun. The opponent remained stationary, continuously launching relentless attacks with sand. The pace of battle was overwhelming even for Sasuke. Before he could catch his breath, a second wave of sand cascaded from above. Sasuke retaliated by throwing shurikens and employing the chakra thread control technique he had just learned. This time, his shurikens pierced through the sandstorm, but upon contact with Gaara, they were crushed into fragments by the sudden expansion of sand armor. Gaara remained silent, while a hand of sand emerged from the ground, attempting to seize Sasuke's ankle. Sasuke kicked off the sand arm and performed a backflip, releasing explosive tags from his sleeve that blasted a gap in the sand wall. However, at that moment, spines of crystalline sand surged forth from the opening, swiftly piercing Sasuke's left calf. He inhaled sharply, the injury hindering his earlier agility. Meanwhile, 50 sand threads struck like a swarm of serpents. Sasuke could only resort to the substitution technique, but in the next instant, the substitute was obliterated within the sand trap. Upon landing, Sasuke staggered back, his heels sinking into quicksand. In an instant, gravel had climbed up to his waist, forming heavy armor. 5 sand spears completely encircled him. Sasuke could only draw 2 kunai, desperately attempting to defend himself. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone regained their senses, the outcome was apparent. Nearby, Sakura looked anxious. She quickly retrieved a talisman from her pocket and tore it open. This was a gift from Naruto. When he had given her this talisman, he mentioned that tearing it would allow him to sense and come to their aid. At that moment, Sakura had been fascinated but failed to inquire how long it would take Naruto to arrive. She feared that by the time he came, Sasuke would already be in dire straits. Sakura anxiously scanned her surroundings, hoping to spot a familiar figure to come and save Sasuke. Unfortunately, there were no familiar faces in sight. A few Leaf Village ninjas were present, but they were merely lower ranks, too intimidated to engage in such a battle, merely observing from a distance. At this moment, Sasuke, trapped in the yellow sand, was being tormented beyond recognition. A few more grains of sand struck him rapidly. These sands, typically soft, had transformed into formidable blades, effortlessly leaving wounds on Sasuke's body. Initially, he could dodge and block, but as his injuries multiplied, his responses grew sluggish. He was on the verge of losing his human form to the relentless sand. Sakura was on the brink of tears. Suddenly, a familiar whistling sound reached her ears. She turned around and saw a familiar blue sword hurtling towards them at incredible speed. Behind it was a figure clad in white robes, with golden hair cascading to his shoulders, standing atop a somewhat ethereal blue giant sword, racing towards them. It was Naruto. At that moment, illuminated by the sunlight, Naruto appeared as if draped in a golden aura, soaring several meters above the ground, his presence almost celestial. Sakura felt a surge of emotion, nearly bursting into tears. Whoosh! The blue sword zipped past Sakura. She then heard the sound of sand being pierced behind her. Turning back, she witnessed the once impenetrable sand wall being effortlessly breached by Naruto's blue sword. Although the sand wall continuously reformed, the sword's force remained undiminished. A series of sharp cracks resonated as the blue sword penetrated multiple layers of sand walls, swiftly approaching the brow of the red-haired youth, Gaara. Since his appearance, Gaara's expression had remained unchanged, but at this moment, he finally furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Immediately, the yellow sand beneath him shifted, propelling him backward. In tandem, a thicker sand wall rapidly emerged before him. The blue sword surged into the center of the sand wall, relentlessly pushing forward, breaking through layer after layer. However, as the sword's tip pierced the sand wall, it was ultimately restrained by the grains within. A flash of brutality crossed Gaara's eyes. The situation had completely caught him off guard. He stared at the exposed tip of the blue sword, his brows knitting tightly, and with a thought. The sand began to constrict around it, intent on destroying the weapon. Just then, a soft sound echoed, and the blue sword, ensnared by Gaara's sand, suddenly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing in an instant. The sand Gaara had controlled with all his might crumbled beneath him. This unexpected turn of events left Gaara utterly astonished. His eyes widened in shock as he glanced around, still unable to locate the whereabouts of the blue sword. His previously brutal demeanor intensified. The sand wall before him dispersed, and he lifted his gaze to the white figure gliding towards him. Clad in golden hair and a white robe, standing atop a giant sword, the figure appeared ethereal, almost otherworldly. Even Gaara couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, his usual disdain faltering. But soon after, his anger flared. Upon receiving Sakura's message, Naruto hurriedly arrived, paying no mind to those around him, instead turning to check on Sasuke. Just moments ago, Naruto's decisive strike had caused the yellow sand encircling Sasuke to retract. Now, the threat around Sasuke had dissipated. Yet, he still gripped his kunai tightly, standing steadfastly. It wasn't until Sasuke lifted his gaze and saw Naruto's figure that he finally relaxed, closing his eyes. The kunai slipped from his hands, and he collapsed to the ground. Sakura rushed over, supporting Sasuke and activating her healing jutsu. What happened? Naruto inquired. as Sakura treated Sasuke. Her voice trembled with emotion as she recounted the events. Upon hearing her explanation, Naruto furrowed his brow slightly before turning his attention to Gaara, the red-haired youth. Chapter 69. Did someone die? In truth, Naruto was indifferent to the opinions of others. He could easily imagine how the villagers had spoken about him all along. However, as long as he did not hear their words, or they did not reach his ears during his moments of melancholy, the foolish remarks of those individuals held no significance for him. Nevertheless, the present circumstances were markedly different. After listening to Sakura's account, Naruto's previously buoyant mood began to wane. There is a saying in the realm of cultivators: when a practitioner is enraged, countless corpses lie in their wake. This does not imply that every practitioner, in a fit of rage, is prone to slay many. It merely indicates that they possess the capability to do so. Thus, as mere mortals, one must never provoke a practitioner's wrath. Otherwise, they alone will suffer the consequences. Naruto cast a glance at Gaara before his gaze swiftly shifted to a group of 3 leaf ninjas standing not far away. One of them bore a fresh wound on his forehead, still unhealed. These individuals had initially departed, but returned stealthily upon sensing the disturbance caused by the clash between Sasuke and Gaara. After witnessing Sasuke's defeat, the leaf ninja, who had been injured by Sasuke, could not help but silently cheer. However, their excitement was short-lived as they soon beheld Naruto's arrival. Being a year older than Naruto and having already embarked on more challenging missions outside the village, they had heard about Naruto's significant transformation but had never witnessed it firsthand. Thus, they could not fathom the extent of his changes. When the figure of Naruto, adorned in a flowing white robe, golden hair cascading down, and standing upon a massive azure sword, appeared before them, they were momentarily taken aback. After all, it was rare for anyone in the Leaf Village to witness a ninja making such an entrance. Then they observed this unfamiliar figure in white, deftly wielding a small azure sword that effortlessly pierced through Gaara's formidable sand barrier, nearly striking him directly. Gaara, who had remained motionless since his arrival, was forced to retreat several steps. At that moment, the only thought occupying the minds of the Leaf Ninjas was, when did the Leaf Village produce such a formidable individual? They could only identify Naruto by the leaf forehead protector adorning him, confirming his status as a Leaf Ninja, yet they could not conceive of who he was. There was a complete disconnect between the Naruto before them and the monstrous, fox-like figure they had known. After all, both his appearance and strength were unfathomable. Just as the group was frantically speculating about Naruto's identity, they suddenly realized that the golden-haired warrior had turned his gaze towards them. In an instant, particularly the one with the forehead injury was taken aback by the intensity of Naruto's eyes. As he regained his composure, he witnessed the azure sword hurtling towards them with alarming speed. Indeed, the very sword that had humiliated Gaara and nearly defeated him was now aimed at them. This sight filled the group with sheer terror. If the azure sword could easily bypass Gaara's sand barrier, what chance did they have against it? The other two swiftly dodged, while the injured ninja attempted to evade as well, only to discover he was seemingly locked onto by the sword. He realized he could not escape. Am I to die? The thought echoed in his mind as he stood frozen in place. In the next moment, the azure sword flashed before him. With a soft sound, it vanished like smoke into his mind, leaving no wound behind, yet he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The onlookers were left stunned by Naruto's action. Did he just kill someone? Panic surged through the crowd. Although the villagers of the Leaf, particularly those trained from a young age, were accustomed to death, witnessing a comrade being slain within the village was a rarity. This was a taboo known by all, one that required no further emphasis. A throng of onlookers dispersed, many rushing towards the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Naruto paid them no mind. He had not truly killed the man. Rather, he had merely applied a light punishment. Utilizing a fragment of his spiritual force, he had dispersed the man's consciousness. If the individual possessed sufficient will, he would awaken. If not, he would remain in a state akin to death. Indeed, Naruto had shown considerable restraint. He could have effortlessly obliterated the man's soul. After resolving this matter, he turned his attention back to Gaara, remaining silent as he formed a new azure sword with a flick of his wrist. Simultaneously, a swirling azure vortex materialized beside him, within which a colossal azure sword rapidly took shape. Giant quenching sword. In an instant, both spells were unleashed. Observing his subordinate being suppressed, Gaara knew he must act. Failure to do so would render him a laughingstock in the realm of cultivators. His expression grew grave. Despite the brief exchange, he recognized that this golden-haired youth was not to be underestimated. Unlike any adversary he had encountered before, with his gourd at the ready, sand surged forth. At that moment, Gaara was prepared to unleash his full power, albeit without summoning Shikaku. The winds howled fiercely as sand swirled chaotically. Even the nearby honeysuckle trees trembled in the gusts. Sasuke, previously unconscious, summoned immense willpower to force himself awake. He opened his Sharingan, his gaze reflecting the two figures, Naruto in white and Gaara in red. As a devoted follower of Naruto, Sasuke refused to miss any of his battles. Sand rain. Gaara declared, initiating the attack. Naruto remained motionless, his long sleeves falling as 3 sword shadows emerged, encircling him. Each sword was adorned with bells that, while silent, emitted sound waves, obliterating the sand debris that surged towards him. Chapter 70. Offense and Defense. The protective spell, Sword Sound, is typically utilized in conjunction with spiritual tools, yet for formidable practitioners, it can be directly wielded using true essence. Although the efficacy may be somewhat diminished, in the realm of ninjas, especially when confronted with these grains of sand, it suffices. I love Luo, he roared, veins bulging on his neck. Naruto strode through the swirling sands, each step causing azure lotus-like whirlwinds to erupt from the ground. The lethal sands that had claimed countless ninjas seemed to meet their nemesis, dissipating into smoke within mere inches of his form. At that moment, Naruto pointed with his finger, and a clump of sand abruptly froze in place. After observing it for a moment, he remarked, "This sand is mixed with vengeful spirit's blood. It is excellent material for forging. Moreover, this chakra feels oddly familiar." With a mere thought, a crimson light burst forth, transforming into a diminutive fox perched upon his shoulder. The nine tails stretched languidly and yawned before bursting into laughter. "Why have you summoned me today? Such kindness." "Oh, this chakra." The nine tails turned to observe ahead. It then beheld Gaara, whose eyes had turned a sandy brown, and whose body was constantly emanating sand. "Shikaku." "Ha." The nine tails cackled, playfully tapping Naruto's shoulder with one of its tails. "You have encountered your fellow Jinchuriki." Though no further explanation was given, Naruto understood the implication. The only being the nine tails could refer to as a companion was another Jinchuriki. "Is it Shikaku?" Naruto inquired. His recent exchanges with the nine tails had afforded him a fundamental understanding of the distinctions between the tailed beasts, their names, and their abilities. This sand manipulation technique could undoubtedly be traced back to Shikaku. While Naruto initially considered the sand as potential forging material, the realization that the red-haired youth before him was also a Jinchuriki compelled him to regard Gaara with newfound interest. He began to comprehend the brutality and resentment reflected in Gaara's eyes, recognizing that the experiences of other Jinchuriki mirrored his own tumultuous childhood. Indeed, it was exceedingly challenging to confront the world with composure under such circumstances. From his observations, it was apparent that Gaara had endured trials akin to those Naruto faced in his youth. The method of transforming individuals into Jinchuriki struck Naruto as a profoundly foolish choice, not solely due to his own unfortunate treatment as a Jinchuriki, but also because the existence of tailed beasts did not necessitate such a heavy toll for control. With his understanding of the ninja world and ninjutsu, Naruto believed that although the chakra system was not particularly refined and ascension to immortality seemed improbable, there remained significant potential. If the practitioners of the ninja world could persist in their research and advancement, a considerable portion of ninjas could attain combat prowess surpassing that of the tailed beasts. After all, the strength of tailed beasts does not inherently increase over time. Moreover, Naruto had inquired with the nine tails, who revealed that it was indeed ninjas who had once defeated and sealed away the tailed beasts, thereby underscoring the potential inherent within the ninja system. Yet, the current ninja world seemed stagnant, content with its limitations, lacking any desire for progress, and failing to explore advancements within the system. They remained reliant upon the external force of the tailed beasts, neglecting even to improve their flawed sealing techniques, epitomizing a complete lack of ambition. During his prolonged stay in Konoha, Naruto occasionally observed the so-called high-ranking ninjas within the village, but discerned little of substance in their endeavors. Even the third Hokage appeared busy, yet it was unclear what his efforts truly entailed, often revolving around trivial matters. Most seemed preoccupied with balancing the various powers within the village, neglecting both ascension and the welfare of the populace. While it seemed that the presence of ninjas offered some assistance to the ordinary citizens of Konoha, the nonsensical missions they undertook did little to improve their lives or foster development. It seemed as though the existence of the Hidden Leaf Village was merely for its own sake, with all else rendered insignificant. Other ninja villages were likely no different in their plight. Yet, despite the misfortunes of the Jinchuriki, this did not justify retaliatory aggression. Unmoved by the circumstances, Naruto swiftly sealed the nine tails amidst its cries of distress. He then continued to weave hand seals, unleashing several spells in succession. Instantly, a tempest swirled around him, growing ever more intense, repelling all the sand that aimed to close in on him, leaving Naruto entirely unaffected. The offensive commenced, a relentless barrage of spells. Gaara's sand, known for its malleable adaptability, could craft advantageous terrain in battle, often leading to victory. However, this very trait could also serve as a disadvantage under the right circumstances, rendering it overly pliable and susceptible to influence. In a world rife with elements capable of countering sand, water was one such adversary. Though Naruto lacked water, wind could serve just as effectively, if not more so, without the need to compete in sheer numbers. As long as the wind continued to blow, it could exert an ongoing influence over the sand, gaining momentum until the sand could resist no longer. A multitude of sword shadows and wind blades encircled Gaara completely. The defensive sand surrounding him was easily shredded by the azure blades and gusts, with several strikes even grazing his skin and leaving wounds. Yet, despite the injuries, no blood emerged, only shattered grains of sand, demonstrating the profound fusion between Gaara and Shikaku. Realizing he could not match Naruto's strength, Gaara withdrew the sand that had previously encircled Naruto, forming a spherical shield to encapsulate himself entirely. The sand shield, a bastion of absolute defense, sealed tightly with scarcely a gap, rendering the azure blades and wind blades impotent against it. Absolute defense. Naruto chuckled lightly, raising his finger toward the heavens. The cyclone that had once circled protectively around him surged violently. Simultaneously, the sword sounds enveloping him dissipated, merging into the wind amidst the ensuing vibrations. Since you have converted your offense into defense, I shall transform my defense into an offense. Chapter 71. The Sword River and the 8th layer of chi refinement. The tempestuous winds swirled with grains of sand, resembling countless exceedingly sharp files, stripping away the sand particles from the sand sphere surrounding Gaara, one grain at a time. As for the chakra and resentment adhering to those grains, they might prove to be quite troublesome for other ninjas. However, for Naruto, endowed with the divine soul power of the tribulation phase, they were utterly inconsequential. Naruto effortlessly detached the chakra from the sand and allowed the abandoned grains to merge into the wind, consequently augmenting the force of the storm. While Naruto's winds could not obliterate the entire shield of sand in an instant, their gradual erosion was nonetheless effective, and the speed of this consumption enhanced the overall impact. Onlookers could witness the sand surrounding Gaara being gradually stripped away under the influence of the wind, while the tornado encircling the sand sphere grew larger and spun faster, its hue shifting from azure to earthy yellow. Sakura suddenly grasped Sasuke's sleeve, exclaiming, "His wind is consuming the sand." Sasuke's Sharingan bled as he strained to observe the unfolding scene. The more he watched, the more he sensed the formidable power of both Naruto and Gaara, increasingly aware of the chasm that lay between himself and the two. More importantly, Sasuke clearly understood that at this moment, Naruto had yet to unleash his full potential. Gaara sensed everything occurring in the outside world. Even Shikaku within him could feel it. "Release me. You are no match for him." The one-tail roared within Gaara, an overwhelming fury surging into his mind. Instantly, Gaara's eyes transformed, and the sand swirling around him became more compact and aggressive. Suddenly, a speckled, earthy brown tail emerged from behind Gaara, thrashing about and gathering countless grains of sand, rendering it increasingly solid and agile. Simultaneously, Gaara's shield of sand, still not fully formed, was disassembled by a multitude of wind blades. Roar! Shikaku bellowed, its furious roar shattering a water tower 10 zhang away. The shockwave from the roar sent Naruto's golden hair fluttering, as well as the winds spiraling around the two combatants. "I want you dead." Gaara's eyes were bloodshot. Half of his body morphed into sand, transforming into a monstrous hand that lunged toward Naruto. Naruto swiftly dodged, feeling that the claw he just evaded was no longer the power of the boy before him, but that of the beast within. Logically, Naruto should not possess the strength to contend with such tailed beasts at this moment. Nonetheless, during the course of their relentless battle, while he had been suppressing Gaara and launching continuous assaults, he had also been preparing a more formidable spell. Sword River, arise. With a change of hand signs, Naruto unleashed a torrent of true energy from within, surging to 80%. Simultaneously, the whirlwinds encircling the two suddenly altered direction and converged, transforming into a flowing river composed entirely of undulating winds. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this river was composed of countless waves, each wielding grains of sand like swords. This was an exceedingly difficult technique, one of the few mastered by sword cultivators, allowing them to contend with blades. It was a spell specifically cultivated by sword practitioners, sufficient to demonstrate its formidable power. Were it not for Naruto's recent training, which elevated him to the 8th layer of chi refinement, he would have been incapable of executing such a spell. The yellow sand surged with towering waves, crashing down from the sky. This river, as if descending from the heavens, formed a cycle, relentlessly surging towards the half-monster Gaara. Roar! Shikaku roared once more amid the waves of yellow sand. However, compared to its previous roar, this one was tinged with a hint of impatience. The other half of Gaara's body had also undergone tailed beast transformation, his arms morphing into yellow-brown claws, lifted high, and aimed at Naruto. Yet, the continuously surging waves effortlessly shredded the tailed beast arms into flowing sand. Before the grains could reach the ground, they were consumed by the vortex, assimilated into Naruto's wave of swords. Gaara's body, too, was subjected to this relentless onslaught. The commotion from their fierce clash echoed farther and farther, attracting an ever-growing crowd. Initially, it was the genin and their instructors gathered around the registration area, followed by nearby Nin, and even Kakashi, sensing the anomaly, hurried over. Everyone encircled the battleground. their faces alight with astonishment as they beheld the two combatants. So that red-haired boy is the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure? Who is he fighting? Why have I never seen him before? It seems that Naruto Uzumaki has undergone a tremendous transformation. I barely recognize him. What? You say he is Naruto Uzumaki? The Jinchuriki from Konoha? Is that even a question? Just look at his hair color. Why are these two fighting? But what I find most perplexing is how Naruto can battle the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure for so long, without a hint of Nine-Tails chakra. The discussions among the crowd momentarily halted. After a brief pause, they confirmed that at this moment, there was indeed not a trace of tailed beast transformation on Naruto. What is happening? I was only away from the village for half a year. What on earth transpired? Who taught Naruto that strange ninjutsu? Has the village developed new techniques? I say, shouldn't we hurry to stop these two? If they continue fighting, they'll both end up fully tailed beast transformed, and that would be disastrous. Calm down. Someone has already gone to summon the Hokage. In that case, let us observe and see which Jinchuriki of this generation proves to be superior. The one from Sunagakure or our own from Konoha. The crowd buzzed with conversation, their anxiety seemingly absent, for the Hokage would soon arrive, and they could sense that the situation remained under control. Only Temari and Kankuro, also from Sunagakure, wore increasingly tense and fearful expressions. Gaara was becoming enraged. If this continued, the One Tail would surely be summoned. What was Konoha doing? Why had no one come to intervene yet? Who was that golden-haired boy? And how was he able to contend with Gaara to such an extent, even seeming to exert some measure of suppression? As everyone focused on the unfolding battle, a figure clad in a conical hat and white cloak approached the battlefield with remarkable speed. Chapter 72. Enjoyment. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the edge of the battlefield. A pipe clenched between his teeth, his brow furrowed in concentration. Kakashi, who had arrived earlier, immediately relayed the information he had gathered. Lord Hokage, should we intervene? He inquired. Lacking clear orders, even this elite jonin felt uncertain about how to proceed in the current situation. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, and, after a moment of contemplation, responded, the situation is still manageable. We should seize this opportunity to gather more intelligence on Naruto. Kakashi's expression revealed internal conflict. He hesitated to voice his objections, yet years of being a ninja had conditioned him to follow orders without question. After a brief silence, he lowered his head in acquiescence. Yes, Hiruzen then instructed, find a way to control the battlefield and prevent it from spilling over, so as not to disrupt the lives of the villagers. This decision weighed heavily on him. Had they not been near the ninja academy, surrounded by open space devoid of civilians, his instinct would have been to halt the fight. However, the mysteries surrounding Naruto and the true power of the Jinchuriki from Sunagakure were crucial pieces of information that Hiruzen desperately needed to obtain. With such a rare opportunity at hand, he could not afford to let it slip away. Otherwise, he could only imagine the scrutiny he would face during the subsequent meetings with Danzo and others. Receiving his orders, Kakashi promptly summoned several ANBU ninjas to execute the plan, striving to manage the situation without disrupting the battlefield or allowing it to affect the outside world. The onlookers, upon witnessing the arrival of the third Hokage, felt a sense of relief, their attention now riveted on the two young figures at the center of the fray. At that moment, Naruto hovered in midair, sand swirling through his fingers. The river of sand, now filled with debris, flowed beside him. He resembled a long sword, poised between heaven and earth, radiating an intense brilliance. Any practitioner from the Sunlan realm would surely be left in awe. Although the ninjas of the shinobi world had not undergone similar training, their shared appreciation for beauty led them to agree that Naruto, despite not fitting the mold of a typical ninja, was undeniably captivating at this moment. Before Naruto, Gaara's gourd unleashed a tempest of sand. The roar of Shikaku intermittently pierced through the sound of grinding grains. Gaara was equally astonished. He had never imagined that his own sand could turn against him. Even more terrifying was that he found himself unable to reclaim control over it. Sand shower, Gaara rasped, as countless grains transformed into a barrage of projectiles. Naruto extended his fingers, unleashing a verdant sword light that illuminated the sandy curtain. A long, azure sword, measuring over 10 meters, gradually emerged amidst the waves of yellow sand. The blade was adorned with spirals resembling blooming blue lotuses, growing increasingly solid and sharper as it detached itself from the river of sand. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, it moved with an apparent slowness yet unwavering determination toward Gaara. The sword, forged from the essence of the entire sand river, appeared to be composed of true energy, yet it was entirely made up of the sand Naruto had seized. These grains had been refined through the river's currents and forcibly condensed under Naruto's spiritual influence, forming this colossal azure sword. This endeavor was born from Naruto's desire to test the potential of Gaara's sand, which he had previously acknowledged as excellent material for forging. Remarkably, his attempt succeeded at once. This giant sword possessed both true energy and a physical form. Though it had not undergone intricate refinement and was merely a temporary tool, its power far exceeded anything Naruto could currently wield. rivaling the deadly formations he had previously used to defeat two Jonin. All eyes were drawn to the imposing 10-meter-long sword. While some ninjutsu in the shinobi world featured colossal weapons, the spectacle before them was truly unprecedented. It was particularly hard to believe that such a technique could originate from a mere genin. Had Naruto truly refrained from harnessing the power of the Nine Tails? How had he accomplished this? As soon as the Azure Giant sword appeared, Gaara attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, unable to escape. He braced himself for the impact. Despite Shikaku's frantic warnings in his mind, cautioning that he could not withstand this blow, Gaara was unwilling to concede defeat. He held firm, refusing to surrender completely to the One Tail's influence, and continued to resist with his own will. Sand Shield. The emergence of the Azure Giant sword diminished the power of the long river Naruto had previously conjured. Seizing the opportunity, Gaara concentrated the sand surrounding him, forming his most formidable barrier once again. Just as the Azure sword approached, a resounding crash echoed. The sand shield exploded into a cloud of golden dust. Gaara's eyes bled, cracks forming on his forehead as Shikaku's chakra tendrils seeped through his unformed sand armor. The blade pressed onward, poised to cleave Gaara in two. At that moment, the sea of sand erupted. Sands of burial. Chakra surged into the sky, and the surrounding dunes collapsed into a colossal hand, rapidly converging around Naruto. With a light chuckle, Naruto's figure shattered into countless fragments, vanishing from sight. This shadow clone technique was one he could masterfully employ, even more so than other ninjas, and his improved version was far less detectable. Meanwhile, the Azure Giant sword finally struck Gaara. The blade stirred up a tempest, twisting the energies of the desert into an immense jade sword silhouette. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust erupted, shrouding the sky. Shikaku's phantom struggled in the maelstrom, losing a significant portion of its form to countless wind blades. As the dust settled, Gaara was revealed, kneeling in the center of the collapsed sand pit. The character for love etched with fissures across his forehead. Conceited, Naruto declared as he descended, thoroughly satisfied with the battle. The clash of pure might was exhilarating, a contest that could invigorate the spirit at any time. Yet, at that moment, Gaara's pupils, once clear, were wholly consumed by an overwhelming fury. Chapter 73. Acquiring Naruto's Ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, without any forewarning, a formidable sandstorm erupted from Gaara. The fierce tempest rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Gaara, who had already undergone partial tailed beast transformation, suddenly began to swell, completing his transformation into the colossal Shikaku, the One Tail. Naruto observed quietly, his expression unperturbed. Within him resided the Nine Tails, with whom he had previously communicated about the various aspects of Jinchuriki. He was acutely aware of how to confront Shikaku at this moment. Even though he was not a match for the One Tail in terms of strength, he still possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails. Moreover, Naruto had already noticed that the surroundings were crowded with people, including the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood nearby. In such circumstances, it would be rather unbecoming for him to intervene personally. As anticipated, before Shikaku could fully unleash its power, Sarutobi swiftly took action, collaborating with several other ninjas to perform a sealing technique, effectively sealing the newly manifested Shikaku. Thus, the battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. Following the sealing of Shikaku, Gaara regained his sanity. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a shattered porcelain doll, with even one of his eyes injured and unable to open. Nevertheless, he did not lose consciousness. He kept one eye wide open, gazing at Naruto with utmost seriousness, fixated on the individual who had managed to bring him, in his half-tailed beast form, to his knees. A smile adorned Naruto's face as he admired the will of the red-haired youth before him. The ability to harness such immense power from the tailed beast was enough to demonstrate that Gaara had garnered a semblance of Shikaku's acknowledgement. However, the sealing technique employed was rather rudimentary, rendering the synergy between them somewhat inefficient. If Gaara wished to better utilize the power of the tailed beast, he could seek Naruto's guidance when time permitted. As Naruto turned to depart, Gaara's eyes widened in surprise. The words just spoken resonated directly in his mind, unmistakably in the voice of the golden-haired youth before him. More importantly, the content of those words struck a chord within him. To better harness the power of the tailed beast, he should seek Naruto. Gaara, with his eyes fixed on Naruto's retreating figure, fell into deep contemplation. The last words left for him were, of course, a deliberate message from Naruto. It was not an act of sudden benevolence. Although Naruto did regard this similarly afflicted red-haired boy with a modicum of favor, his extensive training in the sage realm had taught him that all seemingly connected matters were mere illusions. The nature of their relationship would ultimately depend on the course of their acquaintance. Thus, Naruto's decision to convey such a message telepathically stemmed from a simple curiosity about Shikaku. After all, according to the Nine Tails, these tailed beasts were among the most ancient and representative beings in the ninja world. If Naruto wished to delve deeper into the intricacies of the ninja realm and its myriad secrets, Consulting these ageless tailed beasts would undoubtedly yield far richer insights than querying the less informed ninjas. Moreover, as Naruto had previously observed, the core sand of Shikaku was indeed an excellent material for forging. Currently, as he returned to the ninja realm, he was in need of materials for his first spiritual sword. Acquiring a portion of it for crafting purposes would be fortuitous. Under such premises, it would be a simple task for him to refine the sealing technique for the red-haired youth named Gaara, enabling him to communicate more effectively with Shikaku and allowing the beast to experience fewer constraints. Naruto had learned from the Nine Tails that these tailed beasts generally preferred solitude. Before being controlled by human ninjas, they remained in their own domains, content to stay in one place. Their subsequent rampages upon being released were a result of their discomfort within the confines of human ninja bodies. Had it not been for this, these sentient beasts would not casually contemplate violence or upheaval. Such circumstances, along with the inherent dangers of being a Jinchuriki, could indeed be addressed through improved sealing techniques. For instance, during Naruto's training, he often utilized formations to obscure his presence and allowed the Nine Tails to roam freely, akin to walking a dog. The Nine Tails, despite a limited range, found joy in such moments. At that instant, the dark circles beneath its eyes appeared to have diminished. Whether this was a figment of Naruto's imagination or a reflection of the Nine Tails' emotional state remained uncertain. Yet, it was a straightforward notion that the ninja world stubbornly resisted. Naruto's indifference to this matter was evident as he casually cast a spell, transporting Sasuke and Sakura, who had been crouching at the edge of the battlefield, away before departing from the scene. With Naruto, the instigator, gone, only the defeated Gaara remained, surrounded by numerous spectators who had come to witness the spectacle. The battlefield, now a chaotic mess, bore the scars of the recent confrontation, with cracks and scattered debris littering the ground. The once verdant honeysuckle trees lining the path were now askew, their leaves strewn about, and even the wall of the nearby Chunin exam registration area lay in ruins. The chaos extended even to the Ninja Academy. Had it not been for the intervention of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the devastation might have engulfed a significant portion of the Hidden Leaf Village. The onlookers exchanged glances, utterly bewildered that such astonishing destruction could be wrought by two mere genin. What should be done now? The Hokage, Kakashi, had already pacified Gaara and his companions and promptly approached the Hokage for further directives. First, the battlefield needed to be cleared, followed by planning the next steps. Sarutobi offered a casual command before departing. For him, this encounter had already unveiled much of what he sought to understand. Not only had he gleaned insights into the current Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, but he had also acquired ample information about Naruto. Even before the Chunin exam had commenced, his objectives had largely been fulfilled. It was evident to Sarutobi that Naruto's ninjutsu was undoubtedly problematic. His mind was occupied with thoughts. From the intelligence brought by Kakashi and his observations, it was clear that such jutsu could not solely be the product of Naruto's ingenuity. But where did these techniques originate, and what means could persuade Naruto to willingly share them with the village? Chapter 74, the ninth layer of chi refinement. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen is always mindful of the village's welfare. Initially, many were concerned about Naruto and the origins of his remarkable ninjutsu. However, at this moment, even Danzo had ceased to ponder this matter. In the high-level meetings of the village, a recurrent topic emerged: how to obtain Naruto's newfound ninjutsu. Hiruzen anticipated that after today, this issue would garner even more attention and support. The will of the village must not be defied, and this situation would ultimately benefit the village. To prevent Naruto from harboring any misconceptions about the village, he needed to devise a perfect solution to persuade Naruto to share his techniques. As Hiruzen contemplated the resolution, he recognized that the primary challenge lay in potentially exacerbating the misunderstandings between Naruto and the village. Thus, addressing these misconceptions became paramount. The thought of preventing the village's higher-ups from acquiring Naruto's ninjutsu had never crossed Hiruzen's mind. As the Hokage, he would never consider actions detrimental to the village or that could jeopardize its interests. The powerful and extraordinary ninjutsu possessed by Naruto, from the moment of its emergence, had already become the village's asset in Hiruzen's eyes, including Naruto himself and the Nine Tails sealed within him. Soon enough, the Hokage departed, leaving behind a gathering of onlookers, among whom were Guy, Lee, Neji, and Tenten, forming Guy's team. At this moment, Neji wore a solemn expression while gazing in the direction Naruto had left. He had just learned about Naruto's identity from others. Although Naruto had changed significantly, Neji recognized him at first glance. Meanwhile, Lee was filled with fiery enthusiasm, nearly bursting with the urge to rush over and call out to Naruto. "Guy-sensei, I want to challenge Uzumaki Naruto," Lee exclaimed, clenching his fists with excitement. Beside him, Might Guy mirrored Lee's fervor, his own fists tightly balled in passionate resolve. "What a thrilling dream, Lee. I believe you will surely succeed. But you must remember, you are not yet a match for Uzumaki Naruto. To prepare for that challenge, let us begin by running 500 laps around the field." Upon hearing this, Lee's excitement intensified, his eyes alight with determination. Understood, Gai-sensei. Excellent, Lee. Let us embrace our youth. Immediately, the two clad in green spandex began to run without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tintin and Niji observed their departing figures with exasperation, though they had grown accustomed to such antics. What's wrong, Niji? You look troubled, Tintin inquired. Niji shook his head. It's nothing. In truth, he was contemplating how the village would perceive this battle, as well as the reactions of its inhabitants and the Hokage. Naruto, however, had anticipated these developments. His willingness to reveal his abilities stemmed from a lack of fear regarding their interest. On the contrary, he sought to provoke those intrigued by him to reveal themselves, allowing him to discern who he should eliminate and who he should not. He possessed the confidence to do so. After returning with Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto resumed his training. Sasuke did the same, while Sakura, having tended to Sasuke's injuries, suddenly became significantly more withdrawn than before. After 2 days of silence, she approached Naruto, requesting his assistance in becoming stronger, at the very least, to be of some aid during battles. Naruto, of course, had no objections. He indeed required an aid, a logistical support. Initially, he had intended to groom Sasuke for this role, as he merely needed someone to handle logistics. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that Sasuke's aspirations lay elsewhere. Thus, he needed to seek another candidate for this position. Sakura's approach proved to be a suitable choice. Of course, I can help you grow stronger. I understand that your focus is not on combat, so I can impart some logistical techniques to you, Naruto stated. Sakura paused, taken aback. When I say I am not focused on combat, I mean that I am not skilled or fond of fighting. But can I truly avoid combat? Everyone in the village says that ninjas must learn to fight, she replied cautiously. Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke interjected, what others in the village say is irrelevant. If you wish to learn from Naruto, the most crucial point is to stop viewing yourself as a ninja from this day forward. Sasuke's gaze bore into Sakura's, who momentarily lost her focus. She had overheard Naruto and Sasuke discussing the notion of not being a ninja, but had dismissed it as mere talk. However, at this moment, she began to sense that Naruto was not jesting. After a brief silence, Sakura nodded resolutely. No problem, I will heed Naruto-kun. From the very beginning, when they met at the Ninja Academy, Sakura had never referred to Naruto with the honorific kun. Yet now, she added it with utmost seriousness. However, this change held no significance for Naruto. He remained oblivious to the shift in her address. Casually instructing Sasuke to share his logistical knowledge with Sakura, he resumed his training. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, Naruto opened his eyes after training, a brilliant light shimmering within them. Simultaneously, a mysterious energy pulsed through his body. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he extended his right hand, and a tangible, sand-like essence of true energy swirled at his fingertips. A satisfied smile graced Naruto's face. After days of diligent training, he had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of chi refinement just in time for the Chunin exam. For those with a heavenly root, once the breakthrough is achieved, the accumulation of true energy occurs at an astonishing rate. In other words, Naruto now stood at the pinnacle of chi refinement. The Chunin exam awaited him. If he passed, he would acquire the legendary Raijin sword. Rising from his bed, he adjusted his attire. From this moment onward, anyone or anything that dared to impede his ascension to Chunin would be met with his sword. Chapter 75. It is not a misjudgment, but a misunderstanding. Naruto pondered over the sage's message that Kakashi-sensei had relayed, which indicated that the sage would arrive after the Chunin exams. Though he had already gleaned some information from the Nine Tails, he speculated that the sage Kakashi mentioned might not be the kind he had envisioned. Nevertheless, meeting this sage would undoubtedly be beneficial. Gaining a deeper understanding of this world would greatly aid his ascension plans, as well as his future dealings and actions. As Naruto stepped outside, he encountered Sasuke and Sakura, who were making their way toward him. The moment Sasuke laid eyes on Naruto, a serious expression crossed his face. You've become stronger? Sasuke queried, skepticism evident in his tone. Naruto smiled faintly. It seems your mastery of the Sharingan has matured considerably. Sasuke nodded, a flicker of joy crossing his features. Previously, Naruto had mentioned that once he reached a certain level of strength, he could assist Sasuke in his training. Thus, Sasuke had been eagerly awaiting that moment, even though he was uncertain of when it would arrive. However, with Naruto growing increasingly powerful, that moment would inevitably come sooner. Sakura, observing the exchange, felt a twinge of curiosity. In her mind, Sasuke had always been the type who refused to accept anything less than being the strongest. It was peculiar to see him transformed in such a way. Yet, she did not perceive this change as negative. On the contrary, she had begun to comprehend the extent of Naruto's strength, which was on an entirely different level from their own. If Sasuke could grow stronger with Naruto's guidance, it would indeed be a positive development. Deep within, Sakura harbored a subtle concern, a nagging feeling that Sasuke might stray down a misguided path. Although she could not pinpoint the origin of this thought, recently, she had noticed that since Sasuke met Naruto, he had undergone significant changes that were undeniably positive. While she could not be entirely certain, she sensed a shift. Thus, Witnessing Sasuke's transformation brought her joy. She believed he would continue to improve, especially with Naruto's presence. Unbeknownst to her, had Naruto truly become that important? Sakura mused, a look of perplexity gracing her features. She recalled the time when Ino had informed her of Naruto's transformation, and she had been somewhat skeptical. Now, however, she was compelled to acknowledge that Ino's insight had far surpassed her own. It was clear to her now why she had overlooked Naruto's changes. Her focus had been solely on Sasuke, rendering any transformation in Naruto insignificant to her. The only difference now was that Sasuke was equally invested in Naruto's progress, prompting her to finally shift her attention to someone she had previously disregarded. Thankfully, it was not too late. Sakura felt a surge of relief mixed with a hint of triumph. Even though Ino had been the first to recognize Naruto's evolution, she could not possibly fathom the extent of his current transformation. Stealing a glance at Naruto, she noticed his longer golden hair cascading down his back. What kind of shampoo did he use to maintain such smoothness? Perhaps she should seize the opportunity to inquire while he was teaching Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto had transformed significantly, not just in strength, but also in appearance. Reflecting on the past, Sakura mused whether her initial recognition of Naruto's change had stemmed from a burgeoning fondness for him. If that were the case, seeing the current Naruto would only deepen her feelings. After the Nin exams commenced, Sakura had encountered Ino, who had specifically inquired about Naruto. However, during this period, Naruto had been secluded in training, rarely seen by anyone except for Sasuke and Sakura, and at times even they were turned away. Thus, Ino had not yet seen the current version of Naruto. Come on, the Nin exams are about to begin, Naruto remarked casually. Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement, and the three of them set off together toward the examination venue. After undergoing several checks, they arrived at the first exam, the written test. They had arrived early, and the examination room was still relatively empty, although three familiar faces were already present. The trio from Sunagakure with whom they had previously clashed, alongside Gaara, the red-haired youth who had drawn an audience during their battle. Previously, Naruto had sent a message through his spirit to Gaara, but the latter had failed to locate him, leaving Naruto somewhat resigned. He had no intention of forcibly claiming the Shikaku-filled sand. After all, Gaara had shared a similar fate. As they met, Naruto chose to ignore Gaara, taking a seat at his designated spot. However, Gaara approached him directly, his expression as stoic as ever, as if viewing everyone as mere opponents. His movements captured the attention of the entire examination room, drawing all eyes to the confrontation between Naruto and Gaara, as most present were aware of their past encounter. Sasuke instinctively positioned himself in front of Naruto, and the crowd braced for a potential altercation. Gaara, however, did not attack. Instead, he stood before Sasuke and paused, then turned his gaze toward Naruto, breaking the silence after a moment. I came looking for you before. Naruto was taken aback. When did this occur? He had no recollection of such an event. Gaara then addressed Sasuke. He stopped me, claiming you sent me. He didn't believe me. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who met his gaze. An awkward silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Sasuke explained, he fought you and was defeated. I was concerned he might seek retribution. Finally, Naruto recalled that he had indeed sent a message to Gaara, but had not mentioned it to Sasuke and Sakura, unaware of the context. The two had instinctively perceived Gaara as a foe upon encountering him. So that's how it is. I thought my promise might have lost its allure, Naruto mused, feeling a bit relieved. While he had not sought to compel Gaara's presence, he believed his proposal should have resonated with him. The misinterpretation left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if something was slipping from his grasp. It is fortunate that we now understand the truth. It is not a misjudgment, merely a misunderstanding. In light of this, do you wish for me to articulate the method you seek? Naruto inquired. Chapter 76. The written examination and the final question. Gaara fell into a momentary silence before nodding slightly. He, of course, desired the object that Naruto had mentioned. It was not just him. The Shikaku within him craved it as well. During the fierce confrontation between Naruto and Gaara, the Nine Tails had appeared for a fleeting moment. Although it was swiftly retracted by Naruto, both tailed beasts had caught sight of each other. The Nine Tails, upon seeing Shikaku, and Shikaku, in turn, observing the Nine Tails, recognized their states to be utterly distinct from those of the other Jinchuriki. Even when Gaara hesitated at the outset, Shikaku had already begun to urge him to seek out Naruto. Even if Naruto lacked a method, Shikaku felt compelled to inquire of the Nine Tails within Naruto regarding the nature of this formidable and enigmatic golden-haired youth. Naruto smiled and said, after the examination concludes, do not leave, come find me. Gaara, upon hearing this, obediently nodded. Although he had once fought against Naruto and suffered a defeat at his hands, there was no lingering resentment in Gaara's heart. Historically, Gaara's disposition had been rather indifferent, as he outwardly displayed. The violent tendencies he exhibited were primarily influenced by Shikaku. It was only through this indifferent demeanor that he could withstand Shikaku's encroachment. Thus, the battles with Naruto and his subsequent defeat did not stir even the slightest ripple within Gaara's tranquil mind. Observing Gaara nod in agreement, Naruto could not help but nod in return. This red-haired youth, who shared the burden of being a Jinchuriki, possessed a commendable temperament. Such individuals were less susceptible to the insidious influences of inner demons, allowing them to concentrate more intently during their training. Should Gaara possess a strong spiritual foundation, he could very well be deemed a genius in the realm of the sage. As time passed, more and more ninjas arrived at the examination venue, hailing from both Konoha and other villages. The individual whom Naruto had previously incapacitated, shattering his spirit, had surprisingly regained consciousness. Naruto was uncertain how this had transpired, whether through his own efforts or the assistance of others, but he paid it no mind. The fact that the individual had awakened indicated that his life was not yet forfeit. However, upon seeing Naruto, that person froze in fear and, upon regaining his senses, nearly turned to flee. Fortunately, he was restrained by others, realizing that Naruto bore no intent to strike again, which offered him a measure of relief. Before long, Naruto encountered another familiar face, Ino Yamanaka. This young woman possessed keen observational skills and had been the first to notice Naruto's transformation. She had even brought him meals for several days until he declined her kindness, displaying remarkable awareness and wisdom. Overall, Naruto held her in high regard. The moment Ino laid eyes on Naruto, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she scrutinized him from head to toe. Naruto stood still, allowing her to observe him, and after her assessment, he smiled and asked, "So, what do you think?" As a being over a century old, Naruto was far from shy at being gazed at by a young girl. Yet, his question caused Ino to blush. Fortunately, she quickly ran over to Sakura, pulling her aside to inquire about the events that had transpired with Naruto during this time. Moments later, another familiar figure appeared, Hinata Hyuga, the girl with the Byakugan. Upon Naruto's return from the Sage Realm, reflecting on all that had transpired in the ninja world, he recognized that Hinata's goodwill towards him was nearly untainted, infused with genuine affection. In his past life, Naruto had known several companions, as the most distinguished disciple of the Sword Sect and a rising star in the Sage Realm, achieving the tribulation stage within a century. He was certainly not solitary. Surrounding him were countless virtuous fairies and mischievous enchantresses. After all, cultivating immortality was not akin to the Buddhist path. The union of yin and yang was a natural consequence of the human and celestial way, arising inevitably upon reaching maturity. Naruto did not shy away from relationships, including marriage and children, as the path of cultivation was long and arduous, often stretching across thousands of years. It was rare for renowned figures to reach the tribulation stage in just a century, as many cultivators required millennia. Even those who married and bore children might gradually fade away after a few hundred years. Such experiences were simply part of the cultivation journey, neither to be pursued nor evaded intentionally. When fate presented itself, one should embrace and experience it, and when it waned, one should meet it with calm acceptance. This approach alleviated the tension and monotony of the cultivation path, while also honing the Taoist heart. Once one had endured what was necessary, the heart demons would find no opportunities during tribulation. Upon seeing Naruto, Hinata's face flushed. She approached him with shy, tentative steps and bowed deeply. "Naruto-kun." Her voice was as soft as a whisper. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if this young girl would always behave this way in his presence. Smiling warmly at Hinata, he replied, "How have you been lately?" His voice was gentle and soothing. Together, they sat nearby, waiting for the examination to commence while discussing recent events. In an instant, Hinata became the center of attention for everyone in the examination hall, a situation she had never before experienced, leaving her somewhat flustered. Naruto waved his hand, casting a small illusionary array to isolate himself and Hinata from the outside world. They shared laughter and conversation for a while until the exam proctor entered, signaling the official start of the written portion. Naruto, unfamiliar with the concepts of the will of fire or the village's regulations, found that the divine soul of his tribulation stage allowed him to effortlessly perceive the answers of others. In this regard, Sakura was particularly adept. Naruto casually copied the answers, filling his sheet completely. Eventually, only the final question remained, which had also stumped Sakura. As Naruto surveyed the classroom, he noticed that everyone was similarly ensnared by this final question. Just then, the rather fearsome-looking instructor declared, "The last question serves as your ultimate test. If you can solve it, you will successfully pass this examination. If you fail, you shall forever forfeit your chance to become a Chunin. However, you also have another option. You may abandon this examination and wait for the next opportunity, thereby retaining your qualification to become a Chunin." Upon hearing this, the majority, including Sakura, wore expressions of anxiety. Yet, Naruto frowned slightly, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. He then lifted his gaze toward the grim-faced invigilator and slowly rose to his feet. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Naruto. Chapter 77. Were you not taught? Is this fellow on the verge of giving up? It seems that surrender is indeed a choice, but has he resolved to do so too hastily? He appears to possess considerable skill, yet he is so quick to abandon his efforts. Whispers of conjecture arose suddenly. Most of the ninjas participating in the examination believed that Naruto had decided to concede, prompting him to rise. The one who had nearly been obliterated by Naruto's wrath scoffed at his retreating figure. It seems he only bullies those of lower rank. When faced with such trials, he immediately seeks to withdraw. Even Shikamaru and Hinata cast worried glances at Naruto. Among the gathered crowd, only Sasuke, Sakura, and Gaara exhibited expressions of intrigue. What is Naruto planning? Surely he does not intend to openly defy the proctor in the examination hall, pondered Sakura. Sasuke, delving deeper into contemplation, considered whether he should assist Naruto if he were to confront the supervising teacher. After a brief moment, Sasuke made his decision. He would indeed lend a hand. He had long resolved to forsake the village's ninjutsu in favor of following Naruto and learning his path of cultivation. Sasuke surveyed the examination hall, analyzing the number of participants present. How many would stand with the proctor, and how many would oppose them? The more he analyzed, the bleaker the situation appeared, yet his resolve remained unchanged. Both Sakura and Sasuke had spent sufficient time with Naruto to understand him, hence their contemplations. Conversely, Gaara relied solely on his instincts and the guidance of Shikaku within him. From the mere stance of Naruto, they could ascertain that he had no intention of surrendering or capitulating. Could it be that he truly plans to engage the proctor of the Ch-Nin exam in battle? Even Gaara felt a flicker of astonishment and incredulity at this moment. The buzzing of discussions around him began to irritate Naruto, causing him to furrow his brow. Silence, he growled. Instantly, all the ninjas who had been speaking wore expressions of shock, and many experienced a ringing in their ears, with some fainting from the intensity. Those who remained silent were unaffected, including some who were deeply engrossed in their exams, oblivious to Naruto's remark. Such is the control a powerful being possesses over their strength. Naruto then raised his gaze forward. At that moment, the proctor, Ibiki, had already fixed his attention on him. He spoke directly. Uzumaki Naruto, are you intending to withdraw? Naruto met his gaze firmly. I am prepared to submit my exam. Ibiki scrutinized Naruto with an air of authority. So you have completed the final question? Naruto replied. I have no time for your trivial games. My sole objective is to pass this examination. Therefore, regardless of your intentions, accept my paper. For I must depart to continue my training. Having completed all preceding questions, Naruto was unwilling to waste any more time in this place, especially as the last question remained unanswered by anyone. However, his words instantly widened Ibiki's eyes with fury. Uzumaki Naruto. Ibiki roared, his scarred visage contorted with rage. Understand what you are doing. You are participating in the Ch-Nin exam. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am your proctor. As the chief examiner, I can revoke your eligibility for this exam for disturbing the order. Naruto's brows knitted tighter, his demeanor exuding impatience. I do not wish to repeat myself. Ibiki squinted, his anger escalating. He had heard of Naruto's transformation and was eager to witness it firsthand. Yet, he did not anticipate such defiance from a participant. Uzumaki Naruto, has no one ever taught you to respect your elders? Ibiki's reference was to the Ninja Academy. However, he overlooked a significant point. Naruto was an orphan. At this moment, Naruto was acutely aware of this fact. Now a formidable being, he had complete control over his emotions. Yet, should something provoke a slight disturbance within him, it would likely pertain to the parents he had never met. Naruto would never permit anyone to speak ill of his parents, particularly the denizens of Konoha. He felt no one in this village deserved to speak of them. This notion persisted, even if his parents wished to correct it. Naruto was well aware that his parents would not share his sentiments, as Konoha had conditioned its people to become compliant tools lacking in deep thought. Naruto lifted his gaze to Ibiki. You have two choices. Either take my exam paper and allow me to pass, or, at that instant, a slender blue blade appeared, swiftly pressing against Ibiki's forehead, piercing his skin until it reached the bone, halting only then. Change the proctor. Ibiki was momentarily taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How has your speed increased? He wondered, astonished. He had studied Naruto's information prior to monitoring the exam, confident that he was not inferior to him. Yet, the velocity of Naruto's blade had evidently escalated. Had he not been using his full strength in previous battles? Ibiki considered resisting, convinced that if he could evade the attack, he could still engage Naruto in a fair contest. However, the reality was that the blue blade was firmly pressed against his forehead, showing no signs of mercy. Looking at Naruto's impassive expression, Ibiki felt a surge of fear. For reasons unknown, he had the unsettling feeling that if he truly resisted, Naruto might indeed drive that blade into his brain. Chapter 78. A critical moment. As a special J-Nin of Konohagakure, Ibiki was certainly not weak enough to be easily defeated by Naruto. Although he specialized in interrogation and questioning, it did not imply a lack of strength. At this moment, the reason he found himself with Naruto's blue blade poised against his forehead, seemingly at a loss, was entirely due to his astonishment that Naruto would dare to act against him during the examination, catching him completely off guard. Ninja, by their nature, do not possess any protective artifacts or spells. The brain, being the most vital organ in all creatures, becomes significantly vulnerable when threatened by a sharp weapon. The sight of Naruto, who appeared genuinely willing to resort to lethal force, would give pause to anyone. Nevertheless, while Ibiki was indeed a special J-nin, Naruto harbored no fear of him. Through his observations, Naruto noted that even among special J-nin, there existed a disparity in strength. Most J-nin from the Hidden Leaf Village were far weaker than Naruto had initially surmised. Moreover, even if Ibiki were exceptionally powerful, Naruto could easily harness the power of the Nine Tails. The other proctors were equally startled by Naruto's sudden move, drawing their kunai and shuriken, some even beginning to form hand seals, as though preparing to engage Naruto in combat. The candidates, who were a bit slower to react, now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Were it not for the forehead protector adorning Naruto's head, they might have suspected him to be a rogue ninja from another village. Sasuke, however, was quick to respond, readying himself for battle. Sakura, looking left and right, wore an expression of conflict. Although she yearned to fight alongside Naruto and Sasuke, she found it hard to reconcile the idea of battling against the teachers of their own village. She understood that given Naruto's current disposition, no words of persuasion would sway him, leaving her frozen in place. The other candidates were largely observing the scene unfold. To everyone's surprise, Gaara, who had been seated quietly, suddenly stood up. Sand began to surge from his body, splitting into two parts. One encircled Naruto, Sasuke, and himself, forming a protective barrier, while the other prepared for an offensive stance. It appeared he intended to join Naruto and Sasuke in confronting the teachers of Konohagakure. Sasuke turned in astonishment, and even Naruto was taken aback. After all, he had to admit that his relationship with this red-haired youth had not yet developed to such a level of camaraderie. Just then, Gaara spoke. "You will provide me with what I need. This is merely a repayment." Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a surge of admiration for the red-haired boy. Despite being a Jinchuriki and having lived in darkness, he still possessed such awareness and character, qualities that surpassed many others. Ibiki stared intently at Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara. His expression grave. He was contemplating whether to retaliate or endure this humiliation temporarily. Indeed, it was humiliation, an immense one. As a special J-nin, to have a mere genin holding a sword to his head, while he felt too intimidated to move, was utterly unacceptable. Even though Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, he could not accept such a scenario. And then there were Sasuke and Gaara. All mere genin. How dared they challenge him? Did they not understand the meaning of respect for their elders, or the importance of honoring their teachers? Was this the new demeanor of the genin in Konoha? The atmosphere in the examination hall was tense, as if a storm was about to erupt. "Do not move. Everyone, stand down." Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the room. A striking female ninja, clad in yellow-brown attire with a black fishnet lining, entered by pushing open the door. Everyone turned to look at her. Upon entering, the female ninja surveyed the room and promptly executed a jutsu. Instantly, the positions of Naruto's blue blade and Ibiki were switched. Ibiki inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear he felt, unwilling to reveal his moment of shock. Naruto swiftly turned, catching sight of the newly positioned Ibiki. The blue blade then redirected toward the front. Ibiki, too, quickly regained his composure and formed hand seals. Just then, the newly arrived female ninja raised her hand and called out, "Stop." Two snake-like figures appeared, first striking Naruto's sword and then halting Ibiki's hand mid-gesture. "I declare that Naruto Uzumaki has passed this examination." Immediately following, Mitarashi Anko added, "As the examiner for the next round, I possess the authority to make this judgment." At her words, the blue blade vanished into thin air. Naruto pressed his pen down on his test paper before turning and leaving the exam hall. Sasuke followed suit, discarding his pen as well. Gaara did likewise. Sakura hesitated for a moment, glancing at her paper, realizing she could not answer the final question. Thus, she too chose to submit her answer and left the examination hall with trepidation. The Sakura of old would never have made such a choice. However, the present Sakura understood that she stood united with Naruto and Sasuke. The earlier indecision of not joining them in battle was already inexcusable. If she failed to even submit her paper on time, how could she ever be a reliable teammate for Naruto and Sasuke? She reflected that if this continued, not only Naruto, but even Sasuke would come to resent her. She could not allow this to happen again. On the other side, noticing that Gaara had submitted his paper, Kankuro and Temari also opted to do the same. Watching the rebellious candidates leave the examination hall in succession, Mitarashi Anko let out a sigh of relief. The remaining candidates exchanged glances, utterly unsure of what to do next. Anko realized that the situation could not persist, nor could rumors about favoritism for Naruto circulate. Therefore, she declared that it was permissible to pass without completing the 10th question. The crowd then began to submit their papers. In the entire examination hall, only Ibiki's face was as dark as thunder. This final test of willpower was entirely his creation, something he had taken pride in. Yet it had been utterly undermined by Naruto, turning it into a farcical incident. Naturally, he found no joy in this outcome. Beside him, Anko patted Ibiki on the shoulder. "It seems you forgot the Hokage's instructions. Naruto had to pass this exam. You should have adapted earlier, stating that anyone who dared to stand up against authority would pass. What significance would my examination hold then?" Ibiki's face darkened as he replied, "What does that matter?" Anko merely shook her head, choosing not to say more, and turned to leave. Chapter 79, Dialogue on the Other Side. Naruto exited the examination hall and promptly found a place to sit and meditate, casting aside the events that had transpired within the testing grounds. He was acutely aware that he could never harm the proctor. His initial intent was merely to avoid wasting time on trivial matters. In truth, he had already surmised the intentions of the examiner, named Ibiki. It was inconceivable that he would eliminate all candidates with this singular question. Rather, he sought to observe who would relinquish their chance under pressure, subsequently labeling those individuals as lacking in courage and resolve. However, Naruto found this to be a sheer waste of time. As the chief examiner, the one who set the rules, to arbitrarily disregard and alter those very rules was nothing short of ludicrous. Rules are paramount, whether they be the grand principles of the universe or the minor regulations of a sect. These are matters of utmost significance. I have come to participate in your examination, adhering to your stipulations. You have presented one path to death and another to life. Naturally, an astute individual would opt for survival. Yet, at this juncture, you accuse me of cowardice for not rebelling against your regulations. Such a claim is utterly preposterous. Any rational individual, capable of assessing the benefits, would never choose the path of demise under such conditions. Thus, any aspirant wishing to be a proper ninja would inevitably choose to withdraw. The only distinction lies in the timing of their surrender, early or late. Only a fool would remain, willingly forfeiting their future qualifications. You may assert that those who abandon their efforts early lack courage. Yet I can just as easily argue that those who stubbornly persist in their folly either possess a misguided belief that they can alter the world through sheer willpower alone, or are simply not astute enough to make such a straightforward decision in a timely manner. Yet, this absurdity is brazenly paraded during the Chunin exams, proving just how frivolous the rule-makers and authorities of the Hidden Leaf Village truly are. Naruto shook his head, hoping for the ordeal to pass swiftly. He then entered a meditative state, lifting his gaze to the front, where Sasuke and Gaara approached in unison. Naruto nodded, allocating a portion of his focus to Gaara, saying, "Since you're here, I might as well impart some techniques to you. However, I require your assistance with a certain matter. Or more precisely, I need that entity within you to assist me." Gaara paused momentarily. "You mean Shikaku?" It may not heed our words. At that time, Gaara's relationship with Shikaku was far from harmonious. He still perceived Shikaku as a violent and savage force. Naruto chuckled lightly. "There's no need for your concern. I have another companion who can communicate with it." With a casual wave of his hand, the small, nine-tailed form of Kurama appeared on his shoulder. In recent days, Kurama had been emerging more frequently, resulting in a noticeable improvement in its demeanor. Now, when summoned again by Naruto, Kurama appeared less exuberant than before, displaying a slight impatience as it sat on Naruto's shoulder, scratching its ear with a hind paw. "What is it? Why have you summoned me again?" Naruto showed little reaction. Having long recognized that Kurama's title of this lord was deeply ingrained in its essence, a habit difficult to amend. He had no inclination to feel any emotional turbulence over such a title. Previously, during his time in the Sage Realm, he had intentionally immersed himself in the mundane world to temper his resolve. He had even referred to numerous practitioners at the Chi refinement and foundation establishment stages as friends, and had formed bonds with ordinary mortals who lacked the ability to cultivate due to impure roots. Though practitioners often disregarded most common folk, they were not devoid of reason. They could coexist pleasantly with those who resonated with them, regardless of the latter's status or cultivation level. Only those who were unaware of their own limitations and harbored malice towards outsiders were deemed as mere ants, deserving of eradication. The appearance of Kurama startled those nearby, particularly Kankuro and Temari, who had followed behind. Even Gaara's expression was one of disbelief. He soon felt Shikaku, sealed within him, thrashing with excitement, yearning for freedom. Naruto shifted his gaze toward Gaara, and Kurama immediately turned to follow suit, comprehending Naruto's intent. "Leave it to me." Over time, Kurama had come to understand Naruto's temperament. A few snarky remarks were inconsequential as long as they did not disrupt Naruto's training. However, when it came to serious matters, one needed to tread carefully. Thus, Kurama usually took action directly when necessary, often refraining from uttering more than a few words. Kurama smoothly positioned itself opposite Gaara, lazily squinting its eyes and beckoning with a finger, adopting a rather haughty demeanor. "Release that entity, let me converse with it." Gaara felt a twinge of concern and glanced at Naruto, as his memories of Shikaku's previous appearances were fraught with chaos and calamity. Naruto nodded reassuringly. Gaara relinquished control of his body and consciousness. At that moment, Shikaku let out a ferocious roar, but before the sound could fully resonate, an overwhelming surge of red chakra enveloped it entirely. Shikaku's voice was abruptly silenced. Kurama's impatient voice emerged. "This is a conversation, no need for madness. Let us resolve this swiftly. I have places to be." Shikaku, restrained by Kurama, paused momentarily before swiftly shrinking down to the size of an adult, slightly taller than Gaara. Its rotund body was a muddy brown adorned with black markings. Its face was round, and oddly, it appeared somewhat endearing, save for the spiky tail protruding from its back, which bore a slightly menacing aspect. Upon witnessing Shikaku's appearance, Kankuro and Temari, who were most familiar with it, were taken aback and instinctively assumed defensive stances. However, they soon realized that this manifestation of Shikaku was entirely different from previous encounters. It stood there calmly, devoid of its usual frenzied yelling and violent tendencies, almost eerily quiet, resembling a person in demeanor. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from within Shikaku's form. "How on earth have you managed this?" Shikaku gazed at Kurama, then glanced at Naruto, its expression filled with astonishment. Within its small, bean-sized eyes, a flicker of envy glimmered. Naruto's nine tails swayed behind him, a clear display of his satisfaction. Chapter 80. I am the Nine Tails. Do not rush. Are you not about to experience this joy yourself? The Nine Tails remarked, then added, however, before that, you must assist us in a task, and only then can we liberate you from your torment. Shikaku, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Are you going to release me from the Jinchuriki's body?" The Nine Tails rolled its eyes. "What are you thinking? Can't you see that I haven't emerged yet? I thought you enjoyed being close to this boy." Shikaku retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not reveal my innermost thoughts, you wretched Shikaku." Recognizing his friend's nature, he wisely chose to change the subject. "So, what exactly is the situation? What do you want me to do? Hurry up, I can hardly wait." "I've said not to rush." The Nine Tails shook its head, fully aware of Naruto's intentions regarding Shikaku. It then conveyed Naruto's message in its entirety. Upon hearing it, Shikaku did not hesitate for a moment, confidently thumping its chest in agreement. "No problem." It appeared somewhat foolish. Naruto felt a touch of exasperation. Both the Nine Tails and Shikaku seemed childlike to him. Compared to the formidable beasts in the capable of devouring thousands of humans and cultivators, they were almost disarmingly benign. Such creatures would typically be chosen as guardian deities of mountains, but that depended on their strength. Beasts like these, only at the nascent soul stage, could not be deemed as guardians. Yet, despite their lack of strength and somewhat childish demeanor, in this world of ninjas, they were regarded as fearsome threats. Moreover, according to the Nine Tails, these tailed beasts had long lived independently, never preying on humans and disliking interaction with them. They would only retaliate when humans provoked them. In this context, Naruto was perplexed as to how the ninja world managed to coexist with the tailed beasts in such a manner. Furthermore, did these beasts not possess the ability to speak human language? This implied that ninjas could communicate directly with them, rather than relying solely on spiritual or telepathic means. Yet, it seemed absurd that these ninjas had never considered negotiating with the tailed beasts. At that moment, Naruto suddenly sensed several gazes directed towards him. One particular gaze was especially elusive. Considering the blatant presence of the Nine Tails and Shikaku, which might incite unnecessary trouble, Naruto waved his right hand. An illusionary technique instantly enveloped the surroundings. It was merely a simple fade. Those with sufficient cultivation could see through it. However, this was the ninja world, devoid of other cultivators, and their differing systems made it difficult for others to penetrate the illusion. Moreover, since the technique was subtle, onlookers would merely assume they were conversing casually, and would likely harbor no further suspicions. Naruto shook his head, patiently awaiting the discussion between the Nine Tails and Shikaku. After listening to Naruto's request, Shikaku continued to thump its chest, appearing utterly unconcerned. "It's fine. I have as much sand as I desire. I can continue to gather it naturally. In this world, while many things may be precious, sand is of little consequence." In Shikaku's eyes, there was only a yearning for freedom and envy towards the Nine Tails. For a long time, the animosity between the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki stemmed from the fact that only one party could maintain consciousness within the body. Life for a tailed beast sealed away was hardly pleasant. However, it seemed that, at least from the Nine Tails' perspective, these issues had been entirely resolved. As fellow tailed beasts, why could the Nine Tails enjoy such privileges? It was impossible for Shikaku to claim it felt no envy. After hearing Shikaku's words, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, you should return. I will modify the seal for you now." Under different circumstances, Shikaku, occupying the body, would have caused a ruckus to vent its anger and frustration. However, upon hearing Naruto's words, Shikaku nodded without the slightest hesitation and promptly vanished without a trace. Gaara, coming back to his senses, opened his eyes to find everything around him unchanged, as if Shikaku had never existed, leaving him somewhat astonished. Did Shikaku just do something? Naruto shook his head. Gaara, still in disbelief, quickly turned to Temari and Kankuro. Both Temari and Kankuro looked equally stunned, shaking their heads in response to Gaara's questioning gaze. Among those present, Temari and Gaara were the most astonished. They could hardly believe their eyes. The once fearsome and monstrous Shikaku had appeared without causing harm or destruction, conversing with the golden-haired boy before them as if he were an ordinary person. Moreover, that golden-haired boy had summoned another creature, a red entity resembling a tailed beast. Temari and Kankuro held significant status in Sunagakure. Having come to participate in the Chunin exams, they had received ample information and secret missions before their departure, particularly concerning the intelligence of the Leaf Village's Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails. The instant they laid eyes on the fiery red fox, they were nearly certain that this powerful and enigmatic golden-haired boy was indeed the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, this revelation did not lead them to understand him better. Rather, it deepened their confusion and added to his mystery. Why was this Jinchuriki so different from those of other villages? Furthermore, the tailed beast within him exhibited no influence over him whatsoever. How could such a person be a Jinchuriki? They had clearly heard that he possessed a method to facilitate harmonious coexistence between tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki, just like himself, and that he intended to share this method with Gaara. This revelation was undoubtedly even more shocking. Simultaneously, however, Temari and Kankuro could not help but ponder a troubling question. Why had they never heard of such discussions in their village? Why had no one attempted to find a way for Jinchuriki and tailed beasts to coexist harmoniously? Did such a method not exist, implying that the golden-haired boy was lying? Or was it that the village, or even the entire ninja world, had deliberately avoided considering this possibility? Yet, the thoughts of Temari and Kankuro were of little importance to Gaara, who merely sought confirmation from his teammates that he had not caused any trouble. After receiving their affirmations, Gaara's attention was wholly directed towards the matter Naruto had mentioned. So did Shikaku agree? Gaara inquired, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the Nine Tails, perched on Naruto's shoulder, scratching its ear like a puppy. Hey, what are you looking at, kid? Are you doubting my abilities? I am the Nine Tails, the mightiest among tailed beasts. The creature within you is merely a single tail. What can I not accomplish? The Nine Tails caught Gaara's gaze and immediately assumed a fearsome expression. However, due to its diminutive size and adorably charming appearance at that moment, it appeared utterly devoid of any lethal menace. This scene left Temari and Kankuro utterly astounded. They had heard the Nine Tails acknowledge its identity with their own ears and witnessed its current state and demeanor with their own eyes. This was in stark contrast to the education and information they had previously received. Chapter 81. The encounter. It was settled that Gaara and Shikaku both agreed to provide spiritual sand for Naruto's training. The subsequent matters became remarkably simpler. All that was required of Naruto was to impart what he had learned. As Naruto prepared to begin his teachings, Sasuke immediately turned to Kankuro and Temari, requesting their temporary absence, stating that the following content was not suitable for them to know. Kankuro and Temari exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting mutual confusion and a touch of helplessness. Why can't we know what this valuable information is? They pondered. In truth, both were eager to remain, as Naruto's forthcoming discourse held the potential to transform the dynamics between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. If they could master such methods, it would ensure that every Jinchuriki and Sunagakure could coexist harmoniously with their beasts, just as the blonde youth Naruto had with the Nine Tails moments ago. However, the expression on Sasuke's face ultimately compelled them to step back reluctantly. Stingy, Temari muttered under her breath as she retreated. Meanwhile, Kankuro, still unwilling to concede, whispered to Temari about employing his puppetry skills to eavesdrop, revealing that his techniques allowed him to share sensory experiences with his puppets. Temari immediately shook her head, casting him a warning glance. After a moment of silence, she said, "Let it be. You've seen what Naruto is capable of. He even managed to defeat Gaara. How can you be certain that your puppet won't be discovered? If we get caught, we'll truly be stuck here. Given our status in Sunagakure, do you think they would let us off easily? That would be tantamount to inciting conflict between our villages." Kankuro mulled over her words, feeling somewhat discontent. Temari shot him another exasperated look. Do you think Konoha is afraid of war? They have already established a harmonious relationship with the Nine Tails. If a conflict were to erupt between Sunagakure and Konoha, do you believe we would prevail? She continued, consider the powerful ninjutsu that Naruto wields, which even Gaara cannot withstand. Kankuro finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He realized that Sunagakure's only advantage in warfare lay with the one-tail, Shikaku, and Gaara's adeptness in utilizing its power. Their prior intelligence suggested that Konoha's Jinchuriki had rarely made an appearance, indicating a lack of mastery over their tailed beast's abilities. However, they now understood that the Konoha Jinchuriki had refrained from using the beast's power simply because he was already immensely formidable on his own. Contrary to their expectations, Naruto Uzumaki's command over the tailed beast's power was likely beyond anyone's imagination. Observing the earlier interaction between Naruto and the Nine Tails had hinted at this revelation. Thus, Kankuro fell silent, and the two waited patiently. After a while, they noticed an increasing number of candidates emerging from the examination venue, all wearing expressions of relief. Once outside, they quietly awaited further instructions. Naturally, many directed curious and puzzled glances towards Naruto and Gaara, with some ninjas from other villages inching closer, seemingly intent on gathering information. Upon noticing this, Kankuro and Temari promptly approached, warning these inquisitive individuals to leave quickly. although they could not glean the techniques Naruto employed to manage the tailed beast. As residents of Sunagakure, they were determined to keep this secret from other villages. As long as this information remained concealed, they would maintain a strategic advantage. If they could keep it hidden for a year, it would afford them ample time to surpass other ninja villages. In this context, Kankuro and Temari even contemplated ensuring this secret remained undisclosed indefinitely, fully aware, however, that such a possibility was slim. The ninjas they had chased off, undeterred by the warnings, only grew more inquisitive. Some were particularly skilled in stealth and jinjutsu, managing to slip into Kankuro and Temari's blind spots, inching closer to Naruto and Gaara. At that moment, a boy with black hair clad in blue, his eyes a striking crimson, suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Sharingan. The faces of the stealthy ninjas paled at the sight. Despite their expertise in concealment, they stood no chance against the Sharingan. Before Sasuke could utter a word, the group dispersed in defeat. Meanwhile, Naruto's modifications to Gaara's sealing technique, while intricate, did not consume too much time. Approximately 10 minutes later, everything was complete. Naruto retracted his hand, imbued with chakra and vital energy, and at that moment, Gaara's tailed beast seal had transformed significantly. Even if Sunagakure attempted to decipher this new seal to uncover secrets, they would be unable to do so. This innovative seal combined both chakra and vital energy, leaving the chakra-only ninjas of the ninja world utterly perplexed. Alright, let us give it a try and see if Shikaku can hear your thoughts, Naruto suggested, reminding Gaara not to forget their agreement. After the Chunin exams, I will use Shikaku's core sand to enhance my training. Gaara nodded vigorously, closing his eyes, filled with anticipation as he sought to calm his racing heart. Despite his usual composure, excitement coursed through him. He took several deep breaths, striving to stabilize his breath before attempting to communicate with Shikaku in his mind. Naruto merely glanced at him before averting his gaze, fully aware that there could be no room for error in this matter. He turned to the front, spotting the Kunoichi who had previously introduced herself as the examiner for the next round. Following closely behind her was Ibiki, who had nearly clashed with Naruto and his companions earlier. However, Ibiki's expression was far from pleasant as he scanned the crowd and quickly locked eyes with Naruto, his gaze sharpening. In response, Naruto offered no acknowledgement, closing his eyes to resume his training. Moments later, as all the candidates exited the examination area, the results began to be announced. The written test finally resembled a formal examination. Those who passed were granted access to the next round, while those who did not were eliminated. Once the results were declared, the unsuccessful ninjas departed with reluctance, while those who succeeded remained gathered in the square. At that moment, a stranger suddenly emerged from the crowd, making his way toward Naruto and Sasuke. He wore glasses, had silver hair, and adorned a broad smile, exuding an air of warmth. Yet, Naruto could discern at a glance that this was merely a fade, for this individual had undoubtedly taken countless lives. Are you not Naruto, esteemed one? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kabuto, a medical ninja. The individual who claims to be Kabuto extends a hand towards Naruto. Naruto reaches out to shake it, inquiring, "What brings you to seek my company?" Kabuto maintains a beaming smile, responding, "I merely wish to make your acquaintance, Naruto." Chapter 82. Friends. Naruto gazed at the other person, sensing an inexplicable familiarity emanating from them. Yet, the feeling was so faint that he could not discern its origin. "What use is it to know me?" he inquired, adding pointedly, "By the way, I must remind you, I have a strong aversion to conversing with those who speak in riddles." The smile on Naruto's face was unpretentious. "If you do not intend to clarify your words from the outset, I anticipate that you may come to regret your decision to approach me in the future." Upon hearing this, the smile on Kabuto's face faltered momentarily. After a few seconds, the stiff smile gradually returned to a semblance of composure. "Ha ha ha, Naruto-kun, you are quite amusing," Kabuto remarked, perhaps to mask his embarrassment. However, perceiving the sincerity in Naruto's expression, Kabuto finally adopted a serious demeanor. He pondered for a moment, recalling the various rumors he had heard about Naruto and the intelligence he had gathered about him. Ultimately, he resolved to follow Naruto's lead. "Naruto-kun, a friend of mine is eager to meet you and engage in conversation. As for this friend's identity, I cannot disclose when they will seek you out. I only know they will approach you of their own accord. My purpose in coming to you is to convey that this friend bears no ill intent towards you or those around you." Kabuto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura before continuing with a smile. "So I hope you can grant this friend the opportunity to speak." Naruto nodded in response. Although this medical ninja, who called himself Kabuto, initially seemed reluctant to be forthright, he ultimately demonstrated a degree of intelligence by making a prudent choice. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto asked, "Do I know this friend you speak of?" Kabuto shook his head. "You likely do not know them, but I suspect you have heard their name. Of course, it matters not if you have not. During the examination, this friend will approach you, using my name as a signal." He pointed to his chest, stating, "This is our utmost sincerity. I hope Naruto-kun can understand." Naruto certainly comprehended. In truth, This medical ninja, named Kabuto, evoked a sense of familiarity that far surpassed that of the other ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village. A friend who wishes to know me? Naruto mused. He had few friends in the ninja world, and could scarcely claim to know many individuals. As for those who recognized him, they were primarily within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. It was only after this Nin exam that others from different villages would come to know of his existence. Given the mysterious nature of the friend Kabuto mentioned, it was likely that they were not from the Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, they could have approached him directly without such secrecy. So, they must be from outside the village? Moreover, they must have compelling reasons for not being able to appear openly, necessitating alternative means to meet him. The fact that they had sent Kabuto, a ninja of the Hidden Leaf, to relay this message suggested that they possessed significant connections within the village. As Naruto contemplated this, a name began to emerge in his mind, aligning with Kabuto's description. Indeed, he had never met this individual, yet he had heard their name. However, for now, these were merely Naruto's conjectures. The true identity of this person could only be revealed upon their meeting, and Naruto was disinclined to dwell further on the matter. Despite Kabuto's commendable demeanor, Naruto understood the importance of remaining cautious. He was no fool to take at face value the claim that there was no malice involved. Thus, he resolved to be adequately prepared. Let us proceed. The next phase of the examination is about to commence, Naruto declared casually. When Kabuto had approached him to discuss those clandestine matters, he had leaned in closely, speaking softly so that Sasuke and the others could not overhear. Thus, while Sasuke and the others had seen Kabuto converse with Naruto, they were unaware of the content of their discussion and lacked the courage to eavesdrop. Upon hearing Naruto's words, they exhibited no hesitation, promptly turning to follow him. The group accompanied the proctor of the second round to the Forest of Death. Throughout the journey, Naruto remained in a meditative state, oblivious to the nature of the forest, whether it was one of danger or safety. It was only when Akamichi read through the examination rules, distributed the necessary items, and announced the commencement of the exam that Naruto opened his eyes and turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, quick to react, recounted all the rules he had just heard to Naruto. By the time he finished, the three of them had already entered the Forest of Death. So, to pass the exam, we need to gather the two scrolls and bring them to the finish line, correct? Naruto inquired. Sasuke nodded promptly. In the past, Sasuke would have urged Naruto and the others to discuss strategies and action plans. However, now he remained silent, patiently waiting for Naruto's command. Sasuke understood that within the Forest of Death, other candidates would pose no challenge to them. If there were indeed those capable of defeating Naruto, it would indicate a significant flaw in the examination process, one that would not fall upon them to rectify, but rather upon the village's elite jonin. This realization was a lesson Sasuke had learned from following Naruto, to refrain from interfering in battles and matters beyond one's capacity. If a conflict were limited to jonin, then Nin rushing in would only invite disaster, serving no purpose other than to perish. In such circumstances, the weak should distance themselves from the most perilous battlegrounds and seek opportunities where their abilities could genuinely shine. Unless, of course, their only role and value were to be sacrificial. Chapter 83. Sound Ninja in their possession were Earth-level scrolls, and thus, all they needed was to seize another heavenly scroll and reach the finish line to successfully pass the assessment. Naruto, with a mere flicker of his consciousness, swiftly identified the nearest team to their location. He then led Sasuke and Sakura towards them. Naruto-kun, which village do they belong to? Sakura inquired softly, a note of concern threading through her voice. She harbored fears that Naruto might recklessly confront the ninjas from Konoha. After all, it seemed plausible that Naruto had both the motive and the capability to do so. Apart from herself and Sasuke, it appeared that Naruto regarded the ninjas from other villages as mere adversaries, devoid of any sense of camaraderie. Perhaps Hinata and Ino could be included in that rarefied circle. Ultimately, Naruto was distinctly unlike the ninjas from other villages, who might choose to spare a fellow Konoha ninja, refraining from seizing their scrolls merely due to their shared origin. This uncertainty prompted Sakura to voice her concerns. Naruto, however, was indifferent to her thoughts. He did not even ponder what might be swirling in Sakura's mind. Upon hearing her question, he casually replied, "They seem to be from the Sound Village." To Naruto, Sakura's apprehensions were of little consequence. Should she choose to comply, he would be inclined to grant her a measure of trust, as he was unaccustomed to the absence of attendants in his life, having been molded by his roles as an elder brother and a sage. In the ninja world, diverse materials were scarce. Despite Naruto's considerable knowledge, he found it impossible to create constructs like the Yellow Turban Warrior or various puppets. The puppets from the realm of cultivation were markedly different from those manipulated by the ninja from the Sand Village. The former possessed self-awareness, or at the very least, the ability to act independently from their cultivators, responding only to commands. This remarkable ability stemmed from the cultivators infusing a portion of their consciousness into the puppets during their creation, granting them a modicum of awareness and enhancing their operational intelligence. Nevertheless, a crucial element in this process was the procurement of materials capable of housing a cultivator's consciousness. Such materials were exceedingly rare, even in the realm of cultivation, and their existence in the ninja world was uncertain. At least, since his arrival in this realm, Naruto had yet to encounter any. Consequently, he was left to seek assistance from others. Of course, if Sakura proved obstinate and resisted his directives, Naruto would not hesitate to abandon her. For the task of assisting him was one anyone could undertake, and Sakura, in his estimation, was not exceptional. Upon hearing Sound Village, Sakura's brow unfurled, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. With renewed focus, she followed Naruto and Sasuke as they pressed onward. Before long, they found themselves amidst a thicket of dense trees within the Death Forest, a locale teeming with robust trunks ideal for concealment. From Sakura's perspective, this place appeared devoid of any threats. Yet, with a mere thought, Naruto summoned a small azure blade, which in the blink of an eye, darted toward the left. The blade effortlessly pierced through the gnarled bark of a tree, and a muffled grunt emanated from behind it, followed by the sudden appearance of three figures, two men and a woman. The men bore peculiar appearances, while the woman was striking in her beauty. One of the men bore injuries. "You are Uzumaki, Naruto. Impressive, you found us so quickly. Our master instructed us not to engage with you directly, but to surrender and hand over the scroll. However, I find myself reluctant to follow that directive. We must gauge your strength, regardless." Each of the trio spoke in turn, uttering words Naruto found entirely incomprehensible. He chose not to respond, instead directing the azure blade towards them once more. At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, standing beside Naruto, and respectfully proposed, "May I take on these three? I wish to test the progress of my abilities." The azure blade, which had been racing towards the Sound Ninjas, halted at his request. Naruto was eager to conclude this assessment swiftly to avoid distractions from his training. However, if Sasuke could handle the confrontation and retrieve the scroll, it would afford Naruto more time to hone his skills. "Should you fail, there will be consequences," Naruto cautioned. Sasuke remained undeterred, asserting, "If I fail, I willingly accept the punishment." With a nod, Naruto watched as the azure blade dissipated into thin air. "Then let us see what you can do," he replied, turning to retreat. Sakura, quick to react, retrieved a thick blanket and a burner from her belongings, lighting incense beside her mat. This was a habit Naruto had developed during his training. Though the sense of the ninja world offered little in the way of clarity or spiritual aid, they were pleasant enough, and the aroma provided a modicum of comfort amidst the tedium of meditation. Witnessing Naruto's actions, the Sound Ninjas erupted in indignation. "Hey, are you disregarding us completely? Do not underestimate us. We will show you what we're made of." In an instant, the trio surged towards Naruto. Yet, before they could cover half the distance, a dark-haired figure materialized before them. Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, performed a series of hand seals and pressed a technique upon the acupoints surrounding his eyes. Through their recent joint explorations of the Sharingan, Naruto had noted that prolonged use could impair vision. Consequently, he had casually imparted a technique to Sasuke that, while not entirely eliminating the drawbacks, would alleviate some of the strain. "Your opponent is me. If you wish to engage Naruto, you must first pass over my body." As Sasuke's words echoed, he swiftly completed his seals, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chapter 84, Orochimaru. "Let us deal with you first," one of the Sound Ninja immediately declared. Subsequently, the three of them surrounded Sasuke and commenced their assault. However, due to his rigorous training over this period, coupled with the invaluable lessons learned from Naruto, Sasuke's strength had transformed remarkably. Even when faced with the three sinister ninjas before him, he remained unfazed. The key to his confidence lay in his mastery of the Sharingan. Initially, Sasuke had to rely on his own exploration of its capabilities, but after collaborating with Naruto for a while, both had grown more familiar with the Sharingan. Although Sasuke's Sharingan had only reached the level of 2 Tomo at this moment, he maximized its potential, yielding impressive results. Encircled by the three Sound Ninja, despite their formidable skills and diverse techniques, Sasuke adeptly utilized the Sharingan to perceive the flow of their chakra, allowing him to evade their lethal moves. Any other individual in his position might have been overwhelmed by the relentless and peculiar tactics of the Sound Ninja, yet Sasuke had not suffered a single blow. However, it was evident that he had not inflicted significant damage upon them either. The four were locked in a stalemate, unable to swiftly determine a victor. Sasuke was, after all, outnumbered 3-1, and at times, the situation appeared perilous. This left Sakura, who was anxiously spectating from the sidelines, in a state of distress. She turned to Naruto, hoping he might lend some assistance to Sasuke or, at the very least, keep an eye on him to prevent any injuries. Yet, she discovered that Naruto had closed his eyes and was deep in meditation. Sakura dared not disturb him during his training, as Sasuke had strictly forbidden such interruptions. Thus, she could only watch in frustration as Sasuke engaged with the three ninjas from the Sound Village, her hands clasped together in silent prayer for his safety. As time passed, the three ninjas grew increasingly agitated at their inability to subdue Sasuke. "We must attack together. We cannot afford to give him another chance," one of them exclaimed. Seizing the moment, the three sound ninja launched a coordinated assault on Sasuke, their attacks landing squarely against him. Witnessing this, the trio's faces lit up with triumph. But at that instant, the Sasuke they struck transformed into a cloud of white smoke, revealing a wooden log that fell to the ground. A substitution technique. The three ninjas widened their eyes in shock and immediately turned to search for Sasuke. In that moment, Sasuke appeared just a few meters away from them. "You have fallen into my trap," he declared, pressing down with his right hand. A series of explosive tags erupted from the ground. "What? Quick, escape!" The three were startled and attempted to flee. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly tugged at his arm, revealing numerous chakra threads that materialized in his hands, ensnaring the three ninjas. These threads connected to the earth, the trees, and even the shuriken and kunai Sasuke had previously cast during the battle. With a swift pull, he drew them together, blocking the ninjas' escape route. Damn it! With a furious shout, the three were engulfed by the explosive tags. A cacophony of explosions ensued. When the dust settled, only a pile of rubble remained, along with the severely injured bodies of the three. Sasuke gazed at the scene before him, a smile creeping onto his face as his crimson eyes gradually returned to their original color. Beside him, Sakura's face was alight with surprise. She even leaped up, fist raised in a triumphant cheer. "Do you think this is enough to defeat us?" Just then, one of the fallen ninjas from the Sound Village began to rise slowly from the ground. Sasuke immediately furrowed his brow, a grave expression crossing his face. At that moment, a shadow darted in at incredible speed. Sasuke prepared to defend himself, but the shadow swiftly approached the three sound ninja and struck the one attempting to stand, sending him crashing against a massive tree trunk. Only then did Sasuke discern the identity of the newcomer. The figure's face appeared oddly contorted, with straight black hair cascading down. Their skin was pallid, exuding an unsettling aura of decay. Moreover, the individual bore the emblem of the Sound Village, deepening Sasuke's confusion. Why would someone from the Sound Village attack their own? His mind swirled with questions and curiosity, yet he remained vigilant, adopting a defensive stance while observing the mysterious figure's actions. The enigmatic individual slowly approached Sasuke, wearing a chillingly peculiar smile that sent shivers down Sasuke's spine, causing him to clench his fists. Suddenly, the mysterious figure bowed respectfully in Sasuke's direction. "I have instructed them that upon encountering Naruto-kun, they should hand over the scroll directly. I did not anticipate they would dare defy my orders. Upon returning, I shall ensure they are duly punished. I hope Naruto-kun does not take this first meeting with us as a negative impression." Sasuke regarded the mysterious figure with suspicion, unsure of their intentions. Just then, Naruto, who had been in a meditative state, opened his eyes. "Are you that friend?" he inquired with a smile. "If Naruto-kun has no other friends to meet this time, then I must be the one," the mysterious figure replied with a smile. Naruto continued, "You should know that I prefer not to engage in riddles and am not skilled at guessing identities. Of course, allow me to introduce myself," the mysterious figure said, spreading their arms in a natural manner. "I am Orochimaru." "Orochimaru? Orochimaru?" Both Sasuke and Sakura gasped in astonishment, while Naruto's expression turned slightly puzzled as he glanced at Sasuke. "Do you know him?" Although Naruto had heard the name from Kabuto, he had not considered that he would have any connection to Orochimaru and thus did not delve deeper into it. While Naruto had suspected that the friend Kabuto referred to as Orochimaru, he remained unaware of who Orochimaru truly was. "I do not know much, only that he is a rogue ninja from the village and undoubtedly possesses elite Jonin strength," Sasuke replied gravely. Meanwhile, Sakura, displaying her academic prowess, remarked, "Orochimaru was once one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a special Jonin who accomplished numerous feats for the village, completing many missions, but ultimately was exiled for his reckless experimentation with ninjutsu and inhumane human trials." Chapter 85. The thoughts of Orochimaru. Naruto nodded thoughtfully at the words spoken. He then turned to the enigmatic Orochimaru before him and inquired, "May I ask why you chose to become a rogue ninja? What compelled you to leave this village?" Orochimaru regarded the golden-haired youth with increasing curiosity. From the moment he had heard the rumors surrounding Naruto, he found himself drawn to the boy. Now, standing before him, Naruto exuded an entirely different aura. Although merely a child, his demeanor was remarkably mature, exuding a composure that made Orochimaru feel like an inexperienced genin in comparison. It was as if Naruto were one of the legendary Sannin, already having achieved greatness, perhaps even surpassing them. Orochimaru finally spoke. "That was a long time ago. In pursuit of greater power, I chose my own path. I wonder what you think, Naruto-kun. I believe this village harbors issues, or perhaps the entire ninja world is flawed. They control everything, maintaining a familial grip on all jutsu and resources. They incessantly preach the will of fire, yet they fail to comprehend the essence of growth. I aim to alter these circumstances." The title of one of the legendary three Sannin may sound appealing, but in truth, it holds no value for me. However, it has opened my eyes to many injustices. The techniques wielded by the elite clans far exceed those of the common ninja, passed down effortlessly without any cost. Bloodline limits grant capabilities superior to other jutsu, requiring little to no effort to master, and cannot be taken away by others. As he spoke, Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at Sasuke, who felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. Yet, Orochimaru did not act against him. He merely continued, I seek to change this. I desire for ordinary individuals to possess the power of bloodline limits. I wish to develop more jutsu that can be mastered by all ninja. Unlike his previous conversations with Kabuto, Orochimaru expressed these thoughts openly, without a hint of concealment or lowering his voice. This declaration astonished not only Sakura, but even made Sasuke's expression shift in surprise. For Sasuke, the pursuit of strength was his most genuine purpose and core thought, and he had never considered anything beyond that. Without a doubt, Orochimaru's unfiltered words ignited a myriad of thoughts within Sasuke. Orochimaru chuckled softly, appearing somewhat bashful as he continued. Of course, this may sound overly idealistic. From a personal standpoint, I do not particularly cherish the identity of a ninja. I find myself questioning what ninjas truly seek. Are they merely fulfilling tasks for others? This notion fails to persuade me. I yearn to grow stronger, to attain true immortality, genuine eternity. A manic glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. I understand this may sound somewhat deranged, he said, lowering his head with a faint smile. But for me, power transcends mere utility. It is the key to unraveling the truths of the world. I hope that one day, I can shatter the existing constraints and witness true freedom and possibility. He gazed at Naruto, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Naruto-kun, have you ever pondered whether this world could be improved? Perhaps ordinary people could also become better? Might our paths bear some resemblance? Naruto retorted, why do you believe that? Orochimaru replied, even if our visions differ, I require your abilities, your capacity to create novel jutsu. I propose a trade. I would like you to share those techniques with me or assist me in developing others. In return, I will do everything in my power to fulfill your desires. In truth, given Orochimaru's strength and status, he need not extend such courtesy to Naruto. His politeness was not born of fear regarding Naruto's prowess, but rather stemmed from Naruto's exceptional talent. Since departing from Konoha, Orochimaru had traversed the ninja world in search of gifted individuals. Yet, the most he could find were those with bloodline limits. These individuals possessed talents bestowed upon them by fate, lacking any merit of their own. Such people did not appeal to Orochimaru. Emerging from humble beginnings, Orochimaru had no exceptional talent to boast of, nor did he possess any bloodline limits. His repertoire of jutsu learned in Konoha was minimal. It was precisely because he realized that he could gain nothing of worth in Konoha, where everything was tightly controlled by the higher-ups, that he sought to leave, to create his own jutsu. Most of the powerful techniques he now possessed had been developed independently, with no ties to Konoha. Thus, Orochimaru felt a sense of pride in his own talent. However, not long ago, he received news about Naruto. Upon learning that Naruto had developed an extraordinarily powerful jutsu that required no hand seals, Orochimaru's initial reaction was disbelief. Yet soon after, he received further reports that Naruto had used this newly created jutsu to slay the Nin Mizuki. This was merely the beginning. Increasingly more information about Naruto reached Orochimaru's ears, each accompanied by one or two new jutsu, although most appeared to be wind-based. The sheer speed of Naruto's innovation and development astounded Orochimaru, especially considering Naruto was merely a child of around 12 or 13 years. Unlike Orochimaru, who possessed various tools and laboratories, Naruto had managed to produce more innovative techniques in less than a year than Orochimaru had in several years of research. What astonished Orochimaru the most was that during the mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto had single-handedly defeated 2 Jonin using a completely new jutsu. When Orochimaru first heard this from Danzo, he doubted the accuracy of the information. However, upon confirming its truth, his perception of Naruto underwent a profound transformation. Although Orochimaru was of the same generation as Jiraiya, and thus should be considered Naruto's elder, he now regarded Naruto, a mere child, as his equal. This newfound status stemmed entirely from Naruto's extraordinary talent and his ability to innovate within the realm of ninjutsu. Consequently, the 3 sound ninjas had displayed immense disdain toward Naruto. In their eyes, Orochimaru was akin to a savior, revered beyond compare. He had gathered these homeless children, the downtrodden of the ninja world, establishing a village to teach them powerful techniques, enabling them to carve a place for themselves in the ninja realm and protect them from being bullied. To them, no one could rival Orochimaru, which naturally led to their significant disapproval of Naruto. Naruto found Orochimaru's demeanor intriguing. He had never anticipated encountering such an interesting individual in this world. Orochimaru's pursuit of ultimate power and eternal life resonated with Naruto's own aspirations as a practitioner of the way of the sage. As for the notion of human experimentation, from Naruto's current perspective, it hardly seemed significant. If it were merely a matter of utilizing lifeless corpses, or even the wicked, for experimentation, it would be of little consequence. After all, in the Xianlan realm, certain malevolent cultivators have casually claimed the lives of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, in their pursuit of crafting the 10,000 Souls banner or an evil elixir. As for Orochimaru's assertion that he seeks to transform this world, wishing for everyone to possess superior ninjutsu skills and to render the bloodline limits less precious, Naruto finds little resonance with these sentiments. However, he recalls a friend from his time in the Xianlan realm whose ideas and aspirations bore some resemblance to those of the current Orochimaru. This friend was a cultivator named Han Feiyu, whose spiritual roots were a mixed tri-element type. Although slightly stronger than a quintuple element mixed root, it was still not particularly formidable. Typically, those with tri-element mixed roots could at most reach the foundation establishment stage, with a very slim chance of success. Yet, when Naruto encountered him, Han Feiyu had already attained the foundation establishment. They met within a secret realm where they joined forces to vanquish an ancient beast of great strength. A battle that was arduous even for the two of them. Initially, everyone in the secret realm was in competition, having eliminated others to vie for the top position and the ultimate treasure. However, faced with the threat of the ancient beast, they instinctively began to collaborate, ultimately prevailing against it. This unspoken camaraderie forged a profound friendship between them. It was only after this that Naruto learned Han Feiyu was a tri-element mixed root. In stark contrast to himself, upon being identified as a mixed root, Han Feiyu had been relegated to being a servant disciple within his sect, with his mentor even intending to transform him into a puppet. Fortunately, Han Feiyu, being astute, recognized the anomaly early on and, at a critical moment, turned the tables, choosing to leave the sect and live as a wandering cultivator for a time. Eventually, after achieving foundation establishment, he joined another sect, though he remained somewhat overlooked. Han Feiyu had no desire for recognition. His singular ambition was to cultivate to immortality. Throughout this process, he witnessed the plight of many lowly cultivators with mixed roots, enduring oppression and hardship. Consequently, his perspective began to shift. He no longer yearned for personal ascendance, but sought to aid all lower-tier cultivators. As their friendship deepened, Han Feiyu confided in Naruto his vision. He once proclaimed that not only should mixed-root cultivators have the opportunity to ascend, but even those without roots, mere mortals, deserve the chance to cultivate. He believed the world must be equitable. Otherwise, some would be born into oppression while others would stand on the shoulders of the weak. A notion he found intolerable. In pursuit of this ideal, Han Feiyu took actions that inevitably antagonized the entrenched powers of the Xianlan realm. Of course, he too had erred, engaging in deeds akin to Orochimaru's human experiments. Ultimately, the day of reckoning arrived. Years later, despite having reached the transformation stage, Han Feiyu was branded a demon cultivator by the Xianlan realm, leading to a grand witch hunt. Naruto sought to intercede on his behalf, aiming to resolve the conflict. But Han Feiyu ensnared him within a formation, opting to confront the forces of the Xianlan realm alone. In the end, Han Feiyu, overwhelmed by the multitude of adversaries, was compelled to retreat to a perilous location, where he met a tragic end. As he departed, he imparted a final message to Naruto, urging him not to seek vengeance or plead for leniency, for he had indeed erred and met his fate justly. If possible, he implored Naruto to find a successor to inherit his aspirations and effectuate change in the world. However, until Naruto faced his own tribulations, he had yet to find such a successor. Either those capable were unwilling to bear the burden, or those willing lacked the requisite ability. Nevertheless, Han Feiyu's ideals quietly took root in the hearts of certain cultivators, igniting their contemplation of fairness and justice. Now, standing before Naruto, Orochimaru evokes memories of Han Feiyu. While they may not be entirely alike, there are certainly parallels. Naruto gazes at Orochimaru and states, "If you wish for my cooperation, I am open to it. However, I am aware that your visit to Konoha likely entails more than a mere desire to see me. You may have other agendas. But I have one condition. Once I officially become a Nin, you may proceed with your plans." Naruto's gaze is unwavering, not posing it as a question. Yet Orochimaru comprehends the implication. This request causes Orochimaru to furrow his brow slightly. His sole purpose for coming to Konoha is to annihilate it, or at the very least, to eliminate the third Hokage. Simultaneously, he intends to steal the sealing scrolls and various forbidden techniques to gather more materials for his future research. Moreover, he aims to incite conflict between the Sand Village and Konoha, further plunging the ninja world into chaos, thereby facilitating the growth of the Sound Village. Only amidst such turmoil can he seek rebirth and realize his vision for a new world. A subtle smile graces Orochimaru's lips, his eyes glimmering with inscrutable depth as he replies, "Naruto-kun, you are indeed perceptive. Furthermore, your growth has surpassed my expectations. Were it anyone else, I might dismiss your words. But for you, Naruto-kun, I shall consider them with due seriousness. I hope you genuinely contemplate this. Additionally, I can offer you something in return." As Naruto speaks, he summons Xiao Ying and retrieves a scroll from her belongings, tossing it to Orochimaru. The scroll contains a modified ninjutsu that Naruto has developed, which also incorporates true essence, rendering it unusable by those without true essence. This enhanced ninjutsu is intended to provide you with fresh insights. Naruto locks eyes with Orochimaru, confident that despite Orochimaru's silence regarding his plans and his lack of immediate agreement to Naruto's condition, he will make a judicious decision and a sound choice. Regardless of what Orochimaru seeks from Konoha, none of those things surpass what Naruto can offer him. If Orochimaru yearns to actualize his ambitions, whether it be his desire for immortality and greater strength or his aspiration to transform the world, only Naruto can assist him in this ninja realm. The transformation technique he offers is a testament to his own abilities. Chapter 86. Do you think we are his opponents? After the Nin exams concluded, you may come to find me. Perhaps I shall surprise you. Naruto gazed at the imposing figure of Orochimaru before him and spoke, of course. You must ponder what you are willing to exchange. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's smile broadened, his lips almost stretching to his ears. Then, I thank you, Naruto-kun, he replied, bowing graciously. I shall not disturb you during your examination. We shall meet again. With that, Orochimaru swiftly departed with the three-sound ninja, vanishing in an instant. Moments later, in another part of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru cast the three-sound ninja to the ground. One of them rose and, after a brief silence, inquired, Lord Orochimaru, must we truly cease our operations? If we miss this opportunity during the Nin exams, we may not have such a favorable chance again. Orochimaru paused, then coldly smiled, his golden slit pupils glimmering with an enigmatic light. Opportunity? True opportunities are not awaited, they are forged. The choice lies with us. We shall proceed as planned. As for whether we will act in the end, it will depend on whether Naruto-kun can surprise me and persuade me. Upon hearing this, the three-sound ninja felt a sense of relief. They had meticulously prepared for this operation for an extended period. If Orochimaru were to abandon their plans solely due to a few words from Naruto Uzumaki, they would be at a loss for how to proceed. However, Orochimaru's decision aligned perfectly with their own thoughts. If Naruto Uzumaki were not as formidable as he appeared, they would continue as initially intended. Yet, if he were to reveal abilities that warranted their retreat, they could halt their efforts at any moment. This was indeed the wise and composed Orochimaru they remembered. After issuing a few commands, Orochimaru vanished once more, arriving at a secluded location where he retrieved the scroll given to him by Naruto earlier. Meanwhile, after Orochimaru's departure, Sasuke and Sakura regarded Naruto, their expressions betraying their unspoken concerns. For them, Orochimaru was a renowned rogue ninja, a figure infamous in their world. Any ninja would have ample reason to eliminate such a threat, especially considering Orochimaru's apparent intentions to instigate conflict within Konoha. Yet Naruto showed no sign of alarm. He was solely focused on his Nin exam and even entertained discussions of collaboration with Orochimaru. This, undoubtedly, left Sasuke and Sakura's young minds profoundly shaken. Sasuke remained somewhat unfazed, having already resolved to follow Naruto regardless of the choices he made. He would not contest Naruto's decisions, only feeling perplexed and seeking clarification later. However, Sakura, having not strayed as far from convention, held a certain trepidation towards the village. After a moment's hesitation, she finally voiced her concern, Naruto-kun. Is it truly wise to let Orochimaru go? Naruto glanced at her. Can you defeat him? Sakura fell silent, but after a brief pause, she replied, but. There are no buts. It is not I who allows him to leave. It is he who chooses to spare us, Naruto said, his patience wearing thin. You know he is one of the legendary three Sannin, far older than us. Do you truly believe we stand a chance against him? Does that notion not seem somewhat naive? We are merely genin. In an instant, Sakura understood, yet she still retorted, but Naruto, you have already defeated two. That was because we set a trap in advance, catching them unaware, and the trap itself grew stronger with each kill. Just then, Sasuke interjected, but here, we have not laid any traps, and Orochimaru, as one of the Sannin, likely surpasses those two Jonin in strength. If we were to confront him and he chose to reveal his true nature, our lives could be in peril, unless we gamble on his desire for discretion. Sasuke turned to Sakura. You must realize that Orochimaru's arrival in the village was premeditated, and he has openly declared his identity. If we were to engage him now, we would only signal that as long as we live, we will inform the village of his presence. Do you think Orochimaru would simply let us go without consequence? Sakura stood in bewilderment, rendered speechless by Sasuke's reasoning. Meanwhile, Naruto cast a glance at Sasuke, feeling a sense of pride. His greatest grievance with the Konoha Ninja Academy was its failure to cultivate independent thinking. Students were taught to blindly adhere to the will of fire and village rules, without the necessity for personal reflection. They obeyed orders from above, even if it meant sacrificing themselves foolishly. However, Sasuke had evidently outgrown such shortcomings during their time together, primarily due to his relentless pursuit of vengeance. In contrast, Sakura still had much to learn. Sasuke sighed, fully comprehending Naruto's approach. Our goal is not to act recklessly, but to analyze the situation calmly and identify the most effective course of action. Blindly charging forward will only entangle us in greater peril. Upon hearing this, Sakura lowered her head, contemplating her earlier impulsiveness. She was grateful that she had refrained from acting on her own accord and had waited until Orochimaru departed before discussing matters with Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, Sakura recognized that, when confronting a formidable adversary, reason and strategy eclipsed mere courage. At times, bravery could alter the course of events. Yet there were moments when courage could accomplish nothing at all. Should we inform the village about Orochimaru's presence? Sakura inquired. Assuming Naruto had pretended to cooperate due to the danger, Naruto, increasingly exasperated, replied, "If you continue to pose such futile questions, perhaps you should reconsider your place in this team." Sakura was taken aback by Naruto's cold tone, momentarily frozen in place. She watched him walk away, feeling as though her breath had been stolen. The Naruto of old would never have spoken to her in such a manner. Even Sasuke had never uttered such hurtful words. Sasuke gently placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder, intending to offer comfort, yet he struggled to find the right words. At that moment, he shared Naruto's disdain for foolishness. However, he understood that Sakura's folly stemmed from innocence rather than malice. She was fundamentally kind-hearted. Thus, he softened his tone. From now on, refrain from questioning. We will follow Naruto's lead. If you do not possess the resolve to leave the village alongside Naruto and embrace the path of a rogue ninja, then perhaps this group is not truly suitable for you. Although Sasuke's tone was as gentle as possible, Sakura felt a chill settle deeper within her heart. If even Sasuke has spoken thus, could it be that her shortcomings are indeed so significant? Lowering her head, a flicker of disappointment and self-reproach crossed her eyes. She understood that there remained much for her to learn and improve upon, yet such words were undeniably heart-wrenching. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself. Come on, Haruno Sakura. After much effort, she had finally been assigned to work with Sasuke, and with Naruto as well. She could not simply surrender so easily. Encouraging herself inwardly, she resolved to strive harder to keep pace with Naruto and Sasuke. Although she was still uncertain about the reasons behind Naruto's departure into roguehood, she believed she could also follow that path. After all, she had always been the top student in her class. With unwavering determination, Sakura vowed, I will uncover the truth behind all of this. Chapter 87. Danzo's power play. After effortlessly obtaining the scroll, Naruto faced little surprise in the ensuing events. He reached his destination smoothly and commenced his training. Soon after, a preliminary match took place. Although Naruto was uncertain about the purpose of this preselection, he swiftly defeated his opponents. Following the conclusion of the preselection, the third Hokage unexpectedly requested Naruto to stay, claiming he wished to introduce someone to him. Naruto instructed Sasuke and Sakura to return first while he remained in the arena. Moments later, Kakashi suddenly appeared beside the third Hokage. Shortly thereafter, another figure emerged with a sudden intensity. His white hair resembled that of a hedgehog, and his eccentric attire only emphasized his towering stature, indicating he was an excellent candidate for physical training. Upon seeing him, Naruto deduced the man's identity. There remains 1 month before the final stage of the exam. During this month, I will arrange for Jiraiya to be your mentor. Do not underestimate him. You may have learned about the legendary 3 ninjas at school, and he is indeed one of them, also the master of the 4th Hokage. Moreover, Kakashi previously mentioned the sage, and he can provide guidance in that regard. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Naruto nodded, smiling in agreement. He held no aversion towards Jiraiya, considering the latter was once his father's teacher. This opportunity also allowed him to learn more about his parents. Naruto had always been curious about his lineage, but apart from the 9 tails, no one in Konoha could provide him with such information. Teacher Jiraiya, let us not delay. We must depart at once, Naruto urged, sensing familiar figures outside the examination venue, anxiously awaiting his exit. Thus, he had no intention of reminiscing with Jiraiya and directly proposed their departure. Jiraiya appeared momentarily taken aback. Yet recalling Naruto's changes from his conversations with Sarutobi and Kakashi, he simply gave a thumbs up and chuckled. Truly, you are the finest ninja of this generation in Konoha. Your decisiveness is commendable. In that case, let us proceed without delay and commence special training. Naruto departed alongside Jiraiya. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi also exited the venue, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen standing alone, as if awaiting another arrival. Before long, the person Sarutobi awaited made his entrance. Danzo, wrapped in bandages, emerged from another shadow, striding towards Sarutobi. Following Danzo were 2 other figures, a man and a woman, both of whom held significant influence in Konoha, capable of directly impacting high-level decisions. Even Sarutobi felt a sense of dread upon their arrival. They were the 2 esteemed elders of Konoha, Koharu and Hamura. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, knowing that Danzo's presence alongside these 2 heralded trouble. Naruto Uzumaki has audaciously confronted the exam proctor, even threatening to engage him physically, thus disrupting the entire written examination and rendering it ineffective, Danzo proclaimed, standing before Sarutobi with a grave demeanor. Daybreak, this is a result of your indulgence and favoritism. Your pampering has led the Jinchuriki to this state. What perplexes me further is that despite his blatant misdeeds, you imposed no punishment whatsoever, allowing him to pass the exam and even presenting him with the sword of Raijin. Danzo wasted no time addressing the most troublesome issue. Koharu and Hamura stood to the side, their expressions serious, indicating they had reached a consensus. Sarutobi, sensing the gravity of the situation, steeled himself for a challenging negotiation. He chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the tension. However, I believe Naruto's actions were not entirely misguided, as the written exam is fundamentally a test of one's understanding of the will of fire. Before Sarutobi could finish, Danzo interjected, "The will of fire? Are you unaware that everyone in the examination room was cheating? According to my sources, Naruto has secretly made contact with Orochimaru and, despite knowing Orochimaru is a rogue ninja, chose not to take action against him, nor did he report him upon your arrival. Instead, he collaborated with Orochimaru." Danzo's tone grew somber. "This matter is of utmost importance. Had it not been for this, I would not have brought Koharu and Hamura to discuss it with you." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He gazed intently at Danzo, remaining silent for a moment before inquiring, "Is what you say true or false?" Before Danzo could respond, Koharu stepped forward. "There is no need to question the veracity of this matter. Hamura and I have already confirmed its authenticity. Hiruzen, we have come to discuss strategies, how to resolve the situation with the Jinchuriki." Danzo interjected, "What does Orochimaru desire? I believe you should know better than I. He seeks the village's ninjutsu, the scrolls of sealing, and those forbidden techniques. As for why he is allied with Naruto, I need not elaborate, for it is due to the new ninjutsu that Naruto himself has developed, which has drawn Orochimaru's attention." Danzo's gaze remained dark as he regarded Sarutobi. He was far from innocent in this matter. In truth, he was the first in Konoha to collaborate with Orochimaru. Danzo had covertly supported Orochimaru's experiments, his intent being to replicate the first Hokage cells and regain mastery over the original wood-release techniques. However, progress had been excruciatingly slow, and Danzo's patience was waning. Fortunately, Naruto's emergence had changed the game, or rather, Naruto had finally undergone a transformation. Initially, Danzo had not regarded Naruto with much significance, focusing instead on the nine tails within him. His desire to control the Jinchuriki was ultimately a means to control the tailed beasts. However, as Naruto's changes became more pronounced and Danzo gained greater insight into his evolution, his perspective shifted, especially after witnessing Naruto's decisive actions in the Land of Waves, where he had defeated two Jonin and held his own against Shikaku, the One Tail. Though Shikaku was not at its peak, such feats continuously reshaped Danzo's view of Naruto. Consequently, Danzo's focus transitioned from the Nine Tails to Naruto himself. Since Naruto's transformation, Danzo had dispatched root ninjas to shadow and investigate him, meticulously documenting his every move. These ongoing investigations solidified Danzo's conviction that Naruto possessed an extraordinarily powerful and effective method of gaining strength. At present, Danzo had recalibrated his ambitions. Rather than placing hope in the nebulous endeavor of restoring the first Hokage cells, it would be far more prudent to seize the opportunity that lay before him, Naruto's unique ninjutsu. To this end, he might even be willing to relinquish certain aspects. Among these, it naturally includes Orochimaru, who had been his collaborator for quite some time. Chapter 88. The story of my parents today. Danzo summoned the elders from two villages to exert pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this was precisely the reason behind it. After listening to Danzo's straightforward words, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, his brow furrowed tightly. Danzo's candidness filled him with unexpected pressure. The room fell into silence, interrupted only by the faint rustle of leaves outside. Hiruzen's gaze shifted back and forth between Danzo and Koharu, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of their statements. Danzo did not urge him further, yet his eyes remained fixed on Hiruzen, as if awaiting a final decision. Koharu stood quietly to the side, her expression stern, evidently aligned with Danzo's perspective. "I apologize, but for now, nothing has transpired, and there remains a possibility for redemption. Naruto's father sacrificed his life for the village. I cannot simply hand him over to you, Danzo," Hiruzen declared firmly after a moment of contemplation. "I will wait a while longer, and during this time, I shall make all necessary arrangements. If Orochimaru truly conspires with Naruto against the village, then I will heed your commands. However, if that is not the case, I will protect Naruto. You are wagering the fate of our entire village," Danzo exclaimed in anger. Hiruzen replied, "I am not gambling with anything. I am confident that as long as I am here, nothing will go awry. If my presence brings great harm to the village, then I shall gladly relinquish the position of Hokage to you." This statement marked a considerable concession. With Koharu and Hamura nearby, Danzo felt reassured that Hiruzen would not turn against him. He pondered for a moment before nodding. "In that case, let us await the outcome." Danzo was brimming with confidence. He had already conspired with Orochimaru, and his support for the rogue ninja was unprecedented. This time, during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru would undoubtedly make his move. After their discussion concluded, Danzo departed with the two elders, leaving the venue in silence. Meanwhile, Naruto, walking alongside Jiraiya, withdrew his focus. He glanced at Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, the exams have worn me out today. Shall we resume our training tomorrow?" This was a reasonable request, And without further thought, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. That sounds sensible. We shall meet at the training grounds tomorrow. He smiled broadly, ruffling Naruto's hair. While this gesture was somewhat intrusive for Naruto, Jiraiya was, after all, his father's mentor. According to the traditions of the sage world, respect for one's teachers was paramount. This individual could be considered akin to a grandfather, so Naruto had no objections. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Naruto walked home, his expression slightly somber. He had been using his spiritual perception to observe Hiruzen and Danzo earlier. As a powerful being, Naruto was capable of sensing events throughout the village whenever he wished. He had long been aware of Danzo's existence and recognized that this man had been dispatching individuals to follow him. However, due to his current lack of peak strength, he had refrained from confronting this issue. Now, realizing the extent of Danzo's malice towards him, Naruto understood that time was of the essence. Perhaps soon, the day of reckoning with the village would arrive. Nevertheless, Naruto felt no fear. In fact, during this period, he had been making various preparations within the village. To be precise, he had been establishing the village as a formation. When the moment arrived, he could unleash this formation and eliminate anyone he chose, particularly targeting Danzo and the two elders, Koharu and Hamura. Although it appeared that Naruto had done nothing during this time, he had been tirelessly gathering information about past events. Monitoring everything with his perception, he had indeed uncovered a great deal. Compared to when he had just been reborn, Naruto now had a clear understanding of who within the village truly deserved to perish. Danzo, he murmured to himself, a cold smile gracing his lips. You believe you have everything figured out, yet you ultimately underestimate me. The voice of the Nine Tails emerged from its seal, deep and gentle. Young one, Danzo is indeed repugnant. However, you must remain cautious. He is a shadow-level powerhouse, along with those two elders. Naruto had never concealed his observations from the Nine Tails, as he needed it to elucidate certain matters he did not fully understand. Sensing the murderous intent in Naruto's eyes, the Nine Tails immediately sought to counsel him. Naruto nodded. The formation he had arranged alleviated most of his concerns. Even if these individuals' powers exceeded his expectations, he could easily escape using the formation. In the future, once he had honed his skills, he would return to exact revenge. He pondered whether Orochimaru possessed a long-term vision. Subsequently, he set aside these trivial thoughts, turning his attention to something of greater concern. Nine Tails, how much do you know about Jiraiya? After a brief silence, the Nine Tails responded, though Jiraiya may appear carefree, he is, in fact, a trustworthy individual and a good teacher. He held great regard for your parents, often sharing drinks and conversations with them. Moreover, he provided substantial assistance to your father. The Nine Tails understood how much Naruto valued his parents. Although it had been sealed for so long and knew little, it still endeavored to convey this information. A flicker of warmth crossed Naruto's eyes at this revelation. In that case, I can feel somewhat reassured. Tomorrow, I shall inquire further with him. The following morning, sunlight bathed every corner of Konohagakure. Naruto stood at the center of the training ground, awaiting Jiraiya's arrival. Before long, the familiar white-haired figure appeared in his line of sight. Hey, Naruto, are you ready to learn? Today, I will teach you a new jutsu called the Rasengan. It's one of the signature techniques of the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya greeted boisterously, a trademark smile on his face. Initially, Naruto was not particularly interested in learning new jutsu, but upon hearing it was a signature technique of the fourth Hokage, his interest was piqued. Yes, I'm ready, he replied with a slight smile. Jiraiya began his explanation. Once he finished, he handed Naruto a rubber ball. Once you can use the Rasengan to burst this ball, you will have mastered the technique, he said. Observing Naruto's learning speed to see if it matched his own from years ago, this jutsu posed little difficulty for Naruto. However, he refrained from mastering it immediately and instead held up the rubber ball, saying, Sensei, I would like to ask you a question first. Oh, what question? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Could you share the story of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki? I am quite intrigued by them. As Naruto inquired with the tone of an observer, Jiraiya paused for a moment, noticing the lack of any particular expression on Naruto's face, which allowed him to feel somewhat reassured. After all, Naruto should already be aware of these matters. Then he revealed a complex smile and took a deep breath. You've come to the right person, kid. No one knows more about Minato and Kushina than I do. Naruto feigned curiosity and asked, why is that? Jiraiya scratched his nose, his face filled with pride as he reminisced. Because I was Minato's teacher. Back in the day, he was just a young lad running around by my side. And that Kushina, she would tease me every single day. Jiraiya sighed, a hint of sadness creeping into his tone. But he quickly concealed it. In any case, I consider myself a witness to their love story, often hearing tales of her from his lips. Don't be fooled by his serious demeanor. His eyes brimmed with tenderness whenever he mentioned Kushina. Moreover, Jiraiya suddenly lowered his voice and continued. I had a close relationship with them and sometimes even made an effort to gather information about their lives. After all, as a teacher, one ought to care for their students' personal lives. He chuckled, appearing quite pleased with himself. Naruto couldn't help but laugh along. yet simultaneously felt a pang of emotion. He remained silent. Jiraiya, no longer jesting, began to recount the tender yet heart-wrenching memories. The first time Minato encountered Kushina, she was a transfer student, her striking red hair impossible to miss. At that time, her classmates were not very accepting, often mocking her dream of becoming the first female Hokage. However, Minato was different. He stepped forward to welcome her, declaring, "I also aspire to be a remarkable Hokage recognized by everyone." From that moment, an extraordinary bond formed between them. Naruto listened intently, waves of emotion stirring within him. He envisioned the youthful Minato and Kushina standing in the classroom, their innocent yet resolute expressions. However, Kushina was not one to easily back down. Despite being bullied, she would always rise to retaliate. On one occasion, some boys invited a lower-ranked ninja to teach her a lesson, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a brutal beating from her. That was how she earned the nickname Fiery Red Pepper. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle at this memory. Hearing this, Naruto's lips curved into a smile, mirroring Jiraiya's amusement. Yet, the turning point in Minato and Kushina's relationship came about through an unfortunate event. Jiraiya's voice grew somber. At that time, Kushina was abducted by the Cloud Village because of her unique and powerful chakra, which they sought to exploit. In her despair, she felt utterly isolated. Naruto held his breath, fully concentrated on the unfolding tale. Even as a formidable figure, he felt a twinge of anxiety. However, in the darkest hour, Minato appeared. He silently dispatched their foes and fled with Kushina in his arms. It was nighttime, and the moon shone brilliantly. Kushina had confided in me that she would never forget that moment under the moonlight when Minato proclaimed, "I don't want to lose you." Thus, they became united. That rascal Minato, who often appeared so serious, surprisingly knew how to win a girl's heart. Jiraiya chuckled affectionately, pausing to let a soft light flicker in his eyes as he fell into a long silence. Naruto mirrored his silence, struggling to contain his emotions. After a while, he softly asked, "What happened next?" Jiraiya smiled and continued. After that, they experienced countless adventures together, supporting and encouraging one another. Minato became the Hokage, while Kushina stood as his unwavering pillar. Although Kushina's ambition was to become the first female Hokage, she once mentioned that being the Hokage's wife felt no different than achieving her own dream. Their relationship was truly enviable. At this point, Jiraiya's voice dimmed slightly. As for what transpired later, well, that is a tale you have likely heard. Ultimately, they sacrificed their lives to protect the village. Naruto inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm voice. But why did they have to die? Jiraiya-sensei, what truly happened at that time? Jiraiya was taken aback by the question, abruptly jolted from his warm recollections. He glanced at Naruto, sensing a hint of moisture at the corner of his eye. However, upon a second look, he found nothing there. Did I misinterpret that? Jiraiya pondered. He then shook his head to dispel his thoughts. Those matters will be revealed to you in time. Waving his hand dismissively, he added, "All right, enough sentimentality. The focus now is on the Chunin exam. How is your Rasengan coming along?" Although Naruto had not yet received the answers he yearned for, he bore no resentment towards his father's teacher. From Jiraiya's earlier words, Naruto understood that this mentor held sincere affection for his parents. Upon hearing Jiraiya inquire about his Rasengan, Naruto raised his hand. With a slight exertion, the rubber ball was effortlessly shattered, and a spiraling sphere of blue chakra began to whirl in his palm. How is this possible? Jiraiya gasped, eyes wide in disbelief as he observed the boy before him. Even he had taken considerable time to master it. Coughing slightly, Jiraiya felt a mix of embarrassment and pride. Ruffling his hair, he feigned indifference. "Not bad at all. You're just a hair's breadth away from surpassing me." Naruto merely smiled in silence. Jiraiya gazed at the boy's face, the golden hair, and the white robe, suddenly feeling as if Naruto had fused into the image of his former pupil. What a prodigy, truly the son of Minato. Minato, if you could witness this scene, you would surely feel pride, Jiraiya mused. All right, continue practicing the Rasengan. This jutsu is not as simple as you might think. With that, he turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. Tomorrow, I will teach you about sage techniques at this very spot. Be sure to arrive on time. After Jiraiya departed, Naruto dispersed the Rasengan from his hand. He gazed at the sky and sighed deeply. Father, mother, I greatly respect your choices, but was this village truly worth such sacrifices? Closing his eyes, he concentrated, and the entire village's formation began to activate. Countless invisible energies flowed through the air, intricately connecting every space. The formation was set. Everything awaited the final stage of the Chunin exam. Chapter 89, Orochimaru. I concede, I surrender. As night descended, within a clandestine base outside the Hidden Leaf Village, moonlight poured through the dilapidated windows, casting an eerie and sinister glow upon the floor. The silhouettes of Orochimaru and Danzo stood in the dimly lit room, the atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. Orochimaru, are you ready? Danzo initiated the dialogue, his voice low yet tinged with anticipation. Should Orochimaru take action, everything he desired would be within reach. Gradually, Orochimaru lifted his gaze, a cryptic smile gracing his face. To be honest, I have decided to withdraw. At this proclamation, Danzo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Withdraw? What nonsense are you spouting? Has our plan been compromised? Though he uttered these words, his mind was plagued with the thought. Could it be that his own scheme had been exposed? Did Orochimaru realize my intentions? A myriad of possibilities flickered through Danzo's mind. However, Orochimaru's next statement deepened his confusion. No, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. This is not due to a compromised plan. It is a conscious choice to step back. Danzo's expression darkened, his heart sinking as a wave of anger surged within him, mingled with profound confusion and anxiety. He struggled to maintain his composure and attempted to salvage the situation, urgently imploring, "Wait, Orochimaru, calm down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we succeed, you will command the entire village and fulfill all your ambitions. I can support you wholeheartedly. If you are willing to continue, I will fully cooperate with your actions when you ascend to Hokage." His voice crescendoed, his emotions intensifying, as if he feared losing this invaluable ally. Yet, in truth, it was not merely the loss of an ally that troubled him. It was the thought of all his efforts to corner Sarutobi Hiruzen into this position being rendered futile. The prospect of achieving the title of Hokage and acquiring the Jinchuriki and Naruto's jutsu would slip through his fingers. Danzo's remaining eye widened in desperation as he passionately painted a grand vision for Orochimaru with each word, his excitement palpable, even causing his hands to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, Orochimaru's expression remained cold and unyielding. Danzo, do you truly believe that a mere village can satiate my ambitions? I seek power, immortality, and a more perfect form, none of which Konoha can offer me. Danzo's lips twitched, revealing a flicker of panic and rage in his eyes. He retorted, but these are all within your grasp. Orochimaru, if you desire immortality and boundless power, I can assist you. As long as you continue to cooperate, all of this can become a reality. Consider it. Once we seize control of Konoha, all resources and forbidden techniques will be at your disposal. He nearly shouted these words in desperation, fully aware of what Orochimaru yearned for, confident in his ability to provide those desires. Yet, Orochimaru's next words shattered that confidence. Such hollow promises can no longer ensnare me. I no longer require forbidden techniques, experiments, or even Konoha. Orochimaru smiled, raising his head to reveal a look of reverie. It is regrettable that I have only just realized that all my past endeavors were meaningless. They were not the correct path, at least not one that is easily attainable. Fortunately, I have discovered where the true path lies. With a smirk, Orochimaru regarded Danzo with disdain. To me, your support is merely an embellishment. I have already found the genuine means to guide me to the pinnacle, something that no one else in this world can provide. I have long grown weary of dealing with someone like you, who poisons the village and resorts to petty schemes, manipulating politics like a mindless fool, solely aspiring to be Hokage. Huh, how laughable, Hokage. It is nothing more than a title. What significance does it hold? I established my own village and became a shadow, only to realize that it is all a ruse. Indeed, it is because you are such a mindless individual that you have been deceived by this pathetic charade for so long. Enough, Danzo interrupted, his rage boiling over. Orochimaru, do you know what you are saying? Of course, I am fully aware. I speak of you and all that you pursue. Utterly meaningless rubbish, empty rhetoric. Preposterous. Danzo's eyes blazed with fury. What gives you the audacity to spout such nonsense and tarnish the Hokage's identity? As a rogue ninja of Konoha, do you possess the right to do so? Tarnish the Hokage's identity? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Does the title of Hokage even require my disparagement? It is merely a facade. Nonsense. What else could Hokage be? You have long desired the title. What is the purpose behind that? The Hokage is the greatest existence within Konoha. My aspiration to be Hokage is rooted in my desire to improve the entire village. Oh, so without the title of Hokage, one cannot enhance the village? Of course, Danzo intended to respond vehemently, but faltered after just 2 words. Orochimaru smiled. So, now that you are not Hokage, you can wantonly harm the village. Eradicate the Uchiha clan, propagate the Jinchuriki's demon fox in secrecy, and affix those Sharingan to yourself? Look at you, wrapped in bandages. Is it simply because I am the root? Someone must remain hidden in the roots to endure the darkness. So, should I conclude that as Hokage, you can improve the village, but as the root, you must engage in nefarious deeds? Who exactly are you? Are you Hokage, or are you the root? What should I call you? Hokage or something else? I recall your name is Danzo. Are you not Danzo? Is your identity more significant, or are you as a person? As the leader of the root, are you confined to dark methods, unable to perform any virtuous deeds, lest you perish? And as Hokage, will you invariably enhance the village without error? Will you also perish? Who decrees such a fate? Orochimaru's face was laced with mockery, revealing that he had long wished to voice these sentiments. Today, he finally spoke without restraint. Ultimately, your position and identity hold little significance. You believe that becoming Hokage will illuminate your path, bestowing reverence upon you. It is precisely because you are the leader of the root that you have committed such vile and malevolent acts. This is merely your deluded perception. In reality, regardless of your identity, your actions remain unchanged, as they are all you're doing. Yours, Danzo, not the actions of the leader of the root. Even if you were to become Hokage, you would still be that dark and venomous Danzo. Nothing would transform, and all that you pursue is but an illusion. Chapter 90. Then die. Danzo's heart abruptly constricted, and his breath quickened. Shut your mouth. He gritted through clenched teeth. His hands instinctively balled into fists, veins bulging. Yet Orochimaru exhibited no fear, merely chuckling coldly as he turned to leave. Everything that needed to be said has been said. I shall not squander more time with you. Live in your delusions, foolish man. To everyone's surprise, Danzo did not succumb to irrationality in response to Orochimaru's words. Instead, he managed to suppress his inner fury. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, and restructured his words. Orochimaru, listen to me. I understand there are misunderstandings between us, perhaps even truths in your assertions. However, this does not affect our collaboration. Do not forget our pact. We have schemed together for years and invested tremendous effort. Shall all of this be rendered void due to your obstinacy? We are on the brink of success. His voice bore a tone of pleading, tinged with an uncharacteristic weakness that was almost unimaginable for him. Even Orochimaru was taken aback. He had anticipated that Danzo would erupt in fury, perhaps even lose his sanity. What he did not realize was that Danzo had already betrayed him. Originally, their collaboration had only a 50% chance of elevating Danzo to Hokage, dependent on Orochimaru's own performance. If Hiruzen Sarutobi survived, all would be for naught. Yet now, with a mere action from Orochimaru, without the need to slay anyone, the position of Hokage would belong to Danzo. This was the culmination of his life's ambition. Thus, Danzo could indeed endure. I know you seek power. I am willing to offer even more. Not just Konoha's resources, but I can mobilize the forces of Root to assist you in any experiments. From this day forth, you shall be the master of Root. You can have anyone you desire, conduct any experiments you wish. Whatever body you require, I will find a way to obtain it for you. He was almost begging, yet his words elicited no hesitation from Orochimaru. The latter continued his stride, not glancing back, his voice indifferent. Danzo, you fail to comprehend my pursuits. The so-called power has long lost its significance for me. What I seek now is the possibility to transcend all, not to be confined within the games of a village or power. Then, Danzo's voice grew low, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Do not blame me for being ruthless. He lunged at Orochimaru, his arm transforming into a dark claw aimed directly at Orochimaru's throat. In that moment, all that remained in his heart was primal anger and a desire for vengeance. He would not allow anyone, especially such a vital ally as Orochimaru, to betray him so easily. He was on the cusp of success. However, Orochimaru's reaction was quicker than he anticipated. The latter effortlessly evaded the attack, raising his hand to deflect it. Danzo, did you truly believe I was unprepared for your rage? Farewell, or perhaps we shall not meet again. With those words, he vanished into the night. As he watched Orochimaru gracefully leap atop the wall, a wave of suffocating despair washed over Danzo. His fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his flesh, his voice hoarse as he roared, "You scoundrel! How dare you treat me thus? Do you truly think I cannot achieve my goals without you?" Danzo slammed his fist against the wall, producing a deafening sound. His eyes burned crimson, resembling a caged beast, breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. Damn it! Damn it! He growled softly, his voice laced with fury and despair. Just one step away. Just one final step. After a considerable time, Danzo finally regained his composure. He raised his head, his gaze filled with danger. If that is the case, I must rely on myself. Without you, Orochimaru, do you think I cannot succeed? I can accomplish everything on my own. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within, the shadows in his eyes gradually replaced by calmness. Danzo slowly stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze still sharp as a blade. He turned towards the shadows, sneering softly. Do you think a few words can persuade me to abandon my lifelong pursuits? How na vi, Orochimaru. His figure gradually melded into the darkness, becoming one with the surrounding night. The following morning, sunlight flooded the training ground. Naruto sat in the center, quietly honing his skills. Before long, the familiar white spiky hair appeared in his line of sight. Hey Naruto, I assume you have mastered the Rasengan. Today, I shall teach you an even more powerful ninjutsu, the summoning technique. Jiraiya paused momentarily before exclaiming loudly, and with a series of hand seals. A massive toad materialized before them, none other than Gamabunta. Gamabunta, this is my student Naruto. Jiraiya introduced. Naruto greeted the toad, having learned from the Nine Tails that this was the sage Kakashi had spoken of, the sage of the ninja world. Naruto remained composed, showing respect towards Jiraiya. He learned the summoning technique under Jiraiya's guidance, and once he succeeded, he timely posed his questions. As he looked at himself, successfully summoned for the first time, Gamabunta lowered his head, scrutinizing him with a hint of appraisal. Kid, do you truly wish to know the way of the sage? I am not seeking to learn anything specific, merely to understand. If it is inconvenient, that is also acceptable, Naruto replied with a smile, his respect for Jiraiya evident. Had Jiraiya not been present, he might have blurted out something crude about the toad. Fortunately, Gamabunta had no intention of withholding information. For the next period, Gamabunta elaborated on the concept of sages in the ninja world, explaining how to resonate with natural energy through training, thereby entering sage mode. Naturally, the specifics of the training methods were not divulged, for they would be of little use. In the ninja world, to become a sage through such training required a specific location, leveraging its magnetic field. After listening, Naruto frowned slightly. The so-called sages of the ninja world resembled the demon cultivators of the celestial realm, drawing upon external natural energy to enhance their strength. Entities like the Nine Tails appeared more akin to pure energy beings, comparable to spirits in the celestial realm, such as fire or water spirits. As for the sage mode of the ninja world, it seemed to necessitate the aid of certain auspicious locations to transform chakra into a more potent life force. It still felt rather rudimentary. This was not the sage path Naruto sought. After absorbing this information, he felt somewhat reassured. The Nine Tails had previously mentioned that there were two types of sages in this world. The toad before him belonged to one type. As it stood, they posed little threat, lacking the potential to ascend and become true sages. Their so-called sagehood merely seemed a title for the powerful. As for the other type of sage the Nine Tails referred to, according to him, they were presumably more formidable. Yet what they truly were, Naruto would have to discover for himself. After mastering the summoning technique under Jiraiya's tutelage, Naruto spent 2 more days with Jiraiya, acquiring various miscellaneous techniques. Afterward, he resolved not to squander any more time, bidding farewell to Jiraiya and embarking on his own training. A month swiftly elapsed. When Naruto emerged from his training state, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th tier of chi refinement. On this day, 1 month later, the atmosphere in Konoha village was tense, for it marked the commencement of the final round of the Chunin exams. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked side by side as they entered the arena. Along the way, they encountered numerous acquaintances, yet Naruto maintained a demeanor of indifference. In the first match, Naruto faced Neji Hyuga. Until this moment, Naruto had never encountered Neji before. The most vivid impression he had of him was from the previous preliminary round, where Neji had defeated Hinata. That match had left Naruto with newfound respect for Hinata. He had initially assumed that the usually shy girl would be subdued quickly and surrender easily, but to his surprise, she had persevered for an extended period. As the two stepped into the arena, Neji regarded Naruto. Despite knowing he was no match for him, as a ninja, he still wished to provoke Naruto into showcasing his full strength. I know Hinata has feelings for you, Neji stated without launching an immediate attack, instead adopting a stance before speaking. The reason I was so harsh on her during the preliminaries was because of you. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's brow furrowed slightly. While Neji continued to speak, he removed the forehead protector from his brow, revealing the caged bird symbol that represented the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Do you know what this is? It is the emblem of our Hyuga clan. Neji began to explain the origins of their clan. However, after only a few sentences, Naruto grew somewhat annoyed. He did not perceive any relevance of this matter to himself. Seeing Neji's reluctance to make the first move, Naruto took the initiative. Just as Neji prepared to elaborate further on the grievances between the main and branch families, Naruto flicked his fingers, summoning a blue sword that instantly lunged toward Neji's throat. Neji was taken aback and instinctively dodged, but just as he evaded, the blue sword veered with greater speed and struck him in the back, piercing through his chest. Although Neji sensed the impending danger at the last moment, it was too late. The sword's speed was too swift. He had no opportunity to defend or evade. In the next instant, Naruto's sword had penetrated his heart. Neji witnessed the blue blade protruding from his chest, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the young man before him. There was no trace of anger in Naruto's gaze, nor any semblance of coldness, only an air of indifference, as if he had simply crushed an ant beneath his foot. It was in that moment that Neji truly, profoundly experienced the sensation of death for the very first time. Chapter 91. That organization, no, it was not merely a sensation. He was truly on the brink of death. Neji could feel the very essence of his power being siphoned away, his vitality swiftly dissipating. His breaths grew increasingly labored, to the point where he struggled to draw in air. The martial prowess and physical attributes he once took pride in had, in that moment, utterly failed him. Darkness enveloped his vision. If you believe you were born to die, or that your branch family is destined for demise, then allow me to grant you a passage to the afterlife, so you need not continue your incessant noise, Naruto uttered slowly. Upon hearing this, Neji felt the world around him plunge into an abyss of darkness. In an instant, he lost consciousness, as if plummeting into an unfathomable chasm. A profound silence fell over the arena. The spectators were not astonished by Naruto's power. Rather, they were taken aback by his unhesitating decision to take a life. Such an act transcended the customary rules of combat among ninjas and stood in stark violation of the spirit of the Chunin exams. Moreover, Naruto's speed was so extraordinary that no one could intervene. High-ranking ninjas from Konoha immediately stepped forward to confront him. Why have you resorted to murder? This is the Chunin exams, not a life-or-death duel. Other contestants joined in the uproar, some accusing Naruto of being cold-blooded, while others marveled at his decisiveness. Naruto, however, fixed his gaze upon the individual of the highest status among his accusers. With a mere thought, a cerulean blade lunged towards him. In this pivotal moment, with the formation already set, Naruto would show no mercy. If no one dared to provoke him and allowed him to pass the Chunin exams smoothly to achieve his goals, he would remain quiet and focus on his training for a while longer. But if someone dared to dance before him, he would not hesitate to activate the formation. After all, he could not predict whether Danzo or Orochimaru would emerge, forcing him into such a predicament. The sight of Naruto directly attacking the Proctor Ninja left everyone in stunned disbelief. As the situation spiraled out of control, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, raised his hand to restore order. Enough. His voice was deep yet authoritative. Continue the match. Though the crowd was filled with countless questions and remarks, the solemn expression of the third Hokage compelled them to suppress their inquiries. Naruto cast a cold glance around before turning to leave. At that moment, several medical ninjas approached to attend to Niji's lifeless body. Suddenly, Niji, who had lain on the ground devoid of life, gasped sharply. In an instant, he sprang upright as if electrified. Simultaneously, the azure curse mark on his forehead vanished. Though he appeared weakened, he was undeniably alive. The caged bird has been freed? Niji comprehended the gravity of the situation better than anyone else. Facing the specter of death, he realized he did not wish to perish. He yearned to survive more than anyone else, to fulfill his own worth. He struggled and fought tirelessly, refusing to surrender, even as his consciousness continued to wane. Just as his awareness threatened to fade, he caught a glimpse of a faint azure light. He intensified his efforts, striving to reach and grasp it. Then, he beheld the cerulean blade, the very sword that had pierced through his chest. Grasping its hilt, the sword propelled him forward, severing the mark that had been imprinted upon him since birth. That azure sword, Naruto's sword, had not only severed his life but also liberated him from the shackles of his existence, granting him a new lease on life. Thank you, Niji murmured weakly, raising his gaze to Naruto's golden hair and white robe as he receded into the distance. Naruto did not turn back, nor did he respond, continuing his departure from the arena. In truth, while Naruto had indeed severed Niji's lifeline, he simultaneously provided him with a glimmer of hope. The adage "no destruction, no creation" resonated in this moment. To Naruto, the caged bird's confinement could only be described as crude and inferior, requiring no deliberate unbinding. Such a rebirth through trials and tribulations was sufficient to dismantle the barriers. During his observation of the battle between Niji and Hinata, Naruto had noticed that despite Niji's harsh words, he had shown considerable restraint. Niji was not as malevolent as he claimed. He had his own principles and limits. Furthermore, Naruto would not allow a few provocations from Niji to incite his wrath. After all, he considered himself somewhat seasoned, even older than the third Hokage. Yet, he did not perceive himself as old. A cultivator must maintain a youthful mindset. Naruto's choice to aid Niji was not driven by his affection for Hinata, but rather because he recognized Niji as a potential talent worth nurturing. A case of appreciating talent once more. Thus, he offered Niji this opportunity to transcend his limitations and break free from the chains of fate. However, this was not a mere act of assistance. It was a choice. For Niji, it was a matter of enduring this trial to liberate himself from his constraints. Should he falter, he would ultimately meet his demise. For Naruto, he had done what he could. The outcome would unfold as it may. If Niji were to perish, it would merely signify his lack of resolve and tenacity. As for the others, Naruto had no intention of providing explanations, for he understood that doing so would be an exercise in futility. He required no validation from them, as it held no significance to him. When Niji suddenly revived and the curse mark vanished, the arena erupted once more. Those who had previously condemned Naruto as heartless were now rendered speechless, their embarrassment palpable. Among the crowd, only Sasuke and Gaara exchanged knowing glances, aware that behind each of Naruto's decisions lay profound considerations. Thus, they held no doubts regarding his actions, and a sense of camaraderie blossomed between them. On the platform, Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. This confrontation had been orchestrated by him to gauge whether Naruto would act ruthlessly against Hinata's kin. It appeared that while Naruto's methods were harsh, his underlying nature remained kind, bolstering Hiruzen's confidence significantly. In a shadowy corner, Danzo observed everything with a grim expression before departing the scene. He sensed that Naruto had grown stronger and more inscrutable. This newfound depth instilled in him an unprecedented sense of threat. I can no longer afford to wait, Danzo contemplated anxiously. The loss of Orochimaru's support had obliterated the advantageous situation he had previously cultivated. Perhaps it was time to test contact with that organization. A fleeting image crossed Danzo's mind. Under duress, he personally extinguished the lives of his entire clan. Subsequently, he became a rogue ninja, departing from Konoha. According to the intelligence that Danzo had encountered, this individual had joined an organization known as Akatsuki. Danzo's knowledge of this organization was rather limited. Initially, he regarded the individual as an adversary, having heard that their aim revolved around the tailed beasts. This information was relayed by Orochimaru, who had briefly affiliated himself with that organization. At that time, Danzo's objective was similarly to acquire the power of the tailed beasts. Yet, circumstances have now shifted. Danzo no longer desires the tailed beasts. Rather, he is more intrigued by the secrets held within Naruto himself. He perceives in Naruto the spirit of the legendary sage of the Six Paths, exhibiting a remarkable rate of growth and formidable jutsu. He is eager to seize all of this, aspiring to become the strongest Hokage in the ninja world. Even if it means sacrificing the Nine Tails, Danzo is resolute in his pursuit. Chapter 92, Refusal. As Danzo turned to leave, Naruto subtly glanced back at the direction he had been facing. It appeared that Orochimaru was indeed a clever individual. According to Danzo's previous remarks, Orochimaru was expected to take action during the Chunin exam. However, the last time Orochimaru appeared, Naruto had already sensed his presence. To date, Orochimaru had not shown himself at the examination venue or even in the Hidden Leaf Village. This clearly indicated that this ninja named Orochimaru had made a prudent choice. With the Chunin exam successfully concluded, Naruto, through his own prowess, had smoothly ascended to the rank of Chunin. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, formally issued a decree and summoned all participants to announce the results. After the crowd gradually dispersed, Sarutobi deliberately retained Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Naruto. Sarutobi slowly rose from behind his desk and retrieved an exquisite box, opening it to reveal the sword he had promised, the sword of the Thunder God. He extended the gleaming blade, radiating a faint azure light, to Naruto, hoping it would meet his approval. Naruto accepted the sword of the Thunder God, briefly inspected it, and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Hokage-sama. His sole objective had been this sword. The titles of Chunin or Jonin held little significance for him. A faint smile appeared on Sarutobi's face, but it was quickly replaced by a sigh, and his expression became grave. After a moment of silence, he appeared somewhat troubled but ultimately sighed again and inquired, Naruto, I have one more question for you. How did you create those wind-style jutsu? Could you share some details? Sarutobi hastily added, these techniques are remarkably powerful and hold great significance for our village. Only when our village thrives can the great tree of Konoha flourish, allowing each leaf that grows upon it to prosper. Therefore, I, this old man, wish to shamelessly request your assistance in contributing these jutsu for the benefit of the entire village. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Naruto's eyes. Having already set his own arrangements in motion, he had no fear of confrontation. Thus, he spoke candidly. The current Hidden Leaf Village lacks the qualification for me to do so, unless you can offer something worthy of exchange. I do not believe this village possesses any conditions that could entice me, if Hokage-sama truly desires it. Perhaps you could provide me with a list of items that could serve as potential trade. Naruto made his stance clear. This was merely a straightforward transaction. No one should presume to pressure him with notions of righteousness. It was not that Naruto opposed justice or the collective. It was rather a matter of determining whether this collective was virtuous or not. If in the realm of the sage, when the sword sect faced peril, Naruto would stand firm to protect it, even at the cost of his life. Yet in this ninja world, based on his current experiences and observations, even if Konoha were to face destruction tomorrow, he would only return to rescue a few individuals. As for the others, they could perish without concern. Although Sarutobi had anticipated Naruto's response, hearing such words from him felt like a heavy blow to his heart. Naruto. Sarutobi began, hoping to negotiate further, but Naruto granted him no opportunity. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Hokage-sama. I will be departing the village shortly to attend to personal matters. So please do not send anyone to protect me. Naruto's words were laden with implications. His insistence on not needing protection subtly indicated he did not require surveillance. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Sarutobi with no chance to speak further. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Sarutobi sighed, revealing a hint of resignation in his smile. He truly did not wish to pose such inquiries. He sensed the widening chasm between Naruto and the village, and this question would only deepen that divide. Yet, he felt compelled to ask, as the other elders had pressured him into it, and as Hokage, he could not refuse. Regardless, Naruto's response left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Where had things gone awry? Was it the education at the Ninja Academy? Yet, other children seemed to be doing well. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, after Naruto and the others departed, the elders Koharu and Hamura reappeared before Sarutobi. Danzo was still absent, which seemed unsurprising. Since Naruto and Orochimaru's conspiracy had not come to fruition, Danzo had seemingly vanished, his whereabouts unknown, even to Root. Sarutobi had grown accustomed to this. After all, Root's activities were typically shrouded in mystery and darkness. Danzo had often disappeared without a trace, leaving others to wonder what he was up to. Naruto's decision not to ally with Orochimaru proved he had not fully betrayed the village. However, based on Naruto's recent demeanor, it was evident he was drifting further away from Konoha. Kohara spoke first, her gaze sharp. As leaders of the village, we must ensure that the Jinchuriki remains under our control and that the tailed beasts stay within our village. As for Naruto's jutsu, we must secure them for the village before it becomes irretrievable. These jutsu are linked to the village's teachings, and thus they rightfully belong to Konoha. Hokage-sama, as the village's highest authority, it is your responsibility to ensure this power is utilized for our benefit. Indeed, Hamura concurred, we must find a way to obtain those jutsu. It is for the future of the village. Sarutobi frowned, pondering for a moment before reluctantly nodding. I understand, and I will do my utmost. But please give Naruto some trust. He will not undertake any actions that would harm the village's interests. The two elders nodded in satisfaction before departing. At that moment, Sarutobi's heart was indeed filled with worry. The two elders, along with Danzo, had never agreed with his emotional approach to fostering support. They believed the best strategy was strict control. Rationally, Sarutobi inclined towards the latter as well. After serving as Hokage for many years, he knew what was right. Yet, he found himself unable to make a decisive choice. Was it age that made him soft-hearted? Sarutobi shook his head, his face clouded with concern. Meanwhile, Naruto had gathered Sasuke and Sakura to seek out Jiraiya. Wasting no time, he expressed his intention to temporarily leave Konoha to refine weapons in a secluded location. I want to accompany you and protect you, Jiraiya declared without hesitation. Strictly speaking, you are now also half of my disciple, and as your master, I must fulfill my responsibilities. Jiraiya laughed heartily, though within his heart lay a flicker of worry, fear that Naruto might refuse him. Chapter 93, Lord Naruto. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto nodded in agreement. On one hand, he felt a sense of assurance regarding Jiraiya. While the man may have his minor flaws, he is fundamentally trustworthy and possesses a kind-hearted nature. During their time together, Naruto sensed the internal struggles and guilt that Jiraiya harbored. Perhaps Jiraiya had also disapproved of the village's treatment of Naruto back in the day. However, lacking the courage to oppose or refuse, he chose to embark on a journey instead. This, undoubtedly, was an act of cowardice. Yet, weakness is not an inherent vice, especially in a village that resembles a brainwashing institution. Everyone born and raised in such a place often loses their capacity for independent thought and cannot defy any decisions made by those in power. Naruto understood that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were both among the legendary Sannin. However, Orochimaru had evidently transcended these constraints, while Jiraiya had not. On the other hand, having Jiraiya accompany him would help mitigate excessive interference from the village. To the villagers, Jiraiya still appeared to be on their side. With him by his side, Naruto hoped to avoid being shadowed by Umbu ninjas at all times. With that in mind, he turned to Sakura and Sasuke. For Naruto, the recent Nin exams had felt like a mere game, devoid of any real challenge. However, for Sasuke and Sakura, it was an entirely different experience. They had just passed the exams and successfully attained the rank of Nin. Logically, they should take a moment to rest. Yet, before he could ponder further, Sasuke declared, I will go with you. I don't need rest. I can depart at any time. Upon hearing this, Sakura, despite feeling utterly exhausted, immediately expressed her willingness to accompany them, offering to handle logistical support. Although they were unclear about Naruto's exact intentions, they both wished to remain close to him. Of course, Sakura had another reason. Sasuke. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto ultimately consented. However, since we are leaving now, you both may return and take some time to rest. We shall depart tomorrow, he stated. He too needed to gather his belongings and prepare. With the successful culmination of his energy refinement, he was poised to forge his destined sword spirit and subsequently enter the foundation building stage. As Naruto returned to his abode and settled quietly, a sudden knock echoed through the room. He was not surprised. He had sensed Gaara approaching with Temari and Kankuro some time ago. Come in, Naruto called out. Upon entering, Gaara bowed deeply, addressing him with utmost respect. Greetings, Lord Naruto. The formal address and deep bow were indicative of Gaara's respect, as he no longer regarded Naruto as merely a peer, but rather as a senior, perhaps even as a revered figure. In the world of shinobi, such a title carries significant weight, reflecting the high esteem in which Gaara held Naruto. After Gaara finished speaking, Temari and Kankuro, standing behind him, displayed expressions of discomfort. After a moment's hesitation, they too bowed their heads and offered their greetings. Greetings, Lord Naruto. It was evident that while they were reluctant, they felt compelled to follow Gaara's lead. Lord Naruto, I have come to bid farewell and express my gratitude, Gaara said, knocking on the gourd on his back. Almost immediately, a hand emerged from within, revealing a floating sand sphere in his open palm. This sand sphere was remarkably dense, its color deeper than that surrounding the gourd. Naruto had not previously noticed, but within this sand lay half of a soul. A frown crossed Naruto's brow as he discerned the presence of the soul. It was not a complete soul, but rather half of one. Upon further examination, he realized that this soul did not originate from Gaara, nor was it Shikaku. Moreover, the soul bore no malice towards Gaara. On the contrary, it seemed to be protecting him. Naruto immediately formed a hypothesis. With a swift motion, he gathered the soul from the sand, then waved his hand, infusing it into Gaara's body. This sand has housed half a soul that has been protecting you. I have extracted it. Since it is only half, you cannot converse with it, but based on my observations, this soul is likely a blood relative, and there may be a miracle awaiting you. Gaara stood momentarily in shock. A soul has been protecting me. An image of a figure flashed in his mind. After a brief pause, Naruto spoke again. In the future, should I achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation, I may be able to retrieve the other half of the soul, allowing you both to converse once more. Gaara, already astonished, was rendered speechless by this revelation. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly possible? He asked, staring at Naruto in confusion. His respect for Naruto had only deepened. He was keenly aware of Naruto's formidable strength. Nevertheless, the prospect of what Naruto claimed was astonishing, something not typically achievable by mere mortals. It seemed the realm of legendary sages. Temari and Kankuro, standing behind Gaara, also wore expressions of surprise. Gaara quickly regained his composure, dismissing any doubts about the authenticity of Naruto's words, and offered another deep bow. Thank you, Lord Naruto. From now on, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to command me. I shall do my utmost, even at the cost of my life, to fulfill your wishes. Naruto's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Before him stood Gaara, whose steadfast resolve and keen insight marked him as a remarkable individual. He was indeed someone who understood the value of gratitude. Such potential, if nurtured, could make him a favored disciple within the realm of the sages. Recalling his master's words about revitalizing the sword sect, should he ever be the sole remaining member, Naruto reflected that while the sword sect may still exist within the realm of Xianlan, the world of shinobi was devoid of such a sect, and he must shoulder that responsibility alone. With this thought, he smiled and said, in 3 to 5 months, if I am still in Konoha, feel free to come and find me for a surprise. Should I no longer be in Konoha by then, you should still be able to ascertain my whereabouts and seek me out. Naruto had begun to entertain the idea of taking Gaara as a disciple. His affiliation with Tsunagakure posed no conflict with joining the sword sect, as Tsunagakure was merely a village, lacking the stature and prestige of a grand sect like the sword sect. Before Gaara could fully process this, he suddenly heard Shikaku's frantic voice within him. Hurry, agree quickly, quickly, Shikaku urged, and Gaara, coming back to his senses, immediately bowed in agreement. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Gaara recalled something important. Lord Naruto. The Hokage has asked me to convey a message. He mentioned that in due time, an old friend will come to visit you personally. I hope you can find the time and opportunity to meet with this old friend. Chapter 94. The Return of Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Naruto's gaze sharpened slightly. As soon as Gaara finished speaking, he immediately understood who the old friend he referred to was. Orochimaru. It was evident that Orochimaru had severed ties with Danzo. Hence, during the last Chunin exams, he wisely refrained from causing any disruption, allowing Naruto to successfully obtain the Sword of Thunder God. Although Naruto was uncertain whether Orochimaru's visions contained exaggerations or falsehoods, one could not deny that Orochimaru was an astute individual. Naruto was not averse to engaging with intelligent minds. Thus, he nodded. Inform your Kazekage, I understand. I will keep an eye out for his arrival. Gaara expressed his gratitude to Naruto once more, this time on behalf of Shikaku. After that, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro turned and walked away, their figures gradually fading into the twilight. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto, Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Sakura had already departed, quietly embarking on their journey. As Naruto had anticipated, due to Jiraiya's presence, the Hidden Leaf did not impose any hindrance, nor did they dispatch anyone to follow them. Clearly, within the village's heart, Jiraiya was regarded as someone highly trustworthy. As the group left the Hidden Leaf, a white-haired figure atop a building at the village entrance silently observed their retreating silhouettes. It was Kakashi. Naruto had naturally not included Kakashi in this mission, not only because Kakashi did not request to join, but also because Naruto would not have agreed. Even if Kakashi wished to accompany them, Naruto would firmly refuse, leaving no room for negotiation. After all, for Naruto, who had meticulously prepared the array, he indeed possessed the right to choose and to decline. Therefore, Kakashi's departure from Team Kakashi had become an inevitable conclusion. Meanwhile, Team Kakashi had no power or leeway to challenge this decision. Beneath the rising sun, four familiar figures gradually distanced themselves. Although outwardly everything appeared unchanged, a complex array of emotions welled up within Kakashi. Despite the situation not being overtly apparent, he could still sense that some invisible bond was gradually dissipating. Kakashi no longer belonged to Team Kakashi, or rather, his position within Team Kakashi had ceased to exist. While this notion sounded peculiar, it was indeed unfolding before him, and he felt its clarity. When had he lost the right to remain in Team Kakashi? As the sun sank lower in the sky, painting the horizon in brilliant hues of red, Kakashi stood in quiet contemplation until the last remnants of twilight vanished below the horizon, before slowly turning to leave. His figure melded into the night, as if carrying away a fragment of memories from the past. Have I truly erred? This question echoed incessantly within Kakashi's mind. Before a colossal waterfall, a group of individuals clad in cloud-patterned garb gathered. Their black robes were adorned with crimson clouds. They were in the final stages of a meeting. As the discussion approached its conclusion, the leader suddenly spoke. According to our intelligence, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from the Hidden Leaf Village has undergone significant changes that could potentially impact our future plans. We need 2 individuals to investigate the situation. If the alterations in the Jinchuriki exceed our expectations, we must act swiftly. Upon finishing, he turned to the 2 individuals at the edge. Itachi Kisame. This task falls to you. A young man with black hair and eyes, resembling Sasuke, furrowed his brows upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Beside him stood a peculiar figure with greenish-blue skin, reminiscent of a fool, sporting elongated cheeks and an odd appearance. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Let's go see for ourselves then. He hoisted a massive, hefty blade, its body wrapped in bandages, onto his shoulder, as the other members instantaneously vanished. Only Uchiha Itachi and Kisame remained before the waterfall. It's merely a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. What is there to worry about? Kisame remarked with disdain while hefting his enormous sword. With our strength, even if the entire Hidden Leaf Village banded together, it should pose no challenge. After all, I've heard Orochimaru has already set his sights on the leaf. Itachi, your intelligence is outdated, he coldly retorted. Orochimaru has not yet acted against the Hidden Leaf. How can that be? Kisame replied, astonished. Did Orochimaru not scheme for this operation for an extended period? The variable lies within Naruto Uzumaki. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Surely. He is merely a lowly genin. What kind of variable could he possibly be? Orochimaru halted his plans because of him? That seems implausible. Whether it is plausible or not will be revealed upon our arrival, Itachi replied calmly. Do not underestimate them. The Hidden Leaf is not an ordinary village. Beyond the apparent presence of the 3rd Hokage, there are more dangerous individuals lurking. In any case, once we arrive, follow my lead. Kisame observed Itachi's serious demeanor. Though he still felt a twinge of dissent, he refrained from arguing. Instead, he grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. As you wish. I'm not one for overthinking. You say attack. We attack. You say retreat. We retreat. He understood that the man before him could accomplish anything, but he would never engage in frivolous banter. Itachi said nothing further, merely nodding. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Meanwhile, after departing from the Hidden Leaf, Naruto, accompanied by Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Sakura, traversed mountains and waters until they arrived at a secluded volcanic crater. The area was surrounded by mountains, rendering it exceedingly hidden, even for ninjas. More importantly, this volcano was currently dormant, serving as an excellent source for forging materials while also acting as a formidable ally in combat. Should anyone dare to intrude while Naruto was forging, the flames and magma within the volcano would surely deliver a surprise. Naruto tasked Sasuke with assisting in setting up the formation, gently awakening the slumbering volcano. His intention was to harness the intense heat from the volcanic heart for the purpose of crafting artifacts. What Naruto aimed to forge was no ordinary spiritual weapon. The sword sect may not excel in forging, but they were unparalleled in swordsmanship, surpassing even those sects specializing in crafting. For them, the sword was akin to another arm for the disciples of the sword sect. At this moment, Sasuke exhibited no hesitation in following Naruto's instructions. His sole focus was obedience. Moreover, he had a genuine interest in formations, which he approached with great diligence. As for Sakura, while there were no significant tasks assigned to her, after ensuring that the logistics for the group were in order, she dedicated all her free time to the training of her ninjutsu. Striving to keep pace with Naruto and Sasuke. Perhaps in the past, Sakura would have claimed she could not keep up, but just days ago, Sasuke imparted a piece of wisdom to her. Whether you can keep up is one thing. Choosing not to is another. Now, Sakura resonated profoundly with this sentiment. Once the four settled down, it was primarily Naruto and Sasuke who busied themselves, leaving Sakura with little to do. There is no need to elaborate on Jiraiya. Coupled with the simplicity of his belongings and the relatively harsh living conditions, it wasn't long before he could no longer endure such a meager existence. Subsequently, under the pretext of procuring daily necessities, he departed from the camp. Shortly after Jiraiya's departure, a familiar yet somewhat eerie and sinister figure stealthily approached. Soon enough, this figure appeared before Naruto in a most brazen manner. It was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, who had recently encountered Naruto in the Forest of Death and had arranged to meet again. Now, he was a rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf. Chapter 95. Orochimaru's Treasure. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, a familiar smile gracing his lips. If I am not mistaken, you have long been aware of my hiding place. Naruto merely nodded in acknowledgement, indicating it was time to discuss serious matters. Orochimaru had grown accustomed to Naruto's demeanor. He produced a scroll from within his robes. This is the improved ninjutsu you previously entrusted to me, and I have successfully mastered it. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. He could not deny that these modifications were nothing short of genius. However, he paused for a moment. I am unable to fully cultivate it, as it mentioned something called true essence. Naruto cast a brief glance at the scroll, then raised his gaze to meet Orochimaru's. Do you wish to understand what true essence is, and if it truly possesses the ability to grant you immortality as claimed? What Naruto had offered Orochimaru was not a mere trivial jutsu, but a carefully crafted bait designed to establish a new sect within the ninja world. This bait was a unique ninjutsu capable of significantly prolonging a ninja's lifespan. Not long after arriving in this world, Naruto observed that the lifespan of ninjas was rather short. When he referred to short, it was not merely due to the casualties from war and missions, but rather a general trend. Most individuals in the ninja world had relatively brief lives. This was primarily due to the extraction of chakra, which imposed considerable strain on the body. Moreover, unlike cultivators, ninjas did not prioritize longevity and health, which naturally led to adverse effects. Even in Konoha, one could become a genin in their teens, achieve ch-nin or j-nin status in their 20s, and by their 30s, one was already considered an elder. Thus, Orochimaru's desperate pursuit of immortality was entirely dictated by necessity. The ninjutsu Naruto had improved could reverse the decomposition of chakra to enhance lifespan. However, chakra was finite, and the prolonged extraction had already inflicted significant damage upon the bodies of these ninjas. Naruto's technique could only mitigate the losses, not replenish them. This was where true essence came into play. Unlike chakra, true essence would not harm the body. Rather, it nourished it. Even the most damaged ninja could gradually restore their health through cultivation. This urgency drove Orochimaru's desire to uncover the truth of true essence's existence, for he yearned to live. He envisioned a method, as described in Naruto's scroll, that promised immortality and strength without the need for tedious experimentation or arduous effort, merely continuous cultivation. With fervent eyes, Orochimaru bowed respectfully. If the answer is affirmative, I am willing to follow you and learn the secrets of this power. Despite his eagerness, he still harbored doubts. Unable to fully believe that such miraculous energy existed, Naruto remained silent for a moment before extending his hand, releasing a ball of true essence he had softened. Orochimaru's body tensed. Initially, he contemplated resisting, but he restrained himself. He watched as the pale blue energy made contact with him, ultimately merging into his being, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. He could feel the energy within his body rapidly repairing his injuries. This was not akin to the healing performed by medical ninjas. It was a genuine replenishment of bodily deficits. As an experimental subject and a skilled ninja, he trusted his judgment and was acutely aware of his physical condition. He was utterly convinced of the immense value of the energy Naruto had infused into him. Is this true essence? Orochimaru's voice trembled with awe. Before Naruto could respond, he looked up eagerly. I must learn. I absolutely must learn. Please teach me. Naruto hesitated for a moment before responding. True essence can indeed accomplish what you seek, but it is not a power that can be mastered overnight. Its cultivation is complex and perilous, demanding exceptional comprehension, talent, and perseverance. Furthermore, unlike chakra, which can be cultivated through sheer effort, true essence requires a specific technique. A technique? Orochimaru inquired, his interest piqued. Indeed, a technique, an approach to cultivation that varies according to each individual's innate abilities. Naruto elaborated on the various aspects of cultivation for those who pursued the path of enlightenment. The more Orochimaru listened, the more excited he became. Once Naruto finished, he nodded vigorously. As long as you are willing to teach me, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly and pay any price. Any price. Perhaps to emphasize his commitment, he reiterated the word any. Naruto nodded with a smile, then shook his head gently. I can certainly teach you, but the time is not yet ripe. I am currently forging a sword, and once it is completed, I will be able to assess your aptitude for cultivation. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before suddenly extending his hand, drawing forth a sword as if he were performing a trick, presenting it to Naruto. Since you are forging weapons, I can assist. I noticed you were seeking various divine tools in Konoha. This sword may not be divine, but its material is quite unique and could enhance your creation. Naruto accepted the sword, examining it attentively. Indeed, the material of this sword is quite impressive. Orochimaru showed no reluctance in parting with it. Having experienced the wonders of true essence firsthand, he harbored no doubt towards Naruto. As he watched Naruto stow the sword away, he lowered his voice. Moreover, there is something I must caution you about. Naruto, a mysterious organization has been monitoring the Nine Tails. Their ultimate goal is all the tailed beasts, which means you are their target. While I am uncertain when they will act, I believe we must be vigilant, as the individuals within that organization are formidable. Naruto's expression shifted slightly, though he did not exhibit excessive surprise. I understand. What do you plan to do? I will remain nearby to protect you, Orochimaru replied without hesitation. After all, your future is intertwined with everything I pursue. Naruto nodded. Then I thank you, Orochimaru. As his words fell, Orochimaru transformed into a plume of smoke. Vanishing into the air, Naruto resumed his forging process. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke, having witnessed the entire exchange, displayed no reaction, as if nothing had transpired. Everything continued as usual. That night, Jiraiya returned to the camp, intoxicated and laden with bags, completely oblivious to any anomalies. Deep within the volcano, flames roared as Naruto sat cross-legged, wholly absorbed in his forging. Before him, the swords he had recently acquired began to melt, gradually fusing together, a slow yet resolute process, as the sword took shape. It gradually begins to cultivate a certain essence, as if merging seamlessly with the surrounding heavens and earth. As time elongates, this essence grows increasingly potent. Chapter 96. The sword is forged. Foundation established. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month has passed. Deep within the volcano, as Naruto forges his spirit sword, the required temperature escalates dramatically. The commotion of the entire volcano becomes increasingly pronounced. Sasuke stands at the edge of the volcano, his gaze fixated on the seething sea of flames, his face awash with awe. In the initial days, he merely sensed a faint tremor and a vague, scorching aura. Aware that Naruto had set up a formation, and having witnessed Naruto's prowess before, he did not think much of it. However, as time progressed, the power within the volcano seemed to awaken, growing increasingly ferocious. Initially, the magma occasionally surged, splattering from the crater, while the volcano emitted intermittent, low rumbles, akin to a slumbering beast growling in its dreams. Yet, as time wore on, this force became wild and uncontrollable. The air within a radius of several dozen miles appeared distorted from the heat, and an invisible pressure radiated from the volcano, making it difficult for those nearby to breathe. Gradually, the sounds from within the volcano became more frequent and piercing. Eventually, each eruption felt as if it could rend the very earth asunder. Sasuke could even feel the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly, each tremor suggesting an imminent eruption, stirring a sense of unease within him. As time elapsed, the disturbances grew increasingly astonishing. The volcano's mouth began spewing flames that soared into the sky. These flames were not the ordinary reds or oranges, but rather a mesmerizing blend of azure and gold, reminiscent of divine fire from the heavens. With each flame that ascended, a sharp crackling sound accompanied it, as if the entire world had been ignited. In the preceding days, the volcano's activity peaked. Sasuke vividly recalled a brilliant golden light erupting from the volcano's depths, piercing the clouds and tinting the surrounding sky in gold. Soon after, an unparalleled wave of energy surged forth, compelling Sasuke to retreat a few steps to maintain his balance. The pressure was so heavy it felt suffocating, as if the air itself had transformed into a tangible barrier. Sasuke, Sakura, and Jiraiya stood at a safe distance from the crater, yet they could still feel the scorching heat enveloping them. The once tranquil volcano now resembled a colossal beast awakening from slumber, erupting in torrents of golden light. Each explosion was accompanied by a deafening roar. This golden radiance persisted for several days, refusing to dissipate. Just as Sasuke was still reeling from the overwhelming brilliance of the golden light, a sudden, clear dragon's roar emanated from deep within the volcano. Moments later, everything fell into a hush. However, this brief tranquility only heightened the tension. Sasuke realized that the sword Naruto had spoken of, a sword of immense significance to both Naruto and themselves, was likely nearing completion. Is this the manifestation of Naruto's power? It transcends anything a human ninja could possibly attain. Sasuke lifted his gaze toward the volcano's center, a surge of unprecedented anticipation swelling within him. According to Naruto, on the day the sword is forged, he, Uchiha Sasuke, would also possess such power. From any perspective, this marked a new beginning for him. With a soft sound, the volcano's mouth suddenly erupted, revealing a figure within, clad in a white robe with golden hair. It was none other than Naruto. At this moment, before Naruto floated a long sword, entirely black and radiating an eerie blue glow. The blade shimmered like stars in the night sky, appearing almost alive, quivering gently and exuding a haunting aura. At the volcano's center, Naruto sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, surrounded by raging flames. He raised his right hand, where a minute wound appeared at his fingertip, crimson blood flowing forth as if drawn by a blood-sucking beast, desperately surging into the sword. The moment of contact, the blood was entirely absorbed by the blade. Simultaneously, the purest essence within Naruto surged forth, infused into the sword through a complex incantation. A tempest materialized, sweeping in from all directions, tearing the air around the volcano into countless tiny whirlwinds. These winds were not ordinary breezes, but embodied an extreme power. They spiraled around Naruto and the spirit sword, forming a colossal vortex. The source of the wind, my blood, is fused within this sword. Naruto's voice resonated within the storm. His eyes snapped open, and in an instant, the previously cold black blade erupted in blinding white light. The radiance morphed into an intangible wave, spreading outward. The howling winds shattered the surrounding rocks into dust, even causing distant peaks to tremble under this force. Sasuke, Sakura, and Jiraiya felt an unprecedented pressure, compelling them to channel chakra to shield themselves from being swept away. Under Naruto's control, the spirit sword began to rotate slowly. Each swing summoned a fierce gust. The winds seemed to possess life, slicing through the void with a devastating edge, creating intricate fissures in the air. The elemental winds of the world converged wildly, morphing into a roaring wind dragon that danced around the spirit sword. The sword emitted resounding dragon roars, reverberating through the heavens and earth. The surface of the blade gradually revealed a greenish hue, adorned with faint golden patterns, a symbol of the wind attribute's complete integration. At that moment, the entire volcano was enveloped by this power, as if it had become part of the sword, resonating with Naruto. As the final incantation was cast, the sword trembled violently before settling into stillness. Naruto exhaled deeply, extending his hand to grasp the spirit sword, feeling the connection to his bloodline. In that instant, the sword and he became one, perfectly attuned, devoid of any barriers. "It is complete," Naruto declared. He sheathed the spirit sword, and the surrounding tempest gradually subsided. Yet a faint whisper of wind lingered in the air, refusing to fade. Naruto remained within the volcano, standing before the spirit sword, silent and motionless, even closing his eyes. In that moment, the world seemed to pause. Then, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from within Naruto, enveloping the entire space. His presence rapidly escalated, breaking free from some invisible constraint, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Hours later, a powerful surge of energy shot skyward, breaking through the freshly coalesced clouds above. Naruto opened his eyes, his aura soaring exponentially, surpassing his previous self several-fold. The vast reservoir of essence within his dantian expanded completely, coalescing like rainwater, filling the bottom of his dantian and forming a sea of energy. With accelerated speed and efficiency, it continuously consumed and crushed the surrounding spiritual energy of the world. The foundation of the dantian sea was solidified. At this moment, Naruto officially entered a new realm, the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 97. Sasuke's potential in an instant. Naruto's consciousness became crystal clear, his inner true essence flowing vigorously like a surging river, each meridian purified and strengthened. An unprecedented sense of control enveloped him. To others, this sensation might signify an enhancement of power, yet for Naruto, it merely represented a reclamation of a fraction of his former strength. Thus, he felt no need to familiarize himself or to savor the moment. He could instinctively wield this newfound power with unparalleled dexterity. A wave of elation surged from the depths of his heart, only to dissipate swiftly. It was still insufficient. Clenching his fist, he sensed the true essence within him. It was still too weak. In comparison to the formidable strength he once possessed during his tribulation phase, what he currently wielded was merely at the foundational stage, akin to a flickering firefly. However, the foundational strength he had attained did afford him some measure of self-preservation within the ninja world. At the very least, he no longer had to incessantly strategize formations at every turn. Naruto felt a tinge of helplessness. In the past, when he was in the Xianlan realm, he had the protection of powerful sect members. By the time he emerged, he was already at the Golden Core stage, essentially fearless in most parts of the Xianlan realm. Most of the time, he could effortlessly break through myriad obstacles, without needing to engage in complex formations. Moreover, his identity as a sword sect disciple had deterred many formidable beings from attacking him. By the time Naruto had made a name for himself in the Xianlan realm and garnered some enemies, his cultivation had rapidly advanced to the nascent soul stage. He had never lived cautiously as he did now in the ninja world. Fortunately, he had finally established his foundation. Nodding, Naruto released his grip on the sword before him. The blade he had just forged now resembled a true sword, shedding its previous bizarre form. Within it resided the spirit of a formidable, severing blade. Although the spirit had yet to fully manifest as a true sentient entity, it was nonetheless incredibly potent, especially with its ability to absorb strength from blood, further enhanced by Naruto's sword intent. Additionally, the sword now contained the capabilities of the Thunder Goddess sword, possessing intrinsic lightning attributes and the ability to summon divine thunder. Coupled with Naruto's wind attribute, the combined forces of wind and lightning would yield even greater power. Over time, the materials he had collected had also rendered this sword increasingly resilient. More importantly, the sword's spirit and the weapon had achieved perfect synergy, becoming one. The moment the sword was forged, Naruto had rapidly refined it, transforming it into his life-bound sword spirit. However, it had not yet been completely refined and still had room for improvement. Thus, Naruto planned to leave it in the volcano to continue its nurturing, fully intending to unearth its potential. And should he find better materials in the future for further refinement, it would accompany him through to the nascent soul stage. Even without superior materials, it would suffice for the Golden Core stage. In the ninja world, the mastery and utilization of tools by shinobi were not particularly advanced, and weapon forging techniques were rather rudimentary. Based on Naruto's current understanding, this sword would undoubtedly rank among the most formidable weapons in the entire ninja world. Even if he could no longer wield it in the future, it would be due to his elevated cultivation level, where the spells he casually cast would surpass the sword's power, rendering its use unnecessary. Satisfied, he nodded and cast a few spell gestures to continue nurturing the spiritual sword. Then, he took a step forward, exiting the volcano. A few strides later, he stood before Sasuke, Sakura, and Jiraiya. Now, I can assess whether you possess spiritual roots, Naruto announced, instantly igniting excitement in Sasuke and Sakura. Particularly for Sasuke, he clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with emotion. Since discovering Naruto's innovative cultivation methods, he had been eagerly awaiting this moment, and now it had arrived even sooner than he anticipated. As for Sakura, although she lacked deep-seated vendettas and did not crave power as fervently as Sasuke, her time alongside Naruto and Sasuke had enlightened her about the formidable nature of Naruto's mastery. Additionally, she understood that to remain by their sides, she must accelerate her growth, lest she be left behind. Only Jiraiya appeared somewhat bewildered. He had yet to fully grasp the extent of Naruto's capabilities, but he had certainly felt the changes within him during his stay. Observing Sasuke's fervor, Jiraiya could surmise that Naruto's words held significant weight for him. Naruto, perceiving Sasuke's excitement, was not one to draw out suspense. He immediately summoned his true essence, channeling it into Sasuke's forehead. Moments later, a flash of blue lightning mingled with red flames appeared in Naruto's dantian, flickering in and out of existence, followed by 5 additional occurrences. When Naruto opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment crossed his features. Thunder and fire dual spiritual roots, he noted. A quality of high-grade spiritual roots. He had initially expected Sasuke to possess a fire attribute, since his most proficient techniques were various fire-based jutsu. Yet he had not anticipated the hidden lightning root. The combination of thunder and fire was undeniably formidable, with many thunder-fire spells capable of catastrophic destruction. However, due to Sasuke's dual roots, he could not be classified as exceptional. Rather, he was of high quality. Unlike many other attributes, fewer spiritual roots were deemed superior. Only singular attributes, like Naruto's, could be considered exceptional. Yet Sasuke felt no discouragement. Hearing that he possessed high-quality potential nearly made him leap from the ground in excitement. Previously, Naruto had briefly introduced the concept of cultivation potential, indicating that only the exceptional grade surpassed high quality. Thus, in Sasuke's eyes, he was assuredly within the second tier of potential. Sasuke was acutely aware that a cultivator's strength did not solely rely on their spiritual root. While spiritual roots were the most decisive factors in determining the speed of cultivation and ultimate realm, other factors, including formations, also played crucial roles. Ultimately, Sasuke's pursuit of cultivation was driven by a desire for vengeance. As long as he could achieve retribution, he cared little for immortality or becoming a celestial being. In the ninja world, those with aspirations akin to Orochimaru were exceptionally rare. I have 2 scrolls of techniques suitable for your spiritual roots, Naruto continued. One being the Thunder Fire Sword technique, a legacy of my sword sect, possessing unparalleled might. Another volume, which I initially discovered within the secret realms, contains an ancient technique of considerable power. However, it can only be cultivated to the Yuaning stage, with the subsequent content lost to time. Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, to join my sword sect and become my disciple, whereupon I shall impart to you the Thunderfire Sword technique to aid in your cultivation. Alternatively, you may bind yourself to a contract with me, wherein I will share the ancient technique, and you shall remain by my side. After several years, when the contract concludes, you will gain your freedom. Chapter 98. The appearance of Itachi and Kisame. Initially, when Sasuke heard about the option to choose between 2 techniques, he was somewhat hesitant, uncertain of which one would prove superior. However, upon hearing Naruto's subsequent words, he made a swift decision. I choose to join the sword sect. Even though Sasuke was still oblivious to what the sword sect entailed, he was resolute in his choice to remain by Naruto's side, seeking his guidance and cultivation rather than allowing their relationship to devolve into a mere transactional agreement. Sasuke understood clearly that he needed to cultivate a distinctive identity, one that could not be easily replaced. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to keep pace with the impending changes on the horizon. Although Naruto did not explicitly state his intentions, Sasuke sensed that he was on the verge of undertaking something significant, something transformative. Sasuke was determined not to miss this opportunity. After witnessing Naruto's strength and having followed him for some time, Sasuke had undoubtedly undergone some changes himself. He no longer fixated solely on vengeance. He recognized that there were other pursuits in life beyond retribution. The foremost priority remained, however, his commitment to becoming stronger, to fortify himself continuously until the day he could stand before that man and repay every word he had once uttered. Reflecting on this, Sasuke felt a tremor of anticipation within his heart. Yet, despite his resolution, Naruto did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he spoke, "Do not rush. Joining my sword sect is no ordinary matter. I will first explain the power of the two techniques, and then I will share with you the rules of my sect. Once you have fully contemplated your decision, let me know whether you wish to join. The sword sect differed from Konoha. While Konoha could harbor rogue ninjas, the sword sect could not tolerate traitors. Certain matters must be clearly articulated in advance for the shinobi of this world. After finishing his words, Naruto turned to Sakura, who wore an expectant expression. Naruto proceeded to assess her abilities, and after a brief moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. You possess a medium-grade aptitude in the water, earth, and metal attributes, with a notable proficiency in water. Your talent is among the most common in the Xianlan realm, not particularly good, yet not entirely lacking. Upon hearing of Sasuke's high-grade aptitude, Sakura had held on to some hope. But upon discovering her own medium-grade talent, disappointment washed over her. Nevertheless, she quickly rallied her spirits. Being of medium talent was still better than having none at all, allowing her to continue at Sasuke and Naruto's side. Nearby, Jiraiya observed Sasuke and Sakura's astonished expressions, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Naruto, what are you doing? What is this aptitude, and what attributes are involved? Can you measure mine as well? As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya had witnessed many extraordinary phenomena and recognized that Naruto was likely measuring some form of ability. Naruto smiled and nodded, of course. Just as he was about to assess Jiraiya's aptitude, he suddenly halted, raising his gaze toward a point in the distance. Several kilometers from the volcano, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki arrived, following the intel they had received. Itachi frowned slightly as he surveyed the volcano before him. Despite the absence of any signs of an impending eruption, he could still sense the intense energy fluctuations emanating from the entire volcanic region. Kisame, while not as perceptive as Itachi, could feel the heat waves hitting him. What brings them to this place? This can't be a volcano, can it? Itachi remained silent, calmly observing his surroundings, his eyes darting as he detected subtle changes. Be cautious, the energy here is exceedingly volatile. We may have stumbled into a perilous domain. Kisame grinned, hefting his sword, the Samahata. What are we afraid of? Our goal is singular. Swift resolution is all that matters. Their only objective was to glimpse Naruto Uzumaki, not to capture him, but merely to observe the changes in this Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As they approached the edge of the volcano, Naruto suddenly halted, causing Jiraiya to wear a perplexed expression, while Sasuke and Sakura were equally bewildered. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly revealed himself. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Jiraiya instantly grew wary, readying his hands to perform a jutsu. Regardless of the circumstances, Orochimaru remained a rogue ninja from Konoha, and as Konoha ninjas, they had every reason to act against him, especially since he bore the responsibility of protecting Naruto and Kakashi's team. Wait, I am not here to cause trouble. I merely come to inform you that a more dangerous enemy approaches. Noticing Jiraiya's readiness for conflict, Orochimaru raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, quickly adding, Jiraiya. Despite hearing this, Jiraiya feigned ignorance, poised to unleash his jutsu, when Naruto's voice rang out. Jiraiya-sensei, please hold on a moment. Though Jiraiya regarded Orochimaru as a thorn in his side, he certainly heeded Naruto's words. Jiraiya halted his actions, but did not lower his guard, turning to face Naruto. You may not be aware, but this Orochimaru. I know, Naruto interjected with a smile, nodding at Orochimaru. I am already aware that someone is coming. Orochimaru displayed no surprise. He had utilized a jutsu strategically placed at the volcano's edge to detect Itachi and Kisame. Naruto's sensory abilities far surpassed his own, and he had felt the energy fluctuations from Naruto's recent training and power breakthrough. Has his strength truly increased his sensory capabilities as well? Orochimaru mused, finding no cause for alarm. After all, such extraordinary prowess was not uncommon. Even those who sought immortality could achieve it. Jiraiya, observing the familiarity between Naruto and Orochimaru, grew increasingly concerned and baffled by the situation. Just as he was about to inquire further, two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds appeared at remarkable speed. Itachi and Kisame positioned themselves on a nearby branch, surveying the scene from above. Instantly, all eyes turned toward them. Naruto displayed a look of confusion, Jiraiya's expression turned solemn, and Orochimaru appeared intrigued. Among them, the one most affected by the appearance of these two figures was none other than Sasuke. At the moment Itachi emerged, Sasuke instantly recognized his brother. Despite their extended separation and Itachi's changed attire and more mature appearance, Sasuke identified him without hesitation. His emotions surged, and without warning, he activated his Sharingan, preparing to rush forward.